Chapter 206. The Prelude to Courtship in the expansive courtyard of the Hao family. The platform serves as a training ground where the descendants of the Hao clan practice their magical arts and combat skills. Despite recent renovations and reinforcements, the remnants of past competitions linger, etched into the very essence of the training platform. Today, the eldest daughter of the Hao family has chosen this venue for a martial arts contest to seek a suitor. Dozens of guards arrived early to maintain order within the courtyard. Hao Chen, along with several martial artists from the guard, was instructed by the steward, Hao Yuanquan, to assist Elder Liu in inspecting the safety of the reinforced training platform and the spectator stands. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the throng of spectators, busy near the stands. Hao Chen turned to investigate the commotion. A group of elegantly dressed individuals, surrounding a young noble clad in luxurious attire, was making its way towards the platform. As they approached, the crowd parted to create a pathway, though the entourage continued to scold and push aside those who were caught unawares. At that moment, as the young noble approached, two figures emerged from the inner gates of the Hao residence: Hao Ying's parents, Hao Yuanquan and Yun Xiaoxia. Today marked the joyous occasion of their daughter Hao Ying's martial contest for courtship, prompting the couple to don splendid attire, fitting for the day's significance. As they stepped out, the young noble crossed through the crowd and arrived before them. Upon recognizing him, Hao Yuanquan greeted him with a smile, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the fourth prince, you have arrived quite early. It seems victory is assured." Hao Chen then realized that this young noble was none other than the fourth prince of Haozhou, explaining his audacious demeanor. The fourth prince laughed heartily, responding, "Uncle Hao. Indeed, in just a few hours, I shall be addressing you as father-in-law." The two shared a hearty laugh. Hao Chen internally mused that it appeared Hao Yuanquan was supportive of the fourth prince's candidacy as a suitor for the Hao family. However, before their laughter could fade, another disturbance rippled through the crowd, even louder than the previous commotion. All eyes turned toward the source of the uproar, where a striking young man on a white steed galloped towards them. "Ah, the fifth prince has arrived," Hao Chen thought, sensing that trouble was brewing. The fourth prince's expression darkened upon seeing the newcomer, and he coldly remarked to Hao Yuanquan, "Do not worry. I will arrange for you to be the first to compete. As long as I can defeat your daughter first, the fifth prince will be left with no recourse." Hao Yuanquan chuckled in response. "Ah, Uncle Hao, no. I should now call you father-in-law. Truly has a plan." The fourth prince's demeanor lightened at this, and he replied with a smile, "Of course, it is all for Inger. She deserves a good match." Hao Yuanquan seemed delighted by the fourth prince's newfound title, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Hao Chen, who had been listening to their conversation, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at their words. As the esteemed Prince Hao Yuanquan engaged in conversation with the fourth prince, he soon turned his attention to the approaching fifth prince. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for not greeting you from afar," Hao Yuanquan graciously apologized. "Oh, not at all. Today marks the day of the martial contest for Lady Ying's hand, and I would never presume to have you, Uncle Hao Yuan, come out to welcome me," the fifth prince replied with a forced smile. While the two exchanged pleasantries, Hao Yuanquan's wife, Yun Xiaoxia, approached with a smile. "Hao Yuan, since both the fourth and fifth princes are here, it is time for Ying to present herself for the competition," she suggested. Hao Yuanquan nodded in agreement, stating, "Then I shall invite the two princes to take their seats while I fetch Ying." With that, he made his way into the inner courtyard of the Hao Yuan residence. Upon seeing Hao Yuanquan enter the estate, Hao Yuanquan hurried over to the steward, Hao Yuanquan. "Is there something amiss?" Hao Yuanquan inquired, sensing urgency. "No, nothing's wrong," Hao Yuanquan replied. "Then why have you come here?" Hao Yuanquan asked, somewhat irritated. "I wish to take a brief leave," Hao Yuanquan insisted, feigning urgency. "The contest is about to commence. Hurry back, or you shall face my wrath." Seeing Hao Yuanquan's anxious demeanor, Hao Yuanquan relented with a wave of his hand, allowing him to go. Hao Yuanquan dashed into the inner courtyard, heading straight for his dwelling. Instead of entering through the main door, he stealthily slipped into the backyard and climbed through a window, only to discover that the lady, Hao Yuaning, had been waiting for him inside. "My lady, I apologize for the delay," he greeted her. "I thought you might have changed your mind," Hao Yuaning replied, her eyes narrowing in frustration. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. Have you prepared the items I requested?" Hao Yuanquan asked nonchalantly. "This pertains to my significant matters. Do you think I would be unprepared?" she retorted, producing a wrapped parcel and tossing it to him. "Hurry to the contest site. The fourth and fifth princes have already arrived." Your father seeks you. Delay any longer, and you shall find yourself in trouble. Catching the parcel with one hand, Hao Yuanquan acknowledged her words. After she hurriedly departed, he closed the window behind her. The parcel contained a pristine set of garments capable of concealing an individual entirely. To the untrained eye, one would be unrecognizable. Although there were various disguises available within Hao Yuanquan's jade pendant space, he felt aggrieved. The opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield was a family privilege, yet Hao Yuanquan did little but expect his assistance. Ultimately, he deemed the acquisition of the outfit a fair price. Once donned in the garments, Hao Yuanquan leapt out the window and stealthily made his way toward the venue of the contest. Due to the event, the estate was unusually quiet, allowing him to easily navigate to the outer courtyard square. Concealing himself among the crowd, he waited patiently by a grand tree for the right moment to act. At this moment, Hao Chen concealed himself in the shadows of the trees, observing the situation atop the viewing platform. There, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe had appeared. This individual was likely a distinguished guest who had come to the Hao family after his departure, as evidenced by his prominent position seated between the fourth and fifth princes, who showed no signs of discontent. Hao Chen mused to himself. Could it be that this middle-aged man is the king of Haozhou from the illusory Moon Empire? Just then, Hao Yuanquan rushed out from the estate, and upon seeing the man on the platform, his expression changed dramatically. He swiftly approached the middle-aged man, bowed respectfully, and said, Hao Yuanquan pays his respects to your highness. Although Hao Chen was at a distance, his formidable spiritual awareness allowed him to hear the conversation clearly. Indeed, it was the king of Haozhou. It appeared that the Hao family's reputation was quite exceptional, attracting even a royal to partake in the matchmaking contest. Hao Chen could not help but reflect on this. Yuanquan, there is no need for such formality. Today is a momentous occasion for the Hao family. You see, my two sons have both taken a liking to your daughter and have rushed to your side since early morning. The king remarked with a smile as he observed Hao Yuanquan approach. Hao Yuanquan smiled in return, saying, It is an honor for my daughters to receive the favor of the two princes. As the king conversed with Hao Yuanquan, Hao emerged from the inner courtyard, making her way to the competition platform. Chapter 207, Shadow of the Demon. The appearance of Hao immediately stirred the crowd. Her complexion, as fair as cream, was even more radiant than usual. Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, held a profound and hopeful longing, and her delicate nose accentuated her gracefulness. At this moment, dressed in the attire of a cultivator, Hao bore a striking resemblance to the youth Hao Chen had encountered at the gates of Yu City. Against her tall and slender frame, her beauty was truly captivating. It was no wonder that the crowd was eager to catch a glimpse of this stunning maiden. And even Hao Chen felt his heart flutter once more. It was clear why the two princes were willing to confront each other over her. Observing the commotion among the crowd and glancing at the guards maintaining order, Hao Chen thought to himself, after the matchmaking contest concludes, he would certainly need this young lady's assistance. If he slipped away to the restroom, he would surely never return, as Hao Yuanquan would not let him off easily. Young lady pays her respects to your highness. Hao gracefully ascended the practice platform and politely bowed to the king. Yuanquan, you have indeed raised a wonderful daughter. Not only is she stunning, but her cultivation talent is also exceptional. No wonder my two sons are eager to vie for her affection. The king teased Hao Yuanquan upon seeing Hao. However, upon hearing the king's words, Hao Yuanquan did not exhibit much pleasure. Instead, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he took out a handkerchief from his robe to wipe his brow. Observing Hao Yuanquan's anxious demeanor, Hao Chen thought, indeed, accompanying a sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Yuanquan, today I have invited a skilled expert to recommend as the judge for this matchmaking contest. What do you think? The king suddenly interjected. Your highness is astute. I have been troubled in finding a suitable candidate for the role of judge, Hao Yuanquan responded. Hao Yuanquan, compelled to comply, responded with a smile, eager to agree. After all, it was for the sake of a fair competition later. The prince was quite pleased with Hao Yuanquan's demeanor. Hao Yuanquan tentatively inquired, May I ask who the prince's recommendation is? It is Ouyang Lai. Upon hearing the name uttered by the prince, a collective gasp arose among Hao Yuanquan and others. They were all aware of the notorious figure, infamous throughout the Huanyu Empire for his formidable prowess and violent temperament. He was known to resort to murder at the slightest provocation. Rumor had it that Ouyang Lai had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master realm over a decade ago, already poised to step into the martial sovereign level. However, He had mysteriously vanished a few years prior, with no one knowing his whereabouts. The world speculated that he was hidden away, striving to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Thus, hearing his name again from the mouth of the Prince of Haozhou took everyone by surprise. "Father, are you truly speaking of the legendary Ouyang? The fourth prince, unable to contain his curiosity, asked eagerly. In the northern domain of Tianyuan continent, ascending to the martial sovereign realm in martial arts, or reaching the nascent soul realm in cultivation, was often regarded as a legend or an ancestor. Resources for cultivation were scarce in the northern region, making it rare for anyone to advance to the martial sovereign or nascent soul realms." The prince smiled at his two sons, then rose and took a few steps toward the viewing stand. The fourth and fifth princes, seeing their father move forward, followed closely behind. "Esteemed guests, I am Gongsun Kuangya, the Prince of Haozhou. Today, I wish to seize this opportunity to announce a momentous occasion," he proclaimed, standing at the forefront of the stand and gazing down at the crowd with a commanding voice. Instantly, the venue fell silent, as if anticipating a turning point. Seated on a tree branch, Xianchen observed the prince's actions with a sense of foreboding. "This momentous occasion," Gongsun Kuangya continued, "is the appointment of a guardian master for our Huanyu Empire, Haozhou. That master is none other than Ouyang. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, and as his words resonated, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. The murmurs below did not interrupt the prince's declaration. "Moreover, I must announce an even greater matter. Our guardian master, Ouyang, has now ascended to the realm of martial sovereign. He is undeniably one of the most formidable warriors in our northern domain," Gongsun Kuangya proclaimed with authority. "The martial sovereign realm for martial practitioners is comparable to the nascent soul realm for cultivators. Below the grand martial master realm, one cannot fly. Only those who reach the grand martial master level can take to the skies. Only martial practitioners who attain grand martial master status can stand on equal footing with nascent soul cultivators of the same tier. Father, is it true that Ouyang is indeed a strong man of martial sovereign level?" As soon as Gongsun Kuangya finished speaking, the fourth prince excitedly rushed to his father. The prince patted the fourth princess' shoulder, replying, "Do you think I would jest about such matters?" "Of course not," the fourth prince muttered, biting his lip. After announcing this significant news, the prince returned to his original seat, observing with satisfaction as the crowd buzzed with discussions about Ouyang. As the discussions among the crowd continued, a figure cloaked in black traversed through the throng towards the viewing platform, concealed within the shadows of the trees. Hao Chen swiftly took note of this individual. The proximity of the figure, accompanied by an unsettling aura that permeated his consciousness, was impossible to ignore. This mysterious person exuded a presence reminiscent of the Blood Shadow Hall's leader, Chu Xingyun. Although their disguise was subtle, it could not evade Hao Chen's consciousness, which rivaled that of those at the nascent soul level. The cloaked figure moved through the crowd with an ease that seemed to defy the very laws of the ordinary. Such navigation through a multitude would be unthinkable for an average person. Approaching the edge of the viewing platform, the head of the guard, Hao Yuanquan, noticed the black-clad individual and hastily advanced towards them. "Who goes there? Depart at once, or I shall not be responsible for my actions," he demanded sternly. Attempting to obstruct the stranger's path, the figure in the black cloak appeared oblivious to Hao Yuanquan's words, continuing resolutely on their way, whether intentional or not. This provoked the head of the guards into a state of urgency. As the cloaked figure neared the platform, he swiftly reached out to seize them. Possessing the strength of a mid-level martial artist, his attempt was formidable in the eyes of an ordinary observer. Yet, with a mere flick of their arm, the cloaked individual dissipated Hao Yuanquan's force as if it were nothing. Witnessing this, Hao Chen inhaled deeply, reflecting on the formidable prowess of martial artists. However, judging by the aura emanating from the figure, he deduced that Ouyang's cultivation was merely at the peak of the early martial sovereign stage. Given Hao Chen's dual mastery of both martial and magical arts, he felt confident that he could contend with this individual, even if he were unable to overcome them. The prospect of escape seemed feasible, as the cloaked figure's abilities would not suffice to detain him. For the time being, Hao Chen had no intention of provoking this enigmatic person, even upon realizing their affiliation with the demonic sect. The cost of confrontation was too high to bear. It appeared that once the martial engagement concluded, a visit to the Haozhou royal estate would be in order. Nevertheless, he would not neglect to investigate the stranger's whereabouts, as he silently vowed. While Hao Chen pondered these matters, the guards, witnessing Hao Yuanquan's immediate setback, were filled with indignation. They brandished their weapons, encircling the figure in black. Halt! Just as the two sides were poised for conflict, Prince Gong's son Quanya interjected with authority befitting his royal stature, commanding them to desist. Upon hearing the prince's decree, the guards dared not disobey and reluctantly lowered their weapons. The mountain dweller Ouyang Lai acknowledged the prince, and at that moment, the cloaked individual approached him, bowing deeply before stating, "From this moment forth, Ouyang Lai, you shall serve as the guardian master appointed by the Haozhou of the illusory Moon Empire. I trust you will contribute greatly to our cause henceforth." The prince announced with a smile as he stepped forward. "Yes, your highness," Ouyang Lai replied succinctly. He then removed his headgear, allowing the onlookers to finally behold his true visage. Ouyang Lai appeared to be of considerable age, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and his hair, predominantly white, bore the marks of time. He seemed somewhat lost in thought, and if one were to encounter him alone on the streets, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary elder rather than a figure of strength. At the moment he removed his hat, the fourth prince approached the wild and formidable Prince Gong's son. "Father, I have a request, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to voice it," the fourth prince suddenly declared to the prince. "Speak," the prince urged him. "I wish to take Master Ouyang Lai as my mentor," the fourth prince proclaimed clearly. At this announcement, the crowd turned their attention towards him, especially the fifth prince standing at the back, who felt a sudden chill in his heart. It was well known that the fourth and fifth princes had been in a constant struggle for supremacy, a fact that was no secret in Haozhou. Upon hearing his elder brother's desire to apprentice under Ouyang Lai, the fifth prince felt an urgent need to respond. "Father, I too wish to take Master Ouyang Lai as my mentor," the fifth prince quickly interjected, rushing to stand before Gong's son. Faced with both sons expressing their desire to learn from Ouyang Lai, the prince remained composed. "Master Guardian, it seems both of my sons wish to become your disciples. What are your thoughts on this?" Gong's son inquired, turning slowly to Ouyang Lai. "Alas, my advanced age has rendered me unable to accept any more disciples. I hope you both can understand." Ouyang Lai gently declined their requests. With this response, the fourth and fifth princes felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. Recognizing the formidable reputation of Ouyang Lai, speaking of the day's events, Ouyang Lai addressed them. "Today marks the occasion of the Hao family's martial arts contest for matchmaking. As the appointed judge, may we commence?" Realizing the significance of Ouyang Lai's presence, Hao Yuanquan suddenly remembered the importance of the event. "Yes, we shall begin immediately. Please, your highness and master, take your seats." He hurriedly stepped forward in response to Ouyang Lai's inquiry. Once the prince and Ouyang Lai were comfortably seated, Hao Yuanquan approached the stage. "Today, we are honored to have Master Ouyang Lai officiating as the judge for my daughter's martial arts contest. The king of Haozhou has also taken time from his busy schedule to witness this event, and I, Hao Yuanquan, am truly privileged," he announced loudly to the assembled crowd. Indeed, no matter the occasion, the opening remarks always require a bit of flattery. It is rather tedious, Hao Chen thought to himself while observing from behind a tree. After Hao Yuanquan had spoken at length, the martial arts contest officially commenced. Initially, the event was structured so that challengers would face off against Haoing one by one. Whoever defeated her first would emerge as the victor. However, Ouyang Lai disagreed, deeming this method unfair, and proposed that the challengers compete against one another, with the ultimate winner then challenging Haoing. Due to Ouyang Lai's esteemed position, Hao Yuanquan could only cast an apologetic glance at the fourth prince before acquiescing to the suggestion. The challengers then took to the stage, with the fourth and fifth princes leading the way. As the fifth and fourth princes ascended the contest platform, the crowd below erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, thereafter, no one dared to step onto the stage aside from the two princes. The reason was quite simple. Who would dare to vie for a woman against a prince? That would be courting death. It was unthinkable to allow the two princes to engage in combat, should either sustain an injury. The consequences would be beyond my capacity to bear. After a brief moment of silence, as no one else approached, Hao Yuanquan found himself in a quandary. He stood there, hesitant to announce the commencement of the contest, while the spectators remained unwilling to intervene, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, a figure darted onto the contest platform. It was Hao Chen, who had been waiting in the trees for half the day. Observing the two princes locked in a stalemate, he could no longer endure the wait. Haoing, standing beside the platform, felt a sense of relief upon seeing Hao Chen leap onto the stage. She had thought that the presence of the two princes and Ouyang Lai would deter Hao Chen from participating. With another contestant on the stage, Hao Yuanquan exhaled in relief and inquired, "Who approaches?" Hao Chen replied forthrightly, "From the Biming clan, I am Biming Hanqing." Upon uttering the name, the expressions of everyone present, save for the princes and Ouyang Lai, shifted to one of dismay, while others looked utterly bewildered. Hao Yuanquan pondered for a moment, unable to recall who Biming Hanqing was, and remarked, "I have not heard of this name." Not heard of it. Haoing thought to herself, recalling her assertion that the Biming clan was formidable. Surely, once the name Biming was uttered, it should suffice. Yet here she was, hearing Hao Yuanquan claim ignorance. Hao Chen cast a glance at Haoing, feeling somewhat troubled. At that moment, Haoing, noticing Hao Chen's gaze, turned her head away. Seeing her reaction left Hao Chen utterly speechless, thinking, "I've been had." Just as he contemplated how to proceed, the prince seated in the viewing area spoke up. Upon hearing the prince's words, Hao Chen realized that he recognized the Biming clan and thought, finally, someone knowledgeable. When the prince mentioned evidence, Hao Chen felt a surge of excitement as a sword emanating a golden cold light appeared before the crowd. This sword, glowing with a golden hue, was none other than the Gungjin sword, the first treasure Hao Chen had refined. Later, through a fortuitous encounter, he acquired another Gungjin essence sword. Upon refining the Gungjin essence sword and absorbing it into his being, the two swords encountered each other, resulting in a miraculous fusion that gave rise to a versatile spiritual treasure sword, which he subsequently named the Feihuang sword. The sword, capable of both separation and unification, was indeed the Gungjin sword manifested from the Feihuang sword. If the prince recognized the Gungjin sword technique, it would undoubtedly signify that the sword belonged to the Biming clan. The Biming clan must have left numerous tales throughout the Tianyuan continent, and this Gungjin sword should be recognizable to many. As Hao Chen unveiled the Gungjin sword, Ouyang Lai, who had been seated, suddenly rose to his feet. As the prince observed Ouyang Lai rise, his countenance grim, he swiftly inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" "The Gungjin sword," Ouyang Lai exclaimed without hesitation. Chapter 209, The Struggle in Shadows, Part 2. Upon hearing Ouyang Lai's words, the prince was taken aback. He had heard of the Gungjin sword and comprehended the gravity of its implications. It symbolizes a legend, one of the most sensational tales of the Tianyuan continent. The Biming clan, a family of sword cultivators, is renowned for the unparalleled Biming sword. The esteemed Biming sword master, wielding the Gungjin sword, traversed the realms, battling demonic forces and eradicating sinister sections. Following the downfall of the previous dynasty, the demonic cult diminished and fled overseas. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Biming clan vanished without a trace overnight. Aside from the Biming sword, their lineage was also remarkable. If they truly provoked those on the platform, it could incite the wrath of the entire Biming clan. Even the might of the entire Huanyue Empire would pale in comparison to the Biming's power. As he contemplated this, Gongsun Kuangye felt a chill of perspiration. At that moment, the fifth prince, observing Hao Yan unveil a golden sword, laughed derisively. "Is that merely a broken sword? How shameless to flaunt it." The fourth prince, overhearing the fifth prince's words, inwardly chuckled. "Fool! Did you not notice the expressions on Father and Ouyang Lai's faces when that sword was revealed? Truly an imbecile." Hao Yan paid no heed to the fifth prince's taunts. Instead, he fixated on the actions of the two figures above, the prince and Ouyang Lai, believing that the ensuing matters rested in their hands. Hao Yuanquan also noticed the peculiar behavior of the prince and Ouyang Lai. He gradually approached them and inquired, "Your Highness, what should be done?" The prince pondered briefly before softly addressing Hao Yuanquan and Ouyang Lai. "Allow this individual to participate in the competition, but with one stipulation: do not provoke him. At opportune moments, grant him favor, even if he faces a prince." Hao Yuanquan was taken aback. He pinched his thigh, questioning whether he had misheard. The prince actually suggested that the judges show favoritism to that individual, even against a prince. Inwardly, Hao Yuanquan mused. Could it be that this individual clad in white has an extraordinary background? Even the prince must yield to him? With conflicted feelings, Hao Yuanquan returned to the competition stage and announced to Hao Yan, "You may now participate in the contest." "I withdraw." Just as Hao Yuanquan completed his statement, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, discovering that it was the fourth prince. He descended from the competition stage and approached the prince on the viewing platform, saying, "Father, I wish to withdraw from the competition. Please grant me this request." "Why?" the prince inquired. I believe that the gentleman in white and Miss Hao Ying are well suited for each other. Hence I have decided to withdraw to facilitate their union. The fourth prince remarked, casting a glance at Hao Yin. Approved. The prince swiftly made his decision. Upon receiving the prince's consent, the fourth prince nimbly leaped back onto the competition stage and approached the fifth prince, stating loudly, "Fifth brother, do you not see how well-matched this young man in white is with Miss Hao Ying? Why not support their union?" His voice was raised, seemingly intended for Hao Yin to hear. After hearing the words of the fourth prince, the fifth prince angrily retorted, "Withdraw? What a jest! Gong Sunyi, you may fear him, but I certainly do not. If you choose to withdraw, that is your affair. I shall never concede." The fourth prince, Gong Sunyi, felt a sense of triumph upon hearing the fifth prince's declaration. Thinking to himself, "This is merely a provocation to dissuade you from withdrawing. Should you retreat, my own withdrawal would be rendered meaningless." Observing the exchange between the fifth prince and Gong Sunyi, Hao Chen contemplated. This fourth prince, Gong Sunyi, is remarkably astute in reading the room. Given the fifth prince's cunning, he is undoubtedly not a match for the fourth prince in the contest for the throne. After Gong Sunyi finished speaking to the fifth prince, he approached Hao Chen and deliberately remarked, "I wish this young gentleman a swift embrace of his beloved." Hao Chen felt a sudden unease as he sensed that Gong Sunyi's words carried a deeper meaning, though he could not discern the reason behind it. With the fourth prince having exited the competition platform, only Hao Chen and the fifth prince remained. Seeing that a confrontation between the fifth prince and the enigmatic figure in white, Zijuan, was inevitable, Hao Yuanquan decided to announce the commencement of the duel. However, just as he declared the match to begin, the recently exited fourth prince, Gong Sunyi, called out loudly, "Wait a moment." Puzzled, Hao Yuanquan looked at the fourth prince and asked, "Is there something else you wish to discuss, fourth prince?" Gong Sunyi glanced at the fifth prince before addressing Hao Yuanquan. "Isn't it imperative that this contest for marriage be conducted fairly?" Hao Yuanquan affirmed. "It must indeed be a competition of fairness." Gong Sunyi continued, "Both participants are warriors of the late stage. Thus, for the sake of fairness, I request our fifth prince to remove the wrist guard from his right hand." At this pronouncement, the crowd turned their gaze to the fifth prince's right hand, which was wrapped in cloth. From its appearance, it seemed that something substantial lay beneath, for it appeared quite bulging. The fifth prince glared at the fourth prince and demanded, "What do you mean by this, fourth brother?" Gong Sunyi, undeterred by the fifth prince's fierce demeanor, smiled and replied, "I assent to this merely for the sake of fairness." The fifth prince found it difficult to refute Gong Sunyi's assertion and shot a glance at Hao Yuanquan. Caught in a dilemma, Hao Yuanquan pondered. Just moments ago, the prince had instructed him to favor this man in white. Now, if he were to show favoritism to the fifth prince, it would be difficult to explain to Ouyang Lai. Conversely, siding with the man in white might lead to complications with the fifth prince later. After much contemplation, Hao Yuanquan looked towards the prince and Ouyang Lai seated in the audience. The prince, catching Hao Yuanquan's pleading gaze, stated, "Let us proceed as the fourth prince suggests. Our royal family must win honorably and lose gracefully, without giving others cause for gossip." Seeing that his father had also endorsed this course of action, the fifth prince proceeded to unravel the cloth binding his wrist. At that moment, the onlookers finally beheld the true nature of the treasure adorning the fifth prince's arm. The wrist guard was a translucent azure, smooth and lustrous, appearing ordinary yet extraordinary. Just as the crowd began to murmur about the wrist guard, a voice suddenly rang out from the throng. "The Liu Wan. It is the Liu Wan. The Liu Yuanquan, forged by an ancient master, was indeed a remarkable artifact of formidable power. It is said that wearing the cloud splitter bracers can significantly enhance a cultivator's strength, not only augmenting their defenses, but also unleashing immense spiritual power to deliver formidable attacks." Upon hearing the name of the cloud splitter bracers, Hao Chen was taken aback, pondering whether they were part of the same set as the cloud splitter armor. He resolved to acquire them one day, convinced that these bracers were indeed a remarkable treasure. Turning his gaze toward the fourth prince below, he offered a grateful look. The fourth prince, noticing this expression of gratitude from Hao Chen, felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself that this was the desired effect. Meanwhile, as the crowd fervently discussed the cloud splitter bracers, the expression on the face of Ying, seated beneath the competition stage, was far from pleasant. He thought to himself that if the fifth prince emerged victorious, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, he cast a grateful glance at the fourth prince. However, at that moment, The fourth prince was entirely focused on the competition stage and failed to notice the meaningful look Ying had directed towards him. How did the cloud splitter bracers end up in his possession? It was for this very treasure that the lonely prince had orchestrated the poisoning of the envoy Wang Qi from the Huayang sect, stationed at the royal residence in Yuqing. After searching through Wang Qi's belongings without success, he was astonished to discover that the bracers were in the hands of the fifth prince. A look of confusion crossed the prince's face. After removing the bracers, the fifth prince stood opposite Hao Chen and disdainfully remarked, "Boy, even without the bracers, defeating you would be a matter of mere moments." Hao Chen looked at the fifth prince with contempt, thinking to himself that this fifth prince was far too impulsive. He would surely be no match for the fourth prince in a contest for the throne. Nevertheless, regardless of who ascended to power, the Hao family would inevitably face misfortune. Shaking his head with a sigh, Hao Chen inwardly lamented, wondering why he had begun to fret over the future safety of the Hao family. Chapter 210. Playing house. Upon hearing that the fifth prince possessed the cloud splitter bracers, Ouyang could no longer contain his covetous heart. He swiftly made his way to the competition platform, eager to assess the fifth prince's cultivation prowess. He secretly plotted to favor the fifth prince and shield him from harm, intending to find an opportunity to take the fifth prince as his disciple and subsequently acquire the precious cloud splitter bracers. Upon arriving at the competition platform, Ouyang observed that both the fifth prince and the man in white were poised and ready for action. At that moment, he signaled to Hao Yuanquan to activate the defensive array of the competition platform. As the defensive formation was initiated, Ouyang moved swiftly, entering the space of the competition platform. Once inside, he gestured to the fifth prince, indicating that he should prepare himself. The fifth prince understood Ouyang's intent, feeling as refreshed as if he had just sipped a cool honey drink on a sweltering summer day. With a smile and a nod of gratitude towards Ouyang, he thought to himself, "Fourth brother, watch how I will outplay you in the future." This was precisely the sentiment Ouyang sought to evoke. Hao Chen, noticing the subtle exchange of glances between the two, sensed something amiss but chose not to confront it. Ouyang positioned himself in a corner of the competition platform and announced loudly, "The competition begins." With the signal given, the fifth prince, having received Ouyang's subtle cue, was the first to act, beginning to covertly channel his techniques and refine his spells. As Ouyang's voice faded, he had already conjured 3 large fireballs, which he hurled towards Hao Chen with a swift motion. Hao Chen had long discerned the fifth prince's cultivation level, a mere junior martial artist. Even if he concealed his true strength, could he possibly surpass a mid-tier grand martial artist? Thus, there was no need for him to prepare in advance. As the 3 fireballs hurtled towards him, he deftly wielded the flying radiance sword. Under the impetus of his true essence, the sword shimmered with resplendent golden light, emitting a resonant hum. The fireballs approached not in unison, but sequentially, allowing Hao Chen to focus on each one individually. With a thundering sound, the flying radiance sword manifested 2 beams of sword light. The first, a golden blade, cleaved through the first fireball, while the second beam struck the next. At the moment of collision, a searing heat surged through Hao Chen's hands, intensifying with the force of impact and spreading to envelop his upper body. As the third fireball reached him, Hao Chen swung his right arm, unleashing a streak of azure light from the azure spirit dagger, which pierced through the fiery orb. Witnessing his 3 fireballs being effortlessly dismantled, the fifth prince seethed with anger, exclaiming, "How dare a lowly commoner thwart my spell? You possess audacity beyond measure." Pondering silently, Hao Chen mused, "Is this person unhinged? We are in a contest. Should I merely stand idle and await my defeat?" He regarded the irate fifth prince with an expression of derision, mocking inwardly, "Do you believe I am merely playing house with you?" On the sidelines, the fourth prince, Gong Sunyi, observed the fifth prince's outburst with quiet amusement, reflecting, "I truly wonder if he is even the king's son. His foolishness is an affront to my ambitions for the throne." After venting his fury, the fifth prince proclaimed, "Commoner, prepare to witness true sorcery." He began to gather his magical energy, though it appeared more taxing than before, as beads of sweat formed upon his brow. With considerable effort, he managed to conjure a small fire serpent. Hao Chen remained unmoved, silently watching the fifth prince's comical antics, thinking, "In battle, will you be afforded such leisure? Truly a foolish creature." After what felt like an eternity, the fifth prince finally manifested a diminutive fire serpent. The creature obediently surged towards Hao Chen at the fifth prince's command. Yet, upon seeing the approaching serpent, Hao Chen remained unperturbed. In his eyes, the small fire serpent seemed akin to a child's plaything. He had grown accustomed to the sensation of competing against such a low-level adversary. This time, rather than confront the fire serpent head-on, he employed the swift phantom step technique, deftly evading its assault. The fire serpent, a manifestation of the fifth prince's magic, lacked autonomous attack instincts, relying solely on the prince's distant mental commands for guidance. Such a limitation inevitably hampered its responsiveness. As Hao Chen danced around the competition stage, he easily evaded the serpent's strikes. His assessment proved correct. The fire serpent, under the fifth prince's direction, exhibited sluggish reactions, failing to touch Hao Chen, merely trailing him around the stage. As time passed, the serpent's form gradually diminished. As Hao Chen noticed that the fiery serpent trailing behind him had diminished to half its size, he came to a halt, contemplating that the time for play had nearly elapsed. Drawing forth the Fei Huang's sword, he swiftly plunged it into the serpent's body. In but a moment, the fiery serpent gradually faded from his sight. Witnessing the annihilation of his conjured serpent once more, the fifth prince's fury intensified, and he bellowed, "You wretched commoner, I swear I shall eradicate your entire family," eliminating every last one of them. Before the fifth prince's words could fully resonate, the noble seated in the viewing platform could no longer contain himself. The wild and unrestrained Prince Gongsun stood, directing a fierce shout towards the contest stage. "How dare you? The outcome of this contest relies solely on one's own abilities. Since you have chosen to participate, you must adhere to the rules of the competition. As a prince, to fail to set an example and to spout such nonsense here is unacceptable. Descend at once, for you have already lost this contest." After his thunderous rebuke, the prince returned to his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon the two combatants on the stage. Internally, he mused with a bitter smile. "I can only hope the other members of the Biming family do not heed this rebellious child's reckless words. To threaten the annihilation of the entire Biming clan is no jest. I must calm the individual in white before me." Lost in his thoughts, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. The fifth prince, rendered speechless, had never anticipated that his father would roar in front of such a multitude. This had never occurred before. Even when reprimanded, the king would typically preserve some semblance of royal dignity, choosing a secluded location to deliver his chastisement. Yet today, he had unleashed his fury before all. Unable to comprehend this, the fifth prince ultimately directed his resentment towards Hao Chen, glaring at him as though he wished to devour him whole. Hao Chen returned the fifth prince's gaze, reflecting inwardly, "Regardless, I am masked and disguised. You cannot see me. Once I leave this contest stage, our paths will diverge." At that moment, the referee of the contest, Ouyang Lai, approached the fifth prince and softly advised, "Your Highness, given the circumstances, it would be wise to withdraw." Indicating discreetly towards the king, the fifth prince observed his father still seething with rage and silently resolved. "Since Ouyang Lai has spoken thus, it is not worth offending my father over a girl from the Hao family. After I ascend to the throne, I shall have my fill of beauties." With a final, seething glare directed at Hao Chen, he signaled to lower the defensive barrier and hastily departed the contest stage. Following the fifth prince's exit, Ouyang Lai too vacated the platform, leaving the final victor of the contest alongside the eldest daughter of the Hao family, to determine their fates without the need for a judge. At this moment, only Hao Chen remained as the challenger on the contest platform. Chapter 211. I Yield. The final battle was set between Hao Chen and Hao Ying. At this juncture, Hao Ying had already ascended the contest stage. Her expression remained icy, as if the significant assistance Hao Chen had provided in driving away two princes had failed to thaw her frozen heart. With no referee present, the two were left to negotiate the commencement of their duel. She coldly inquired, "Are you ready?" Hao Chen shook out his garments and replied, "Let us begin." Hao Ying unrelentingly unleashed her most formidable spell, the three sinuous water swords she had previously employed during the contest against Hao Chen in the guard squad. Witnessing Hao Ying's immediate display of such formidable magic upon entering the arena, Hao Chen felt a surge of irritation. He mused to himself, last night, they had agreed that he would leverage his identity as a member of the Biming family to compel the prince to withdraw from the competition, allowing him to feign defeat against her, thus enabling Hao Ying to escape the entanglement of this martial marriage contest. However, as soon as they engaged, she resorted to her genuine abilities, which left Hao Chen perplexed, perceiving her actions as akin to burning bridges behind her. He had previously experienced the potency of those 3 water swords, having withstood them using a mere third of his true essence. Although he had barely survived the encounter, it left him considerably weakened. Thus, he resolved not to employ the same strategy to counter Hao Ying's advancing magic this time. With keen eyes, Hao Chen meticulously observed the trajectory of the 3 water swords when a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Drawing forth his Fei Huang sword, he propelled himself forward. And just as he was about to make contact with the central water sword, he began to move erratically from side to side. Seeing Hao Chen's rapid movements, Hao Ying's confidence wavered. The water sword spell she had cast was controlled from a distance through her mental focus. With her opponent's unpredictable motions, it became increasingly difficult for her to ascertain the attack's trajectory. Moreover, with the water swords so close to Hao Chen, altering their course would require both time and space. Causing her distress, Hao Chen had just conceived a tactic. Both the fire serpent of the 5th prince and Hao Ying's water sword spell relied on mental control. As long as he kept moving, he could render the opponent uncertain about the final trajectory of their attack. With this thought in mind, Hao Chen employed the Jinhong step to maintain constant movement, yielding positive results. As Hao Ying grappled with her predicament, Hao Chen seized the moment, deftly slipping through the gap between the central water sword and the one on the right. Emerging from the encirclement of water swords, he confronted Hao Ying directly. At that moment, Hao Ying realized that the expression in Hao Chen's eyes was decidedly unsettling. He appeared quite enraged. Reflecting on the situation, she discerned where the misunderstanding lay. She wished to express her apologies to him, but with so many witnesses present, the opportunity to voice her sentiments was lost. Meanwhile, Hao Chen, observing Hao Ying, seethed inwardly, questioning whether this woman was truly so ruthless as to contemplate silencing him. He resolved to demonstrate his displeasure. With this thought resonating in his mind, his body sprang into action. He swung the Fei Huang sword through the air and leaped toward Hao Ying. Perceiving Hao Chen charging at her with the Fei Huang sword raised, she quickly cast aside any lingering feelings of remorse, rapidly conjuring an attacking water ball spell, followed by a defensive energy shield. As a water ball, roughly the size of a fist, soared toward him, Hao Chen instinctively veered to the left, narrowly evading its trajectory. Upon reaching Hao Ying, he discovered a water wall erecting a barrier between them. Observing this development, Hao Chen halted his advance, uncertain about the nature of the water wall, and proceeded to scrutinize it closely, searching for any potential vulnerabilities. After a brief moment, Hao Chen could find no vulnerabilities in the attack. He attempted to thrust the flying phoenix sword into the water wall. With a whoosh, the sword penetrated halfway into the water wall, but could advance no further. At the instant the sword pierced through, Hao Chen felt a dramatic depletion of his vital energy, prompting him to quickly withdraw the flying phoenix sword. On the other side of the water wall, Hao Ying was also struggling. She exerted all her mental energy to sustain the water wall, which was consuming her spirit force at an alarming rate. After a while, she felt her mental strength diminish by nearly half and grimaced. "This is unsustainable. Although this water wall offers me protection, I cannot endure for long. I must devise another strategy." Meanwhile, the prince and Ouyang Lai, seated in the viewing area, exchanged glances. The prince remarked, "That old fellow from the Hao family truly raised a prodigy." To wield spells typically reserved for advanced martial masters at the early stage of martial mastery is nothing short of genius. He glanced at his 2 sons on the competition platform and sighed. "This is precisely why my sons would go to such lengths to marry Hao Ying. Were it not for that man in white, who is likely a descendant of the Baiming family, I would forsake my pride and ensure that Hao Ying marries one of my sons." As the prince and Ouyang Lai conversed, the situation on the competition platform began to shift. Realizing she could no longer sustain the water wall, Hao Ying abruptly retracted her water wall spell. She swiftly unleashed a water sword aimed at Hao Chen's position. Seeing Hao Ying retract the water wall, Hao Chen prepared to charge forward to defeat her. However, the speed of the spell was formidable. Before he could advance, the water sword was already upon him. With no other option, Hao Chen evaded the water sword's attack, inadvertently granting Hao Ying a momentary reprieve. She retreated as quickly as possible, striving to distance herself from Hao Chen. After retreating 3 zhong, she finally halted. At this point, Hao Chen had successfully dodged the water sword's assault and stood his ground. Upon regaining his composure, Hao Chen did not hesitate. He knew he could not afford to give her more time and charged towards Hao Ying. Observing his rapid approach, Hao Ying unleashed her final trump card without reservation, thinking, "If I cannot defeat him this time, I shall concede. After all, we have orchestrated this plan together. If all else fails, I could marry him. With that thought, Hao Ying fiercely waved her hand, releasing a barrage of water arrows towards Hao Chen. As they neared him, the arrows transformed into slender, sharp ice spikes. Seeing this, Hao Chen refrained from approaching recklessly and remained stationary. Once again, he relied on evasive tactics to avoid Hao Ying's spell. From the previous 2 contests, he had deduced that it was quite challenging for Hao Ying's spells to hit moving targets. However, this time, he was mistaken. Hao Ying unleashed around 10 ice spikes, coming at him from various angles, and each spike seemed to possess a will of its own, altering its trajectory to follow him. Just as Hao Chen dodged one ice spike, he inadvertently fell victim to another. After all, Hao Chen was participating in the contest for marriage with the cultivation of a late-stage warrior, while Hao Ying displayed the prowess of a master sorcerer. A slight wound had appeared on his right arm. Though small, it struck a blood vessel, causing crimson liquid to flow steadily outward. Noticing Hao Chen's injury, Hao Ying felt a twinge of unease and quickly dispelled the ice spikes surrounding him. Observing that Hao Ying refrained from attacking him in his moment of vulnerability, Hao Chen thought to himself, "At least you possess a shred of conscience." He tore a piece of cloth from his garment and bound it around his wounded arm. Not far away, Hao Yuanquan, upon seeing the man in white injured, felt no joy. Rather, he was considerably alarmed. He remained unaware of the man's true identity. Yet the prince's expression hinted at the formidable forces backing this individual. He wondered if there would be repercussions should Hao Ying inadvertently harm him. After securing the bandage around his arm, Hao Chen moved it up and down, realizing that the bleeding had ceased. Turning to Hao Ying, he said, "Let us continue. Since you didn't strike when I was injured, I shall allow you to attack first this time." With that, he stood still, awaiting Hao Ying's move. However, Hao Ying found herself at a dead end. Having exhausted her spiritual energy from the previous spell, she could no longer summon any magic. After a moment of waiting, when Hao Chen noticed Hao Ying remained still, he curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" "I said you could attack first." Hao Ying bit her lip and confessed, "I concede." Chapter 212. Merely luck. Without hesitation, Hao Ying leaped down from the platform and turned towards the inner courtyard of the Hao residence. Hao Chen gazed at her retreating figure, bewildered, pondering. What just happened? Why did she concede so suddenly? Though he could not fathom it, the outcome was ultimately in his favor. Upon seeing Hao Ying depart the contest stage, Hao Yuanquan approached. He had initially hoped the prince would become his son-in-law, yet the outcome proved otherwise. However, reflecting upon the fact that even the prince felt compelled to show deference, he thought perhaps this man truly had a significant background. Thus, Hao Yuanquan approached Hao Chen and said, "Esteemed sir, please join me at the Hao residence." At that moment, Hao Chen felt conflicted. Entering the residence could spell disaster. The only thought resonating in his mind was, "I cannot go in." As Hao Yuanquan extended the invitation, the prince and Ouyang Lai had somehow arrived beside Hao Chen. The prince smiled and remarked, "Congratulations, sir, on winning the heart of a beauty." Hao Chen returned the smile, replying, "It was merely luck." He then addressed Hao Yuanquan, saying, "This contest was rather impromptu, and I have yet to discuss it with my family. I would like to return home to confer with them and then formally propose. What do you think?" After careful consideration, he found this rationale most compelling. As Hao Yuanquan prepared to respond, the prince interjected, "That sounds best. If your family can come to Haozhou, I would be delighted to extend my hospitality to the Baiming family." The prince mused to himself, if the Baiming family could arrive here, it would pave the way for a fruitful relationship, thereby fortifying the future of the Huanyue Empire. Beside him, Ouyang Lai observed every gesture of the prince, fully understanding the situation, and merely smiled knowingly. Hao Yuanquan originally intended for him and Hao Ying to conduct the wedding first. However, after hearing the prince's words, he had no choice but to comply with the prince's wishes. He then inquired of Hao Chen, "Might I ask how long your return home will take?" Hao Chen replied, "It may take some time, primarily because I need to attend to a matter before I can go back. Then let us await your completion of this task. And may you return swiftly to fulfill my wish," Hao Yuanquan responded. Upon hearing the last sentence from Hao Chen, Hao Yuanquan found himself in a quandary. Realizing he could not detain this figure in white, he sought a compromise. "Could we perhaps catch a glimpse of your true visage? If we have not even seen your face, how could this martial contest for marriage not become a farce?" As if anticipating this request, Hao Chen quickly replied, "I regret to inform you that due to the nature of my current business, I cannot reveal myself too openly. making it difficult for me to comply with your request. However, I can arrange for Miss Hao to meet with me. Though reluctant, Hao Yuanquan begrudgingly agreed. Hao Chen then added, I shall take my leave now. But I assure you that I will meet with Miss Hao today. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to direct them to her. With that, he vanished into the distance. The prince, noticing Hao Chen's departure, turned to Ouyang Lai and asked, Will you not follow this individual? Ouyang Lai replied, There is no need. I bear no grievances with him, so what purpose would tracking him serve? I prefer not to engage in such futile endeavors. The prince nodded in acknowledgement and remarked towards the direction Hao Chen had gone. The Biming family has remained dormant for decades, with today's appearance. I wonder how the continent shall be stirred. After leaving the Hao family's outer courtyard and the contest platform, Hao Chen hastily made his way towards the gates of the Hao residence. Upon exiting, he sought a secluded alley. After confirming that no one was following him, he promptly removed his outer white robe, stowing it away in his storage bag, reverting to his original guise as a Hao family guard. Strolling leisurely back to the Hao estate, he encountered crowds returning from the family's martial contest, engaging in spirited discussions about the recent events. Listening to their conversations, Hao Chen felt a swell of pride as many praised the mysterious figure in white, commending his audacity to challenge the prince and ultimately win the heart of a fair maiden. As he absorbed their accolades, he returned to the Hao residence, where only a few individuals remained to tidy up the expansive contest platform. Boss, you're back, Liao Wu exclaimed upon spotting Hao Chen. Turning around, Hao Chen saw Liao Wu rushing towards him, panting slightly as he said, Boss, why have you returned so late? You wouldn't believe it. The steward has suffered a loss in front of others. As Liao Wu recounted the incident, Hao Chen's mind conjured the image of Ouyang Lai and Hao Yuan's confrontation. Liao Wu then leaned in closer, whispering, Boss, I have something to tell you, but you must not reveal that it was I who informed you. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Hao Chen nodded in agreement. Liao Wu spoke softly. Hao Yuanquan, the steward, has just been humiliated and is currently venting his anger in the guard's council chamber. If you return now, you might face some unpleasant consequences. It was indeed a precarious situation. Returning now would be akin to stepping onto a battlefield. Once inside the Hao residence, Hao Chen chose not to visit the guard's council chamber, but instead went directly to his quarters. Upon pushing open his door, he discovered a figure within. Upon closer inspection, it was Hao Ying. After entering, Hao Chen secured the doors and windows. It was daytime, and the residence was bustling with people. He wished to keep Hao Ying's presence here a secret to avoid unnecessary complications. Once he had ensured their privacy, he addressed her. I thought you would arrive later. Hao Ying retorted, Did you not tell my father that you wished to meet me? Hao Chen replied, That was merely a pretext. You understand the circumstances. Hao Ying did not pursue his line of thought, but instead retrieved 2 jade vials, placing them on the bedside table. These 2 vials contain medicine, one for internal use, the other for external application. It is clearly labeled. Hao Chen gazed at the vials and inquired, Did you come to my quarters solely to deliver these? Hao Ying did not respond. After setting down the vials, she moved toward the door. As she was about to leave, a thought struck Hao Chen. He quickly asked, I have completed my task for you. When will you attend to mine? Hao Ying paused at the threshold, turning back to say, Within 3 days. I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. With that, she opened the door and departed. Initially, Hao Chen had hoped to enlist Hao Ying's assistance in dealing with Hao Yuanquan, but seeing her leave, he felt it inappropriate to pursue her and relinquished the idea. Very well, I shall find a way myself, he muttered, shaking his head in resignation. The martial arts competition for marriage had concluded 3 days prior. During this time, Hao Chen had been living quite comfortably, having been appointed as a senior guard of the Hao family. This position differed significantly from that of a regular guard, chiefly because it exempted him from patrol duties and allowed him to accompany the Hao family into the ancient battlefield of Huinha, with all expenses covered by the family. However, Hao Chen agreed to serve as a senior guard in the ancient battlefield contingent, with the stipulation that he must return with a certain bounty and commit to at least 3 years of service within the Hao family before he could leave. That, of course, was contingent upon his safe return. The reason for Hao Chen's rapid ascent to the position of senior guard lay primarily in the auspices of Hao Tianbei and the strong recommendation of Hao Ying. Chapter 213, A Blood Shadow Revisited, Part 1. As dusk descended, Hao Chen and Liao Wu ventured onto the bustling streets of Yu City. Initially, Hao Chen had no intention of going out for leisure, but Liao Wu, with his playful insistence, had drawn him out. "Brother, come on. I'll take you somewhere you'll surely enjoy," Liao Wu said with a goofy smile. Hao Chen thought to himself, "Since I'm out, I might as well take the opportunity to unwind." He nodded and said, "Lead the way." "Excellent," Liao Wu exclaimed, guiding Hao Chen into the throngs of the street. After walking for a while, Hao Chen and Liao Wu arrived at the entrance of a flower house. This establishment boasted 3 stories, each adorned with flamboyantly dressed women who occasionally greeted passers-by on the street. Upon seeing the place, Hao Chen immediately discerned its true nature. He turned to Liao Wu and remarked, "Is this the fine place you spoke of? You may appear youthful, but your heart seems quite audacious, with such peculiar inclinations." With that, he prepared to depart. For Hao Chen was a man of integrity and a cultivator, unaccustomed to mingling with the world of vice, and his character remained unchanged despite the environment. Seeing Hao Chen's intent to leave, Liao Wu hurriedly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Boss, you misunderstand. Allow me to explain." Hao Chen, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Explain? Is there truly a need for further explanation? Do you think I am oblivious to the nature of this place?" Liao Wu, eager to clarify, insisted, "Boss, please let me finish. While it is true that I brought you here, our purpose is not to seek companionship, but rather to witness the gladiatorial combats." Gladiatorial combats? Hao Chen pondered, intrigued, as this was the first he had heard of such a phenomenon. Liao Wu continued, "Indeed, these are battles to the death, taking place in the underground arena beneath this flower house." His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Hao Chen. After contemplating, Hao Chen found himself intrigued by the prospect of witnessing such a spectacle. Ultimately, he decided that it would be worthwhile to broaden his horizons. Before long, Liao Wu led Hao Chen into the flower house. As they entered, not far outside, 2 women observed them, Hao Ying and her maid. The maid, witnessing Hao Chen's entrance into this realm, remarked with irritation, "Miss, look at this man. He is not worth your esteem. If it weren't for your recommendation, how could he possibly ascend to become a senior guardian of the Hao family, let alone accompany you to the ancient battlefield of Hunching?" The maid's face was a mask of fury, while Hao Ying displayed a look of profound disappointment, her expression betraying a mix of resentment and sorrow. Turning away, she instructed her maid, "Let us return." The maid protested, "Miss, are we truly returning so soon?" To which Hao Ying succinctly replied, "I lack the heart for it." With that, she turned and headed back towards the Hao residence, her maid following closely behind. Once inside the flower house, Hao Chen and Liao Wu proceeded directly to the basement. Descending the lengthy staircase, they finally arrived at the place known as the Arena of Gladiatorial Combats. The words "blood fight" were emblazoned in crimson above the entrance. Liao Wu stepped forward and gently pushed the door open, revealing a cacophony of fervent shouts, "Kill him! Finish him!" As they entered, the first sight to greet them was 2 bare-chested men engaged in a fierce duel upon the combat platform. The arena was expansive, measuring approximately 10 zhang in length and 6 zhang in width. Surrounding the platform, the stands were nearly filled to capacity with spectators, all flushed with excitement as they cheered loudly, their expressions mirroring the intensity of the battle. Hao Chen and Liao Wu navigated through the passage, gradually making their way towards the platform. Liao Wu led the way, exchanging greetings with the locals, clearly a familiar face in this raucous venue. Liao Wu accompanied Hao Chen to the spectator stands near the contest platform, where they settled into a central location. Observing the battles on the arena from this vantage point proved to be quite ideal. Once seated, Hao Chen turned to Liao Wu and inquired, "What exactly is this blood arena for?" Liao Wu replied, "In simple terms, it is a fight to the death. Once on the contest platform, only one combatant can leave alive." At this moment, Hao Chen realized that this was what they referred to as underground fighting. He had no interest in watching the contests above. The life and death struggles he had experienced were far more intense than anything this arena could offer. Bored, Hao Chen sat in his seat, gazing around and taking in the entirety of the blood arena. The Colosseum was vast, accommodating thousands of spectators, with seating arranged in 2 tiers. Their location was likely a standard one, situated below, while the upper tier was presumably reserved for the nobility. As it featured private boxes, only nobles would occupy such privileged positions. After surveying the entire blood arena, Hao Chen casually watched the brutal combat on the contest platform. 2 men exchanged blows, their movements appearing erratic and lacking any discernible technique. Frustrated, Hao Chen could not comprehend why so many people were captivated by such chaotic fighting. Turning to Liao Wu for clarification, Liao Wu explained, "Boss, the battles here are those of ordinary mortals, showcasing raw strength. Moreover, those with any true cultivation would not participate in such contests." He continued, "The fighters here are merely commoners. They possess no profound skills, only brute force. The audience is not genuinely interested in the contests. They come here to vent their frustrations." Upon hearing this, Hao Chen began to grasp the underlying meaning. Refocusing his attention, he concentrated on the bloodshed unfolding on stage. However, as time passed, his interest waned further, and he could not fathom why he was unable to engage with what he was watching. Observing the surrounding crowd, he noted their raucous cheers. Yet he remained perplexed by the source of their enthusiasm. Rising from his seat and shaking his head, he decided to leave. As he departed, he did not disturb Liao Wu. It was not out of reluctance, but rather because he noticed Liao Wu had fully immersed himself in the atmosphere and did not wish to interrupt. As he exited the arena, he glanced back at the Colosseum and was suddenly struck by the sight of a familiar figure. Turning around, he quietly observed the man seated in the rear of the audience, who, much like the others, was vociferously cheering. Hao Chen stared at him, feeling as though he had encountered this individual before, yet he could not recall where. Just as he grappled with his confusion, another man beside the familiar figure spoke up. "Xiaoyan, what do you think? This place is quite impressive, isn't it?" Upon hearing the name, Hao Chen's memory clicked. This was the person he had met at the Ziyun Trading Company, the disciple of Huan Yu's sect, Chu Bin, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. As he gazed at Chu Bin, visions of Zijing filled his mind, and he silently wondered, "I hope you have been well during this time." After Hao Chen departed that day, he devised a plan to infiltrate the Hao family, and many days have since elapsed. His relationship with Chu Bin was not one of deep-seated animosity. Thus, taking a deep breath, Hao Chen chose to exit the blood arena, leaving behind the realm of fleeting fireworks. The night grew darker, and the streets became desolate. With another sigh, he ventured deeper into the alleyways, intending to inspect the house he had acquired. He wondered if there were any updates from Feiyu Pavilion or if Zizhuang had sought him out. Once more, thoughts of Zizhuang filled his mind. Suddenly, Hao Chen pondered how Chu Bin had arrived here alone. Wasn't there an old man of Yuan Dan accompanying him when they encountered each other at the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce? Surely he hadn't come here solely to witness the bloodshed. To clarify his suspicions, Hao Chen turned back towards the blood arena. He harbored another thought. Was Chu Bin perhaps connected to the demonic sect? Upon returning near the flower house in the realm of fleeting fireworks, he refrained from entering the blood arena and opted to wait outside. After a considerable amount of time, the blood arena finally concluded, and a raucous crowd poured forth from the flower house. Chapter 214, A Reunion with Blood Shadows, Part 2. Hao Chen concealed himself in a corner across the street, his consciousness meticulously searching for Chu Bin's figure. Moments later, Chu Bin's silhouette finally came into view. To his surprise, he noticed that Chu Bin was accompanied by 5 others, who, judging by their attire, appeared to be disciples of the Illusory Moon sect and the Huayang sect. Observing Chu Bin and his companions merge into the throng, Hao Chen swiftly followed suit. Trailing behind them, Hao Chen arrived at an opulent inn, contemplating that this must be their temporary residence in Yuqing. Now deep into the night, with the streets devoid of pedestrians, he refrained from entering the inn to avoid drawing attention to Chu Bin and his companions. Instead, he circled around to the back of the inn and nimbly leaped into the courtyard. Although the inn was lavish, it was not particularly large. Once inside, Hao Chen pinpointed several luxurious rooms, reasoning that, given Chu Bin's financial standing as a foundational cultivator, he would occupy the inn's most exquisite chamber. The inn's finest rooms were few in number, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he quickly located Chu Bin's quarters. Suppressing his aura, Hao Chen alighted quietly outside Chu Bin's window, concentrating his spirit to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Brother Chu, don't you think we should return tomorrow?" A voice queried from within. "Xiaoyun, although we are in Yuqing, we have yet to uncover any leads on the Baiming family. However, please wait a little longer. That fellow who claims to be Baiming Hanxing intends to propose to the Hao family, doesn't he?" Chu Bin did not acquiesce to Xiaoyun's suggestion to depart, but instead analyzed the movements of Baiming Hanxing, articulating his thoughts. Hao Chen, lurking just outside the window, realized the true purpose of their stay in Yuqing. They had come specifically to investigate the whereabouts of the Baiming family. He couldn't help but reflect on the considerable influence wielded by the Baiming family. "Brother Chu, since it's just the 2 of us in this room, There are some matters I am uncertain whether to discuss, Hao Yun remarked again. Chu Bin remarked, speak your mind. I shan't take offense. Hao Yun then expressed, I have long been enamored with the blood shadow base of the Jingjiao in the outskirts of the capital. In the past, the constraints of the blood shadow hall deterred me from leaving the Qingjin mountain base. Ever since the incident involving Hall Master Chu Xingyun, my heart has been restless. Now that the fourth prince has established the blood shadow base in the outskirts, I yearn to enter and cultivate within. He lowered his voice and continued, the resources here are abundant, surpassing both the blood pool of Shishan and the scale of the blood shadow hall at Qingjin Mountain. To cultivate in such a base would surely yield extraordinary results. I implore you to discuss this with your master upon your return and to consider my request, please. After Hao Yun finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the room. Chu Bin inquired, Brother Hao Yun, do you speak from the heart? The other replied, indeed. With utmost sincerity. Chu Bin responded boisterously, very well. I can suggest this matter to my master and communicate with the main hall to facilitate your transfer to our base in the outskirts. It should not be a difficult task. He then sighed, alas. The Qingjin mountain base has suffered grievous losses in the struggle for treasures and is now but a shadow of its former self. The man smiled and said, then I shall remain here, grateful for your assistance, Brother Chu. This is a token of my appreciation, and I promise to repay you handsomely once my request is fulfilled. Outside the window, Hao Chen remained oblivious to the treasure Hao Yun was offering Chu Bin in exchange. Chu Bin, not in haste to provide a response, leaned closer to Hao Yun and whispered, since you have broached this topic, there are some secrets I must share, but you must not disclose them to anyone. Not even to your friends from Qingjin Mountain. Seeing Chu Bin's mysterious demeanor, the man quickly vowed, I swear by the blood god, should I reveal this secret, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a terrible fate. Outside, Hao Chen was intensely curious about what Chu Bin might reveal to that person. However, he could not have anticipated the fury that would arise upon hearing the secret. Chu Bin continued, in truth, our base in the outskirts is not within the capital, but rather beneath the western suburban imperial tomb. The man displayed a look of astonishment. Chu Bin, noticing his reaction, swiftly covered his mouth and cautioned, lower your voice. Do you wish to endanger my life? The man nodded in agreement. Outside, Hao Chen's eyes nearly bulged with shock at Chu Bin's revelation, and he secretly marveled at the unexpected discovery that the blood shadow base was indeed located in the western suburban imperial tomb. Within the room, Chu Bin elaborated. The rationale is that establishing a blood pool near the capital would attract undue attention due to its overwhelming bloodthirsty aura. The capital is a place teeming with hidden talents, and powerful individuals with keen senses could uncover our activities. Thus, the emissary of the cult suggested placing the blood pool several dozen feet underground in the western suburban imperial tomb. With an increased blood supply, we no longer restrict ourselves to the blood of young boys. Any underage blood will suffice. He continued, in the realm of cultivators, we are constrained, and this incursion into the mortal realm is intended to augment our blood supply. Chu Bin's words remained unfinished as the eavesdropping Hao Chen was seething with rage. From the documents and intelligence gathered from the Wang family, the Shishan base, and the Qingjin mountain base, he deduced that the cult's emissary was none other than the current court's fourth prince, assuming another identity. The fourth prince is indeed audacious, daring to construct a blood pool in the capital. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen could no longer contain his surging fury. With a mighty strike, he shattered the window and leapt into the room. Crack! Just as Chu Bin's words fell, he heard someone burst through the window. Reacting swiftly, he drew his magical artifact and charged at the intruder, demanding, who are you? Hao Yun also brandished his sword, advancing towards Hao Chen. Without engaging in idle chatter, Hao Chen entered the room, radiating an aura of wrath. He immediately clashed with Chu Bin and Hao Yun. Chu Bin and Hao Yun were comparable in strength to Hao Chen, and together they should have held the advantage. However, after a brief exchange, it became evident that Hao Chen had the upper hand. With a decisive kick, he sent Chu Bin sprawling onto the bed, then turned and struck Hao Yun, sending him crashing against the wall. Chu Bin lay on the ground, disheveled, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, unable to rise. Pray tell, what is your intention? If it is wealth you seek, name your price. If not, please clarify your purpose, Hao Yun managed to ask, clutching his chest as he rose from the corner, his voice low and tremulous. The reckless onslaught from Hao Chen had instilled fear in him. Haha, can riches purchase a life? Can they resurrect those whom you have cruelly slain? Hao Chen retorted vehemently at Hao Yuan. What do you mean? I do not comprehend. Hao Yuan feigned ignorance upon hearing Hao Chen's words. Hao Chen strode forward, sensing his approach. Hao Yuan instinctively recoiled in fear. Do you recognize this face? Hao Chen halted before Hao Yuan, his voice laced with fury. Upon entering, he had recognized Hao Yuan as an old acquaintance. Hao Yuan studied Hao Chen's face, finding it familiar, yet unable to recall who he was. You appear familiar. But I simply cannot place you, he stammered. Cannot recall. Haha. Cannot recall. Hao Chen laughed heartily. Allow me to jog your memory. I am the one you pursued to Qingqian Mountain. After a moment's reflection, realization dawned upon Hao Yuan, his eyes widening in shock. It is you. You survived? Hao Chen scoffed. Haha, the heavens did not forsake me. I am very much alive. Impossible. I witnessed it with my own eyes. We chased you into the territory of a 5th-level demonic beast. There is no way you could have escaped and lived. Hao Yuan feigned composure. Impossible. You saw it with your own eyes, did you not? Hao Chen replied with a sinister smile. Finally, Hao Yuan's legs buckled, and he sank onto the bed behind him. Hao Chen approached, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling to the floor. Now do you recognize who I am? Do you not think I should end your life? He stated coldly. Chapter 215. Misunderstanding. After vanquishing Hao Yuan and Chu Bin, Hao Chen stealthily returned to the residence of Feiyu Pavilion. Listening to the reports from Yuan Wanwan and Yi Qianshan, he learned that Feiyu Pavilion had commenced its operations. Hao Chen felt the insidious presence of the demon sect everywhere. With his solitary strength, it was impossible to eradicate them. He must intensify the investment in Feiyu Pavilion. 2 days hence, Hao Chen would enter the ancient battlefield of Huanhe. After leaving a collection of elixirs and magical artifacts, as well as mundane weapons, he departed from Feiyu Pavilion and returned to the residence of the Hao family. The next day, Hao Chen arrived early at the entrance of Hao Ying's courtyard. Open the door, hurry up, Hao Chen shouted. Typically, he conducted himself with modesty. But upon arriving at Hao Ying's abode, he adopted a more brazen demeanor. Tomorrow, they were to embark for the ancient battlefield of Huanhe, and he needed to confer with Hao Ying about preparing supplies. Coming, echoed the voice of Hao Ying's maid from within the courtyard. When she opened the door, she found Hao Chen standing outside. With a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut again, exclaiming, "Pervert, go away." Hao Chen, feeling quite vexed, wondered why he was being labeled a pervert. He knocked heavily on the door, calling out, "Open up. If you don't, I'll kick the door down." The maid, indignant, retorted, "Do you dare?" With a forceful kick, Hao Chen burst through the door, causing the maid to stumble back several steps. Regaining her composure, the maid hurriedly retreated, shouting, Miss Trouble. The big pervert is here. He broke the door and is bullying me." Despite the commotion, Hao Chen's expression remained unchanged as he strode confidently into the courtyard, heading straight for Hao Ying's room. At that moment, Hao Ying hurriedly emerged from her chamber, her disheveled appearance suggesting she had just risen. Hearing the maid's loud cries, she stepped outside and, upon seeing Hao Chen, sighed in relief, thinking, "What brings him here so early? I genuinely thought a pervert had arrived." Hao Ying scolded the maid. "What are you shouting about so early in the morning?" The maid pointed at Hao Chen and declared, "The pervert, the one who misbehaved last night." Hao Chen, upon hearing himself referred to as the miscreant from the previous night, inquired, "Who are you accusing of misdeeds last night? Clarify your words." The maid firmly asserted, "It's you, it's definitely you." At this, Hao Ying tugged at her maid, saying, "Stop it. Go to the back courtyard and prepare some breakfast. I still need to discuss supplies for the ancient battlefield with our guest." After receiving her instructions, the maid shot a few fierce glares at Hao Chen before darting off to the back. Once the maid had departed, Hao Ying turned to Hao Chen and said, "Please wait outside for a moment. I will freshen up, and then we can discuss our plans for the battlefield." With that, she returned to her room. Hao Chen felt it inappropriate to enter a young lady's room, so he settled onto a wooden stool in the courtyard to wait. This was his first time in Hao Ying's small courtyard, which boasted minimal flora and was predominantly filled with stones of various sizes. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that many of these stones bore numerous cracks, likely the result of magical spells being cast. After a short while, Hao Ying emerged from her room, now dressed neatly, and walked into the courtyard, taking a seat opposite Hao Chen. In her heart, she mused, "His demeanor today is quite different from usual." After glancing at Hao Chen, she asked, "Why are you in such a rush to see me?" Hao Chen thought to himself, "How can I not be anxious? We leave for the ancient battlefield tomorrow. At present, I find myself utterly unprepared, and each day is a precious gift. The arrangements for visiting the ancient battlefield of Huanhe have been made, so rest assured, we shall set off promptly tomorrow. Having received his answer, Hao Chen turned to Hao Ying and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you," before pivoting to leave. In previous encounters, he would have bowed to her before departing, but this time, he merely ignored such formalities. "Have you had breakfast?" Hao Ying suddenly inquired, just as he was about to step outside. Hao Chen turned back, bewildered, and replied, "Not yet." While secretly contemplating, "Surely she doesn't want to invite me to have breakfast with her, does she? Then you should eat before you leave," Hao Ying said, biting her lip. This marked the first time in her life that she invited a peer of the opposite sex to dine with her, causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. Hao Chen, feeling no hesitation, responded, "All right." However, Hao Ying's thoughts were far more tumultuous. Her emotions were in disarray, and his agreement made her blush even deeper. Hao Chen took a seat opposite Hao Ying and observed her, asking, "What's wrong with your face? Why is it so flushed?" Startled, she quickly covered her face with her hands and stammered, "And nothing. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. That's all. I just didn't sleep well." Noticing her faltering speech, Hao Chen casually inquired, "What happened that caused you to have a restless night? Would you care to share?" His question made her wonder about his intentions. Was he genuinely concerned for her? As her face reddened further, even her ears flushed with warmth, she lowered her gaze. Hao Chen scrutinized her, pondering. Is she still the same Hao Ying? She seems to have transformed into a bashful young girl. At that moment, a maid returned, carrying a tray. Upon seeing Hao Chen and Hao Ying seated across from each other, with Hao Ying's head bowed and her cheeks and ears aglow, the maid stormed over, furious, and accused Hao Chen. "You lecher! Get out!" Hao Chen had never held a favorable opinion of this maid. Now, as she pointed at him and commanded him to leave, he could no longer contain his frustration. He stood up and shouted back, "You keep calling me a lecher. What exactly have I done to earn that title? Speak clearly, or I shall not let this matter rest." The maid, confronted by his fierce demeanor, felt tears welling in her eyes. Observing her impending tears, Hao Chen quickly softened his tone, saying, all right, I concede. Say what you will, I'm leaving now." He attempted to make his exit. Seeing him about to leave, Hao Ying hurriedly asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Hao Chen pointed at the maid and replied, "Do you think I can still enjoy my meal here?" Following his gaze, Hao Ying noticed the maid's eyes were already red from crying. She gently tugged at the maid's hand, whispering, "Enough of this commotion. Go wash your face." The maid seemed to heed Hao Ying's words without objection. Wiping her eyes, she dashed toward the back courtyard. "Please sit down," Hao Ying offered as she handed Hao Chen a portion of the breakfast that the maid had just brought. Stealing a glance at him, she softly inquired, "What did you do last night?" Hao Ying found it difficult to believe that Hao Chen had indeed sought the company of a woman in the flower house the previous night. Hesitantly, she inquired about it. Observing her demeanor as she questioned him, Hao Chen felt a sense of discomfort. He preferred interacting with the frosty and forceful young lady, Hao Ying. "Last night, Liao Wu and I went to the blood arena located beneath the flower house to witness mortals engage in blood sports. Is there a problem?" Hao Chen candidly relayed his whereabouts from the previous evening. Upon hearing his words, Hao Ying's heart brimmed with joy. Chapter 216. The ancestor is unwell. Hao Chen had been selected as a senior guardian by the Hao family, alongside other elite members, to venture to the ancient battlefield of Huanhe. 3 days had passed, and Hao Chen arrived early at the entrance of Hao Ying's courtyard. "You are quite early," he remarked, waiting for her to emerge. "Is it not early enough?" Hao Chen heard Hao Ying's voice from behind and thought to himself, "It's still early. The sun is already shining brightly. It seems I must postpone by a day. My great-grandfather's health is not well, and I need to check on him. You should return for now. I will seek you out when I depart," he said, hurriedly making his way to the residence of the ancestor. "Wait for me. I will accompany you to see the ancestor," Hao Ying exclaimed upon hearing of the ancestor's illness, and hurried to catch up with Hao Chen. "Very well," Hao Ying replied briskly, not even turning her head. "Ah," Hao Ying sighed, then continued, "Recently, my great-grandfather's condition has been deteriorating day by day. He was able to cultivate some time ago, but 3 days ago, his body could no longer endure, and it seems his chronic illness has resurfaced." "Is it truly that serious?" Hao Chen was taken aback, showing deep concern as he inquired, "Hao Ying, do you know the nature of this chronic illness?" "As far as I know, during his earlier battles, my great-grandfather was afflicted by a dark energy. although it may not have appeared severe at first. He has been suppressing it with his vital energy, Hao expressed her worries. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen finally felt a sense of relief. It's nothing. I shall see if I can offer a remedy, he remarked nonchalantly. What? Just you? Hao was startled and questioned with skepticism. Are you joking, Hao Chen? Hao, one must not judge by appearances, Hao Chen replied with a cheerful smile. He was confident in his ability to dispel the dark energy, otherwise he would not have made such a statement. However, Hao still regarded him with disbelief, thinking to herself, my great-grandfather often says that those without facial hair are unreliable in their endeavors. I have yet to observe anything particularly remarkable about him. Let us not create unnecessary troubles. Thus, she voiced her concerns. Hao Chen, it might not be necessary. My father has already sought out Master Liu. Master Liu? Hao Chen paused, a look of suspicion crossing his face as he asked, is he the renowned physician, Liu Longzhong, from Yimenhaozhou? Indeed, you are familiar with him? Hao replied. Oh, I see. Hao Chen responded casually, saying, it's of no consequence. The more hands, the better. Allow me to observe when he arrives. Hao Chen and Hao exchanged glances, both slightly displeased, their voices rising a tad, as if intentionally revealing something. Hao, do I appear to be someone who lacks seriousness? Furthermore, I am merely observing. There is no certainty that I will treat him. We can discuss it further when Master Liu arrives. Hao Chen understood Hao Ying's concerns and comforted him gently. Oh, Hao responded, sticking out his tongue. Leading Hao Chen to the residence of Hao Tianbei. A wry smile crossed Hao Chen's face as he mused. Do I really resemble an embroidered pillow? Ah, youth indeed goes unnoticed. Upon arriving at the ancestor's abode, he did not see the little boy and glanced around, finding no trace of him. My brother has gone to see my mother. There's no need to search for him, Hao informed, knowing that Hao Chen was looking for his younger brother, Hao Feng. The ancestor was resting in his study, and Hao guided Hao Chen there. Inside the study, the ancestor was reading, but due to his poor condition, he had unknowingly fallen asleep. It was not until he heard a knock that he awakened, saying, come in. Great-grandfather, how have you been lately? Hao hurriedly inquired upon entering the room. Not bad. I'm still alive, Hao Tianbei replied playfully, like a mischievous child. Pa, how could great-grandfather ever die? He will live to be 100. Hao quickly retorted. The ancestor chuckled heartily, and upon seeing Hao Chen, he looked at him curiously and asked, Hao Chen, you are here? Great-grandfather, I brought Hao Chen to examine your health, Hao explained. Haha, Hao Chen, what do you think is wrong with me? The ancestor asked with keen interest. Isn't your body being eroded by demonic energy? Hao Chen replied. Hao paused, realizing he had just mentioned this illness himself. How shameless. Haha, besides that, the ancestor inquired jovially. Forgive my ignorance, but I am unable to discern the issue. May I have the opportunity to examine you? Hao Chen said earnestly. Very well, go ahead, the ancestor replied casually. Great-grandfather, Hao anxiously cautioned. She had basically categorized Hao Chen as a fraud. How could she allow him to examine the great-grandfather? No worries, it's merely an examination, the ancestor reassured casually, rolling up his sleeves, indicating for Hao Chen to take his pulse. Hao Chen, not one to hesitate, sat down and placed his hand on the ancestor's wrist, beginning the examination. However, as he did so, his expression became peculiar. How could this be? 2 pulses? Hao Chen's mind raced. He thought he must have made a mistake and continued. Yet the 2 distinct pulses persisted. What was happening? 2 pulses, known as the joy pulse, typically only appear in pregnant women. How could a venerable old man like the ancestor possess 2 pulses? Something was amiss. After a moment of astonishment, Hao Chen regained his composure and released his spiritual sense, meticulously scanning the ancestor's body to uncover the truth. At that moment, as Hao Chen activated his spiritual awareness, the ancestor's eyes, which had been squinted, suddenly opened wide, revealing a glimmer of light. It was as if he sensed something, his heart filled with shock, yet his face betrayed little change in expression. Just then, Hao Ying's father, Hao Yuanquan, returned, accompanied by a septuagenarian, the renowned Dr. Liu Lao from Yuqing. Grandfather Liu, you have come. Hao greeted sweetly. Little Ing, after all these years, you've grown into a young lady. It's time for you to consider marriage. Liu Lao chuckled warmly. Grandfather Liu, you only know how to tease me. I have no intention of marrying. I wish to stay by great-grandfather's side forever. Hao huffed in annoyance at that moment. She bore no resemblance to a 17 or 18-year-old young lady, but rather appeared as a mere 13 or 14-year-old girl. Elder, How has your health been of late? Has the chronic illness flared up again? Lu Lao directly inquired. Indeed, the elder responded, if this continues, I cannot be certain I shall survive this spring. Great-grandfather, do not speak such nonsense. How could that be? You must live to a ripe old age, as you promised to witness my marriage, Howing insisted. Howing. Did you not just say you would not marry? Lu Lao teased. Howing, displeased, displayed a sulky expression. Silly girl, the elder chuckled. At that moment, Lu Lao noticed Hao Chen, who was attending to the elder, and inquired with surprise, Elder, who is this? Grandfather Liu, this is Hao Chen, a high-ranking guard of the Hao family, Howing quickly introduced. Oh, is this young man a physician? Lu Lao was taken aback, while Howing promptly urged, Hao Chen, step aside so Grandfather Liu can examine great-grandfather. Hao Chen furrowed his brow, not due to Hao Ying's words, but rather the seriousness of the elder's condition. Howing, do not be discourteous, the elder admonished. Howing pouted in dissatisfaction, standing beside Hao Chen, who was equally displeased. Hao Chen moved aside, remaining silent as he observed Lu Lao taking the elder's pulse, his mind quietly pondering. After a while, Lu Lao completed the pulse-taking, his expression reflecting a sense of pessimism. The situation was more grave than he had anticipated. Grandfather Liu, how is my great-grandfather? Howing asked with concern. Lu Lao sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation, as if to imply helplessness. Grandfather Liu, are you not a divine physician? Can even a divine physician not cure great-grandfather's ailment? Howing pressed. Lu Lao offered a bitter smile, acknowledging the complexity of the elder's illness. Enough, Howing, life and death are predestined, and wealth and nobility lie in the hands of fate, the elder remarked with a sense of resignation. Great-grandfather, Howing cried out sorrowfully, collapsing into her grandfather's embrace, her sobs unceasing. At that moment, after a period of contemplation, Hao Chen inquired, Elder, I have a question I wish to pose, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Oh, Howing was taken aback, eagerly asking, Hao Chen, have you discerned something? Howing, I am merely speculating. I cannot be certain of the details, Hao Chen replied humbly. Very well, you all may leave for now. Only Hao Chen and Grandfather Liu shall remain, the elder commanded. Howing was displeased. All right, silly girl, you may go, the elder said. Hao Ying and Hao Yuanquan exited with displeasure. At that moment, only Hao Tianbei, Liu the physician, and Hao Chen remained in the room. Hao Chen, feel free to express any questions you may have, the elder encouraged. Chapter 217. The poison of blood qi. Once only the three of them were left in the room, Hao Tianbei observed Hao Chen's flickering expression and said, Hao Chen, do not hesitate to ask your question. Hao Chen paused, contemplated, and then asked, Elder, has your spiritual awareness ever been subjected to an attack akin to spiritual consumption? You have perceived it? The elder was taken aback, not anticipating that Hao Chen would indeed discern it. With a long sigh, he continued, Indeed. My spiritual awareness has been attacked and has yet to recover. Allow me to elaborate. Lao Lu observed that the elder wished to speak, yet hesitated. He then took the opportunity to continue the conversation. Hao Chen, in his youth, the elder was exceptionally gifted. By the age of 40, he had cultivated his internal energy and embarked on the path of immortality. The elder is a practitioner of both law and martial arts. After a brief pause, Lao Lu continued, However, fate is often unpredictable. During his travels, he encountered a formidable practitioner from the demonic sect, and in their fierce battle, this adversary sought to devour the elder's consciousness. With a resigned sigh, Lao Lu remarked, Forced into a desperate struggle, the elder fought valiantly, but both were left grievously injured. The elder was poisoned, the blood toxin infiltrating his body and severely damaging his consciousness. Lao Lu spoke haltingly. To this day, remnants of the blood toxin linger in his mind. Only a powerful figure from the realm of immortals could hope to cure him. Over the years, we have sought numerous practitioners for diagnosis, yet all have returned empty-handed. It is indeed the work of the demonic sect. No wonder I detected 2 pulses during the examination. Hao Chen mused inwardly. Let us not dwell on the past. It is all but a bygone tale. Even now, his consciousness has not regained a semblance of strength. Instead, the blood toxin continues to intensify, flooding his sea of consciousness, and his vital energy is increasingly unable to contain it. Under the erosion of this blood toxin, both his mind and body grow ever weaker, and I cannot predict how many days he has left, the elder lamented. After absorbing Lao Lu and the elder's recounting, Hao Chen fell into contemplation for several breaths before speaking. Elder, in truth, restoring your consciousness is not as challenging as it may seem. I too have endured a similar severe injury to my consciousness, and I have since made a full recovery. What? Restoring consciousness is not difficult? Hao Chen, surely you jest. The elder inquired, astonished. One must understand that for practitioners of immortality, consciousness is akin to a second soul. Even the slightest injury could result in lifelong repercussions. Elder, I assure you, I am not jesting, Hao Chen stated with utmost seriousness. He continued, the current challenge lies not in the restoration of your consciousness, but rather in eliminating the blood toxin from your sea of consciousness. Otherwise, even if your damaged consciousness were to heal, the lingering blood toxin would continue to ravage it. That is manageable. I am well versed in a sealing technique. It is this very method that has allowed me to survive these years. Had my sea of consciousness not been so severely injured back then, I would have eradicated the blood toxin long ago, the elder replied, regaining a semblance of hope. Now I am confident that I can seal away the blood toxin once more. Then it shall be simple, Hao Chen declared. Elder, please have someone prepare the necessary medicinal herbs. The older the better. I will assist you in refining the gathering spirit pill to restore your sea of consciousness, and subsequently, we shall eliminate the blood toxin within it. The gathering spirit pill? Lao Lu paused, as if recalling something, his expression tinged with disbelief. Hao Chen, you possess the ability to refine pills? You're a pill master? Hao Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lao Lu was aware of such matters. Indeed, Lao Lu, I can refine pills. He then proceeded to inform the elder of the required herbs for preparation. The secret of the gathering spirit pill lies not in its formula, but in the methods of refining the herbs, the order of their application, and the precise control of heat. Which is why Hao Chen was unperturbed by others' learning of the recipe. At that moment, a voice rang out, beckoning those outside to enter. Hao Ying and her father, Hao Yuanquan, entered the study. Upon arrival, Hao Ying eagerly inquired, Grandfather Liu, how is my great-grandfather's condition? You can cure him, can't you? Hao Ying, please do not be overly agitated. If I could have treated your great-grandfather's illness, I would have done so long ago, without delay, Elder Liu replied. Upon hearing that treatment was not possible, tears streamed down Hao Ying's face, prompting Elder Liu to hastily reassure her. Do not be sorrowful, Hao Ying. While I may not be able to heal him, Hao Chen possesses the ability to do so. The reason I summoned you is to prepare the medicinal herbs. Hao Chen can heal him. Hao Ying was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief as she turned to Hao Chen and asked, Hao Chen, can you truly cure my great-grandfather's ailment? I will do my utmost, Hao Chen replied nonchalantly. Hao Ying paused, her gaze toward Hao Chen filled with a mix of emotions. At that moment, Elder Liu beckoned Hao Yuanquan, handing him the list of medicinal herbs that Hao Chen had just written, instructing him to gather them. Hao Chen, why not stay here for the time being? It is quite tranquil for refining elixirs, Elder Liu suggested, then addressed Hao Ying. Please prepare a secluded room for Hao Chen to concoct the elixirs. Grandfather, I wonder if I could request a guest room, Elder Liu chuckled, wishing to learn the art of elixir refinement alongside Hao Chen for convenience. Very well, Hao Ying, prepare 2 rooms, Elder Liu agreed. Seeing the elder's decision, Hao Chen accepted without hesitation. He was aware that Elder Liu's body had long been afflicted by blood toxins, leading to a decline in some bodily functions. The elder had been suppressing these ailments with his vital energy, making it difficult to discern any outward signs of ill health. He then retrieved a revitalizing purple pill from his storage pouch and offered it to Elder Liu. Considering the elder's long-term sealing of the blood toxins, he deemed it appropriate to present the revitalizing purple pill. This elixir could completely restore any diminishing strength caused by seals or internal injuries. As soon as the revitalizing purple pill entered Elder Liu's mouth, it transformed into a warm force that coursed down his throat. Although the process was slow, it enveloped the elder's meridians, instantly healing scarred channels. As the miraculous power of the revitalizing purple pill filled Elder Liu's bloodstream, the warmth elicited a peculiar sensation within him. A half-hour later, his complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, and his heartbeat normalized. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the elder's eyes began to stir. Before long, he opened his eyes. Thank you. Hao Tianbei, feeling revitalized, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The next step was to refine the gathering spirit pill. Only with restored health could he consume it to regain his consciousness and expel the blood toxins. Observing Elder Liu's revival, Grandfather Liu, who had been watching closely from the side, could hardly contain his amazement, silently exclaiming, "Incredible, truly remarkable." At this moment, Hao Ying and Hao Yuanquan returned to Elder Liu's residence. Upon seeing the elder restored to his former self, Hao Ying gazed at Hao Chen with deep emotion, unsure of what to say, and simply stood by, tears in her eyes. Chapter 218. Healing and Saving Lives. The Gathering Spirit Pill is ideal for practitioners whose spiritual awareness has been impaired, and it may also be employed to refine one's spiritual energy. Have you prepared all the medicinal herbs, Hao Ying? Hao Yin inquired, gazing at Hao Ying and her father. We're still missing the soul-separating wood, which is proving impossible to procure. What should we do? Hao Ying responded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at Hao Yin. Hao Yin had anticipated the rarity of the soul-separating wood. It was not guaranteed that Yuqing would possess it. However, he had some on hand, which prompted him to suggest the concoction of the Gathering Spirit Pill. Do not worry, I still have a bit left, he assured, examining the herbs that Hao Ying and her father had gathered. Aside from Hao Yuanquan, who remained to attend to the elder, the others accompanied Hao Yin to the alchemy chamber. In the process of crafting the Gathering Spirit Pill, Hao Ying, Grandpa Liu, and Hao Yin arrived at the designated room, prepared for the alchemical endeavor. He retrieved the Qinghuan alchemical cauldron and the Wuyin alchemical cauldron, channeling his true essence to ignite the alchemical flames and preheat the cauldrons. Only 3 portions of herbs. What shall I do? Alas, it seems we must rely on luck. Hao Yin thought to himself, his expression grave as he probed the cauldron with his spiritual awareness. Once the temperature reached the requisite level for pill making, he swiftly lifted the lid of the Qinghuan cauldron and began to add the herbs. 3 stalks of 100 refinements grass were deposited into the cauldron, and Hao Yin cautiously adjusted the flame to a gentle heat for the refining process. Boom! The 3 stalks of 100 refinements grass were reduced to ashes, vanishing instantaneously within the cauldron. A disheartening start. Hao Yin lamented, his spirits dampened as he observed the herb's disappearance. Let us try again. He added another 3 stalks of 100 refinements grass and carefully continued the refining process. A few drops of the refined liquid were transferred into the Wuyin alchemical cauldron, and fortunately, there were no complications this time. With unwavering focus, Hao Yin immersed himself in the alchemical process, exerting his spiritual awareness as the liquid within the cauldron churned rapidly. As time passed, a fragrant aroma began to waft from the cauldron. Calmly, Hao Yin opened the lid of the Wuyin alchemical cauldron, revealing 3 brown, plump, and enticingly fragrant Gathering Spirit pills. I actually succeeded. The fragrance of the pills is unmistakable, Grandpa Liu exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling with astonishment. 3. We have successfully refined 3 Gathering Spirit pills. Hao Ying observed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 3 pills in Hao Yin's hand. Hao Yin meticulously checked the remaining herb and arranged it methodically before continuing the refinement process for several more hours. Finally, he completed the last batch of pills. Together with the initial 3 Gathering Spirit pills, he placed them into a jade vial and stored them, along with the cauldron. Hao Yin's complexion had paled significantly, prompting him to swiftly consume a recovery pill to restore his vitality. Moments later, color gradually returned to his face. Throughout this period, Hao Ying and Grandpa Liu remained entirely focused on Hao Yin's alchemical work, apprehensive of missing even the slightest detail. At this moment, Hao Ying realized that her previous contest with Hao Yin had merely been a playful display. The potency of the alchemical flames he conjured was so formidable that they could easily consume the diminutive fire serpent she had summoned. Her self-satisfied spells likely appeared to him as mere tricks of a performer. At this juncture, Grandpa Liu regarded Hao Yin with the utmost reverence, almost deifying him. Regardless of whether the pills could heal the elder, the aroma wafting from the cauldron invigorated his spirit. Since alchemy is a method of the immortals, even if one cannot concoct elixirs, acquiring the knowledge to brew simple healing potions would be a tremendous fortune. With the elixirs successfully created, Hao Chen beckoned to the 2 individuals who were still lost in thought, guiding them back to the abode of the elder. Observing the 3 as they entered the room in succession, the elder felt a surge of excitement within. Perhaps salvation was at hand. Has the alchemy succeeded? Both the elder and Hao Yuanquan inquired in unison. Heaven has favored us. The concoction is complete. Hao Chen replied earnestly, I must conduct a thorough examination of the elder. After a comprehensive assessment of the elder's condition, Hao Chen discovered that the sea of consciousness had been severely damaged due to the corrosion of blood poison. Within the elder's soul imprint lay a segment entwined with this blood poison, which had festered and deteriorated over time, explaining the elder's declining health. Hao Chen mused. The elder's injuries indeed stem from a confrontation with a formidable opponent from a demonic sect. This adept of dark magic must belong to the Blood Shadow sect. Blood Shadow sect? That aligns with my knowledge. Their sinister practices are notorious for corroding the soul, instilling dread among cultivators, Hao Chen acknowledged. Hao clasped his hands tightly, holding his breath as he cautiously asked, Do you possess a way to completely eradicate the blood poison and save my great-grandfather? Hao, the elder admonished softly, causing Hao to shrink back and lower his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Chen hesitated before responding. There is a possibility. I will endeavor to attempt it. But success or failure rests in fate's hands. Is there truly a way? Hao Ying's eyes brightened, and Hao Yuanquan revealed a look of excitement as well. The elder had suffered for years under the grip of illness. Should he regain his vitality, he could certainly thrive for another decade or more. Let us treat this dying horse as if it were still alive. I shall do my utmost, Hao Chen declared, leading Hao Tianbei into the bedroom and softly closing the door. Inside the room, Hao Chen assisted the elder onto the bed, saying, Forgive me, senior. The elder smiled. No need for concern. Proceed as you must. I am but an old man on the verge of death. Any additional day of life is a blessing. Hao Chen steadied the elder and activated the spirit eye technique, projecting his consciousness as a stream of light that penetrated the elder's sea of consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he channeled the soul nurturing technique, releasing an aura of dark attributes which effortlessly settled upon a seal within the elder's sea of consciousness. A strand of black blood poison, contorted like a serpent, was suppressed within the elder's seal. The blood poison, engulfed by the dark magical power, writhed and shrieked, attempting to escape its confines. Seeking to flee? Hao Chen employed a devouring technique to consume the blood poison within the elder's sea of consciousness. As the poison gradually weakened, he unleashed a formidable net of consciousness to ensnare it. Suddenly, a burst of black light shot forth from the elder's body, unexpectedly entering Hao Chen's form. This blood poison had long dwelled within the elder's sea of consciousness, consuming its nutrients and had developed a semblance of sentience. Hao Chen was reluctant to destroy this serpentine blood poison outright. The poison that entered his body was transported into the space of his jade pendant, sealed within a jade vial. He intended to harness this sentient blood poison, cultivating it for his own use as a secret weapon against adversaries. Outside, Hao stood shoulder to shoulder with Grandpa Liu, both appearing exceedingly anxious. Grandpa Liu, do you think he can truly succeed? Hao felt a chill in his hands, trembling incessantly. Surely, he could succeed. He was a person capable of miracles. After hearing Grandpa Liu's words, Hao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, subtly lifting the corners of his lips to reveal a proud smile, silently affirming, Hao Chen is truly remarkable. Approximately 2 hours later, the door creaked open, and Hao Chen emerged, rubbing his forehead, his complexion pale, as if he had expended an immense amount of energy. What happened? Hao was the first to rush to Hao Chen's side, inquiring. The blood poison had eroded for too long, causing significant damage to my consciousness, Hao Chen replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the faces of Hao Ying and his father, Hao Yuanquan, turned ashen, nearly swaying on their feet. However, unexpectedly, Hao Chen shifted his tone. Nevertheless, I ultimately managed to eradicate it, and also took the liberty of restoring the ancestral health. The father and daughter experienced a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, nearly fainting. Just as they were about to speak, a familiar voice resonated from within the room. Coer, Inger. Startled, the pair turned their gaze inside, where they beheld a venerable elder with snow-white hair standing at the threshold. Though he leaned against the door for support, his spirit was invigorated, his complexion radiant, appearing nothing like someone recently recovered from a severe illness. Great-grandfather, Hao exclaimed loudly, his eyes wide in disbelief, scarcely able to accept the sight before him. His grandfather, long plagued by illness, now appeared vibrant and healthy. Was this truly real? Hao Chen chuckled. Aren't you going over? It was only then that Hao regained his senses, rushing forward like a gust of wind, and enveloped the elder in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face. Even Hao Yuanquan and Grandpa Liu could not help but shed tears. The elder gently patted Hao Ying's back, feeling a lump in his throat. He looked up and sighed. Do not fear, for great-grandfather will always be here. Observing the four in a state of joyful tears, Hao Chen could not help but ponder. Mother and father, Where are you truly? When will our family be reunited? Suddenly, a pair of hands quietly clasped his own. Hao Chen looked down to find Hao Ying, who, unbeknownst to him, had come to his side, gazing up with a smile, as if to say, I am also your family. Instantly, Hao Chen smiled back, firmly squeezing Hao Ying's hand. Indeed, you are my family. Moments later, the elder approached Hao Chen. His eyes filled with gratitude, and clasped his hands together, saying, Thank you, benefactor. Please allow this old man to bow before you. Before the words could fully leave his lips, the elder bent his knees, attempting to kneel. Absolutely not. Hao Chen exclaimed in shock, quickly grasping the elder to prevent him from falling. The grace you have shown is equivalent to a rebirth. You must not kneel. The elder's tone was resolute. Hao Chen smiled wryly. If you bow to me, I shall lose years from my life. You would not wish for that, would you? The elder displayed a moment of hesitation. Hao Chen helped him to his feet. It is but my duty. You need not go to such lengths. Chapter 219. Sweetness after bitterness. You three should step outside. I have matters to discuss with the elder. Hao Chen had no alternative but to lay his cards on the table. Upon hearing that Hao Chen wished for them to leave, the three understood that he had some secrets to discuss with the elder and discreetly exited the room. Once the three had vacated the chamber, Hao Chen cast a soundproofing spell, enveloping the room, and set up an illusionary array at the door of the bedroom. Only then did he pull the elder into the bedroom. Unfilial great-grandson Hao Chen, on behalf of my grandfather Hao Yuanquan, pays homage to our ancestors. With a heavy heart, Hao Chen unleashed a powerful bomb, causing the ancestral figure to be thrown off balance. You claim to be the grandson of my son Hao Yun? Hao Tianbei exclaimed, nearly fainting from excitement. After so many years of venturing into the world, returning home gravely injured and unable to find his youngest son Hao Yun, he had been consumed by the blood poison that clouded his mind, leaving him no time to search for Hao Yun. Nevertheless, the ancestor never abandoned the search for Hao Yun's whereabouts. To this day, the mercenary hall in Yuqing still displays a notice seeking information on him. The ancestor had sent numerous individuals across the lands to inquire about Hao Yun. Yet each endeavor yielded no results. Alive or dead, there was no trace. This infuriated the ancestor to the point of venting his frustrations during the family elder meetings. How could a fine son be forced from home by his own kin while I was away? Indeed, I am the grandson of Hao Yuanlong, and my grandmother is Jiang Xiaocui. Here is my grandfather's identity token. Hao Chen declared as he produced Hao Yuanlong's identity token from his storage bag and presented it to Hao Tianbei. As the ancestor received the token and examined it, tears streamed down his face. It was undoubtedly Hao Yuanlong's. Hao Chen and Hao Tianbei engaged in conversation about their grandfather's past, his current situation, and family residence, revealing to the ancestor that Hao Yuanlong had become a cultivator proficient in both martial and mystical arts. Hao Yuanlong had reached the 10th level of qi refinement and was on a quest to find news of his parents, Hao Yuheng and Zifengwu. They recounted their journey through Xia Town, where they had destroyed the blood demon's dark base, annihilated the Wang family, avenged the Jiang family, encountered the venerable ancestor Yuan Yuquan, and healed the ancestor who had lost a limb, sharing every detail. Hao Chen also relayed the news that his two daughters-in-law were expecting, ensuring the continuation of the Hao lineage. This left the ancestor utterly astonished. His grandson was truly remarkable. By the age of 18, he had already reached mid-level Grand Martial Master, and his cultivation in the mystical arts was approaching the Yuan Dan realm, excelling in alchemy, formations, talisman crafting, and weapon forging. With such a descendant, the Hao family could finally find solace for their ancestors in the heavens. The only piece of information Hao Chen withheld was the establishment of a faction in Yuqing. Great-grandfather, I would prefer that none of the Hao family, aside from yourself, learn of this matter for the time being. I am a disciple of the Yunhai sect and am still being pursued by many enemies. I do not wish to implicate anyone else because of my plight. Hao Chen continued. As for the martial arts contest for courtship, it was merely a temporary measure, not a serious affair, especially considering that Hao Ying is my cousin. Indeed, it seems one cannot enter their own home without being family. On paper, Hao Ying is your cousin, but she is an orphan, brought home by me when she was very young. Found on my travels. She is a remarkable child, truly exceptional, the ancestor spoke, detailing Hao Ying's situation to Hao Chen. At this moment, not only had Hao Tianbei healed from his long-standing ailment, but he had also found his long-lost son, filling him with joy and contentment. With the burden of illness lifted and the restorative powers of the purple recovery pill and spirit-gathering pill revitalizing him, the stagnation of his cultivation began to loosen, as streams of vital energy surged forth from all directions. Hao Chen recognized that the ancestor was on the verge of a breakthrough and hastily activated several formations to reinforce the ancestor's residence. "You are on the verge of a breakthrough?" Hao Chen inquired of the ancestor. "Indeed, the blood poison has been purged, and the cultivation that has been suppressed for years is beginning to loosen." Hao Tianbei confirmed the impending breakthrough. "There was no time to seek a suitable location for the breakthrough. Ancestor, you must meditate to stabilize the breakthrough while I quickly set up a gathering array." As he spoke, he retrieved the array foundation and flags from his storage ring, commencing the arrangement of the gathering array. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it was completed. "Enter the gathering array, ancestor." Following Hao Chen's guidance, Ancestor Hao Tianbei sat cross-legged within the array. Hao Chen then produced a jade vial containing the essence of 10,000 years from his storage ring, extracting a drop to place into Hao Tianbei's mouth. He subsequently took out various pills, including the revival pill, soul restoration pill, and yuan return pill, and arranged them beside the ancestor. The momentum of the breakthrough wreaked havoc on the ancestor's dwelling, scattering debris everywhere. The array barrier set by Hao Chen could not withstand the overwhelming force of the breakthrough for long and was soon shattered. With no shelter from the house, Hao Tianbei's forceful breakthrough spiraled out of control, accompanied by rumblings of thunder and a veil of mist. To avoid disrupting Hao Tianbei's advancement, Hao Chen hurriedly erected another barrier and laid down an illusion array, surrounding the gathering array with a substantial number of spirit stones. Only then did he send a message to Hao Ying and Hao Yuanquan, instructing them to evacuate the area swiftly while mobilizing all family forces to enter a state of heightened defense to fortify the Hao family security. He also commanded that no one be allowed to approach within 100 feet of the ancestor's residence, on pain of death. Several formidable consciousnesses swept across the Hao family domain. Under the scrutiny of Hao Chen's consciousness, which rivaled that of a nascent soul, none dared to approach the Hao residence. 2 days later, as sunlight once again broke through the depths of the clouds, Hao Tianbei slowly opened his eyes from meditation, two piercing gazes surveying the distance. With an ample supply of rare materials, Hao Tianbei not only broke through to the martial sovereign realm, but surged forward to attain mid-level martial sovereign cultivation, a level equivalent to that of the nascent soul. In the northern region of the Tianyuan continent, he could be regarded as an unparalleled figure. Such a consecutive breakthrough would have been utterly impossible without Hao Chen's protection and the absence of powerful external assistance. Naturally, there were those to clean up the aftermath of the breakthrough. At Hao Chen's gesture, two figures flickered and vanished, arriving at Xiaohao Mountain. Ancestor Hao Tianbei and Hao Chen made their way to the rear mountain of the Hao family, Xiaohao Mountain. Hao Chen handed a storage bag to the ancestor, saying, "Inside are some rare materials and a few elixirs I have refined, which will aid you in your future cultivation." He continued, "Since my whereabouts have been exposed, I do not intend to return to avoid unnecessary trouble. I will meet with the family at the entrance of the Huanhe ancient battlefield as promised. I have a secret force in Yuqing. Please keep an eye on it for me. Here is a token." As Hao Chen spoke, he produced a token and handed it to Hao Tianbei. He then remarked, "As for the lingering concerns regarding Grandpa's Hao Yunhu, I am powerless. Once a life is extinguished, all is at an end. As for the family's grand competition in 3 years, I shall not participate. Ancestor, if you have time, do visit the courtyard purchased by Grandpa in Dongxing Town, Yunzhou. It is a treasure for cultivation." At this moment, Hao Chen still did not forget to entice the ancestor to visit his home. "I shall certainly go there soon," the ancestor replied eagerly. "By the way, I almost forgot to mention, here are several Tianyuan fruits, each capable of extending life by a century. Please give one to Grandpa Liu, and keep the rest for yourself." Hao Chen said nonchalantly. He then produced a dozen empty storage bags and handed them to Hao Tianbei, saying, "These storage bags are also for you." Hao Tianbei was momentarily dumbfounded. The legendary Tianyuan fruits lay before him. Even as a martial artist of the martial sovereign realm, his hands trembled as he accepted the fruits, his lips moving but no words escaping. Additionally, Grandpa Liu mentioned learning alchemy and medicine. "I possess 2 secret manuals here. Please pass them on to him." With that, Hao Chen retrieved 2 volumes from the storage bag and presented them to the ancestor. "Ancestor, I am leaving. Take care." He bowed thrice, then vanished in a flurry of motion. Chapter 220. Outside the ancient battlefield, Hao Chen arrived alone at the entrance of the Hunyuan ancient battlefield. Before him lay a desolate expanse, already teeming with countless individuals. Yet, despite the throng gathered at the entrance, there was an eerie silence. The swirling black hole overhead, transformed over the course of 3 days, now resembled a gaping maw suspended in the air, emitting a ghostly glow that was particularly unsettling. This was the so-called entrance to the Hunyuan ancient battlefield. The nearest individuals radiated an oppressive aura, indicating their status as formidable figures of the continent. Hao Chen harbored a deep-seated enmity with the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Although he had eliminated those who confronted him directly, his identity and various portraits were still archived in the high-level records of the sect. Thus, after departing from the Hao family, Hao Chen concealed his presence and altered his appearance, adopting the aura of a mid-tier martial artist. He stealthily made his way toward the entrance of the Hunyuan ancient battlefield. Hao Chen was confident in his ability to mask his presence and disguise himself, believing that few would see through his ruse. Even those at the nascent soul or martial sovereign levels would likely overlook a mere martial apprentice. The allure of the Hunyuan ancient battlefield exceeded Hao Chen's expectations. Numerous practitioners at the late Qi refining and martial artist levels had gathered here. Hao Chen mused to himself, are these individuals truly here to charge into battle? The 3 sects and 2 factions, along with various smaller sects, were all selecting talented individuals and dispatching elite disciples, continuously streaming towards the Hunyuan ancient battlefield. However, amidst the crowd, few familiar faces emerged. After all, the few disciples he had known in the Yunhai sect had not advanced as swiftly in their cultivation. Members of prominent families had arrived, with Zizhuan alongside those from the Hao prefecture. Hao Ying, too, accompanied the Hao family to the entrance of the ancient battlefield. Among the crowd from the Yunhai sect, however, Hao Chen did not spot Yin Luo. Perhaps it was an act of protection? Yin Luo was the granddaughter of the elder Yun Xiao, who would undoubtedly be reluctant to let her face such peril. Suddenly, Hao Chen unexpectedly spotted 2 individuals, the 4th elder Feng Xiaonan and Luo Bei. Luo Bei from the Yunhai sect had previously sought to eliminate him outside the Tuo Mountain secret realm. That fateful encounter with senior brother Su had thwarted Luo Bei's ambitions. And now his unexpected appearance here, daring to breach the ancient battlefield, was quite surprising. The entity that commanded his utmost attention was none other than the Huayang sect. A contingent of several dozen individuals from the Huayang sect had arrived, each member possessing at least mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. With no fewer than 8 formidable practitioners in the Yuan Dan realm, and even 2 individuals who had transcended the Yuan Dan stage. Truly, they were a first-rate sect. Disciples from the smaller sects were compelled to show deference in their presence. Among them was a remarkably powerful young prince from the Huanyu Empire, boasting late-stage Yuan Dan cultivation, a testament to his extraordinary aptitude. As the crowd awaited the designated time, a palpable mix of tension and anticipation filled the air. In this interim, the Guardian Enforcement Team of the Huinha Ancient Battlefield commenced their routine examination of entrance qualifications, organizing them into successive groups for entry, collecting spirit stones, and issuing teleportation tokens. These tokens were exclusively for the use of those entering the ancient battlefield. Hao Chen communicated with Hao Ying. Having arrived at the location of the Hao clan, where he exchanged greetings with the venerable ancestor, Hao Tianbei, who had now mastered the breath-concealing and disguise techniques imparted by Hao Chen. To the untrained eye, the ancestor still appeared to be at the peak of the Grand Martial Master realm. After their meeting, Hao Chen discreetly handed him 2 distance communication talismans, one a mother talisman for sending messages, and the other a child talisman for receiving them. Due to his need for concealment, Hao Chen could not risk being recognized by others. Thus, he resorted to communicating with Zizhuan, summoning her and Hao Ying to his side. He distributed his recently crafted long-range detection and tracking devices to each, infusing them with a fragment of their spiritual essence. However, feeling a lingering sense of unease, he rummaged through his belongings and handed each of them an unsealed storage pouch. Hao Chen diligently cautioned the 2 women, while the major sects simultaneously used this opportunity to provide their disciples with meticulous advice and essential defensive items. At this moment, Feng Xiaonan, the 4th elder of the Yunhai sect, was persistently surveying the surroundings, hoping to uncover Hao Chen's whereabouts. Although Hao Chen had not alerted the others from Yunhai sect, he nonetheless communicated with Feng Xiaonan, and they discreetly retreated to a secluded area. Greetings, 4th elder. I am your disciple, Hao Chen, he said, bowing respectfully. You are Hao Chen? Feng Xiaonan inquired, astonished. Yes, that is indeed me, Hao Chen replied. Where have you been during this time? The sect has dispatched personnel to search far and wide, yet your presence eludes us, Feng Xiaonan pressed. I ventured into the secular realm to experience the hardships of life and to reconnect with family, fulfilling my familial duties, Hao Chen responded nonchalantly. You have already reached late-stage foundation establishment, Feng Xiaonan exclaimed, gazing at Hao Chen in disbelief. To demonstrate his cultivation level, Hao Chen released an aura characteristic of late-stage foundation establishment. No wonder Feng Xiaonan was taken aback. After merely a few months away from Qingqian Mountain, Hao Chen's cultivation had soared, nearing the Yuan Dan realm, truly a prodigy. Hao Chen briefly recounted his experiences since departing Qingqian Mountain, mentioning the resurgence of the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Yuqing apprised Elder Feng Xiaonan of the whereabouts of Ouyang Lai, the demise of Xiao Yun and Chu Bin, as well as the discovery of the imperial tombs in the western suburbs of the capital and the secrets of the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Hao Yan, wishing to shield the sect from potential repercussions, temporarily distanced himself from Yunhai sect to avert retaliation from the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Noticing that the time was ripe, Hao Yan concealed his aura and, before bidding farewell to Feng Xiaonan, bestowed upon her a storage pouch. He informed her that it contained 5 detoxifying beauty elixirs, with the request to deliver 2 to Yun Luo and Lu Su, while the remaining ones were to be arranged at her discretion, alongside a bottle of recovery purple pills and 3 heavenly origin fruits. Feng Xiaonan examined the contents of the storage pouch, remaining silent, yet her heart brimmed with exhilaration. Not long ago, she had been troubled in her quest for beauty elixirs. Having not advanced in a considerable time, without these elixirs, she faced the inevitability of aging, especially as she was already in her 30s. The powerful members of the enforcement team guarding the ancient battlefield of Hunk, alongside formidable figures from various sects, assessed that the time to open the battlefield was nearing. They opened their eyes from meditation, rising to stand at the entrance. At that moment, the enforcement team leader nodded at the representatives of each sect, clearing his throat before commanding, "Silence." Those scattered in various locations, unable to contain their eagerness upon witnessing the leaders of their respective sects rise, hastily stood to attention. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all aware of the reason for our gathering here. This is a site of an ancient battlefield, a place where our ancestors once fought valiantly to defend their homeland against invaders, leaving behind a poignant legacy of heroism. Entering the ancient battlefield serves 2 purposes. First, to pay homage to our fallen heroes. Second, periodically, we must conduct a purge within the battlefield to prevent the resurgence of any remnants of the invading forces. Within lies both opportunity and peril. You may receive the legacy of a great being, or you might, upon your initial entry, fall victim to the remnants of invaders or be devoured by the unique creatures of the battlefield. In essence, the battlefield is a realm of both fortune and danger. Should anyone feel apprehensive, now is the time to withdraw. He paused momentarily, scanning the crowd, and seeing no one falter in fear, nodded slightly. It was indeed a jest to think anyone would relinquish this opportunity. They were already aware of what lay ahead. The ruins of the ancient battlefield. How many great beings had perished there? Without even mentioning legacies, acquiring any artifact would be an immense fortune. Only a fool would shy away from such an adventure. Moreover, how could one hope to attain treasures without a modicum of daring? For the sake of the wealth left by those great beings, they would dare traverse even the most treacherous of paths. After nodding in affirmation, the enforcement team leader continued. Excellent. It appears there are no cowards among us. I must also inform you that we are not the only ones present in this ancient battlefield. The Hunk ancient battlefield connects with numerous continents, and practitioners from various realms enter through diverse channels, which means you will encounter true prodigies from across the lands. As he spoke, he cast a profound gaze upon the talented individuals from various sects and noble families, clearly addressing them. The group, including Hao Chen, straightened their postures, eyes gleaming with intensity. Thus, within this realm, you must not only be wary of the dangers surrounding you, but also of the disciples from other regions. The law enforcement team's strongman narrowed his eyes and changed his tone. When encountering gifted individuals or treasures, seize what you can and flee if you cannot. If one cannot overpower, then 2. If 2 cannot suffice, then a group. Do you all understand? The crowd below twitched at the corners of their mouths, but nodded in agreement. Understood. Hao Chen chuckled inwardly. This old man speaks in a manner I appreciate. The law enforcement team's strong man smiled and nodded, then, with a serious expression, continued. Remember, this journey is your singular opportunity to strengthen yourselves swiftly. Make sure to seize it. If you encounter individuals from other regions, strive to avoid conflict, for you are not their match. However, should you come across an opportunity, do not hesitate. You are the hope of the Tianyuan continent, the elite of our northern 3 regions. Proceed with utmost caution. 3 hours from now, the ancient battlefield will truly commence. Prepare yourselves. In truth, the strong man's words were primarily directed at the disciples from the major sects and families, particularly those chosen for their potential. Even they were aware that this expedition was fraught with peril, yet they had no choice but to send these individuals forth, preferring to sacrifice some inconsequential lives rather than miss the chance to cultivate a genius disciple. Sometimes, those deemed ordinary may rise to greatness due to their unique fortune once they enter the perilous lands. 3 hours swiftly passed. Dozens of ancient beings flew toward the fissure, gradually approaching the horizon, forming seals to enter. In an instant, a portal of space materialized. The law enforcement team's strongman bellowed, "Go!" Following the order, the disciples of the 3 sects and 2 gates entered first, followed by those from various sects, noble families, and independent cultivators of the Tianyuan continent. This luminous gateway was vast, accommodating many to enter simultaneously. Hao Chen entered after Ziju, observing how the massive opening devoured the disciples like dumplings. Without further hesitation, he grasped Hao Ying's hand and stepped into the enormous spatial portal. Chapter 221. Harvesting without restraint. The moment he stepped through the spatial gateway, Hao Chen felt as if he traversed a lengthy tunnel. Contrary to his expectations of a challenging passage, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense forest. Noting his surroundings, Hao Chen thought, I should first find a safe place to hide, then gradually survey my environment. The ancient battlefield was rife with dangers, and he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. Upon entering the spatial portal, everyone would be teleported to different locations within the ancient battlefield, with each transmission being uncertain. Though he held Hao Ying's hand, the force of the space pulled them apart. If fortune did not favor them upon entering the ancient battlefield, one might be directly teleported to a perilous location or face a ferocious beast. Upon entering the ancient battlefield, the foremost task is to ascertain the safety of the surroundings, allowing for a timely retreat should danger arise. Hao Yin chose a towering tree, preparing to ascend. However, he soon realized that spatial restrictions prohibited flight. Contemplating this, he thought perhaps he could utilize the wings of wind. Attempting to manifest the wings of wind proved fruitful, as long as he possessed sufficient true energy. He could indeed soar without relying on original energy. Quietly concealed amidst the lush foliage of the tree, he observed his surroundings, remaining perfectly still. At this moment, Hao Yin discovered that his spiritual perception was also hindered by spatial restrictions, limiting his detection range to a mere 200 yards. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed without the sight of any beings or ferocious beasts. Finally, he let out a slow, relieved breath. As he descended from the tree, he exercised utmost caution, careful not to make excessive noise. In Hao Yin's recollection, the ruins of the ancient battlefield were filled with endless yellow sands and a pervasive aura of slaughter, with crumbling walls and corpses painting a picture of desolation and bloodshed. To his surprise, the area was instead vibrant with life and tranquility. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to explore this place. In addition to seeking his companions, he aimed to find an escape route for himself. Yet, which direction should he pursue? Retrieving a tracking device from his storage pouch, he infused it with true energy. However, there was no sign of the spiritual presence of Hao Ying and Zijuan, indicating they were likely too far away for the device to detect. With a sigh, he reluctantly stowed the tracking instrument away. Suddenly, he recalled the jade pendant containing the space of Xiaotsue. Calling out with his spiritual sense yielded no response. Upon probing further, he found Linger and Xiaotsue peacefully slumbering within the jade pendant space, undisturbed and unresponsive to any external stimuli. Hao Yin quickly slipped into the space, observing that the 2 little ones were soundly asleep. He shook his head in resignation. It seemed the power of the space had rendered them dormant, and he was uncertain when they would awaken. Exiting the pendant space, Hao Yin mused, since I can utilize the wings of wind here, surely I can employ the flying shuttle as well. He retrieved the shuttle, set the energy stone, and, with a thought, it swiftly maneuvered through the air. This device was indeed functional, and he promptly stored it away. In this unfamiliar realm, where spatial restrictions suppressed the use of original energy for flight, Hao Yuanquan practiced his remaining aerial capabilities, ensuring he was adequately prepared. After surveying the vicinity once more, he selected the highest peak in sight and cautiously made his way toward it. The safest method of traversing the ancient battlefield was to run along the ground. Even if he were capable of flight, he dared not take such risks. The open air was vulnerable to detection by either foes or beasts, and thus, like many others, Hao Yuanquan chose to remain grounded. Within the depths of the Hunchuan ancient battlefield, encounters with ferocious beasts were a constant threat. These creatures, uniquely native to the battlefield, were distinct from those found in the outside world. Dubbed Huns, these beasts ranged in strength from level 5 to 7. Unlike the demonic beasts, the hybrid beasts exhibit an insatiable thirst for blood and an extreme ferocity, yet their intelligence is profoundly lacking, driven solely by primal instincts. Their relentless attacks render hybrid beasts even more terrifying in the ancient battlefield, as these creatures harbor an intense hatred for outsiders. Upon sensing the presence of humans nearby, they unleash a frenzied assault. While confronting a single hybrid beast may not be overly daunting, the situation escalates dramatically upon the sound of conflict, as surrounding hybrid beasts rush to join the fray. Even formidable warriors at the Ascension or Martial Emperor level may find themselves in dire straits when faced with a multitude of hybrid beasts. Moreover, there exist hybrid beasts of levels 8 and 9 or higher, though such powerful entities typically guard treasures of heaven and earth, rarely wandering freely. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of an unfortunate individual encountering a hybrid beast of level 8 or above. Thus, in the ancient battlefield of the hybrid river, one must remain vigilant and cautious, for danger lurks at every turn. As he cautiously traverses a particular direction, Hao Chen maintains a deliberate pace, employing his spiritual sense to survey his surroundings. Within the confines of the hybrid river battlefield, Hao Chen can only extend his spiritual perception to objects within a radius of 200 zhang. This distance, neither particularly long nor short, holds immense significance for Hao Chen. It represents his sole means of survival in the perilous terrain. Should he be able to detect danger in advance, his safety within the ancient battlefield would be considerably enhanced. However, sustaining such a state of vigilance demands a significant expenditure of his spiritual power, and his slow progress becomes a necessary sacrifice for his safety. In Hao Chen's strategy, he does not intend to delve into the depths of the hybrid river battlefield merely to seek treasures of heaven and earth. Rather, he aims to familiarize himself with the environment and the strength of the hybrid beasts. Treading cautiously through the forest, he moves silently, without a whisper. The trees here are colossal, seemingly ancient, having existed for countless years. As he journeys onward, Hao Chen finally comprehends why, despite the inherent dangers of the hybrid river battlefield, so many individuals are eager to enter. The abundance of treasures within this realm is simply overwhelming. Since entering the battlefield, Hao Chen has yet to encounter any extraordinary treasures. However, he has stumbled upon a plethora of ordinary herbs scattered throughout the forest. While these herbs may not possess high ranks, each one has matured over many years, making them rare finds. For some, these herbs may seem inconsequential, as the average person rarely recognizes their true value. Yet for Hao Chen, this place is undoubtedly a veritable trove of natural riches. He has gathered numerous aged herbs. Despite their lower classifications, their extensive maturation renders them worth tenfold, even 100-fold more than their counterparts found outside. Furthermore, some herbs cannot be stored in his jade pendant, but the expansive space within allows for the accommodation of various items and even the cultivation of plants. Hao Chen could not help but marvel at his decision to visit the ancient battlefield of Huina. Merely the sight of these medicinal herbs filled him with excitement. At that moment, Hao Chen wielded a scythe in his left hand and a shovel in his right, sparing no effort to collect any spiritual grasses or herbs that caught his eye. Even the most ordinary of medicinal plants were not spared from his harvest. Chapter 222. A cautionary education. While Hao Chen was in the process of gathering a particular spiritual herb, a furious roar in the distance captured his attention. He hesitated for a moment, as the sound likely emanated from a Hun beast. However, his hesitation was brief, and he swiftly made his way toward the source of the roar. In a matter of moments, he had crossed a ridge, revealing a gorge ahead. from which the sounds of a fierce battle emerged. Hao Chen found himself on a precipice. After a moment's contemplation, he activated his wind wings and glided down into the gorge, descending an unknown distance. As he descended leisurely, a slight tremor of true energy vibrations above him suddenly caught his attention. Remaining ever vigilant, he quickly retracted his wind wings and pressed himself against a recess in the cliff, holding his breath and stifling all traces of his presence. After a brief interval, several dark shapes swiftly descended. They were unfamiliar avian creatures. Once the area fell silent, Hao Chen once again utilized his wind wings to glide a few more paces down, and his surroundings opened up before him. Below, a middle-aged man was engaged in a fierce struggle with a towering rhinoceros Hun beast, the conflict having persisted for some time, with the ground churned up and debris flying in all directions. The intensity of the battle was palpable, and it was evident that the middle-aged man had gained the upper hand. This was Hao Chen's first encounter with the Hun beasts of the ancient Huinhe battlefield. Unlike the demonic beasts of the outside world, these creatures were massive and formidable, comparable to a small wooden cabin. Their imposing physique rendered them terrifying, yet their size resulted in a slower attack speed. The middle-aged man relied on his agility to strike continuously at the Hun beast. At this moment, the Hun beast bore numerous wounds, while the man remained unscathed. The energy fluctuations emitted during the man's attacks clearly indicated that he was a master at the late stage of foundation establishment. Although he had the upper hand, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to vanquish the Hun beast, which was a level 4 rhinoceros Hun beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment. Due to its large size and slow speed, the middle-aged man had the advantage. Yet the Hun beast's formidable defensive capabilities meant that the damage inflicted by the man's assaults was not particularly severe. In truth, when encountering an insurmountable Hun beast in the ancient Huinhe battlefield, the most prudent course of action would be to circumvent it. Prolonged entanglement in battle with such beasts could easily attract swarms of them. However, human greed knows no bounds, and sometimes it demands a grave price, one's very life. The middle-aged man's relentless struggle with this Hun beast was likely motivated by the discovery of a rare treasure it was guarding. In the ancient battlefield of the Huinhe River, locations where formidable beasts known as Hun beasts manifest are often accompanied by precious natural treasures. To acquire these treasures, one must vanquish the guardian Hun beasts. Moreover, the Hun beasts themselves are treasures of considerable worth, for their corpses are more valuable than those of other beasts of the same rank. The battle rages on. Despite the middle-aged man exerting himself to the utmost in his assault, the Hun beast's formidable defense proves to be no mere facade. Though the creature is battered and bruised, it relentlessly charges at the man, its roars growing increasingly fierce. The middle-aged man furrows his brow, having engaged in this fierce struggle for quite some time. If he cannot swiftly conclude this confrontation, the distant Hun beasts, alerted by the sounds of battle, will hasten towards him, rendering his escape uncertain. Driven by the allure of the treasures guarded by the Hun beast, the man suddenly gathers an immense surge of energy. At this moment, Hao Chen realizes that the middle-aged man is preparing to unleash a decisive move. Indeed, as the man deftly evades the Hun beast's attacks, he continuously accumulates his internal magical energy. Just as the Hun beast misses its strike, the man swiftly leaps atop the creature, his palms radiating a dark imprint as they crash onto the beast's spine. The Hun beast emits a pitiful roar before collapsing heavily to the ground, vanquished. The middle-aged man stands before the fallen creature, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from the tremendous effort of his last maneuver. In the perilous environment of the Huinhe ancient battlefield, such actions are exceedingly reckless. Depleting one's magical energy in such a treacherous locale is decidedly unwise. The man's current state suggests that even a solitary Hun beast could easily claim his life. It is evident that he is gambling with his life. The potential reward of the treasures guarded by the Hun beast makes the risk seem worthwhile. As thoughts of these treasures kindle a fervent desire within him, the middle-aged man sits to gradually restore his magical energy. Observing his nearly spent energy, Hao Chen contemplates whether to strike and eliminate this man. Clearly, the Hun beast was guarding a valuable treasure, and in the current state of the middle-aged man, Hao Chen could easily dispatch him, claiming the treasure for himself. As Hao Chen ponders this, the distant roars of approaching Hun beasts disrupt his thoughts, prompting him to stabilize his mind and conceal himself. Hearing the surrounding roars, the middle-aged man hastily rises to his feet. Though reluctance grips him, reason dictates that remaining here would likely lead to his demise. Without hesitation, he takes flight to escape. But it is too late. On his path of retreat, he finds himself encircled by several formidable Hun beasts. Hao Chen, witnessing the emergence of these beasts, feels a chill run through him, as no fewer than a dozen Hun beasts appear from all directions. Had Hao Yuan acted earlier, the aura he emitted would have been detected by the hybrid beasts. Even if he had slain the middle-aged man, he would have faced dire consequences against such creatures, suffering grievously, if not fatally. The sight of so many hybrid beasts instilled considerable fear in the middle-aged man. Uncertain of his situation, he retrieved a pill from his storage ring and consumed it without hesitation. Despite his severe depletion of vital energy, he suddenly radiated a powerful surge of magical energy. The middle-aged man, propelled by this newfound strength, reached an extraordinary speed as he sought refuge in an area with fewer hybrid beasts. Hao Yuan was taken aback by the man's sudden burst of speed. Had he chosen to attack the middle-aged man just moments ago, he might have found himself in dire straits. This realization heightened Hao Yuan's vigilance. Those who ventured into the ancient battlefield of the hybrid river surely had their own hidden trump cards. Who would dare challenge the scythe without the means to defend themselves? The middle-aged man, known for his swiftness, now unleashed his full potential, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he raced away. Observing this, Hao Yuan mused that the man might just escape the encirclement. However, in a sudden turn, the middle-aged man halted, his rapid movement abruptly ceasing before a faint, beastly silhouette. This creature, resembling a small black panther, effectively intercepted him. Remarkably, various types of hybrid beasts seemed to coordinate their efforts to repel intruders. In an instant, the surrounding hybrid beasts converged, and against such overwhelming odds, even a master of the nascent soul stage would find it exceedingly difficult to flee. Moreover, as a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, the ensuing battle held no suspense. It wasn't long before the middle-aged man was overwhelmed and consumed by the beasts. Subsequently, the pack turned to the carcass of the hybrid beast he had slain, indulging in their sumptuous feast. Hao Yuan remained hidden in a crevice of the cliff, paralyzed with caution. The events of the first day within the ancient battlefield served as a profound lesson, illustrating the peril that accompanies greed and the folly of underestimating danger. The narrative reveals that once a person becomes blinded by greed and harbors misplaced confidence, they may lose their rationality, leading to tragic outcomes akin to the proverb "man dies for wealth, birds perish for food." Chapter 223. The fisherman gains in the ancient battlefield of the hybrid river. Peril lurks at every corner, demanding constant vigilance. A single misstep could lead to calamity. This vivid lesson left Hao Yuan deeply reflective. Should he encounter hybrid beasts without the certainty of a fatal strike, he would flee without hesitation. Regardless of how precious the treasures of heaven and earth might be, what value do they hold if one's life is lost? Hao Yuan speculated that perhaps there truly were treasures hidden in this land. Otherwise, the middle-aged man would not have risked his life in a battle to the death with the hybrid beasts. Seizing the opportunity while the creatures were preoccupied with their feast, Hao Yuan began to scan the vicinity for any heavenly materials. His consciousness swept across the area, and at last, he discovered a fruit tree laden with golden, radiant fruits near a spacious cave. Upon beholding the magnificent tree, the typically composed Hao Chen could not restrain a gasp of astonishment. The moment the exclamation escaped his lips, he realized its abruptness and promptly stifled it. Fortunately, the beast was preoccupied with its meal and did not catch wind of his surprise. However, the leopard-shaped creature turned its head, sniffing in the direction of Hao Chen's hiding place. As the beast detected the scent, Hao Chen swiftly retreated into the jade pendant space, fearing that a momentary lapse might lead to discovery. His quick thinking proved fortuitous. The instant he vanished, the leopard beast sprang forward, heading straight for his concealed location. Yet, upon finding no trace of him, it reluctantly returned to feast upon its delectable quarry. Once the leopard-shaped creature departed, Hao Chen cautiously emerged from the pendant sanctuary and stealthily approached the fruit-laden tree. Time was of the essence, for he needed to outpace the beast. Should the sanguine aroma dissipate and the fragrant fruit waft through the air, the tree would inevitably be exposed. He soon realized that the tree bearing the abundant fruit was none other than the rare golden yuan fruit, a celestial treasure essential for the crafting of the golden core pill. It was widely acknowledged among cultivators that consuming this fruit could enhance the probability of forming a core by a significant margin. Rumor had it that if refined into a golden core pill, it could bolster the chances of late-stage foundation cultivators breaking through to the core stage by as much as 30%, or even more. However, it was not a guarantee that consuming the pill would assure a breakthrough. Rather, it merely augmented the likelihood by 1 to 3/10. Yet, this increase in chances was enough to incite fierce competition among late-stage foundation cultivators. The middle-aged man who had just risked his life was likely driven by the allure of the golden yuan fruit. Having reached the late foundation stage, the fruit could greatly enhance his prospects of core formation, which explained his desperate measures. For an ordinary cultivator, the golden yuan fruit would be consumed directly. However, for Hao Chen, the situation was different. As a skilled alchemist, he recognized the fruit's potential. Although the increase in core formation probability was merely 30%, that fraction could determine one's destiny. Once this elixir was introduced to the world, many cultivators would willingly sacrifice everything to acquire it, especially martial cultivators, who would go to great lengths, even risking their lives, to obtain the golden yuan fruit. Martial cultivators differ from those who pursue immortality. The former hone their skills through the cultivation of martial techniques, forging a virtual core through physical training. In contrast, cultivators of the ethereal path focus on the refinement of the soul. The process of martial cultivation is predominantly physical, relying on the true qi from the dantian to harmonize with the meridians, thus achieving a new pinnacle of physical capability. In this world, why is it that the strength of martial grandmasters rivals that of core cultivators, yet they cannot form cores? It is because martial cultivators must reach the late martial sovereign stage to achieve core formation, after which they immediately transform into a nascent soul. This contrasts with cultivators of the ethereal path, who must traverse 2 stages to complete core formation, progressing from late foundation to core stage. Meanwhile, martial grandmasters remain categorized within the martial realm, which is subdivided into novice, intermediate, advanced, peak, and ultimate stages. People refer to the limit of martial artists as the great martial master, a level of cultivation that is arduous and slow to attain. The energy within the dantian condenses into a mere illusory dan, which cannot be considered a true elixir. This illusory dan can only solidify under rare circumstances in the later stages of martial cultivation. Although Hao Chen is currently at the mid-level of the great martial master, his dantian contains only an illusory dan. In Hao Chen's view, it is not even a true illusory dan, but rather a concentrated gas. This gas dissipates when the dantian is overexerted. Despite Hao Chen's inability to refine the golden dan at present, it is not due to a lack of skill, but rather a deficiency in essential herbs such as blood essence grass, spirit cleansing flower, and dan-forming grass. None of these spiritual herbs or medicinal plants are found within his jade pendant space. Particularly elusive is the blood essence grass, which only grows in ancient battlefields where blood has soaked the earth for millennia. Hao Chen couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. On the very first day in the Hunyuan ancient battlefield, he stumbled upon such extraordinary treasures, filling him with anticipation for the days ahead. He eagerly hoped to successfully gather the blood essence grass, spirit cleansing flower, dan-forming grass, and a millennium-old fulling needed to refine the golden dan. Creeping toward the fruit tree, he unceremoniously transferred the golden yuan fruit tree along with its soil into the jade pendant space. He then hastily rushed to the site where the middle-aged man had been slain, searching for remnants. He found only a precious sword. It seemed that all else had been devoured by the beasts. Frustrated, Hao Chen quickly departed from the bloody scene, treading carefully through the dense forest. Before long, he welcomed the first night in the Hunyuan ancient battlefield. The nights here are even more perilous than the days. The number of beasts lurking in the ancient battlefield remains unknown to him. Perhaps those that roam during the day differ from those that emerge at night, compelling Hao Chen to proceed with utmost caution. As dusk approached, he found refuge in the dense canopy of a towering tree. With a thought, he slipped into the jade pendant space, still preoccupied with the golden yuan fruit tree. Upon entering, he observed Linger and Xiao Chui planting the tree by the pond. Now, 4 trees, heavenly spirit fruit, heavenly origin fruit, earthly origin fruit, and golden yuan fruit, graced the pond's edge. Noticing Hao Chen's arrival, Xiao Chui effortlessly flew to his shoulder, affectionately pecking his face. Linger, meanwhile, approached with measured steps, gazing up at him and inquiring, "Have we entered an alternate dimension?" "This morning, Xiao Chui and I intended to play, but a wave of dizziness overcame us, and we fell asleep." After glancing at the golden yuan fruit tree, she continued. I only awoke when I noticed another fruit tree had appeared in this space. I feared the fruits might fall, so I called Hao Chui to help plant it securely. Hao Chui chimed in. This is a golden yuan fruit tree. We tasted a few fallen fruits. They were quite sweet. Linger spoke at length, not allowing Hao Chen a moment to interject. Once she finished, Hao Chen quickly responded. Indeed, we have entered the Hunyuan ancient battlefield. It is truly an alternate space. I was transported here upon entering the portal this morning. He mused. No wonder I felt so dizzy all at once. Linger confirmed her dizziness was a result of the influence of the spatial gate, which brought her a sense of relief. The surroundings were perilous, teeming with fierce creatures. When she first entered, the spatial restrictions prevented flight, and her spiritual sense could only extend 200 feet. I had returned twice. Once, I intended to send Hao Chui out for assistance, but, upon seeing you all in deep slumber, I chose not to disturb you. Not long ago, seeking refuge from the assaults of the beasts, I returned. Hao Chen mentioned his plan to enlist Hao Chui's help for our shelter. I was just contemplating a leisurely stroll. The alternate space is quite amusing, isn't it? Would you take me out for a little exploration later? Hao Chui conveyed this to Hao Chen through her spiritual sense. Since that incident on Qingqian Mountain, when she discovered her ability to communicate telepathically, Hao Chen had grown accustomed to it, promptly responding, No, it's too dangerous outside. We shall wait until we reach a safe location to wander. Be obedient. Hao Chui is the most well-behaved, isn't she? Hao Chui mused internally. Even if I am not obedient, I must act so, for we are in their territory. Nonetheless, she cleverly transmitted, I'm not afraid. The feathered tiger will protect me. However, lacking a beast-taming pouch, let us put this outing on hold. Hurry and procure one for me. Otherwise, I might just venture out on my own. All right, search the storeroom. If it's not there, I will find a way to get you one. Hao Chen replied without hesitation. After a playful interlude with Linger and Hao Chui, they guided Hao Chen around the jade pendant space. After some time of amusement, Hao Chen exchanged pleasantries with the spirit and the bird before exiting the jade pendant's realm. Chapter 224. A New Day. The ancient battlefield is a secret realm, an alternate space adjacent to the Qianyuan realm. The Hunyuan ancient battlefield is a parallel world to the Qianyuan realm, known as the Hunyuan realm. How vast is the Hunyuan ancient battlefield? Hao Chen was uncertain, but he speculated it could not be smaller than the area of the Tianyuan continent. This world was once inhabited by humans, demons, and monsters who engaged in relentless warfare over resources. Ultimately, the demon race prevailed, establishing dominance over the Hunyuan realm. However, the living conditions of the Hunyuan realm were devastated. The demon race had no choice but to rule over the Hunyuan realm, while the humans and demons sought new worlds to inhabit. Upon discovering the Qianyuan realm, they coveted its resources, igniting the war between the two realms. The pioneers of the Qianyuan realm repelled the invaders at their doorstep, establishing a battlefield in the Hunyuan realm. The already ravaged natural environment of the Hunyuan realm became even more dire after centuries of conflict. The power of the Hunyuan realm was severely weakened, and both the demon and monster races lost their former glory. A small fraction of the demon and monster tribes went into hiding, leaving only a few indigenous human tribes. As for the indigenous human tribes of the Hunyuan realm, the ancestors of the Qianyuan realm did not exterminate them, but instead relocated some of the women and children to the Qianyuan realm, dispersing them across various continents to ensure their survival. Although the Hunyuan realm is now left with remnants of the demon, monster, and human races, posing no threat to the human world of the Qianyuan realm, the rulers of the Qianyuan realm remained apprehensive, fearing a resurgence. Thus, the ancestors of the Qianyuan realm collaborated to construct several temporal transmission passages. Every 20 years, they would open the temporal passage to the Hunyuan realm, allowing practitioners from the Qianyuan realm to enter. Firstly, the purpose is to plunder the resources therein, and secondly, to eradicate the remnants of the three clans, demons, monsters, and humans. This is the reason for the bi-decade activation of the ancient battlefield of the Hun River. Hao Chen sat cross-legged upon a great tree, reflecting upon the origins and consequences of the Hun River ancient battlefield. Some details were chronicled in historical records, while others were merely hearsay. Nonetheless, the Qianyuan realm must not repeat the mistakes of the past. Although the Qianyuan realm is free from the threats posed by the demon and monster clans, the unchecked proliferation of anti-human cults, such as the Blood Shadow Church, could very well lead the Tianyuan continent or even the entire Qianyuan realm to a fate akin to that of the current Han River realm. As his thoughts drifted into a realm of worry and fantasy, it was not until the sky was adorned with stars that Hao Chen returned to consciousness. He dared not practice cultivation, for engaging in the Canli San Xianju technique would disturb the surrounding vitality, drawing the attention of the Hun beasts to the areas rich in energy. Even practicing martial skills was unwise, as the resulting commotion would inevitably attract the beasts. A perilous endeavor indeed. However, it was not entirely impossible to cultivate. Minor fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth would not necessarily alert the Hun beasts. He focused on practicing the Shou Han Yang, Shun Shu mental technique, striving to control the outflow of true essence. Throughout the night, Hao Chen dedicated himself to this cultivation. As the first rays of dawn illuminated his face, he had successfully brought the Shou Han Yang Shin Shu to the pinnacle of its 6th layer, extending his spiritual consciousness by an additional 50 zhang. Thus, in the Han River ancient battlefield, his spiritual sense could reach out to a radius of 250 zhang. If this area were under 10-fold suppression, then on the Tianyuan continent, it would equate to 500 zhang. In other words, the fruits of his overnight endeavor allowed his spiritual awareness to extend for 3 miles. A new day dawned. Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes, having spent his 19th birthday in cultivation. Once again, he retrieved the tracking disc and infused it with true essence. Yet he still could not detect the auras of Hao Ying and Ziwan. Amidst the quietude of the ancient battlefield, he walked slowly, occasionally stopping to observe his surroundings before promptly changing direction and hastening his pace. Hao Chen had been traversing this dense forest of the ancient battlefield for some time. During this period, while gathering spiritual herbs and medicines, he had encountered several Hun beasts, none of which were within his capability to confront. From his observations, the lowest level of the Hun beasts he had encountered was 5th tier, equivalent to the strength of a human in the core formation stage, and perhaps even more formidable than an ordinary 5th tier monster. Upon encountering these beasts, Hao Chen would invariably take a detour. Fortunately, due to his recent breakthrough in spiritual awareness, his power had significantly increased, allowing him to navigate past the beasts undetected. As he continued to weave through the dense forest, he suddenly spotted a Hun beast bathing directly ahead. Through his spiritual sense, he discerned that it was a 4th tier Hun beast, akin to a human in the late foundation establishment stage. Ah, just the one I need. Perfect for a bit of practice, Hao Chen thought, carefully concealing his presence. Akin to a stealthy leopard, as he inched closer to the seemingly hippopotamus-like 4th tier Hun beast, which was lazily resting in the mud. In the sparse thicket, rays of sunlight filtered through, bathing the hulking beast in warmth as it reveled in the rare sunlight. Hao Chen concealed his presence, cautiously approaching the formidable 4th-level beast. One must never underestimate such a creature. A single, decisive strike was imperative to avoid attracting a multitude of beasts, compelling him to flee the area. Drawing near, Hao Chen adeptly utilized the surrounding cover to stealthily advance. When he was but a mere 10 feet from the beast, he suddenly leaped, reappearing directly above it. The 4th-level beast, acutely sensitive to fluctuations in the surrounding elemental energies, immediately sensed the disturbance caused by Hao Chen's abrupt movement. However, by the time the creature registered the threat, it was already too late. In comparison to the beast's colossal form, Hao Chen appeared diminutive, yet it was this seemingly insignificant figure that loomed before the beast. Even if the creature wished to retaliate, it found itself momentarily paralyzed in confusion. Unperturbed, Hao Chen swiftly concentrated all his vital energy into his palms. Reincarnation seal. The violent surge of energy coalesced into a powerful palm imprint that struck the beast's head with devastating force. The creature had no time to utter a sound before Hao Chen delivered a lethal blow. The beast's brain matter was shattered by the reincarnation seal, and subjected to such a brutal assault, it succumbed instantaneously, devoid of any chance to resist. This was the outcome Hao Chen sought, a swift resolution to the confrontation, leaving no time for the beast to summon reinforcements. The reincarnation seal proved to be mightier than the illusory finger. Had he employed the latter, he would have faced complications had it failed to penetrate the beast's skull. Even with the formidable reincarnation seal, the exterior of the beast's head exhibited no signs of damage. Only the internal devastation remained. It became evident that Hao Chen needed to practice and refine his techniques. evaluating which methods and spells would serve as the most effective means to vanquish such creatures. After cleansing the lifeless beast, he stored it within the confines of his jade pendant, sealing it within a barrier, and began to search the vicinity. Any location guarded by solitary beasts was bound to harbor rare treasures of nature. However, the more powerful the beast, the more precious the treasures it protected. Judging by this beast's strength, the treasures it guarded were likely not of great value. Shortly thereafter, beside a rocky outcrop, he discovered several sprigs of dan-forming grass, a relatively high-grade spiritual herb essential for concocting golden elixirs. It seemed this fourth-level beast was also preparing for the creation of demon elixirs. Without hesitation, Hao Chen collected the herbs into his jade pendant. Once stored, Linger would promptly attend to them, preserving those that required safekeeping in jade vials. While planting the spiritual herbs in the garden she had meticulously arranged. From that day forth, Hao Chen embarked on a relentless hunt within the dense forest. Certainly, the targets of the hunt were beasts of similar strength to Hao Chen. A considerable number of rare herbs and treasures were acquired, albeit none of particularly high grade. Yet they were still commendable. Among these treasures, some were beneficial to Hao Chen, while others were not. He discovered spirit herbs such as the dan-formation grass, sky blue flower, and half-demon grass. Anything that caught his eye was promptly cultivated within the jade pendant space. Even flora and trees were transplanted with precision. Some were even felled. As Hao Chen prepared construction materials for the jade pendant space, he mused, I must prepare in advance. Already I have 2 wives, Yuan and Yimei, along with the care of Shui heir. Encountering Ziwan in Yu City has only added to my burdens, and while I find joy in it, the responsibilities weigh heavily upon me. Chapter 225. The desert plain. This dense forest was exceedingly vast. After 3 days of wandering, it remained impenetrable. Thus, Hao Chen traversed this woodland, hunting and seeking opportunities for dan formation, day after day. Time slipped by, and before long, Hao Chen arrived at the ancient battlefield of the Hun River. Having spent 7 days there, he continuously hunted the beasts, experiencing peril on several occasions, which allowed him a glimpse into the ferocity of these creatures. As he reached the forest's edge, he gazed into the distance. Apart from the endless expanse of desert, there was nothing else. The sun overhead appeared shrouded in a gray haze, as if tainted by the desert's presence. Although this desolate land held no treasures, Hao Chen could sense an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, a poignant reminder of the passage of time. For countless ages, this realm remained steeped in such profound hostility. One could only imagine the fierce battles that had once raged here and the many ancestors who had fallen in conflict. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind erupted, sending waves of yellow sand spiraling into the void. Under the gusts of the tempest, the remnants of footprints upon the ground were once again obscured by the drifting sands. The climate here was unstable, with unpredictable winds. It was all too easy to become lost amidst the swirling sands. Should he retreat into the forest or press onward? Without hesitation, Hao Chen chose the path of courage. At this moment, he recalled the map Ziwan had entrusted to him, detailing the search for a tome on curing the plague. He retrieved the map to examine it. The footprints previously encountered aligned with the direction marked. Following the indicated route, he believed he could uncover relics left behind by the ancient battlefield, perhaps even the coveted tome for curing the plague. Traversing the arid plain was far more perilous than the forest. Though Hao Chen had concealed his presence, the plain offered no cover, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Should a beast detect him, escaping across the endless desert would prove immensely challenging. Furthermore, being hunted by a beast on the plain could easily attract the attention of others. If it were but a single beast, Hao Chen might have a chance to fight or flee. However, should he be besieged by a pack of beasts, even the use of the flying shuttle or wings of wind would be futile. Within this desolate expanse, formidable and airborne beasts lurk, making escape nearly impossible. Should a creature of rank 8 or higher set its sights on him, certain demise would ensue. For now, Hao Chen treads cautiously across the barren plains, his senses alertly scanning the surroundings. At the first sign of danger, he would swiftly retreat into the confines of his jade pendant space. Fortunately, through the application of the forbidden element technique and the breath concealment technique, he has managed to render his presence exceedingly faint. Generally, higher-tier beasts would pay no heed to the movements of such a diminutive entity. The howling winds rage like a tempest, sweeping through every corner of this land, while a sky choked with yellow dust obscures the sun. Hao Chen proceeds with utmost caution, resulting in a painfully slow pace. After half a day, he has covered scarcely a few miles, a distance that, for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, would typically be traversed in a mere few flashes of movement. Within 1,000 miles, the yellow sands stretch endlessly. Hao Chen stands still, striving to sense the auras of those who had come before him. Alas, no matter his efforts to perceive their presence, he finds himself unable. It is as if they have vanished from this realm. Did they not traverse this path? Hao Chen murmurs to himself, pondering their route. However, this ancient battlefield seems shrouded in a mysterious force, rendering all traces of presence ephemeral. Thus, Hao Chen continues his slow pilgrimage across the desolate plains. The wind ceaselessly whips up clouds of sand, howling towards the horizon. Suddenly, in the aftermath of the gust, he catches sight of a broken weapon. It is a severed sword, half buried in the sands. The blade remains intact, yet the hilt has vanished without a trace. As Hao Chen approaches to retrieve it, he barely brushes its surface when, with a resounding clang, the broken sword emits a melodious hum. The grime dissipates, and a radiant light emanates from the blade. Moments later, the brilliance subsides, returning the sword to a quiet stillness, its edge now dulled, devoid of the earlier glimmer. What a fine sword it was! Such a pity, Hao Chen laments. Shaking his head, the sword, once formidable, has suffered grievous damage and, after years of entombment, has lost its spirit and sharpness. Now resembling little more than a relic of decay, it bears the weight of history, likely a remnant left by ancestors who once fought here. The earlier hum and flash of light seem to have drained its essence, rendering it mere scrap metal. Nevertheless, Hao Chen chooses to stow the broken sword within his storage ring. Although it has lost its spirit and luster, making it incapable of combat, it remains a relic from ancient times, an item of some value nonetheless. He wanders and pauses, searching for remnants of worth among the vestiges of battle. The ground he traverses reveals many artifacts eroded by time, the remnants chronicling the tragic history of this ancient battlefield. Once perhaps the site of grand valor, or fertile fields, or bustling towns, it now stands as a lifeless wasteland. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Before Hao Chen, the silhouette of a great mountain emerges. As he draws closer to the mountain range, more peaks come into view. Hao Chen realizes he is nearing the end of the barren plains. In contrast to the plains, he felt that the mountains offered a more expansive realm for existence, as well as the opportunity to continue hunting the beastly creatures. As Hao Chen gradually approached the mountain range, he observed an increasing number of these creatures, which transformed from solitary beings into throngs moving in unison. In the ancient battlefield of the Huanhe, he had never encountered such a gathering of beasts before. Previously, the creatures he had met were always solitary. Rarely did he witness them in groups, except when they were pursuing humans, at which point they would appear in mass. However, once the hunt was over, the beasts would disperse, never to regroup. Faced with such a multitude of beasts, Hao Chen became increasingly cautious. Upon spotting a creature from a distance, he would swiftly alter his course, yet he remained steadfast in his direction towards the mountains. He speculated that the congregation of these beasts was likely connected to the mountain range looming ahead, intensifying his desire to explore it. After navigating through layers of beasts' defenses, he was finally nearing the edge of the mountains. Despite his proximity, the closer he got, the more numerous the creatures became, with the spaces between groups narrowing significantly. This made Hao Chen's chances of traversing through the throngs to reach the mountains exceedingly slim. Should he concede defeat? A sense of reluctance filled him. Having come this far, turning back now would mean retracing his steps and seeking an alternative route. How could he reach the mountain without drawing the beast's attention? What course of action should he take? Contemplating deeply, he realized that the beasts possessed limited intelligence. If he could shrink the jade pendant and suspend it on Xiao Chui, allowing her to fly past, it might enable him to reach the mountains. The thought sent a shiver of excitement through him. Perhaps reaching the mountains was not an impossibility after all. With a flash, he entered the pendant's space and conferred with Linger and Xiao Chui, who readily agreed. To ensure success, he decided to find a beast rank below level 4 to carry Xiao Chui across. In the eyes of those creatures, Xiao Chui would likely appear as a mere insignificant bird, thus avoiding their scrutiny. With a swift strategy in mind, he approached a level 3 beast stealthily under the watchful eyes of numerous creatures. With a thought, he suspended the jade pendant on Xiao Chui and positioned her atop the level 3 beast. In the same instant, he slipped into the pendant's space. Xiao Chui proved to be quite adept at guiding beasts, effortlessly persuading the level 3 creature to transport her to the periphery of the mountain range. As the sun began to set, Hao Chen finally set foot on the edge of the mountains. Observing a narrow passage at the mountain's fringe, he surmised that the massive beasts could not possibly enter, remaining outside instead. What secrets lay within the mountains? Hao Chen summoned Xiao Cui into the jade pendant space, suppressing his aura entirely, and then resolutely stepped into the narrow passageway. Chapter 226. The heart-wrenching scroll. The constricted corridor, besieged by the windswept sands of the desolate plain, had erased all traces of humanity. Yet, instinctively, Hao Chen sensed he was not the first to traverse this place. Initially, he felt nothing amiss, but as he advanced, wisps of human presence flickered within his consciousness. Moving cautiously forward, he was relieved to find no sign of the chaotic beasts in this realm. Nonetheless, he dared not let his guard down, for at any moment, an ambusher could emerge from the shadows. In the ancient battlefield, concealing one's aura had become second nature. After all, to wander alone without caution was to invite death. Faced with such a threat, Hao Chen's actions were hardly surprising. Though the passage was not particularly long, he proceeded at a deliberate pace. Fortunately, with his formidable consciousness scanning the surroundings, he successfully emerged from the corridor. Standing at its edge, he beheld an expansive area ahead, where an ancient city stood resiliently amidst the desolation. Time had eroded its features, and the relentless storms had left it appearing somewhat forlorn. While the passage was engulfed in swirling sands, this newfound space was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds or the presence of chaotic beasts. Hao Chen furrowed his brow, uncertain whether to advance further. In both the secret realm and the ancient battlefield, such environments were invariably perilous, often referred to as dangerous grounds. To go or not to go? The decision lingered in his mind. Although outwardly it seemed devoid of immediate danger, who could ascertain what lay within the ancient city? What if peril awaited him inside? Hao Chen wrestled with his thoughts. Should he proceed or retreat? He resolved to venture forth. It was imperative to explore. If he abstained this time, perhaps he would remain safe, but in the journey of cultivation, seeking only the path of least resistance would extinguish the spirit of perseverance. It would render the pinnacle of cultivation nearly unattainable. Often, cultivators confronted with certain death bravely fought against their fate. Only through the trials of mortality could one forge a path to greatness. To abandon this opportunity would leave a lingering shadow in his heart, potentially obstructing his future cultivation endeavors. Thus, he must go. He yearned to discover what awaited him inside. As he approached the ancient city, Hao Chen discerned its features with clarity. The city walls were not particularly tall, standing just over 10 feet high, yet they bore the scars of countless battles, untouched by the passage of time. The half-open city gates, crafted from a fine iron, had not withstood the ravages of time, with much of it rusted and some sections already crumbled away. Upon the ancient city walls, the scars of swords and blades, untouched by the relentless passage of time, remained vividly etched upon the unadorned fortress. Countless marks of battle and the indelible traces of history gradually engulfed Hao Yuan in a profound silence. Numerous warriors fought valiantly to breach the city, while those within the walls defended with great difficulty, their blood staining the ramparts a deep crimson, rendering the scene one of sheer brutality and intensity. A multitude of images floated before Hao Yuan's eyes, accompanied by a cacophony of cries resonating in his ears. He felt a surge of exhilaration. Little did he expect that upon these ancient walls, predecessors had inscribed a sorrowful tapestry, chronicling humanity's resistance against foreign humiliation and the creation of an illustrious epic. As he stepped through the city gates, the sight that greeted him filled him with astonishment. The ground was completely soaked in blood, and lifeless bodies lay strewn about, devoid of any signs of life. These were the same cultivators who had entered earlier, now perished at the gates in such numbers. Had they encountered some dire peril? Or had they discovered treasure, leading to a deadly struggle amongst themselves? Heightening his vigilance, Hao Chen drew forth his nameless sword, gripping it tightly in his hand. While expanding his spiritual awareness to search the surroundings, he sensed a chill emanating from within the ancient city and noticed several figures cloaked in black. Suddenly, a shadow darted past Hao Yuan with blinding speed, barely perceptible to the eye. Indeed, something was amiss. The deaths of these individuals were inextricably linked to the black-clad figures. Continuing his advance, Hao Yuan soon witnessed a shadow brutally snapping the neck of a cultivator. The elusive black-clad assailant moved with astonishing swiftness, appearing beside him without a hint of forewarning. A gust of cold wind swept by, and Hao Chen instinctively swung his nameless sword, cleaving the figure in two without a single drop of blood spilling forth. Without any prior indication, the black-clad figure emitted a chilling, grotesque laugh before disintegrating into ashes. A cold sweat broke out upon Hao Chen. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he might have met the same fate as that unfortunate cultivator. Pressing onward into the depths of the ancient city, he dispatched countless black-clad figures along the way, each one dissolving into ashes with a sinister laugh. What enigmatic entities were these? Each encounter with the black-clad assailants felt like a dance with death. Had it not been for Hao Chen's formidable spiritual awareness, he would have perished numerous times. Throughout his journey, he witnessed many cultivators slain within the ancient city, all victims of the black-clad figures. Some had their bodies torn asunder, entrails scattered upon the ground, while others had their heads twisted off, blood gushing forth to stain the earth and the walls of nearby buildings a deep crimson. Not long after, Hao Chen spotted an elderly man clad in the robes of the Illusion Moon sect, engaged in a fierce battle with a figure clad in black armor. The armored individual was enveloped in a chilling aura, their pallid visage exuding an unmistakable scent of death. The figure before me is tall and agile, clad in armor that clinks and clatters with each movement. The long spear in his grasp, ravaged by the passage of time, is now rusted and worn. An elder from the Illusory Moon sect manipulates a flying sword with his divine sense, engaging in battle with the armored man. Sword energy crisscrosses the air, relentlessly tearing through the dark armor, releasing tendrils of black smoke from the wounds. With a fierce roar, the armored figure unleashes a torrent of black mist from his mouth. The spear in his hand emanates an ominous light, cutting through the swirling sword energy as it lunges toward the elder. Is this the lingering soul from a millennium past? The elder of the Illusory Moon sect raises his hand, sending forth countless imprints that race toward the armored man. The air is thick with a dark aura, and the palm prints carry a chilling intent. The armored warrior howls, spinning his spear to deflect the multitude of palm strikes. He exhales another cloud of black mist, directing it toward the elder. You, the remnant soul of a bygone era, should not exist in this world. Let your essence be extinguished. A flicker of brilliance appears between the elder's brows, revealing a tiny sword that glimmers with power. Suddenly, the small sword darts forth from the elder's forehead, piercing through the void and shattering the black mist in midair. Following this, a divine radiance surges toward the armored figure. The clash of the tiny sword against the spear resonates like a metallic symphony. In the aftermath of their collision, the small sword is forced back, retreating into the elder's brow, causing a drop of blood to fall. Meanwhile, the spear in the armored man's hand crumbles into fragments, disintegrating before our eyes. Simultaneously, a multitude of palm imprints burst forth, striking the armored man's head. The warrior emits a mournful cry of defiance, radiating waves of dark energy that coalesce into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into the ether. After vanquishing this remnant soul, the elder retrieves his sword and swiftly ventures deeper into the ancient city. With the elder leading the charge, Hao Chen finds it considerably easier to navigate. As you clear the path ahead, I shall partake of the spoils from behind. He follows at a leisurely pace, content to let the elder take the lead. Chapter 227. A fortunate arrival. Not long after departing, Hao Chen discovers a complex resembling a palace. Eagerly, he steps into one of the grand halls, only to find it an expansive emptiness devoid of any furnishings. Disheartened, he wanders through the hall, subsequently exploring the remaining grand chambers, all of which echo with desolation and lack of substance. Could it be that the elder from the Illusory Moon sect is merely a scavenger? Why then are these halls so utterly barren? The old man is truly inconsiderate. Though he might grumble, he resolves to remain optimistic. After all, should the elder uncover something of value, it would eventually become his. As he strolls and grumbles, he continues his silent search, traversing one grand hall after another, yet yielding no treasures. Every grand hall that Hao Chen entered, without exception, mirrored the first hall, devoid of any adornments. After such an extended passage of time, Hao Chen had grown numb. Even the sight of the barren hall stirred no feelings within him. Yet, his journey had not been without its rewards. Despite the emptiness of the halls, the courtyard outside was abundant with precious medicinal herbs. Hao Chen's harvest was commendable, leading him to feel that this expedition had not been in vain. Ultimately, he reached the final grand hall, beyond which no further palace structures existed. Upon arriving at the entrance of this hall, he noticed a subtle distinction. Unlike the previous halls whose doors were ajar, this one's entrance was firmly shut. It seemed the elder of the illusory moon sect was either suffering from an upset stomach or was afflicted with diarrhea. Without further hesitation, Hao Chen pushed open the massive bronze door and carefully closed it behind him. The interior of the palace remained exceedingly spacious. Yet at the far end of the hall stood a bronze table. As Hao Chen stepped inside, he was still a distance away from the table, rendering it impossible to discern what lay upon it. However, he sensed that perhaps all his questions would find their answers there. Upon reaching the bronze table, he beheld 3 items resting quietly atop it: a scroll emanating a peculiar glow, a yellowed jade slip, and a metallic tome of unknown properties. Unraveling the scroll, Hao Chen was astonished to discover it was a manual titled Divine Power Technique. His amazement grew with each passing moment, and joy filled his heart. The Divine Power Technique was an exceptionally advanced secret art, categorized into 6 realms. Judging by its name, it was evident that its primary function was to refine the martial practitioner's strength. While many methods existed to enhance martial prowess, none could compare to the Divine Power Technique. This was not to say that other manuals were inferior, but rather that the Divine Power Technique was extraordinarily formidable. According to the descriptions within the Divine Power Technique, achieving the first realm would quintuple the practitioner's strength. Mastering the second realm would yield a 10-fold increase, with each successive level compounding the enhancements. To reach the 6th realm, one would attain an astounding increase of 160 times their original power. Hao Chen's heart swelled with exhilaration, particularly considering his already exceptional constitution. The thought of such an enhancement was terrifying. Imagining himself with 160 times the strength, he surmised that even without tapping into his true essence, his innate physical power could allow him to confront formidable foes of the nascent soul level without faltering. This journey had proven immensely worthwhile. The Divine Power Technique alone justified it, not to mention the enigmatic metal tome. Hao Chen carefully stored the Divine Power Technique in his spatial ring and turned his attention to the next item. Lifting the jade slip, he probed it with his consciousness, only to discover it was a manual titled Healing Elixir Compendium. The vast tome chronicles a plethora of healing methods, encompassing the treatment of internal and external injuries, as well as perplexing ailments. Could it be that Ziju and her companions are in search of the volume on combating plagues, which is none other than the Compendium of Healing? Given the extraordinary value of the previous 2 artifacts, what could possibly follow that would not be equally remarkable? With a heart brimming with anticipation, Hao Chen gingerly grasped the unfamiliar book. Though referred to as a book, it bore only a superficial resemblance to ordinary tomes. As soon as Hao Chen's fingers brushed against its surface, an instantaneous surge of information flooded into his mind. He stood motionless, eyes shut, engulfed in silence for what felt like an eternity. After a considerable passage of time, the stillness was broken as Hao Chen regained his senses. It became apparent that this book was crafted from a unique memory metal, an ancient secret acquired by a man named Honggu Songlei during a fortuitous adventure. He had devoted extensive time to studying this enigmatic metal, discovering its ability to store memories. Honggu left this tome in the hope that a worthy individual would continue its exploration. Within its pages, he inscribed messages for posterity, hinting at a calamity that forced his kin to migrate, though he did not elaborate on the nature of this disaster or their destination. The succinct words conveyed a profound legacy. Both the Compendium of Healing and the Divine Power Sutra were the fruits of Honggu and his people's accumulated experiences and innovations. Though Honggu did not disclose his lineage, Hao Chen gleaned from subtle clues that he belonged to the divine race. The divine beings are known for their exceptional wisdom and advanced technologies, existing beyond the realm of this world. Hao Chen's knowledge was limited, yet he was aware that legends spoke of the divine race as formidable entities. The inhabitants of Tianyuan continent were familiar with the ancient battlefield of Ge, where the divine race once thrived. Otherwise, maps to their dwelling would not have surfaced. After securing the 3 treasures, Hao Chen refrained from hastily departing and instead slipped into the space of the jade pendant. Anxious about the potential return of the old man, he deemed it prudent to remain hidden. Indeed, the old man arrived at the palace, scrutinizing the grand hall. Finding little of interest, he left with the bronze table, hastily vacating the premises. Once the old man had departed, Hao Chen felt reassured that the palace was now devoid of peril. Recognizing this as a rare sanctuary for cultivation, he resolved to rest here for a while, primarily to practice the Divine Power Sutra. Acquiring an additional means of survival would enhance his chances in this treacherous world. The first tier of the Divine Power Sutra posed little challenge for Hao Chen. Within merely 3 hours, he grasped its profound essence. However, upon reaching the second tier, the difficulty escalated dramatically. In the ensuing days, Hao Chen diligently practiced the second tier of the Divine Power Sutra, yet his progress was painfully slow. Presently, he could barely harness the sutra's power, augmenting his strength 7-fold. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and my practice of the Divine Power Sutra has yielded no progress, compelling me to temporarily abandon my cultivation. Thus, I began to delve into the healing pharmacopoeia. However, whether the plague that has befallen the Tianyuan continent corresponds to the types of plagues delineated within this tome remains to be seen, as I must first depart from the ancient battlefield and personally investigate the afflicted regions. I am not inclined to linger here any longer. Although it will be arduous to find another such advantageous location for cultivation, I console myself with the thought that destiny lies in human effort, and future matters can be addressed in due time. Perhaps fortune awaits just beneath my feet. Despite the reluctance, I must take my leave. Chapter 228. Seizing the Opportunity, Part 1. The journey into the ancient city was fraught with hardship, and the exit remains perilous. The monstrous beasts guarding the canyon's passage will not remain foolish forever. At this moment, should an 8th-tier beast block the exit, I would become its next meal. Since acquiring the flying shuttle, I have only experimented with it a few times, never engaging in true flight. This time, I intend to utilize the shuttle to depart from this place. I retrieved the shuttle from my storage ring. Before entering the ancient battlefield, I had discreetly transferred several items into the ring. Thus I am unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered by the Bloodshadow Demon sect. As I infused the shuttle with my vital essence, my thoughts guided it to expand to a length of 3 zhong, resembling a sleek vessel. Its exceptionally smooth exterior akin to a cloud, evoking a sensation of ethereality. The array and runes danced across its surface. The intricate engravings and masterful craftsmanship left me in awe. Upon stepping into the shuttle, I promptly filled the propulsion system with mid-grade essence stones. At this moment, I activated the shuttle with my consciousness. The potent energy propelled it forward, soaring swiftly into the clouds. Within half an hour, the shuttle had already transcended the towering peaks of the canyon. Gazing down from above, I beheld a vast expanse of forest. Having crossed the ancient city's protective mountains, I hastily sought a secluded spot to land, not wishing to become a meal for any aerial beasts. Upon touching down, I swiftly stowed the shuttle away, and after scanning the surroundings for danger with my spiritual sense, I exhaled a sigh of relief. After a brief respite, I retrieved the tracker from my storage ring and infused it with my vital essence. This time, the tracker responded, indicating the presence of Ziqian and Haoying to the southeast. I stored the tracker away and set off in that direction. As I ran, I encountered numerous gains. Not only did I slay several monstrous beasts, but I also acquired many rare treasures, enhancing my own strength steadily. Days passed, and I emerged from the mountainous forest. Yet, what lay before me was an endless expanse of jungle. After dispatching another beast, I found myself compelled to enter this thicket, for the tracker indicated that my target lay beyond it. Upon entering the jungle, I discerned signs of human conflict, clearly indicating the presence of humanity. Having spent over a month in the ancient river battlefield, aside from the initial encounter with a middle-aged man and the humans who perished in the ancient city, as well as the scavenging elder from the illusory moon sect, I had found no further traces of human life. The expanse of the ancient battlefield of the Han River is immense, with over 10,000 practitioners entering it like a solitary droplet merging into a river, barely stirring the surface. Encountering someone within the Han River battlefield proves to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Upon entering, individuals are swiftly transported by spatial gates to various locations throughout the battlefield. Upon discovering traces of human activity, Hao Chen dared not let down his guard. For the true peril within the Han River battlefield does not stem from the beasts, but from humanity itself. The struggle for treasures often leads to brutal conflicts. And compared to the relatively primitive Han beasts, humans pose a far greater threat. In this treacherous arena, trust is a rare commodity. Even those of the same sect cannot be relied upon, and even friends may turn against each other when confronted with coveted resources. The insatiable greed of man knows no bounds, especially in the presence of rare treasures. After detecting the signs of human presence, Hao Chen became increasingly cautious while hunting the Hun beasts. Should an assailant emerge from behind during his pursuit, the consequences could be dire. At dawn, having just concluded his cultivation, Hao Chen employed his extraordinary spiritual sense to assess his surroundings once more. He soon detected a violent surge of elemental energy from ahead, an unmistakable sign of a life-and-death struggle unfolding. Without hesitation, he hastened towards the source of the commotion. At that moment, he could no longer afford to be discreet, and as he neared the scene, he slowed his pace and crept quietly. Hao Chen observed two individuals and a beast locked in combat. "We must dispatch this Hun beast quickly, otherwise, more may come rushing this way," urged the practitioner clad in azure robes to his companion dressed in brown. "Understood," replied the man in brown, who summoned a radiant miniature tower, hurling it towards the beast's head. The azure-robed practitioner did not lag behind. He intensified his assault, unleashing more formidable spells. The already disadvantaged Hun beast could no longer withstand the onslaught and was ultimately slain by the duo. After dispatching the beast, the two swiftly collected the treasures from the site and departed, with Hao Chen trailing them from a distance. His heart stirred with desire for the shimmering tower that had captured his interest. Both individuals were at the late stage of foundation building. While Hao Chen could potentially defeat one alone, facing two posed a slim chance of victory, compelling him to follow discreetly. Upon reaching a secluded location, the duo came to a halt, which Hao Chen surmised to be their encampment. At this moment, they each sat down to recuperate from the energy expended during their battle with the Hun beast. After approximately half an hour, they gradually emerged from their meditative states. The azure-robed practitioner began to distribute the treasures acquired. "It has been quite some time, and our coordination has improved significantly. Perhaps it is time we attempt to retrieve that item? Our strength has indeed progressed, but it is guarded by a 7th-level Hun beast. Nonetheless, the treasure is certainly worth the risk," countered the man in brown. Both individuals were drawn to the coveted treasure and swiftly reached in accord to procure it. In the distance, Hao Yuan remained oblivious to their discussions, refraining from using his spiritual sense for fear of detection. Soon, the two began to traverse in a singular direction. Watching them recede into the distance, Hao Yuan grappled with his thoughts before deciding to follow suit, suppressing his aura to trail behind them. The pair advanced cautiously into the depths of the dense forest, their pace measured. Encountering a few formidable beasts, they deftly circumvented them. Hao Yuan discerned that these two seemed to harbor a clear objective, and he gradually shadowed them, soon arriving at their chosen destination. The duo approached a beast with utmost caution, launching a sudden assault. Their coordination was remarkably adept, indicating that they had honed their synergy over a considerable period. Although the beast was superior in strength to either of the two, it soon found itself at a disadvantage due to their combined onslaught. However, vanquishing the creature would not prove an easy task. It was likely that a protracted battle lay ahead. To expedite the creature's demise, both unleashed their ultimate skills. The beast, aware of its perilous situation, retaliated with its most potent strike, filling the air with a tempestuous energy, and a fierce clash ensued, resulting in explosive reverberations. Although the beast's final assault did not lead to mutual destruction, it inflicted significant wounds upon the two, leaving them grievously injured. From a distance, Hao Yuan, stifling his excitement, refrained from launching a surprise attack. Despite their injuries, he could not ascertain whether they possessed any means of survival, and he dared not take that risk. Ignoring their wounds, the two swiftly departed the bloody scene after locating the coveted treasures of heaven and earth. Hao Yuan maintained a safe distance behind them, and the two remained blissfully unaware of his pursuit. Chapter 229, Seizing the Opportunity, Part 2. Hao Yuan trailed the two as they returned to their temporary encampment. Upon their return, they did not immediately commence their recovery. The man clad in azure gazed at the one in brown, his eyes brimming with avarice. Noticing the lingering, hopeful gaze of the azure-clad man, the brown-clad individual hastily retrieved the treasured item from his spatial ring. Concealed at a distance, Hao Yuan dared not approach too closely, unable to discern what precious treasure the brown-clad man had unearthed. Given the lengths to which the two had gone, it was undoubtedly a rare and valuable item. Upon revealing the treasure, both men were filled with exhilaration. They had discovered this precious material many days prior, yet had refrained from disturbing the ferocious beast guarding it. Instead, they had been biding their time, seeking an opportune moment to pilfer the treasure. Moreover, Their acquaintance had been relatively brief, and their coordination had not yet reached the level of harmony they now exhibited. It was only today that they dared to attempt the acquisition of this coveted treasure. However, the rare treasure of heaven and earth is singular. How shall it be divided? Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, the man in azure suddenly launched a surprise attack with his flying sword against the man clad in brown. Although the brown-clad man remained on high alert, he was evidently unprepared for the sudden assault, resulting in a flurry of disarray. Wang Chun, do not forget, I was the one who discovered this treasure first. You promised to assist me in acquiring it, and in return, you would compensate me with an equivalent item, the brown-clad man declared, attempting to fend off Wang Chen's attack while recounting the circumstances of the treasure's discovery. Li Wei, your strength pales in comparison to mine. Had it not been for our agreement and your assistance in acquiring this treasure, I would have long since dealt with you. Now that the treasure is within my grasp, your value to me has diminished. Wang Chen sneered. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of justice. If you seek to end my life, I shall ensure your demise as well. Let us perish together. In the midst of the fierce battle, Li Wei brandished a small tower and hurled it towards Wang Chen's flying sword. Wang Chen, however, evaded the attack, unwilling to confront Li Wei head-on. Well aware of the tower's formidable power, he recognized Li Wei's serious injuries and aimed to exhaust his stamina without granting him a moment to recuperate. As Wang Chen had surmised, the prolonged use of the tower had drained Li Wei's internal energy, leaving him increasingly fatigued. At this juncture, Li Wei found himself in a desperate struggle, his body marred by multiple wounds, blood staining his garments, his complexion ashen. Realizing he was no match for Wang Chen and burdened by his injuries, Li Wei saw no hope of survival in continuing the fight. With a heavy heart, he retracted the small tower, his expression contorting into one of ferocity, while a powerful aura surged forth from him. Wang Chen sensed Li Wei's intent to self-destruct and intensified his assaults, denying Li Wei the opportunity to gather his energy. This time, Li Wei, with a grimace of resolve, did not evade Wang Chen's onslaught, but lunged directly at him. With a thunderous boom, Li Wei resorted to a fatal tactic, unleashing all of his remaining energy in a final explosion, leaving behind scattered remnants of himself. In the instant Li Wei lunged at him, Wang Chen managed to evade the brunt of the self-detonation, though he sustained severe injuries. Both had already been wounded in their previous encounter with the monstrous beast, and now, with Li Wei's demise, Wang Chen found himself injured once more. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Just as Wang Chen reveled in his survival, a figure began to approach him stealthily. As he bent down to retrieve the storage ring from Li Wei's body, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Wang Chen, feeling a murderous intent approaching, realized it was too late to react. Not only was he already gravely injured, but even had he been unscathed, the unexpected ambush left him with little time to respond, especially at this moment when his guard was at its lowest. Hao Chen had long prepared his devastating technique, and in an instant, he struck towards Wang Chen's nape, the extreme force of his energy piercing through to his brow. At that moment, Wang Chen had his back turned to Hao Chen, and his immediate instinct was to dash forward in haste. As Wang Chen sprinted forward, he felt as though his head had become a wind tunnel, a chilling breeze infiltrating his mind. Abruptly halting his steps, he pondered whether he had awakened some celestial insight. He raised his arm, intending to touch the source of the wind in his head, but it fell limply to his side, causing him to tumble into the dust. At that moment, Wang Chen was utterly devoid of vitality, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face a tableau of incredulity. Perhaps it was only in death that he would recall the tale of the mantis stalking the cicada, oblivious to the sparrow lurking behind. Hao Chen had meticulously prepared for this ambush, his left hand coalescing the blade of the devil's soul, while his right hand unleashed the rapid-fire illusory strike, aiming for a decisive kill, leaving no opportunity for his adversary. The final self-detonation by Li Wei had profoundly shocked Hao Chen, who silently mused that he must not afford his opponent a single moment to breathe. Once he struck, he must do so with full force. The scene before him made it abundantly clear that if opponents like Li Wei were given a chance, it would undoubtedly lead to one's own demise. Once certain of Wang Chen's demise, Hao Chen swiftly collected the storage rings of both individuals. Having reaped the benefits, he felt it essential not to leave them feeling utterly despondent. He then cast a small fireball, erasing Wang Chen's existence from the ancient battlefield of the Huanhe. As for Li Wei's remains, Hao Chen had to exert effort. He proceeded to incinerate the severed limbs and remnants. Given the forest's flammability, he conjured a rain of spirits to extinguish the spreading flames before departing. He reflected that forest conservation and fire prevention are the responsibilities of all citizens. Quickly, he made his way from the scene, turning left and right, yet unwavering in his southeast trajectory. In the perilous expanse of the ancient Huanhe battlefield, finding a safe haven was a rare endeavor. Only in areas where the essence of heaven and earth was thin, or in uniquely situated locales, typically inaccessible to the Hun beasts, could one find relative safety. However, such places were not infallible. Hidden dangers might lurk anywhere. Thus, each time he chose a resting spot, Hao Chen exercised exceptional caution. Having traversed a dozen miles away from the jungle where he had slain Wang Chun, Hao Chen discovered a more secure location beneath a secluded cliff. After meticulously surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of threats, he focused his thoughts and vanished into the space of his jade pendant. Upon entering the cluttered chamber of the spirit green pavilion within the pendant's realm, he began to organize the spoils from his recent exploits. Naturally, he did not overlook the curious Linger and the gluttonous Xiao Chui, who had tagged along. Acknowledging the two small beings with a nod, Hao Chen's impatience left little time for conversation. His full attention was devoted to Li Wei's storage ring. Intrigued by the heavenly materials and earthly treasures it might contain that had sparked such fierce contention between the two. What sort of object could incite such a desperate struggle? Driven by curiosity, Hao Chen's consciousness penetrated the seal of Li Wei's storage ring. With his formidable mental prowess, he swiftly erased Li Wei's consciousness imprint, effortlessly unlocking the ring. As his consciousness delved into the storage ring, Li Wei's collection proved to be quite substantial. In an instant, Hao Chen located the designated area for treasures, where over 70 jade boxes were meticulously arranged to house various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Suppressing his excitement, he directed his awareness towards the uppermost and most recently sealed jade box. Upon opening it, he nearly leaped with joy. In his heart, Hao Chen rejoiced. For after countless twists and turns in search of it, he found it lying quietly here, 3 sprigs of the ethereal jedon grass, radiating a verdant luminescence. With the jedon grass in hand, he was merely one step away from acquiring the blood essence grass. Once he procured the blood essence grass, he would attempt to refine the golden core. After the initial thrill, he meticulously examined the remaining jade boxes, discovering that while the quality of the treasures varied, most housed relatively high-grade items. Chapter 230, The Addition of a Rare Treasure, Part 1. Upon completing his inspection of the jade boxes filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the next object to enter Hao Chun's vision was the small tower. Hao Chen had long coveted this petite artifact. Even if Li Wei and Wang Chun had not clashed, he would have sought ways to acquire this precious item. How fortunate I am, as the heavens continually bestowed delightful surprises upon me. A deep fondness for this treasure welled within him. When the small tower first graced his sight, Li Wei's figure had not left his vision, even absorbing a lingering wisp of its aura for future use. Things that caught Hao Chen's attention had never slipped away from him. Now, his wish was finally fulfilled, and his heart soared with elation. The small tower was exquisitely crafted, no larger than the palm of his hand. Despite the fierce battle that had just transpired, it remained utterly unscathed. The tower emanated an unusual radiance, and Hao Chen recognized immediately that it was no ordinary treasure. Judging by the aura it exuded, this small tower was, at the very least, a magical artifact. In the Tianyuan continent, magical artifacts held immense significance, typically wielded only by formidable beings such as nascent soul and martial sovereign practitioners, and not everyone possessed such treasures. Moreover, this small tower was a dual-purpose artifact, serving both offensive and defensive capabilities. To acquire a magical artifact at the Foundation establishment stage was not unheard of in the Tianyuan continent, but it was indeed a rarity. As he had yet to refine it, Hao Chen could not ascertain the precise level of the small tower. Only through the process of refining and recognizing its master would he uncover its grade and functionality. Holding the small tower in his hand, he scrutinized it for quite some time, reluctant to stow it away. Driven by greed and a longing for fine treasures, Hao Chen yearned to refine the item immediately. However, he realized that doing so within the cooling tower would be perilous, as any mishap could reduce the entire structure to rubble. Thus, he hastened out of the cooling tower, making his way to a mountainside several miles away, where he commenced the refinement of the small tower. Hao Chen bit his left middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the tower. Strangely, the blood was consumed by the tower without eliciting any reaction. What could this mean? Was my blood insufficient? Let us try again. The tower devoured the blood, yet there was no connection established. Dozens of crimson droplets fell upon the tower, but still, it remained unresponsive. Hao Chen, in a state of urgency, retrieved the dagger he had forged during his initial attempts at weapon crafting from his storage ring. With a swift motion, he made a small incision in the palm of his hand. He smeared his blood onto the small tower, but after a brief moment, the blood vanished, and the tower remained unchanged. What should he do? Perhaps he should attempt to refine it using a cultivator's method. With utmost caution, Hao Chen sent his consciousness into the small tower. Delving into an unknown artifact with one's consciousness is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should the former owner's consciousness or consciousness spirit be formidable, it could consume his own, turning him into a mere puppet of the artifact's original master, or worse, leading to his demise. Even if he managed to withdraw in time, the repercussions on his consciousness could be severe. If it were injured, recovery would take an extensive period. Yet, in his quest to refine this small tower, Hao Chen had no choice but to venture forth with his consciousness. After all, even if his consciousness suffered harm, he could utilize a resurrection pill for recovery, coupled with the soul cultivation technique. The moment his consciousness breached the threshold of the tower, a formidable consciousness surged toward him. Hao Chen recognized the essence of this consciousness as belonging to Li Wei, yet it surpassed Li Wei's in strength, exuding a profound and overwhelming pressure that sought to suppress his own consciousness. In the spirit of reciprocity, since the tower's original master welcomed him in such a manner, Hao Chen could only respond in kind. Consciousness, invisible to the naked eye, extends its reach according to the depth of one's cultivation. Upon reaching a certain level, one can inflict harm upon others in an imperceptible manner. Indeed, Hao Chen silently praised this realization, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he unhesitatingly engaged this formidable consciousness. A torrent of immense energy surged forth from Hao Chen's sea of consciousness, reminiscent of a rushing river. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, indicating the exertion he was experiencing. The consciousness, akin to a person's soul, is an intangible force within the body, and once it departs the body, it is constrained by time and distance. Now, Hao Chen was engaged in a contest of consciousness with the opponent. His complexion paled slightly, yet he displayed no hint of retreat. Though fatigue was beginning to take its toll, he knew his adversary would not fare much better. The two formless consciousnesses clashed unabashedly within the small tower. Hao Chen contemplated. Confronting this powerful consciousness head-on was not a wise choice. He needed to employ strategy. Gradually, Hao Chen's consciousness feigned weakness, slowly withdrawing from the tower. As he retreated, he secretly concentrated a consciousness strike. Just as he was about to fully withdraw, a sudden consciousness strike pierced through the original master's consciousness. Seizing the opportunity as that consciousness began to dissipate, Hao Chen's consciousness launched an assault, beginning to devour the opponent's essence bit by bit. After approximately an hour, Hao Chen exhaled a long breath, having finally consumed the original master's consciousness. Now, Hao Chen's consciousness dominated the small tower, erasing the original owner's essence. He promptly inscribed a fragment of his own consciousness into the tower's control system. It turned out that Li Wei was no fool. His self-detonation had been predicated on a foundation of assurance. Upon acquiring this precious artifact, Li Wei, while refining the small tower, found his consciousness evenly matched with the inherent spiritual power within the tower, allowing him to exert control over it. In a moment of desperation, he self-destructed, his consciousness retreating into the tower, intending to merge with the residual consciousness inside, thereby amplifying his own awareness to devour the tower's original spirit and gain complete dominion over it. However, at the moment of his self-destruction, the fragment of original consciousness that Li Wei had not fully refined swiftly consumed the remnant of his awareness left within the tower. By the time Li Wei's weakened consciousness entered, the tower's original spirit had already strengthened after devouring his remnant. As Li Wei's feeble consciousness permeated the tower, it was once more engulfed by the original spirit. His plan to self-detonate to eliminate Wang Chun and subsequently cultivate his spirit within the tower, seeking an opportunity to seize another's body, faltered as he faced the backlash from the tower's original consciousness. Yet, this time, the tower encountered the prodigious Hao Chen. Refining an artifact is akin to engaging in a fierce battle. one must eradicate all remnants of malevolence. To truly refine, one must leave no room for error. Like Li Wei, who hastily attempted to utilize the artifact while only achieving a tenuous 50-50 control, was bound to invite catastrophe. The eradication of evil must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Not a trace of consciousness or a hint of nascent soul should be spared. Through the process of refining the tower, Hao Chen gained profound insights that would significantly influence his future endeavors. After absorbing the tower's original consciousness, Hao Chen's awareness grew immensely powerful. With his continuous refining, substantial amounts of true essence and blood energy infused the tower, rendering it extraordinary. Subsequently, all of its brilliance was consumed by the tower, which began to shrink and transformed into a streak of light, entering Hao Chen's sea of consciousness, hovering beside a jade pendant. Hao Chen successfully refined the tower. However, before he could discern the treasures within, they vanished into his sea of consciousness. Determined, Hao Chen insisted on witnessing its true form. With a mere thought, the tower flickered into view. As he controlled the tower to expand, it suddenly erupted with an unusual radiance. Hao Chen felt his spiritual power uncontrollably surge toward the tower. Chapter 231. The addition of another rare treasure, Part 2. At this moment, Hao Chen became exceedingly anxious. If all of his spiritual power were annihilated, he would be left awaiting death. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he could not reign in his spiritual force. Ultimately, all of Hao Chen's consciousness was drawn into the tower. Where was this place? Hao Chen found his awareness in an expansive realm, standing before an immense, obsidian tower. The tower loomed ominously, with the words demon suppression engraved upon its gate, exuding a chilling aura. With no choice left, Hao Chen stepped into the dark tower. The instant he entered the tower of demon suppression, a multitude of information flooded his mind. This was the world of the Tower of Demon Suppression. The tower is composed of 7 distinct levels, each imbued with unique attributes: wind, thunder, lightning, darkness, wood, water, earth, spirit, fire, metal, ice, cold, chaos, space, and time. Although Hao Chen has only refined the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower, he must undergo the process of refining each successive level until he has fully harnessed the tower's capabilities. The first level presents a desolate expanse, filled with various attribute barriers. Within the lightning barrier, one experiences an inferno of electric fury. Within the wind barrier, tempests rage, stirring dust and debris. And within the dark barrier, a chilling gloom prevails, instilling dread. Those lacking the requisite attributes who enter these barriers not only find their cultivation suppressed, but may also perish as their techniques are eroded. The master of the tower can manipulate the force of suppression, and should the master so desire, they could reduce any intruder, be it person or creature, to mere fragments. Indeed, in the future, when I encounter formidable foes, I shall ensnare them here. Defiance shall be met with obliteration in this barren realm. Hao Chen reveled in this thought. Was this not yet another invaluable asset for his schemes? While he had devised numerous plots against his adversaries, they had all perished before he could imprison them. Now, with this small tower, he could create more chambers and transform this space into a prison. The first level requires no further refinement. Understanding its usage suffices, allowing him to employ his consciousness to enact formations, barriers, and restrictions. With intentions to explore the second level, Hao Chen stepped through the spatial gateway. And after a ripple of energy, his form materialized in the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Unlike the first, the second level was adorned with verdant grass stretching infinitely and clusters of trees, exuding tranquility. This must be the realm of wood, water, and earth spirits. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a colossal stone tablet standing at the entrance of the second level. Approaching it, he discovered it was inscribed with numerous characters. Above these inscriptions, the word soul refinement emanated an aura that commanded attention, indicating this level also served to cultivate one's spiritual power. The more he read the tablet, the greater his astonishment grew. The soul refinement and divine cultivation secret technique was indeed a method for cultivating consciousness, encompassing 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Each tier had corresponding barriers, and one must overcome 3 trials to access the third level of the tower. The soul refinement barrier allows entry from the outside, but to exit, one must fulfill the cultivation requirements and utilize their consciousness to break through. Should their consciousness fall short, they would remain trapped within the barrier. only able to emerge once their consciousness is sufficient to unlock it. Of course, external assistance can aid in breaking the barrier. Yet such help does not equate to passing the trials themselves. Hao Chen must independently conquer the challenges of the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. It is worth noting that while countless techniques exist in the Qianyuan realm, none have been known to facilitate cultivation in such a manner. Though he already possessed the Hao Yin divine refinement and soul nourishment technique, Hao Chen recognized the preciousness of the soul refinement and divine cultivation method upon further study. Inherently extraordinary, Little Tower conceals an astonishing secret within its depths. Merely possessing the soul refinement and divine cultivation secret technique surpasses the value of all items that Hao Chen acquired upon arriving at the ancient battlefield of the Hanyuan River, not to mention the formidable dual-purpose demon suppression tower. Following the methods outlined in the soul refinement and divine cultivation tome, Hao Chen stepped into the initial barrier. This realm was ensnared with an innumerable number of lingering souls, encompassing human spirits, as well as those from various other races, including both demonic beasts and magical creatures. Hao Chen promptly seated himself in meditation, commencing his practice right there. Confronted by the approaching remnants of souls, he could only harness his true essence to condense a protective aura to fend off their assault. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to refine the entities within, transforming them into his own to attain a sense of security. As he practiced the refining technique and entered the trial of the initial barrier, he soon discovered an unexpectedly smooth progression in his cultivation. The lingering souls here were exceedingly weak, and after refining several of them, he felt no enhancement to his consciousness. This was likely attributable to the potency of his own soul power, he mused inwardly. At this juncture, Hao Chen's consciousness had grown sufficiently robust to rival that of a nascent soul cultivator, a remarkable achievement indeed, especially considering that his own cultivation level had only reached the late foundation establishment stage. Realizing that the first level of the soul refinement and divine cultivation technique offered him no substantial advantage, he promptly abandoned his efforts there and broke through the barrier to exit. He then practiced the intermediate technique of soul refinement and divine cultivation, entering the trial of the intermediate barrier. After approximately an hour, Hao Chen gradually opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the lingering souls here were formidable. Refining the souls within the intermediate barrier proved to be a significant challenge. Hao Chen frowned in thought, recognizing that this intermediate level was undoubtedly much more difficult than the initial one. He surmised that to fully master the soul refinement and divine cultivation technique, he would need to overcome 3 trials before accessing the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower, indicating that considerable time would be required for further refinement. Currently, Hao Chen possessed little time to spare. His arrival at the ancient battlefield of the Hanyuan River was driven by the quest for opportunity, alongside numerous other matters demanding his attention. A subtle disturbance in the spatial fabric heralded his sudden disappearance from the tower. Linger and Xiao Chui continued to meander around the area where the tower was located, searching for Hao Chen's whereabouts. Did you not sense Hao Chen's emergence from the jade pendant space? Where could he have gone? Linger queried curiously, glancing at Xiao Chui. In an instant, Hao Chen appeared beside them, cradling the small tower in his palm. Both Linger and Xiao Chui gazed at him in astonishment. This tower is known as the Demon Suppression Tower. It houses its own spatial realm. Upon my return, I shall take you both inside for a glimpse. Without awaiting their response, he turned and slipped away from the jade pendant space, carrying the small tower with him. Once outside the pendant space, Hao Chen surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He leaned against the cliff's edge, contemplating the functions of the Demon Suppression Tower. Its primary purpose was defense, exhibiting exceptionally formidable protection against both physical and spiritual assaults. Additionally, it possessed commendable offensive capabilities, prompting Hao Chen to channel his true energy into the tower to activate it. In Hao Chen's consciousness, when the Demon Suppression Tower reaches its limit, it transforms into an immense entity, crashing down upon its adversaries with an indomitable essence and a weight that defies resistance from the average individual. However, when juxtaposed with the tower's formidable defensive capabilities, its offensive power appears somewhat diminished, for fundamentally, it serves as a treasure of defense and suppression. Currently, Hao Chen is only able to harness a fraction of the tower's capabilities. Yet, through continuous refinement, exploration, and advancement, the tower will gradually unveil its formidable functionalities. Nevertheless, given Hao Chen's currently low cultivation level, It is estimated that to fully refine the second layer of the tower, his spiritual consciousness must ascend to the Yuanning realm. This is merely the second layer. What of the third? And the subsequent 7 layers? Although he is presently practicing the soul refinement and divine cultivation technique, leading to rapid advancements in his spiritual consciousness, the increasing complexity of the technique further escalates the difficulty of cultivation. Absent fortuitous encounters, the pace of enhancement may stagnate. Hao Chen speculates that once he meets the requirements of the technique, his spiritual consciousness will reach unfathomable heights. Despite the arduous path ahead, the rewards of success are bound to be extraordinary. Now, as midnight strikes, Hao Chen has not engaged in meaningful cultivation since arriving at the Huanhe ancient battlefield. Fearing that the true essence of his cultivation would attract the attention of the Han beasts, thus refraining from practice. Seizing this time to devote himself to cultivation, Hao Chen's body absorbs the unique primordial energy of the Huanhe ancient battlefield like a sponge, a sensation that is profoundly delightful, gradually immersing him in his practice. During this period, apart from traversing the terrain, Hao Chen has been dedicated to cultivation. By day, he relentlessly hunts Han beasts, while by night, he retreats into the demon suppression tower, invoking the thunderous energy of the first layer to refine his body and enhance its resilience to lightning. The thunderous energy within the tower is not akin to that of nature, but is derived from the thunder jade, a celestial treasure formed amidst thunderclouds, representing the purest essence of lightning energy in existence. Within the first layer of the tower's spatial domain, amidst the thunder barrier, lies a piece of irregularly shaped cloud-white jade, measuring 2 feet, alongside a thunder pool of considerable dimensions. With his formidable spiritual consciousness, Hao Chen discerns that the lightning power within the barrier emanates entirely from this extraterrestrial thunder jade. Whenever he activates the barrier's formations, a portion of the jade's lightning energy is released, albeit a mere fraction. Otherwise, the thunder pool would transform into a vast sea of lightning. As the energy of the thunder jade depletes, it naturally absorbs lightning power from the pool to replenish itself. By exerting pressure constraints, he practices the divine power technique. In the grand hall of the ancient city, he has barely managed to cultivate to the second layer, achieving 7 times his original strength. Since acquiring the demon suppression tower, Hao Chen has resumed his practice of the divine power technique, now elevating his physical prowess to 9-fold. The refinement from the thunderous energy synergizes with the divine power technique, rendering Hao Chen's physique as resilient as forged steel. The practice of the dragon transformation palm and the dragon transformation spear has made remarkable progress. Hao Chen is now able to harness the forces of thunder, the essence of wind, and the energy of electricity, integrating them with the dragon transformation spear and the dragon transformation palm to create the thunder dragon spear and thunder dragon palm. By merging the forces of thunder, the essence of wind, and the energy of electricity with the wings of wind, he can manifest the wings of thunder, enabling him to traverse vast distances in an instant. In the second layer of the demon suppression tower, while cultivating the secret technique of soul refinement and divine cultivation, Hao Chen's spiritual strength continues to rise steadily. Chapter 232. Not a dream. Having arrived at the ancient battlefield of the Huanhe River for over a month, Hao Chen was walking southwest one day when, suddenly, the space shifted and he was transported to an unfamiliar location. Could it be that I accidentally entered an illusion array? Hao Chen pondered. This was an expansive and eerily silent space. Welcome, challenger. Your challenge is about to commence. If you succeed, you shall inherit the legacy of Xiaohao. Strive diligently. A mysterious voice began to echo throughout the vast expanse. Challenge? What challenge? And what legacy of Xiaohao? Isn't Xiaohao my ancestor? Hao Chen was filled with questions, yet the emptiness of the space offered no answers. Upon entering this realm, he discovered that his storage ring and storage bag were rendered useless. However, he was relieved to find that the jade pendant in his consciousness and the demon suppression tower could still be sensed. It seemed that this enigmatic space could only sever the connections to lower-tier storage spaces, while it was powerless against higher-tier ones. Regardless of the challenge, with the ability to cheat through my treasures, I shall undoubtedly prevail. With this thought, Hao Chen felt reassured and his resolve strengthened. Just then, a ripple passed through the space, and in an instant, Hao Chen's figure vanished from where he stood, only to reappear in another location. This new place was an unfathomable abyss, with 2 parallel ropes extending forward toward the opposite shore. Approaching the edge of the ropeway, Hao Chen noticed a stone tablet standing beside it. inscribed with the words Xianyun rope in grand characters that captivated the soul. Below these three characters, two lines of numbers were engraved. The first line read 9,000 zhang, while the second stated 66,075 people. Presumably, the Xianyun rope was the site of the challenge, with 9,000 zhang indicating the length of the ropeway. The number of 66,075 likely represented the total number of participants in the challenge. Hao Chen speculated. Could it be that there are actually 66,075 people within the ancient battlefield of Huanhe? He mused quietly. Although the ancient battlefield was teeming with people upon entry, it couldn't possibly accommodate such a multitude. It appeared that the Huanhe ancient battlefield was merely one of the entrances into the ancient battleground of Haozhou. Unbeknownst to Hao Chen, there were a total of 9 entrances to the Huanhe ancient battlefield, each allowing 10,000 individuals to enter, showcasing the vastness of this realm. With a loss of 1/3 of the participants, the remaining 66,075 survivors represented an exceptionally favorable outcome, as the highest mortality typically occurred toward the conclusion of the ancient battlefield. In the initial stages, various sects and factions would diligently follow the orders of their overseers, searching for and eliminating the remnants of indigenous forces within the murky river realm, as well as slaying the demon races and beasts. This was the fundamental objective of the overseers of the Qianyuan realm. Each time practitioners from the Qianyuan realm entered the murky river realm, acts of murder and plunder would ensue, escalating in intensity. There were instances where the demonic practitioners of the murky river realm allied with the human demon cultivators of the Qianyuan realm to slaughter human practitioners. Additionally, the infighting among humans was not uncommon. In essence, the overseers of the Qianyuan realm had transformed the murky river realm into a battleground for human trials. To refer to the murky river realm as an ancient battlefield was merely a narrative spun by the human overseers. Entering this ancient battlefield allowed humans to seek treasures and undergo trials, while entering the murky river realm represented an act of invasion. With the impending closure of the ancient battlefield, everyone was acutely aware that they would never have the opportunity to return. Thus, each individual was compelled to make a final effort. Consequently, the mortality rate among those entering the ancient battlefield surged dramatically. It was already considered remarkable if half of the participants survived by the conclusion of the ancient battlefield's trials. Presently, there remained 66,075 individuals, all transported to this mysterious space to face challenges. It remained uncertain whether they would encounter Hao Ying, Zijuan, and the others here. The paramount concern was to succeed in these challenges. Only by doing so could one earn the right to uncover the truth. Such a scenario had never before unfolded in the millennia of human history within the ancient battlefield, leaving no one aware of what might transpire. No one knew the fate that awaited those who failed the challenges. For the sake of their lives, every individual was determined to strive relentlessly to pass the trials, unwilling to entrust their destinies to others. Hao Chen gazed into the swirling abyss below, his heart filled with unwavering resolve as he silently vowed, no matter what, he must emerge alive from this place. Countless matters awaited him beyond, and he could not afford to fail. Absolutely not. It appeared that he had entered a vast, independent space. Could it be that he was the first to arrive here? Without rushing to explore the celestial clouds, he decided to survey the surroundings first. Hao Chen, accustomed to caution, remained vigilant as ever. He expanded his consciousness, scanning the vicinity for any treasures or palatial artifacts that might exist. I shall reiterate, depart at once. Suddenly, a cold shout echoed from afar, the voice faint, indicating the speaker was quite distant. Someone else. Hao Chen's expression sharpened. Indeed, others had arrived here. He pondered silently. Could this truly be a dream? Peering into the distance with his consciousness, he spotted a small hillock from which the voice seemed to originate. Time to investigate. Ensuring he had not entered an illusionary formation that conjured dreams, Hao Chen contemplated briefly before deciding to ascend the hillock for clarity. Utilizing the swift feather step, he traversed the air with grace, swiftly reaching the summit of the hillock. Once atop, he crouched beside a rock, holding his breath as he probed the area beneath the hillock with his consciousness. Several miles away, he discerned figures entwined in combat, unmistakably indicating that a fierce struggle was underway. Upon closer observation, Hao Chen discerned that 4 individuals were engaged in a fierce battle in the distance, 2 men attacking 2 women. To his surprise, as he recognized the familiar silhouettes of the women, he mused internally. Could these 2 be Hao Ying and Zijuan? The woman wielding a jet-black whip and the one brandishing a violet longsword worked in perfect harmony. The intertwining shadows of the black whip and the violet sword energy wove an impenetrable net that even the two men could not breach. Brother Zhang Fan, these women are formidable. It seems we are no match for them. The slightly shorter figure in black whispered to the man battling Ziwan. Let us retreat to the upwind position. Zhang Fan replied. After several rounds of combat, the two men seemed to lose their resolve to continue fighting. The swordswoman exhibited exceptional skill, consistently supporting the whip-wielding woman with rapid strikes at critical moments. However, even the most skilled can falter. Both women sustained injuries when caught off guard. The synergy between the long whip and the short weapon showcased a level of prowess that would challenge even seasoned Foundation establishment practitioners. Hao Chen extended his spiritual sense once more, confirming beyond doubt that it was indeed Hao Ying and Ziwan. At this moment, his jaw dropped in astonishment. He had previously underestimated Ziwan's abilities, believing her to be merely at the early Foundation establishment stage. Now, he realized with clarity that she had evolved into a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. It dawned on him that he had misjudged this woman, who he thought was solely focused on developing her merchant association. Hao Ying's strength, while slightly inferior, had significantly improved since their time in the Hao family. In Hao Chen's recollection, Hao Ying was merely a spell-casting cultivator, but he was taken aback by her formidable martial skills. Her mastery of the whip was not something that could be achieved in a short span of time. It seemed that every member of the Hao family was indeed extraordinary, capable of disguising their true strength. Chapter 233. An unexpected poisoning. Gradually, the two figures in black shifted towards the upwind position, continuing to engage the two women in combat. As Hao Ying's whip lashed out toward Zhang Fan, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The black-clad fighter, Ding Hu, who was locked in combat with Ziwan, narrowly dodged a fierce attack and hurled a fist-sized black orb, not at Ziwan, but directly towards Hao Ying in a surprise assault. At that moment, Hao Ying's whip was already aimed at Zhang Fan, and Ding Hu's choice to target Hao Ying instead of confronting Ziwan shocked her. If Ziwan's suspicions were correct, that ominous black sphere was a dreaded thunderbomb. With a swift maneuver, she dashed towards the dangerous projectile, intent on deflecting it before it reached Hao Ying. However, to her dismay, just as she reached Hao Ying's side, the orb detonated. A cloud of crimson powder enveloped the area amidst a faint explosion. It was toxic. Ziwan instinctively turned her right hand to cover her nose with the back of her hand, while her left grasped Hao Ying's shoulder as she hastily retreated. Yet, mere steps into her escape, Ziwan felt her entire body grow weak. A surge of desire rushed forth from her lower abdomen, as if the vitality within her had been instantly drained, rendering the violet sword in her hand as heavy as 1,000 pounds. With a soft clang, the sword slipped from Ziqian's grasp and fell to the ground. She hastily pulled Hao Ying aside, retreating a few steps and leaning against a rock for support. Hao Ying, caught off guard, found himself unable to catch his breath, as the entrance to the mist had already clouded his senses. The whip fell to the ground, his body leaning against Ziqian, while his hands tentatively explored her form. You insolent wretch, I vow to make you both unforgettable today, Zhang Fan sneered, clutching his painfully throbbing shoulder. When the dark sphere struck, the whip had already lashed against Zhang Fan's shoulder. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the two exquisite figures before him, their alluring forms and captivating faces ensnaring his very soul. Despicable, Ziqian exclaimed, realizing she had fallen victim to a treacherous scheme. Ha! Soon you shall cease your curses and instead beg for more. Zhang Fan advanced slowly towards Ziqian and Hao Ying. Shameless, Ziqian shouted defiantly. As Zhang Fan approached, she abruptly leaned forward and aimed a palm strike at him, only to find her body weaken, collapsing onto the grass. Ha, my little beauty, it seems my influence runs deep. In that instant, Ding Hu seized the opportunity and pounced upon the fallen Ziqian. Shameless, Ziqian felt a rush of anger and humiliation as she pointed her finger at Ding Hu's eyes. With a casual tilt of his head, Ding Hu grabbed her soft, powerless wrist. Applying force, he pressed his body down upon hers. The intoxicating fragrance unique to young women filled Ding Hu's nostrils, leaving him momentarily entranced. Gazing at the stunning beauty beneath him, he could hardly believe this scene was real. Ziqian felt the weight upon her, struggling to breathe as waves of fiery heat coursed through her veins, gradually enveloping her entire being. At that moment, her consciousness began to blur, overwhelmed by the burgeoning emotions within her. "My little beauty, you have been ensnared by my enchanting powder, without the service of a man. You risk perishing, and it would be a pity for one as lovely as you to meet such an end. What a waste." Zhang Fan, intent on avenging the sting of Hao Ying's whip, had already chosen her as his target, positioning her beside a mound of earth. Crouching beside Hao Ying, he laughed with reckless abandon, his hand caressing her delicate, porcelain-like face. "Haha, if I were to spend a delightful night with you, what matter if I were to be shattered in the process?" With that, Zhang Fan clawed at Hao Ying's clothing, tearing it apart with force. Ripping sounds echoed as her garments were completely shredded, revealing skin as pure as snow and a vibrant red undergarment. "Truly beautiful," Zhang Fan exclaimed, his eyes fixated on her alluring form, unable to contain his admiration. "She is indeed striking, but you are not worthy of her." A cold, icy voice resonated beside Zhang Fan. "Who?" Zhang Fan exclaimed, astonished, as he lifted his gaze to confront the young man before him. It was indeed the one who had repeatedly slain disciples of the Huayang sect, and the portrait of Hao Yan had long been displayed in the mission hall of the sect. A gasp of astonishment had already startled Ding Hu, who was leisurely unfastening his garments beside Zijuan. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's incredulous voice, Ding Hu turned to look at him. The moment he caught sight of Hao Yan, he was struck with terror and fled desperately into the distance. Hao Yan's consciousness had already locked onto this individual, and from the attire of Ding Hu and Zhang Fan, he had confirmed their identities as disciples of the Huayang sect. Now, they wished to escape? It was too late. With a casual wave, a streak of azure light darted towards the fleeing figure. No matter how that person tried to evade, the azure light relentlessly pursued him. With a soft thud, before the sound could fade, the head had already been severed. The speed of the Qinghun dagger was undoubtedly swifter than Ding Hu's flight. The dagger whirled back to Hao Yan's side and once again slashed towards the still-shocked Zhang Fan, who was beside Hao Ying. Whoosh! The dagger flew past Zhang Fan's left ear. As Zhang Fan's left ear fell to the ground, he too collapsed, howling in agony. "Produce the antidote, or do not blame me for being merciless," Hao Yan coldly declared, his left foot firmly pressing down on Zhang Fan's face. "There is no antidote for the meeching powder," Zhang Fan replied through gritted teeth, racked with pain. "Nonsense. How could the concoction you brewed lack an antidote?" Hao Yan retorted icily. "Because the meeching powder requires no antidote. It merely needs a man to dispel the poison upon her," Zhang Fan explained helplessly. At that moment, Zhang Fan silently lamented. "Why did I have to encounter this sworn enemy of the Huayang sect?" "Make yourself clear," Hao Chen urged, pressing down harder on Zhang Fan. "Simply perform the rites of husband and wife with that woman, and the poison of the meeching powder will naturally dissipate." Zhang Fan divulged the method to counteract the poison. "Scoundrel!" Hao Chen bellowed, twisting his foot to kick Zhang Fan in the abdomen. Zhang Fan's body hurtled violently towards a distant rock. Crack! His head collided with the stone like a watermelon, extinguishing his life. Hao Yan, I am here." As Hao Yan made his appearance, Zijuan had already recognized his figure. Hao Yan casually tapped a few times on Hao Ying's body and placed his hand atop her head. A pure surge of ice attribute energy flowed into her. After the ice energy entered her body, Hao Ying distinctly felt the once overwhelming energy within her being subdued significantly, her consciousness becoming much clearer. Hao Yan felt he had temporarily suppressed the effects of the poison within Hao Ying, and he swiftly tucked her under his arm. Darting to Zijuan's side, just as he had quelled Hao Ying's toxicity, he infused a wisp of ice attribute energy into Zijuan. "Thank you," Zijuan softly uttered. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her voice was so faint it seemed only she could hear it. However, at that moment, Hao Ying's delirious murmurs shattered the previously tranquil space. So hot. Hao Ying was deeply poisoned. At this instant, the ice attribute energy Hao Yan had infused into her had lost its efficacy. Hao Ying felt the yearning within her spreading uncontrollably. With her garments now barely intact, she radiated an aura that was both alluring and unsettling. Hao Chen was utterly astonished by Hao Ying's actions, his throat dry as he thought. This is nothing short of blatant temptation. Chapter 234, A Blessing for the Qi People. Hao Chen mused. "Hao Ying, you are extraordinarily fierce. Fortunately, I am by your side. Had it been another man, I would have undoubtedly gouged his eyes out. Alas, why is it still so hot?" He muttered, and in a state of confusion, Hao Ying was unexpectedly roused from her stupor by the heat. At that moment, Hao Ying felt parched and uncomfortable, finally managing to lift her heavy eyelids, only to be greeted by the visage of a handsome man. "Ah," Hao exclaimed in surprise, regaining her composure and scrutinizing him as she asked, "Hao Chen, how is it you? What are you doing here? I am thirsty." In one breath, Hao posed two entirely unrelated questions. "Water." Hao Chen swiftly retrieved a jug of water from his storage ring and handed it to the already radiant Hao Ying. "Oh, how refreshing. Why is it so hot?" After drinking the water, Hao Ying felt a slight coolness wash over her, only to be suddenly engulfed by an internal flame. "Hao Ying, listen to me. Both you and Z1 have been affected by the love potion. Only a man can help you break the spell. Drinking water will not suffice." Hao Chen wrapped Hao Ying in his clothing, fearful of losing control and frightening her. The love potion, a man. Hao Ying slowly recalled the events that transpired before her fainting, her heart whispering. That dark, round object was not a thunderbolt, but a love potion bomb. "I'm sorry for my tardiness." Hao Chen embraced Hao Ying, softly apologizing. Oh, how comforting. Being held by Hao Chen, Hao Ying suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Though separated by fabric, his presence still brought her immense solace. Her body instinctively leaned closer into his embrace, her hands encircling his waist, her small face nuzzling against his chest. Beside them, Z1 was also succumbing to the effects of the love potion, albeit at a slower pace than Hao Ying. Hao Chen turned to gaze at Z1's flushed face, unable to contain the passion surging within him, and leaned in to kiss her luscious, crimson lips. Z1 emitted a sound of pleasure, and after a moment of dizziness, she vigorously shook her body and head, yearning to escape Hao Chen's lips. Yet, with that movement, rather than freeing herself, she found her discomfort intensifying. In broad daylight, Hao Chen was unable to neutralize the poison affecting both women. With no other choice, he summoned the demon suppression tower, placing the two ladies into its second-level space, then concealing the tower in a shrunken form. He could only confine the two within the tower. If he were to place them in the jade pendant space, with Linger and Xiao Chui present, the situation could become quite inappropriate. Once more activating the demon suppression tower, he swiftly entered, continuing to shrink and conceal it in place. Aware that Hao Ying was deeply poisoned, he could only resort to using his ice attribute energy to suppress the love potion-esque toxin within the less severely affected Z1. Cautiously, he placed his hand on Hao Ying's snow-white shoulder, gradually channeling the ice attribute energy into her body. After alleviating some of Hao Ying's internal heat, Hao Chen then freed a hand to assist Z1 in dispelling the poison, tirelessly working to suppress the toxins afflicting both women. At the outset, the duration of suppression was prolonged, but as time progressed, the intervals between them became increasingly brief and fervent. If timely assistance was not rendered, it was likely that both individuals would suffer irreparable damage to their cultivation, possibly even leading to their demise. In this critical moment, Hao Chen could no longer attend to other matters and had to prioritize resolving the plight of Hao Ying, given their marital engagement, albeit unconsummated. After their passionate encounter, Hao Ying slipped into a deep slumber. Upon alleviating Hao Ying's poisoning, Hao Chen assumed that curing the less severely afflicted Ziyuan would be a simpler task, yet to his surprise, Ziyuan too found herself ensnared in a haze of infatuation. Having only shared a few encounters with the love-inducing powder, Ziyuan's feelings had become tender and profound. In the demon suppression tower, Hao Chen indulged in the bliss of companionship with two beautiful women. However, he soon realized that he had hastily exited the spatial confines of the tower, neglecting to retrieve his storage pouch amidst his focus on administering antidotes to the two women. This was the first instance where Hao Chen, in a moment of urgency, relinquished his habitual collection of storage pouches. He approached the two lifeless bodies and removed their storage pouches. Upholding the principle of gathering wealth to alleviate misfortune, he conjured two small fireballs to reduce the bodies to ashes. Seizing the opportunity while Hao Ying and Ziyuan remained in slumber, Hao Chen slipped into the space of the jade pendant to change into fresh attire. He conferred with Linger and Xiao Cui, proposing that Hao Ying and Ziyuan take residence in the jade pendant's realm, to which both women readily consented, for the space was desolate, and they eagerly awaited company for amusement. All of Hao Chen's actions outside were within Linger's perception, as she was the spirit of the jade pendant and shared a psychic connection with him. Opening the storage rings of Zhang Fan and Ding, who revealed a considerable trove of items. Notably, Zhang Fan's ring contained numerous vials, many of which held poisons designed for treachery. Among these were the love-inducing powder, hallucination powder, debilitating pills, soporific drugs, and countless other substances that dazzled Hao Chen's eyes. Upon witnessing these potions, Hao Chen felt a surge of delight. He decided to keep them for future use, particularly the intoxicating brew, which, when mixed with liquor, would yield even more potent effects, ensnaring even the most powerful cultivators. After an indeterminate period, Ziyuan's long lashes fluttered, and she lazily opened her eyes, letting out a soft hum. Suddenly recollecting something, her face flushed with a crimson hue. She hastily donned the garment draped over her, paying no mind to her appearance. And only upon finishing did she notice Hao Chen gazing at her with a mischievous smile. Rest assured, there are only the three of us here, and everything that should and shouldn't have been seen or done last night has already transpired, Hao Chen said with a cheeky grin. What about Hao Ying? Ziyuan asked, her brow furrowing with curiosity. She is still sound asleep over there, Hao Chen replied, gesturing towards the slumbering Hao Ying nearby. Having long harbored feelings for Hao Chen, Ziyuan now shed her modesty. Since she had become his woman, she resolved to continue embracing her affection. Ah, I have broken through, Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed with joy, her voice startling the slumbering Hao Ying from her dreams. Hao Ying sprang to her feet, only to realize the situation was amiss. She quickly squatted down to retrieve a long robe and draped it over herself, soon realizing that she too had experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation. Upon seeing Hao Chen and Ziyuan standing there, Hao Ying felt a blush creep onto her cheeks and bashfully approached the two. The previous day's haze felt dreamlike. Both women sensed a lingering discomfort in their bodies and understood what had transpired. For Hao Ying, it was merely a natural progression, a matter of timing rather than essence. Although Ziyuan maintained her reserve, the occurrence had already taken place, and she had long since developed feelings, thus unraveling her inner turmoil. She hadn't anticipated meeting the two in this manner, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. As Hao Ying approached, Hao Chen, with a playful grin, made his way over to the women. Hao Ying fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon Hao Chen and inquired softly, "What brings you here?" "The moment we entered the ancient battlefield, we parted ways. Later, using a tracking device, I discovered you were heading southeast, so I followed your trail. However, I was unexpectedly transported here and, to my surprise, encountered you both in peril upon my arrival," he explained. After addressing Hao Ying's question, he suddenly recalled the unusual circumstance of Ziyuan and Hao Ying being together, prompting him to ask, "How did you two come to be together?" "We were transported to a desolate desert, not far from one another, and with the essence of the tracking device. We quickly reunited," Hao Ying replied candidly. Hao Chen silently mused to himself, "Fate is indeed preordained." Chapter 235, Crossing the Abyss, Part 1. "Where is this place?" Ziyuan exclaimed, finally noticing the peculiarity of their surroundings. "Indeed, what is this location?" Hao Ying turned to Hao Chen, her expression one of confusion. "Ah, this is the spatial realm of my treasure, the Demon Suppression Tower." "Well, what? Are you saying we are within the treasure space?" Ziyuan's face was a portrait of astonishment. "Indeed, we are in the space of the Demon Suppression Tower. Since both of you are now my women, there is nothing I need to conceal," Hao Chen declared. The three settled upon the grassy expanse of the Demon Suppression Tower's realm, each recounting their experiences upon entering the ancient battlefield. They had come here due to a challenge and could not linger in the space of the tower for long. "Then let us depart, but not too far away." "Oh, by the way, how long have you been here?" Hao Chen inquired. "We just arrived as well," Ziyuan responded promptly. "So, you are unfamiliar with this place?" Hao Chen sought to confirm their awareness of their surroundings. "Unfamiliar?" Both Ziyuan and Hao Ying responded in unison. "It appears I am the most familiar with this place. Follow me." With that, Hao Chen led the two women back along the path they had taken. They arrived at the stone tablet of the Abyss Celestial Cloud Ropes. "This is the purpose that brought us here. You two should take a look at the inscriptions upon the tablet," he instructed, gesturing to the stone tablet. After reading the tablet's inscriptions, the two women gazed despondently at the abyss, where two serpentine celestial cloud ropes dangled ominously. Above the abyss, there were not just these two ropes, but dozens, even hundreds more. In other areas, many others who had been transported found themselves in a similar state of despair. Crossing the abyss and climbing the celestial cloud ropes was not inherently terrifying. What was truly daunting were the restrictions set in this place, where fierce winds howled below and oppressive pressures loomed above. Without robust strength, it would be nearly impossible to traverse the abyss and navigate the celestial cloud ropes. As the two women hesitated, hundreds of individuals were gradually transported into the space. Some observed, while others had already embarked on their ascent. Their speeds varied, yet all were resolutely striving to cross the chasm. What to do? Unable to traverse the celestial cloud rope, they could only wait for the conclusion of the exploration in the ancient battlefield and be sent away. Ziwan and Hao looked to Hao Chen for assistance, hoping for their man's aid. The inability to scale the celestial cloud rope meant the end of their adventure in the ancient battlefield. The treasures beyond the abyss were reserved for the strong. Observing the despairing expressions of the two women, Hao Chen grinned and said, "Ahem, don't worry. I can take you across." Seeing Hao Chen's carefree demeanor, Ziwan retorted without hesitation, "Who do you think you are? How will you carry us? Are you going to carry one and hold the other? Well, I could carry you and hold Hao. What do you think?" Hao Chen teased. "How can you still joke at a time like this?" Hao scolded him in exasperation. "Calm down. Just follow me," Hao Chen urged, leading the two to a secluded spot beneath the mound they had just passed. "I can simply place you into the demon suppression tower." With a thought, the tower materialized in his hands. Ziwan and Hao suddenly realized they had previously resided within the tower's space. Relax and do not resist. Once the two women nodded, Hao Chen focused his mind, and in an instant, Ziwan and Hao vanished from sight. As they were both his women, he would not confine them to the first level of the tower. Instead, he placed them in the second level. He then swiftly entered the second level himself, where numerous barriers existed. Hao Chen guided them to a stone tablet inscribed with the secret method of soul refinement and divine cultivation, instructing them to practice there. Aware of their lower cultivation levels, he cautioned them not to enter the soul refinement barrier without permission and to remain by the stone tablet for the time being. After ensuring their comfort and providing them with provisions and elixirs, he departed the demon suppression tower, retracting it into his consciousness, and returned to the celestial cloud rope at the chasm. Ignoring the bustling crowd, he stood alone at the edge of the abyss, slowly crouching down, hand resting on the celestial cloud rope, feeling the chilling winds rising from below. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to calm his restless heart, secretly retrieving the recovery pill, body restoration pill, and soul returning pill from the space within his jade pendant. Hao Chen prepared to utilize them at a crucial moment. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously stepped onto the celestial cloud rope. A swirling vortex of air rapidly ascended from the abyss, its tremendous force akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, captivating the soul. Before he could react, the vortex surged toward him with an irresistible pull, drawing him down into the depths. In a daze, propelled by the vortex's immense suction, Hao Chen found himself plummeting several yards into the abyss. In that moment, he desperately grasped at his surroundings, hoping to seize a lifeline. Yet fate seemed to conspire against him. Death is but a fleeting moment, a liminal state between existence and oblivion, where one can only truly grasp the profound torment and despair through visceral experience. At the very instant when he found himself in a state of desolation and hopelessness, a sudden clarity pierced his consciousness. The wings of the wind propelled him forward, allowing him to hover near the celestial cloud rope. With a long, relieved sigh, Hao Yuanquan pondered, could this be a test of one's resolve? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he felt a measure of safety in his current predicament, which eased his heart considerably. After a brief hesitation, he pressed onward, his thoughts consumed by the two women within the demon-suppressing tower, eager to relay news of their safety. Yet, in a moment of distraction, his feet inadvertently slipped from the celestial cloud rope. His heart leapt to his throat, and a shiver coursed through him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, his forearm would not have clung to the rope, and he would have plummeted into the abyss once more. Regaining his composure, Hao Chen chided himself. How foolishly arrogant I have been. Having considered myself reasonably clever in the past, I now find it utterly laughable. My impatience and carelessness have led me astray. Ascending the celestial cloud rope is akin to stepping into the realm of immortality. There is no turning back. The path of cultivation is merciless and devoid of retreat. Only resolute advancement offers the faintest glimmer of survival. Should one unfortunate soul fall to their demise, it would undoubtedly cast a pall over those observing from above. Few possess the fortitude to withstand such spiritual blows. This celestial cloud rope, crafted by some esteemed predecessor, has truly broadened my horizons, and I find myself filled with genuine admiration. whether it be the overwhelming psychological pressure or the instinctual awareness born from life and death circumstances. Traversing the abyss while ascending the celestial cloud rope awakens within him an unwavering desire to pursue the path of the strong. This unrestrained power incites an insatiable yearning within him. He believes that only by cultivating profound confidence can one confront and resolve all challenges head-on. The thought flitted through his mind, and he shook his heavy head, resigning himself to the harsh reality. Despite his commendable composure, gazing upon the empty expanse of the celestial cloud rope stirred a deep-seated sense of helplessness within him. Deep breathing became Hao Yuan's method of alleviating his anxiety. Once he cast aside all distractions, he resumed his advance, albeit with each step pressing heavily upon his heartstrings. The apprehensive moment he dreaded arrived. As he traversed a distance of 100 zhang, an inexplicable pressure emerged. Though slight and seemingly negligible, it was perceptible to Hao Yuan, whose mind was intensely focused. In a short while, this force began to synchronize with his steps, escalating in intensity and impeding his progress. Each step he took bore the weight of this increasing pressure, causing him to slow his pace. Hao Yuan mused to himself. Indeed, the celestial cloud rope is fraught with peril. Initially, there was the allure of attraction, and now an added weight. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as if tumultuous tribulations lay ahead. Yet, this omen ignited his fighting spirit, and he resolved inwardly, should I be daunted by the specter of unknown dangers? Chapter 236, Crossing the Abyss, Part 2. The celestial cloud rope tests not merely an individual's strength, but also the fortitude of a cultivator's will. In this space, all storage equipment has been sealed, rendering any items to aid in ascending the celestial cloud rope utterly inaccessible, unless one has not been transported to this space. The elixirs and magical artifacts stored in their pockets or arms can be retrieved for use. Otherwise, one must rely solely on their own abilities to traverse the abyss. Upon entering the realm of the immortal cloud rope, everyone immediately senses the inability to utilize storage bags or rings. Thus, they must depend on their own strength to navigate the abyss and ascend the immortal cloud rope. Hao Chen channels the full force of his vital energy as he progresses along the rope. Initially, his pace is swift, but as time elapses and the distance increases, his speed diminishes. The further he climbs, the more sluggish his movement becomes, compounded by the ever-increasing pressure exerted by the immortal cloud rope, which significantly taxes his physical stamina. Without elixirs to replenish his depleted vital energy, the situation becomes increasingly dire as he advances. This is not merely a test of individual strength. Without extraordinary willpower, one cannot endure to the end. Faced with formidable challenges, Hao Chen's gaze remains resolute, his teeth clenched, as he perseveres step by arduous step. The immortal cloud rope is imbued with numerous formations, and upon Hao Chen's ascent, the formations detect the richness of his vital energy, treating him not as an ordinary cultivator. Consequently, the difficulties he encounters are unfathomably arduous compared to those of others. The weight upon him makes each breath a struggle, and his body gradually bends under the burden. Each step becomes a monumental effort, draining the energy he has painstakingly gathered. As time slips away in tandem with Hao Chen's heartbeat, he finds not only his vital energy severely depleted, but also his physical stamina at its limit. Is this the end? He sighs inwardly, contemplating the possibility of having to stop here. In his moment of despair, memories of his grandfather and the figures of Hao Ying and Zi Wan in the demon suppression tower flash through his mind. They both yearn to reach the opposite shore in search of opportunities. Countless images flicker in his mind, reminding him of unfulfilled aspirations and desires. And the overwhelming pressure feels insurmountable. At this juncture, Hao Chen considers the recovery pill. Should he consume it or persist? Many others find themselves in a similar predicament. As they approach the final stages of the immortal cloud rope, the pressure intensifies. All those ascending the rope have nearly reached its culmination, and each person's speed has begun to wane. After a brief internal struggle, Hao Chen comes to a realization. In such perilous circumstances, one cannot afford to be rigid. To neglect available resources would be foolish. He swiftly consumes a recovery pill and quietly channels the divine power technique. After a moment of respite, he resumes his ascent. Although his pace is not rapid, each step feels significantly lighter. With a third of the journey remaining, Hao Chen gazes down at the immortal cloud rope, initially believing that, through his own strength, he could reach 8,000 zhang of the 9,000 zhang length. To his surprise, he has only traversed 6,000 zhang before being compelled to employ the divine power technique. In recent times, Hao Chen has devoted time daily to practicing the technique on the first level of the demon suppression tower, and he has now harnessed the ability to enhance his stamina ninefold through its application. Following the invocation of the divine power technique, the burden he bears diminishes considerably. The climb quickened, reinforcing the confidence to ascend further. Were it not for the practice of the divine power sutra, this marvelous technique, and the supply of elixirs, the perilous crossing of the celestial cloud rope would have likely resulted in a near-fatal struggle. However, after cultivating the divine power sutra, the experience transformed entirely. The application of this technique could augment strength ninefold. Although the celestial cloud rope was designed with extreme difficulty for Hao Yuan, who could suddenly amplify his power 9 times, the pressure was now manageable. As he reached a distance of 7,000 zhang, the pressure on others intensified significantly, and with the continuous depletion of their true essence, each step became increasingly arduous. Unlike Hao Yuan, whose pace surged unexpectedly in the final phase, few cultivators could match such a feat with only 1,300 zhang. Then 1,000, and finally 500 zhang remaining. Hao Yuan's speed noticeably increased after invoking the Divine Power Sutra. Yet, as time elapsed, his pace gradually diminished. Now at 8,900 zhang, just 100 zhang more stood between him and the conclusion of this trial. However, upon stepping onto the 8,001st zhang, he felt an overwhelming pressure anew. This latest increase was far greater than any encountered before. Even with the full force of the Divine Power Sutra, he sensed the tremendous burden weighing upon him. Hao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, steadily advancing on the final stretch. Each step, 1 zhang, 4 zhang, 7 zhang, 20 zhang, brought an ever-increasing weight upon him. Initially, despite the immense pressure, Hao Yuan managed to maintain a steady pace. What to do? He could not continually rely on elixirs, as that would cast a shadow over his future cultivation. Persevere, Hao Yuan silently urged himself. With another step forward, 9 zhang remained ahead. Progress. Below him lay the abyss, howling with malevolent winds, and above loomed the oppressive force of restrictions. With distractions cast aside, all that filled Hao Yuan's mind was the resolve to strive onward. After surging forward another 3 zhang, his body could no longer withstand the tremendous pressure of the celestial cloud rope, and he found himself kneeling upon it. What to do? He felt the immense gravity still constraining him, and his body began to show signs of strain, with blood seeping from various wounds. The depletion of his true essence had reached its limit. If no measures were taken, an accident would surely ensue. What to do? Unless he consumed the recovery purple pill, which would not only restore his vitality, but also heal severe injuries, he saw no other viable option. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to endure. Was he to give up? Certainly not. Hao Yuan was acutely aware that surrender would lead to an uncertain fate, and thus he dared not gamble with his life. Yet, he was not so foolish as to disregard available resources. Why not utilize what he had? To traverse the abyss and conquer the celestial cloud rope was the path to success. Otherwise, death would render him forgotten. At the moment he ingested the recovery purple pill, a formidable force began to gradually replenish the energy consumed within his body, leading to a marked improvement in his physical condition. His body commenced a continuous process of restoration, and he even experienced a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld the celestial cloud rope before him, and Hao Yuan once again embarked upon the path of ascension. Although the pressure remained substantial, it posed no challenge to Hao Yuan in his current peak state. Despite the considerable expenditure of physical stamina, Hao Yuan resolutely completed the final 6 zhang. With great difficulty, he took the last step and successfully traversed the celestial cloud rope. A ripple in space ensued, and in an instant, Hao Yuan's figure vanished from the celestial cloud rope. When he reappeared, he found himself in an expansive realm. Before him stood a stone tablet, similarly inscribed with the 3 characters celestial cloud rope. Beneath these characters were 2 lines of numbers. The upper line still displayed 9,000, while the lower line had changed to 78. To his astonishment, 78 individuals had already passed through the celestial cloud rope. Aside from Hao Yuan, there were 77 others who had also succeeded. Clearly, the Qianyuan realm harbored many capable individuals. It was indeed a place where dragons lay hidden and tigers crouched. Hao Yuan exerted all his abilities to ascend, cleverly navigating the celestial cloud rope, yet he found himself ranked at the 78th position. The prowess of the other 77 was thus implied. Chapter 237. The land of inheritance. Having crossed the celestial cloud rope, Hao Yin sought a secluded area. With a mere thought, he summoned the two women who had been cultivating within the demon suppression tower. Shoo! Hao Yin pressed his right index finger to his lips. The two women nodded in understanding. Haha, I made it. I passed. Hao Yin exclaimed unabashedly with triumphant laughter. Congratulations to the three of you for passing the trial of the celestial cloud rope. Even as Hao Yin's laughter faded, a voice echoed from some unknown place in the space. Congratulations, congratulations. In a gesture of camaraderie, Hao Yin spun around in a circle to express his gratitude. His bowing and thanking of the surroundings elicited uncontrollable laughter from the two women. This is the entrance to the land of inheritance, which will open in 3 days. I hope you all gain something from it, came another voice from the space. The atmosphere fell silent as the three waited for a considerable time without any further sound. This was likely just a remnant of consciousness. Zhejiang, having spent many years in commerce, was accustomed to various people and affairs. In this vast space, we are likely not the only ones present. Let us find a secluded spot to await the opening of the land of inheritance, Hao Yin suggested to the two women. Naturally, the two women shared the same thought and agreed with Hao Yin's idea. However, they proposed to return to the demon suppression tower for cultivation, as they had become somewhat addicted to their training there. If we don't mention it, please refrain from interrupting our cultivation. We are not interested in any inheritance, Zhejiang remarked before entering the demon suppression tower, not forgetting to give Hao Yin a nod. There was no helping it. Hao Yin's compassionate nature left him no choice but to remain alone in this place, solitary in his cultivation. The day the land of inheritance opens is approaching swiftly. It is time for me to enter, Hao Yin murmured to himself. An hour later, Hao Chen arrived at the entrance, where he was met by a wave of breath that belonged to the forest. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, and the lush greenery blanketed the hills, creating an atmosphere of serene comfort. However, one must not be deceived by the tranquil appearance of this forest. It is widely known that the ancient battlefield is fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. Is this truly the entrance to the site of the ancient battlefield's legacy? Hao Chen mused, gazing at the misty portal ahead. While he was lost in thought, a group of dozens came rushing from afar. As they approached, Hao Chen realized they were a motley assembly of celestial cultivators, martial artists, sword practitioners, and sorcerers. Some were familiar faces, while most were strangers to him, including a few whose peculiar appearances he could not even identify by their race. At that moment, Hao Chen had once again donned a disguise, a habit of his to keep his true identity concealed. Fourth Elder, you're here. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Hao Chen greeted Feng Xiaonan telepathically upon seeing him and his senior brother Su Fei at the entrance of the legacy site. Hao Chen, you two have passed the Xianyun trial, Feng Xiaonan responded, acknowledging Hao Chen's presence. Just then, the entrance to the legacy began to open, and one by one, the individuals before him vanished into the portal. Hao Chen nodded to Feng Xiaonan and casually tossed the healing elixir compendium jade slip to him. Once he confirmed that the fourth elder had received the slip, he wasted no time and soared towards the entrance. The spatial portal was already within close range, and at his current speed, he quickly reached the foreboding gateway that seemed to devour souls. Gritting his teeth, Hao Chen extended a trembling hand towards the portal. As his fingers brushed against the surface of the barrier, it rippled like water. A chilling sensation enveloped his fingertip, as if he were touching a curtain of black water. Suddenly, a powerful force emanated from within the barrier, pulling Hao Chen in before he could react. Following closely behind him, Feng Xiaonan and Su Fei also entered the portal, leaving a heavy silence in their wake, devoid of birdsong or beastly roars, in this strange forest. As he was drawn into the portal, Hao Chen felt a complete disconnection from everything. Sight, sound, and touch eluded him, and his body felt immobilized, as though bound. It was as if all his senses had been stripped away, and his soul was wrenched from his body. Time lost meaning. Perhaps it was a day, a year, a lifetime, or merely a fleeting moment. Ouch, that hurts. Hao Chen awakened, his body racked with pain, a cry escaping his lips. It felt as though every inch of his flesh had been mercilessly crushed, and the sensation of being torn apart lingered for a full hour before it began to subside. At that moment, he finally opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Here lies an independent spatial barrier, a desolate expanse stretching 100 paces in diameter, devoid of any semblance of life. "It is truly a sight to behold," murmured Hao Chen, his lips twitching. At this moment, he felt no fear. Upon deciding to enter the portal, he had already prepared himself for death. In truth, he had come to terms with the fact that the worst outcome would merely be a swift passage into the Jade Pendant's realm or perhaps the Demon Suppression Tower. Or at worst, a glimpse into the fabled underworld. Hao Chen's use of the phrase "a sight to behold" stemmed from the fact that within this barrier, aside from himself, stood only a black, broken stele. Approaching the stele, Hao Chen crouched before it, meticulously observing its features. The stele, standing at waist height, was carved from an unknown material. Yet, Hao Chen sensed a connection between this black monument and the stele by the abyss of celestial clouds, though they were undoubtedly crafted from different stones. The surface of this black stele bore the marks of countless years, its origins shrouded in mystery. At its apex, it appeared as though it had been violently severed. From the fracture, it was evident that the material was remarkably resilient. One could only wonder at the sheer force exerted by the individual who had shattered it. This astonishment lingered with Hao Chen. However, upon closer inspection, the stele revealed no peculiarities. It bore no inscriptions of profound techniques, merely presenting itself as a stone of somewhat superior quality, which left Hao Chen feeling quite disheartened. With a sudden clap of frustration, Hao Chen struck the stele, momentarily forgetting its sharp edges. A sharp gasp escaped him as his palm was cut, blood oozing forth in abundance, causing him to hop in pain. At that moment, the stone, nourished by his blood, emitted a dim luminescence. The transformation of the stele captured Hao Chen's attention, wiping away the tears born of pain. He gazed at the marvel unfolding before him. Yet, the stele merely glimmered without further anomaly. A thought crossed Hao Chen's mind. Could it be a treasure that requires blood to recognize its master? Hastily, he pressed his palm against the stele, allowing droplets of his blood to fall upon its surface. As the blood soaked into the stele, it grew increasingly radiant, until it shone so brightly that it was almost blinding, illuminating the entire space. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The dark light emanating from the stele abruptly withdrew, and from it emerged a sphere of light, roughly the size of a fist, accompanied by a voice steeped in the weight of time. "I am Xiaohao, the leader of humanity's 4 ancestors, who once waged war against the invading foes of the Qianyuan realm, pursuing them to the battlefield in the Huanhe realm. Unexpectedly, I stumbled into peril, facing the demon Lord Jiuyo, the leader of the demon clan in Huanhe, and was besieged by the other 8 demon lords. Despite my desperate resistance, I was grievously wounded and forced to flee to this place. I possessed no innate talent to tread the path of immortality, yet cultivation is, by nature, an act of defiance against fate. By a stroke of fortune, I acquired a profound transformation, obtaining a nameless technique of extraordinary significance. Based on its unique characteristics, I have refined this divine skill, which I have named Xiaoyangju, in honor of my lineage, Xiaohao, and the sacred ground of Gu Yunyang where this technique was conceived. This skill serves as the foundation of my family. It is forbidden for those outside my bloodline to practice it, and any transgressor shall face dire consequences. As I am on the verge of ascension, I wish to prevent this unparalleled art from fading into obscurity. Thus I have left behind a fragment of my divine consciousness, awaiting a fated individual from the Xiaohao lineage to inherit this technique, ensuring it remains untainted. Those who receive my legacy may utilize the formation here to transport themselves away from this realm. To activate the teleportation array, one must wield the power of Xiaoyangju. For only through this technique can the array be set in motion. As the voice faded, a luminous orb swiftly descended upon the crown of Hao Chen's head. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness, and it took the duration of 3 sticks of incense for the transmission of Xiaohao's legacy to conclude. At that moment, Hao Chen found himself drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground, stunned. Just moments ago, he was oblivious to life and death, and now he had acquired the ancestral inheritance of Xiaohao. Such a staggering contrast was almost unbearable. After calming his tumultuous spirit, it took about the time of a single incense stick for Hao Chen to gradually regain his composure and begin to decipher the inherited information. The transmitter identified himself as Xiaohao, who had been besieged by the Lord of the 9 Hells and 8 other demon lords, ultimately fleeing to this locale, where he established a sanctuary to bestow his legacy. This elucidates why Hao Chen was transported to this isolated space. It was a realm crafted by his forebear. The dark portal he encountered was the entrance to this sacred site of inheritance. It stands to reason that Hao Chen's ability to be transported here likely pertains to a bloodline detection array. Only those possessing the Xiaohao bloodline could enter this domain. The Shaoyang technique, capable of elevating one to the heights of unparalleled power, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Hao Chen could not help but reflect upon this in his heart. He did not immediately practice the Shaoyang, but instead meticulously analyzed Xiaohao's words, line by line. Although Xiaohao's divine consciousness conveyed few words, the depth of information was immense, warranting careful consideration. After a period of summarizing and organizing, Hao Chen had only managed to distill a small portion of the knowledge. As it was impossible to digest such a vast amount of information in a short time, he opted to temporarily set aside the interpretation, intending to revisit and assimilate it when time allowed. His primary focus now was to devise a means of exiting this place. Xiaohao had mentioned a teleportation array in this realm, prompting Hao Chen to scrutinize his surroundings. He discovered that the broken monument had vanished, replaced by a teleportation array of considerable size. The sight of this ancient teleportation array filled Hao Chen with exhilaration. It was his first encounter with such a mechanism, akin to a fly drawn to blood, and he was determined to study it with utmost diligence. 3 days passed in a fervent quest for knowledge. Although Hao Chen's current cultivation level did not permit him to engrave the teleportation array, it undeniably broadened his horizons. He procured inscription tools and parchment, painstakingly replicating the array dozens of times and producing several copies of the teleportation array diagrams. Having concluded his studies on the teleportation array, he now sought to master the Shaoyang. The legacy's information indicated that the array could only be activated through the power of Shaoyang. In his heart, Hao Chen mused, "I shall uncover the extraordinary aspects of this unparalleled technique." According to Xiaohao, the ability to become an unparalleled powerhouse is bestowed by the cultivation of the Shaoyang technique. Contemplating Xiaohao's formidable strength and envisioning his own potential to reach such heights, Hao Chen felt an exhilarating surge of passion. He began to meticulously gather and organize information pertinent to the Shaoyang technique, exploring the methods and practices of its cultivation. In the primordial dawn of creation, when all beings awakened, the true path remained elusive, compelling seekers to pursue methods that defy heaven itself. Thus, some attain such power. However, there are those who fail to gain recognition from the celestial laws, unable to resonate with the Tao, and remain mere mortals. Yet, this technique possesses the ability to consume the heavens, the earth, and the spirit, assimilating them into one's being, reconstructing multiple dimensions, and forging an immortal physique. Mortals too can embark on the path of cultivation, achieving longevity akin to that of heaven and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon, and finding few rivals at their level. However, this path is exceedingly defiant, challenging the heavens and contending with fate. Therefore, the journey is fraught with obstacles, and those who reach the pinnacle are exceedingly rare. While studying the preamble of the Shaoyang, Hao Chen was astonished. The path of cultivation is an act of defiance against the heavens, and countless aspirants have perished along the way. Consequently, few ascend to greatness and become true powerhouses. In comparison to the Canli Sanxian, a technique he regards as exceedingly rebellious, Hao Chen perceives his current practice as merely a novice's endeavor. Resolutely, he decided to cultivate the Shaoyang, recognizing that to leave this place, he must harness this technique to activate the teleportation array. He sat cross-legged, calming his mind to begin the intricate process of deducing the Shaoyang. Mastery of this technique requires the tempering of the body with lightning to achieve a minor success, ultimately culminating in the grand completion of the Vajra form, thereby attaining an immortal body. The human physique is innately weaker than that of other races, necessitating various methods of body refinement to enhance physical strength. In the realm of cultivation, the robustness of the body is crucial, directly correlating to the speed of cultivation, the quantity of vital energy absorbed, and overall strength. Achieving minor success in this technique grants unmatched prowess, while grand success renders the body indomitable, shining alongside the sun and moon. Attaining ultimate perfection bestows a terrifying regenerative ability, allowing one to coexist with the cosmos. Hao Chen embodies a dual cultivation of martial and mystical arts, nearing the advanced stage of foundational cultivation in the mystical realm and reaching mid-level martial mastery. His physical condition rivaling that of minor success in lightning tempering. He commenced his journey, adhering to the principles of the Shaoyang, only to discover that the difficulty exceeded his expectations. Unquestionably, the Shaoyang is a celestial marvel, its cultivation intricately challenging and exceptionally defiant. Oftentimes, practitioners fail midway through their training, yet Hao Chen remained undeterred, revitalizing his spirit to persist in his efforts. The aspiration to consume the heavens, the earth, and the spirit, assimilating them into his being, reconstructing multiple dantians, and forging an immortal physique is indeed arduous. For his cultivation of this technique, Hao Chen possessed a prerequisite. He could utilize the first level of the Demon Suppression Tower space for lightning tempering. With a formidable dual cultivation physique and having practiced the divine power technique, his body became even more formidable. His first attempt at cultivation resulted in failure. The second attempt met the same fate. The third attempt also ended in failure. The challenges of reconstructing multiple dantians and forging an immortal physique were indeed formidable. The 95th attempt. Above Hao Chen's head, countless unique elemental energies coalesced, forming a swirling vortex that was subsequently absorbed into his body. At the onset of his cultivation, he felt no peculiarities. However, it was not long before he was astonished to discover that none of the elemental energies had entered his dantian. Instead, they lingered and roamed beside it, gradually beginning to condense. Could this signify the precursor to the construction of a new dantian? Hao Chen mused inwardly. At that moment, he recognized that the unusual sensations within his body bore a resemblance to the conditions described in the Shaoyang technique, prompting him to concentrate wholly and devote himself to his training. The condensing elemental energies grew increasingly abundant and substantial, slowly compressing over time, repetitively paving the way for the emergence of a new dantian. Soon after, the remaining true essence also began to gather and compress beside the second dantian, evolving into yet another new dantian that interconnected with the second, though the space of the newly formed dantian was smaller than the first. As he completed the cultivation of the Shaoyang technique, 3 dantians formed within him, and Hao Chen commenced the reallocation of their functions. Under the guidance of his will, all true essence, except for the faint chaotic aura residing in the primary dantian, could now flow into the other dantians, leaving only the main dantian intact. The first newly established dantian swirled with diverse elemental energies, hence named the 5 elements dantian. The second, shrouded in darkness, with winds howling and thunder rumbling, was dubbed the wind and thunder dantian. On the 95th attempt, success. At last, during the 95th iteration of cultivating the Shaoyang technique, he completed his training. To devour the heavens, the earth, and the spirits, assimilating them into himself, would be deferred for future exploration. The reconstruction of multiple dantians had achieved its purpose. The cultivation of an indestructible physique would be addressed later. He solidified his dantians and reinforced his technique. Despite spending several days on the endeavor, Hao Chen successfully opened 2 more dantians within himself. Now, with 3 dantians in constant operation, the elemental energies of heaven and earth surged violently into Hao Chen's body, filling him with immense joy. Chapter 239. It is time to depart. With the experience of his initial success, subsequent cultivations presented little difficulty. Hao Chen once again activated the Shaoyang technique, completing a full cycle in 2 hours during the second iteration and in less than an hour during the third. As time passed, his cultivation speed accelerated dramatically, reaching an astonishing pace that was markedly different from his previous endeavors. Should anyone witness Hao Chen's cultivation, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. His body resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the elemental energies of the world. It was more accurate to describe this as devouring rather than mere absorption. The rate at which Hao Chen assimilated these energies was far beyond the capabilities expected of a cultivator at his level, and his speed of cultivation would surely leave those so-called prodigies utterly humiliated. With the magical powers of the late Foundation establishment stage, alongside the support of the Canli San Xian technique, Qingmu technique, and divine power technique, and having now cultivated a second and third dantian, he could no longer afford to proceed at a snail's pace. Otherwise, it would be better to find a block of tofu and end it all. After a full 7 days, Hao Chen finally awakened from his meditation. Rising to his feet and stretching his body, his bones crackled like popping beans, and he seemed to have gained a few inches in height. His refined and resolute visage showcased the essence of a remarkable and youthful powerhouse. How astonishing! Hao Chen felt that every aspect of his being, strength, speed, and more, was markedly different from before. He couldn't help but ponder, is this the extraordinary nature of cultivating the Shaoyang technique? Clenching his fists tightly, he marveled at the power coursing through him and mused, this is still below the Yuan Dan realm. What must it be like to reach the Yuan Ying or Huashan stages? One day, I shall attain such heights. Hao Chen brimmed with confidence. Although he had spent many days in this place, he felt neither hunger nor fatigue. This is the benefit of cultivation. Practitioners can absorb the vital energies of the universe, achieving sustenance without the need for food, which contributes to their prolonged lifespans. At this moment, Hao Chen slipped into the space of the demon suppression tower. Sensing his arrival, the two women awakened from their own meditations. They beheld a tall, handsome young man with flowing hair and striking features, momentarily stunned. Is this truly the 19-year-old Hao Chen? He has grown taller and appears much younger, like a bashful youth appearing before them. Hao Chen recounted everything that transpired after entering the place of inheritance. The two women rejoiced for him, but as he spoke, their thoughts drifted elsewhere. In a fleeting moment, the sharp swords clashed against the babbling brook, leaving only soft sighs in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Hao Chen reluctantly departed from the space of the demon suppression tower. It is time to leave, he exclaimed, gazing at the nearby teleportation array with excitement. Many events had unfolded in the ancient battlefield of the Han River, where he had received the inheritance of Xiao Hao and cultivated the Shaoyang technique. Closing his eyes, memories of the past flooded his mind. This place was a pivotal turning point in his destiny. Rather than hastily activating the teleportation array to depart, he knelt on both knees and bowed in reverence towards the 8 directions. Then, with unwavering conviction, he proclaimed, Ancestor Xiao Hao, I have received your inheritance in this place and am deeply indebted to you. Though you have not formally accepted me as your disciple, having gained your teachings, I feel compelled to address you as my master. After a pause, Hao Chen continued, since we are now master and disciple, I shall not forget the grievances of my master. If the day comes when I become a formidable warrior, I vow to avenge you. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. The last bow was profound and heavy. His resolute words lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Subsequently, Hao Chen turned and strode towards the teleportation array without a backward glance. Standing upon the array, he activated the Shaoyang technique. Over the past days, he had performed this technique countless times, and it was now second nature to him. As he channeled the technique, his mystical energy flowed into the teleportation array. After a complete cycle of cultivation, the array's light enveloped his body entirely. Moments later, the radiant glow of the array faded, restoring it to its original state as if nothing had occurred, and the space returned to tranquility. The instant the array's light flickered, Hao Chen felt a powerful pull, being drawn through the black portal into the unknown. He was certain that the black portal led to the transmission array of the inheritance space. The construction of transmission arrays is diverse, and Xiao Hao could effortlessly summon one with a mere wave of his hand, a testament to his profound understanding of the principles of the universe. The transmission array employed by Hao Chen was even more remarkable, capable of transporting individuals directly from the Hunyuan realm to the Qinyuan realm, or even farther. It is essential to recognize that although the two worlds coexist in parallel, cross-realm transmission remains a formidable feat. One can discern the depth of Xiao Hao's mastery in array formation. Considerable effort was invested in the construction of this transmission array. Furthermore, Xiao Hao designated the transmission location to the southern part of the Tianyuan continent in the Qinyuan realm, taking numerous factors into account. The southern region of the Tianyuan continent stands as the most prosperous area for humanity, teeming with sects and abundant spiritual energy, thereby providing superior cultivation resources upon arrival. As Hao Chen activated the transmission array, he found himself enveloped in a void, the sensation of dizziness overwhelming his mind. However, he did not resist. Instead, he promptly consumed a soul recovery pill and a body restoration pill. Upon entering the black portal leading to the inheritance site, he had succumbed to unconsciousness without a trace of resistance, unaware of the events that transpired. Compared to his current cultivation level, the experience seemed laughable to him. As he sensed his entry into the transmission passage, Hao Chen unleashed his utmost trump card, channeling the Shaoyang technique to maximize his magical power. He employed his dual cultivation of martial and spiritual energies to sustain his physical form while utilizing the divine power technique to fortify his body against the gravitational forces threatening to tear him apart. Feeling the spatial forces was rather mundane, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Hao Chen decided to test his body's resilience against pressure within the void of transmission. Gradually, he began to lower his cultivation level, starting from the late foundation establishment stage to that of a grand martial master. Then further down to the early foundation establishment stage and martial master. As he continued to decrease his cultivation, his body began to falter under the strain. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated within the void passage, causing it to tremble violently. It felt as though someone was assaulting the exterior, as if the passage might shatter at any moment. One must understand that this was a void passage. Should it collapse, Hao Chen would undoubtedly be torn apart by the chaos of spatial turbulence. Even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would not survive. Although Hao Chen did not comprehend the underlying principles, he could sense an immense feeling of impending danger, a sensation he had never encountered before. Was this the end of his cultivation journey? Would he perish here? Frustrated, Hao Chen mused darkly. No longer concealing his prowess, he instantly elevated his cultivation to its peak. He intended to confront this unforeseen crisis with the most formidable magical power at his disposal. Despite being at the late foundation establishment stage, in the face of such terrifying calamity, he feared he could scarcely create even a ripple. Nevertheless, he refused to relinquish any hope of survival. Who was it that sought to impede him, to ensnare him in such a manner? Though his eyes burned with urgency, Hao Chen remained unaware of who was assaulting the void passage. Chapter 240. Peril in the void. Outside the transmission array's void passage, two cultivators hovered in midair, gazing at one another from a distance. Had Hao Chen seen this, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. For only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage possess the magical prowess to stand suspended in the air. It can be preliminarily ascertained that these two individuals are formidable beings of at least the foundation establishment realm. One, shrouded in a black robe, obscures his visage, surrounded by a chilling, enigmatic black aura that sends shivers down the spine. 1,000 zhang away in the sky, another figure clad in resplendent crimson armor appears as though engulfed by flames, exuding an aura of unassailable majesty. Their might dominates the heavens and earth, instilling a profound sense of dread. Centered around these two, the surrounding space lies in shambles, a desolate expanse, as if it has transformed into a domain of death, devoid of any vitality save for the presence of Hao Yuan. Clearly, a fierce battle has transpired between them. Yet, from this battlefield, one can glean a more precise assessment of their cultivation. Neither the manipulation of spatial realms nor the shattering of voids can be wielded by practitioners of the essence-gathering realm. They are at least nascent soul cultivators, perhaps even at the level of transformation or separation. The void passage where Hao Yuan resides is precisely within the battleground of their fierce clash, affected by the tumult of their combat. However, Hao Yuan remains blissfully unaware of this, or rather, has no time to ponder, as his life hangs by a thread. Do you wish to continue? The cold voice of the figure in black is devoid of emotion, rendering it impossible to discern gender. This remark is directed towards the individual clad in crimson armor, for they are the only two living beings present. Yet, the armored figure remains silent, fixated on the black-robed entity. Humph! With a disdainful snort, the figure in crimson vanishes into the void. The black-robed figure does not pursue. He understands that they are of equal standing, and if either is determined to depart, the other cannot compel them to stay. Meanwhile, the void passage where Hao Yuan is situated is on the brink of collapse. Even the barriers surrounding him are beginning to fissure, with death drawing near. In desperation, Hao Yuan grits his teeth and dives into one of the void cracks. Should anyone witness this act, they would undoubtedly berate Hao Yuan for courting death, for at this moment, he possesses merely the cultivation of the foundation establishment realm. Countless predecessors have demonstrated that those at the foundation establishment level who enter a void crack seldom escape with their lives. Such cultivation is tantamount to seeking death. Not to mention, even nascent soul cultivators meet their demise within the void. Yet, Hao Yuan finds himself with no alternative, rather than await death in the passage. He chooses to take a desperate gamble. Much like his earlier choice to enter the black spatial door in the land of inheritance, where he emerged victorious. He wonders if fortune will favor him once more. As for the black-robed figure outside, having witnessed the departure of the crimson-armored warrior, he too prepares to leave. On the verge of slipping into the void, suddenly, he seems to sense something and glances aside, locking eyes with Hao Yuan emerging from the void crack. Initially, A flicker of surprise crosses the black-robed figure's gaze, quickly followed by a sense of understanding. He assumes Hao Yuan is hiding within the void, poised to ambush him, causing the black-robed figure to be momentarily flustered. However, upon discerning Hao Yuan's cultivation level, he realizes that Hao Yuan is merely trapped within the void fissure. At this moment, Hao Chen found himself amidst the rift of the void, where he beheld the figure cloaked in black. To his astonishment, as their gazes met, he felt his very soul tremble, as if confronted by a deity of unparalleled stature. The black-robed figure regarded Hao Chen with a fleeting glance, akin to observing a mere insect. However, the disdainful huff emitted from the figure shattered the void surrounding Hao Chen, a testament to its overwhelming power. Following the fracture of the void, Hao Chen was swept away by chaotic spatial currents. Uncertain of where fate would lead him, should fortune favor him, he might survive. If not, he could vanish without a trace. The black-robed figure, exhibiting a chilling indifference, remarked, "A mere ant dares to threaten me." Seeking death. In a flash, the figure vanished into the void. The departure of a warrior clad in crimson armor had already irked the black-robed entity, and the sudden fright inflicted by a foundational cultivator rekindled its simmering rage. It is worth noting that the prowess of the black-robed figure was such that few could rival it in this realm. A mere stomp could cause the Tianyuan continent to tremble, and a furrowed brow could compel countless beings to bow in submission. Yet today, it found itself humiliated by an individual of such lowly cultivation, which undermined its dignity, prompting it to lash out at Hao Chen. Fortunately, the black-robed figure refrained from unleashing its lethal techniques, for a formidable being possesses its own pride. To wield overwhelming power against a weaker practitioner would render years of cultivation worthless. Although it was beneath the black-robed figure to engage with Hao Chen, it felt compelled to assert its superiority. In truth, a foundational cultivator could be effortlessly dispatched with a mere breath. Ironically, Hao Chen owed a debt of gratitude to the black-robed figure, for as he entered the void rift, the chaotic currents threatened to rend him apart. Yet, the figure's abrupt attack inadvertently propelled him out of the rift, transporting him elsewhere. While the assault from the black-robed figure was casual, it was beyond Hao Chen's capacity to withstand. However, the black-robed figure had overlooked the nature of the rift, which absorbed much of its attack's potency. As the residual energy approached him, Hao Chen activated the Shaoyang method, channeling all his strength to forge a wall of energy before him. Simultaneously, he summoned every defensive measure at his disposal: the diamond talisman, the splitting cloud armor, and the true essence armor. All protective treasures were employed. Yet, he refrained from utilizing the demon-suppressing tower, wary that deploying such an artifact might reveal its existence, incurring the wrath of the black-robed figure. The diminished force of the black-robed figure's attack shattered his defenses in an instant, albeit at the cost of some of its power. Ultimately, the remaining energy that descended upon Hao Chen bore no tangible effect. Had he truly been an ordinary foundational cultivator, he would have either perished from the black-robed figure's might or been torn asunder by the rift. Yet, with his current cultivation level, escaping the void rift posed no challenge. However, Hao Yuan felt no gratitude towards the figure in the black robe, for their true intention was to take his life. Had fortune not favored him or his strength been insufficient, he would have met a swift demise, leaving no trace behind. As for where the chaotic currents of space would cast him, none could say. Perhaps he would fall upon the Tianyuan continent, or perhaps be swept away to another realm, even to ancient battlegrounds or forbidden lands of death. In that case, Hao Yuan would have merely escaped the jaws of one predator to fall into the clutches of another. Nevertheless, he had indeed evaded peril, at least for the time being. Chapter 241, Traversing the Jungle, Part 1. On the Tianyuan continent of the Qianyuan realm, a mountain range separates the northern and southern territories. Beyond the verdant Qinxian mountain range in the northern Haizhou region lies the lush Qingyun jungle of the southern Zhongzhou area. The vast expanse of the Qingyun jungle remained as tranquil as ever, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of birds and the roar of beasts. In the void, a flying shuttle raced through the air and descended into this wilderness. If the figure in the black robe were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For this individual had barely escaped death not long ago, caught in the grasp of a spatial rift, torn apart by the rift, and subsequently hurled into the chaos. This person had somehow survived. After being struck away by the figure in the black robe, Hao Yuan quickly consumed a recovery purple pill, which restored his body in an instant. Upon emerging from the rift, he retrieved his flying shuttle from his storage ring, infused it with his true essence, and leaped inside, exhaling a long sigh of relief. While airborne, Hao Yuan examined the map of the Tianyuan continent and confirmed that the endless sea of trees beneath him was indeed the Qingyun jungle. Adjacent to the southern domain of Qinxian Mountain, he dared not linger in unfamiliar territory, showcasing his flying shuttle nonchalantly, should misfortune befall him. Encountering a formidable flying beast or a powerful practitioner could spell trouble. Having identified his location, he swiftly descended into the jungle. Stowing away the shuttle, he quickly climbed a massive tree and rested against it. Flying above the jungle was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could attract the attention of aerial dominators. At this moment, anger simmered within Hao Yuan. He bore no grudge against the black-robed figure, yet they had sought his life with such intent. Had he not revealed all his trump cards, he would have long since been reduced to nothing. The power of the black-robed figure was indeed terrifying. A mere glance nearly obliterated Hao Yuan's soul, and a cold snort shattered the void. The might of the black-robed figure was formidable. Hao Yuan mused, yet, I too shall reach such heights of cultivation, perhaps even surpass you. You may have spared my life today, but you will surely regret your actions in the future. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he spoke each word with conviction. Upon entering the Qingyun jungle, Hao Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. In this place, one could encounter beasts at any moment. Those who were careless often met their end within the depths of the Qingyun jungle. Only those who remained cautious could hope to survive longer. Having escaped the spatial rift and safely arrived in the Qingyun jungle, Hao Yuan then swiftly entered the space of the demon-suppressing tower. At that moment, the two women were not engaged in cultivation but were seated before a stone tablet, conversing. Upon seeing Hao Chen enter, the two women showed no inclination to rise in greeting. Ziju merely inclined her body slightly and said, Please, take a seat. Observing Ziju and Hao Yuan, Hao Chen found himself momentarily taken aback, as the two women evidently regarded this place as their own home, exhibiting an air of utmost casualness. With no other option, Hao Chen addressed the two, saying, Yes, we are safe now, but we have been transported to the Qingyun jungle. What? You mean we are now in the Qingyun jungle of the central continent? Ziju inquired, wide-eyed. Indeed, we are currently within the Qingyun jungle, Hao Chen confirmed, having verified the location on the map. While traversing the void on the flying shuttle, he had referenced the map of the Tianyuan continent and ascertained that this was indeed the Qingyun jungle. Hao Chen refrained from mentioning the perilous incident encountered in the transportation channel. Instead, he merely asked the two if they wished to venture out and explore the Qingyun jungle. Upon hearing his suggestion, both women vigorously shook their heads. Hee. Having grown accustomed to this place, if I were to let you reside in the jade pendant space, you would likely wish to remain there for a lifetime. Hao Chen mused inwardly. With no other recourse, he casually tossed a few bottles of elixirs to the two, along with 2 jade vials. Before swiftly departing from the demon suppression tower, Ziju paid little mind to the elixirs thrown her way, as she had no need for them. However, Hao Ying's eyes widened at the sight of the elixirs. Upon opening one of the bottles, she stammered for a moment before exclaiming, Restorative purple pill. Hao Ying had seen the restorative purple pill before, but had never consumed one. When entering the ancient battlefield of Hunyuan, her great-grandfather had given her 2 of these life-saving pills, which she had been reluctant to use, saving them for emergencies. In truth, the elixirs Hao Ying possessed were also those left by Hao Chen for her ancestor. Upon hearing that they were restorative purple pills, Ziju hastily took one of the bottles, opened it, and found 5 brown restorative purple pills quietly resting inside. 20 restorative purple pills and 4 jade vials left the 2 women in disbelief. Hiss. Even with Ziju's status as the president of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, she had never encountered so many restorative purple pills at once. When Hao Ying opened the last 2 jade vials that Hao Chen had tossed, she was left in astonishment, unsure of how to react. Not recognizing the contents, she only sensed the rich essence surging into her lungs. Observing Hao Ying standing there in a daze, inhaling the essence released from the jade vials, Ziju swiftly moved in front of her, snatching the vial and hurriedly sealing it. That contains the millennial spirit liquid. If you keep it open like that, it will evaporate. While sealing the vial, Ziju realized it contained a dosage of 10 drops of millennial spirit liquid. Setting aside how the 2 women might cultivate here, let's focus on Hao Chen's experiences within the Qingyun jungle. As he traversed the Qingyun jungle, Hao Chen's pace was not particularly swift. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he maintained a constant vigilance, ready to devise countermeasures at a moment's notice in the event of an unforeseen occurrence. For someone like Hao Chen, with abundant experience in jungle survival, such actions had become instinctual, requiring no deliberate thought. Arriving in the southern domain, Hao Chen was uncertain of his destination. Thus, he chose to head towards the city of Zhongzhou, the nearest settlement to the Qingyun jungle. If one were to consider the straight-line distance, Zhongzhou city is not particularly far from the location of Hao Chen. However, within the treacherous expanse of the Qingyun forest, one encounters steep mountains at every turn, compelling Hao Chen to take a detour, which significantly impedes his progress. Along the way, Hao Chen occasionally encounters various demonic beasts, yet these creatures pose no hindrance to his advance. At present, Hao Chen finds himself in the northern region of the Qingyun forest, where, perhaps due to the sheer cliffs, he is yet to encounter any formidable demonic entities. During his time in the forest, the most powerful adversaries he has faced thus far are merely 4th and 5th tier beasts. With his current prowess, Hao Chen can dispatch a 4th tier beast with a single strike, while he shows no interest in the lower tier beasts whatsoever. As night falls, he enters the first level of the demon suppression tower, harnessing the power of lightning to cultivate the divine power art for body refinement, while employing the dark attribute to practice the lesser yang art, mastering the art of devouring heaven, earth, and spirit to assimilate everything for his own benefit. Through the cultivation of the lesser yang art, he drives the 3 dantians within him to consume the vital energies present in the world. His body refinement has already surpassed previous limits, and he has reached the 3rd level of the divine power art, achieving a 16-fold enhancement in physical strength. Both his physical honing and the accumulation of true essence have met the requirements for forming a golden core. However, Hao Chen remains uncertain about achieving this feat, as he is still in search of an opportunity. The blood essence grass he sought in the ancient battlefield of the Huanhe River eluded him, and he has yet to gather all the necessary materials for concocting the golden core, rendering him unable to pursue this endeavor. Without the golden core, Hao Chen dares not to take the risk of forming it, especially with his 3 dantians. In recent days, Hao Chen's cultivation has advanced at a remarkable pace, elevating his abilities to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, leaving him only a step away from forming the core. Chapter 242, Traversing the Forest, Part 2. For those who have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, breaking through to the Yuandan realm can potentially be a straightforward process, especially with ample heavenly materials and earthly treasures at their disposal. Yet for Hao Chen, this is no simple task. The energy required to form a core from his 3 dantians may amount to an immense figure. Furthermore, the Qingyun forest lacks a secure location conducive to cultivating such a critical breakthrough. Although Hao Chen yearns to elevate his cultivation to the Yuandan realm, he must temper his aspirations and prioritize the urgent quest for blood essence grass. In unfamiliar territory, it is prudent to possess multiple means of survival. The demon suppression tower, whether for offense or defense, remains Hao Chen's greatest reliance. The tower has yet to be fully refined, and he has not yet delved into the intermediate soul refinement within the 2nd level soul barrier, nor has he engaged with the earth, wood, and water elemental barriers. Following his practice of the lesser yang art, both his consciousness and physical abilities have undergone astonishing transformations. The strength of his 3 dantians has reached a terrifying threshold. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Chen is determined to fully refine the demon suppression tower. Upon entering the 2nd level of the tower, his consciousness sweeps over the earth barrier, yet he finds no trace of the 2 women. However, as he surveys the water barrier, his heart stirs. The 2 women are currently bathing there. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, Hao Chen refrains from disturbing them and quietly returns to cultivate within the intermediate soul refinement barrier. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, Hao Chen felt that the intermediate soul refining and divine cultivation barrier was no longer suitable for his training requirements. Consequently, he shattered the intermediate barrier and entered the advanced soul refining and divine cultivation barrier. This endeavor consumed a full 2 days, during which his spiritual consciousness once again broke through to the late stage of the 4th level. According to the classifications of the soul refining and divine cultivation techniques, Hao Chen's spiritual consciousness had reached the Yuaning realm. The classifications of spiritual consciousness advancement are as follows: Level 1, Qi refinement. Level 2, Foundation establishment. Level 3, Yuan Dan. Level 4, Yuan Ing. Level 5, Transformation. Level 6, Separation. Level 7, Integration. Level 8, Tribulation. Level 9, Great Ascension. Each level of spiritual cultivation is further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. At this moment, having surpassed the late stage of the 4th level, Hao Chen effortlessly breached the advanced soul refining and divine cultivation barrier. After a brief respite, he commenced the refinement of the wood barrier. The earth and water barriers on the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower had already been refined, leaving only the wood barrier unrefined. Only by refining all barriers on the 2nd level could he access the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower. Upon successfully refining the wood barrier, a passageway to the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower materialized. As he stepped into this passage, a sense of trepidation arose within Hao Chen, filled with anticipation of successfully refining the space of the 3rd level once more. To his astonishment, as he traversed the passage to the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower, the oppressive force had significantly diminished, with no daunting pressure obstructing his way. He soon entered the 3rd level space of the demon suppression tower, his face alight with intense excitement. Finally arriving at the 3rd level, he found himself in the fire and metal space, where the fire and metal barriers were established. The blazing flames enveloped him, and with a mere thought, his Danyan transformed into a fiery armor, cloaking his body. Following the refining method inscribed on the stone tablet at the entrance of the 3rd level, he began to refine the fire barrier. After 3 days, he finally mastered the control of the fire barrier, merging the fire attributes within him with the fire barrier, achieving a state of both absorption and release. Hao Chen attempted to conjure a small fireball, which the fire barrier readily absorbed, akin to a storage device. Subsequently, he tested various flames such as Dan Yin and Dan Hua, all of which were welcomed into the fire barrier space without exception. The fire barrier space was like a voracious entity, eagerly consuming all flames. When his own fire energy was depleted, he could draw upon the stored fire energy within this space. Furthermore, he could unleash powerful flames from the demon suppression tower. While refining the metal barrier, brilliant flashes of light and murderous intent assailed him. The time he devoted to this endeavor surpassed the total time spent refining all other barriers combined. After pouring forth immense effort, he finally succeeded in refining the metal barrier. The metal barrier proved to be an excellent place for practicing sword techniques, yielding remarkable results in training. Exhausted, Hao Chen required rest for his consciousness, necessitating the consumption of soul recovery and restoration pills to meditate and recover. When he stepped into the 4th level's ice space of the demon suppression tower, he had already spent a full day and night in meditation, restoring his consciousness and physical strength to peak condition. Without a doubt, he entered the 4th level space, which was vast and resembled an icy vault devoid of any life. According to the inscription on the 4th layer's entrance stone tablet, the incantation for refining was executed, leading to the formation of the ice barrier. Although Hao Chen possessed an ice attribute, it was not as formidable as the water or fire attributes. The process of refining the ice barrier proved to be an arduous ordeal for him. Within the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower, the fiery barrier felt akin to being trapped in a steamer. In stark contrast, the icy expanse of the 4th level resembled a plunge into a frozen cellar. Shivering uncontrollably, he found himself covered in blisters. While the fiery space's blisters were unbearable, the frostbite blisters from the ice barrier inflicted even more excruciating pain. After refining the ice barrier, Hao Chen was beset with frostbite, rendering him unrecognizable. Even the simple act of applying ointment became impossible, compelling him to drag his weary body back to the 2nd level's earthy barrier, where Hao Ying and Zijuan assisted him in his recovery. Upon witnessing Hao Chen's condition, the 2 women gasped in shock, questioning how he had become so disheveled while besieged by formidable ice attribute foes. Once they understood the situation, they realized that the affliction was a result of the ice barrier's chilling poison. The 2 hurriedly began to carefully remove the remnants of his clothing, gently pricking each blister to release the toxic fluid. After applying healing powder and frostbite ointment, Hao Chen resembled a human-shaped medicinal pill. Time flew by as the 2 tended to him, and despite Hao Chen's robust physique allowing for rapid recovery, it took 3 days for him to return to his former self. Once restored, Hao Chen shared a lively meal with the 2 women in the 2nd layer's earthy barrier before bidding farewell to explore the 5th layer of the demon suppression tower. As he departed, The two women cautioned him repeatedly, urging him not to overexert himself and to refrain from undertaking the impossible. They advised him to wait until his cultivation was stronger before attempting further refinements. Ignoring their concerns, Hao Chen stubbornly persisted in his endeavors. Upon entering the 5th layer, he discovered it bore an uncanny resemblance to the peripheral region of the Jade Pendant, an area of chaos. However, despite stepping into the 5th layer, he found himself unable to refine the chaotic barrier, as the chaotic energy within his dantian was insufficient for the task. Refining the chaotic barrier required a substantial amount of chaotic energy, which was exceedingly rare and sparse in the world, unlike the more abundant energies of other attributes. Being unfamiliar with the chaotic attribute, he contemplated refining the 5th layer's space at the boundary of the Jade Pendant's realm. Yet he hesitated, both due to the spirit of the artifact forbidding it and the fear of damaging the pendant's space. With a reluctant sigh, Hao Chen abandoned the idea of refining the chaotic space. Unable to refine the 5th layer, he found himself barred from accessing the 6th and 7th layers. As the gentle morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, Hao Chen resumed his journey. He left behind one towering mountain after another, feeling increasingly closer to the central continent. Along the way, the beasts he encountered began to grow stronger, indicating that he had ventured deep into the Qinyan forest. Suddenly, a level 5 beast confronted him. But after a brief struggle, it was vanquished by a single punch from Hao Chen. With a single punch, Hao Chen exerted not the slightest trace of true energy. Relying solely on the amplification of 16-fold power granted by the divine power technique, he effortlessly dispatched the 5th-tier beast without any resistance. A year prior, although Hao Chen could indeed conquer a 5th-tier beast without employing true essence or the techniques of an immortal cultivator, he had to exert all of his strength to achieve such a feat. Fast forward a year, and he found that he could now slay 5th-tier beasts with nothing but an ordinary punch, devoid of any internal true energy. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable progress Hao Chen has made in this year. As he ventured towards the central continent, every beast he encountered along the way fell victim to his martial training. However, a towering mountain loomed in his path. Approaching this peak, he sensed an increasing number of formidable beasts surrounding him, with not a single creature below the 5th tier in sight. It appeared that there was a distinct boundary among the beasts. Those encountered at the mountain's periphery were all 5th tier, while those near its base were 6th tier beasts. While 5th tier beasts could be easily dispatched, 6th tier beasts posed a considerable challenge, especially when faced with a group of them, compelling Hao Chen to retreat. Fortunately, despite the high number of 6th tier beasts, they did not swarm like the chaotic creatures of the ancient battlefield. Thus, Hao Chen could methodically eliminate them one by one. Though numerous, the 6th tier beasts remained sparse relative to the vast expanse of the mountain. Utilizing his divine sense to survey the area, he carefully selected a path through the less populated regions, aiming to evade confrontation with the 6th tier beasts. Yet, should avoidance prove impossible, he was prepared to engage in battle. Despite the 6th tier beasts possessing strength comparable to that of a mid-stage essence core cultivator, they could not hinder Hao Chen's advance under his full assault. His dual mastery of martial and magical arts, coupled with the swift hummingbird step and the Fei Huang sword, rendered him a formidable force, even without the use of true essence. Encountering a peak 6th tier beast could pose a threat, yet the other 6th tier creatures would scarcely withstand 10 strikes from him. Even the peak 6th tier beasts merely slowed his progress. Though challenging, 2 of the peak 6th tier beasts ultimately fell before Hao Chen's might. Chapter 243. The Blood Shadow of the Canyon. Hao Chen noticed something peculiar about the mountain before him. The route he chose was surprisingly devoid of beasts. However, he found it curious that this path seemed to have been deliberately cleared of creatures. As he ascended, he discovered a mysterious canyon on the mountain's flank. What secrets might lie within? Driven by curiosity, he contemplated the possibility of discovering treasures such as blood essence grass. Being a treasure seeker at heart, the revelation of this enigmatic canyon ignited his interest, akin to a cat catching a whiff of something tantalizing. Hao Chen cautiously advanced, acutely aware of signs indicating human activity within. It appeared that this enigmatic canyon had already been discovered, and the treasures within had likely been plundered. He mused to himself, "I shall assess the situation further." Despite his recent and remarkable surge in strength, he did not consider himself capable of contending with formidable opponents. While his power had indeed escalated, his caution had intensified, compelling him to approach all unknowns with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate. Perhaps there was still an opportunity to glean something of value. As twilight descended, the canyon's mouth loomed like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, poised to devour the unwary. The evening mist wove an air of mystery, enveloping the surroundings in an ethereal haze. A gentle breeze stirred, and the haunting cries of spirits echoed through the canyon, interspersed with sporadic explosions. "Luli, what do you mean by this?" A frail man garbed in black retreated several paces, casting a cold glare at a stocky figure before him. "You question my intentions? Those youths were discovered by me. Yet you claim the credit as if they were your own discovery. I demand to know your reasoning." Luli, resembling a stout ball of flesh, glared furiously at the slender man. Luli's words were sharp and laden with indignation. The frail man, upon hearing this, could not suppress a mocking laugh. "And what of your discovery? Were it not for me, would you have captured them at all? The credit should rightfully belong to me." "Humph, in that case, do not expect me to show mercy," Luli retorted angrily, launching a palm towards the thin man. Though Luli appeared rotund, his speed was astonishingly swift, akin to a whirling top. The two were evenly matched in skill, their clash resulting in a fierce stalemate. As Hao Chen ventured further into the canyon, he discerned that its entrance was ensnared by an illusory formation. However, the illusion posed no challenge to him. Employing his spiritual eye technique, he swiftly penetrated the simple ruse and entered the canyon. Concealing himself deep within the thicket he had been observing for some time, and his consciousness had already locked onto the two men. Judging by their auras, they were likely affiliated with a malevolent sect. The exchanges between them were crystal clear to Hao Chen. Who, exactly, were the dozen or so youths they spoke of? He had no knowledge. Yet, deducing from their quarrels, they must be disciples of a sect sent out for trials. Observing the fierce battle between the two, Hao Chen contemplated the strangeness of the canyon. Should he rashly intrude? He risked alarming the snakes in the grass, perhaps even jeopardizing his own life. After a brief reflection, Hao Chen resolved to intervene and aid those youths. It was one thing to be unaware of their plight, but now that he was cognizant of their capture, it could not bode well. Failing to act would surely leave a psychological scar on his future cultivation. He bided his time, waiting for the two adversaries to weaken each other before he would strike to uncover the nature of this place and the reason behind their pursuit of those youths. Understand who those imprisoned youths are and where they are held. Grasp the layout surrounding their confinement to determine the best approach for their rescue. Boom. Following the deafening explosion, the two grappling men struck each other, both hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. As they glared at each other, a figure suddenly materialized. Hao Chen appeared before them like an arrow released from a bow, gazing at them with keen interest. He refrained from making a move, choosing instead to wait for them to speak. The two were momentarily stunned by this unexpected apparition. The stout, rotund man clad in black first froze, then erupted in curses. "Who is this wild child? Do you not comprehend where you are?" Hao Chen regarded the portly figure with a smile playing on his lips, feigning confusion as he responded, "What? Am I not allowed to be here?" After Lu Li's outburst, he scrutinized Hao Chen from head to toe, his brows knitting together as realization dawned. "You are not from the Blood Shadow base," Lu Li remarked, his voice laced with suspicion. "When did I ever claim to be?" Hao Chen maintained his cheerful demeanor. At this moment, a tumult of thoughts surged within Hao Chen. The Blood Shadow demon sect also existed in the central continent. Ah, now I understand. Beyond the Qingqian mountain range lies the Qingyan forest. Hao Chen suddenly comprehended that he had searched the Qingqian mountain in vain for the Blood Shadow base, which was cleverly concealed here. It appeared that this location must harbor a passage to the northern domain, Haizhou. Although Lu Li appeared somewhat dim-witted, he proved to be rather astute, and with a swift mental leap, he deduced Hao Chen's identity, exclaiming in shock, "You are with those youths." A touch too clever for his own good. In an instant, Hao Chen extended his right hand, condensing his energy into claws, and with a speed that was almost blinding, he seized Lu Li's throat. Without the concentrated energy, he would not have managed to grip Lu Li's plump neck at all. What do you want?" Lu Li stammered in panic, his voice trembling as he felt the grip tighten. "Tell me, where are those individuals imprisoned?" Hao Chen's voice resonated with a chilling malice. I don't know," Lu Li replied, his face a mask of terror. "You refuse to speak? Then perish," Hao Chen commanded coldly. Crack! With a sudden, forceful grip, he crushed Lu Li's neck, and the two rotund forms rolled lifelessly on the ground. In truth, He had never intended to solicit Liu Li's information. Coercion, regardless of the threats employed, would yield no answers. The soul-searching technique was the most effective means of extracting information, and at this moment, Hao Chen sought to make an example of the two. The Blood Shadow Demon sect was a vast organization, comprising not only the ordinary Shadow Guards, but also Blood Shadow Guards, Demon Shadow Guards, Poison Shadow Guards, and various other factions. The extent of their bases remained unknown to Hao Chen. For these individuals, he harbored no compassion. From the outset, he had no intention of sparing either man, which is why he chose to eliminate Liu Li, the stout and rotund figure. To instill fear in the frail man in black, Hao Chen chose to eliminate Liu Li first, as it became evident from their exchanges that the frail man in black possessed more knowledge. In comparison, capturing the weak figure for soul interrogation was undoubtedly the optimal strategy. Furthermore, during his scuffle with Liu Li, the frail man had sustained grave injuries. Although in pain, the moment he witnessed Hao Chen's swift execution of Liu Li, terror gripped him, compelling him to flee. However, Hao Chen had already locked onto him with his consciousness, and as the man turned to escape, a streak of azure light was unleashed with a mere wave of his hand. Chapter 244, The Azure Cloud Base Swish. The Qinghun dagger was released, infused with formidable force, piercing into the frail man's right leg. The dagger traversed through, causing him to collapse to the ground. A piercing agony erupted, forcing the frail man to let out a howl of despair. At this moment, Hao Chen remained unperturbed, calmly advancing towards the fallen figure. Though not averse to killing, he was not inclined to take life lightly, for he was not devoid of compassion. Yet, upon encountering members of the demonic sect, he noticed a transformation within himself. His heart was devoid of pity or discomfort, replaced instead by an exhilarating rush at the moment of taking a life. Perhaps it was the persistent harassment from the demonic sect, or the harrowing experiences at the blood pool of Shishan, or perhaps the peculiarities of the Shaohao bloodline that influenced him. Yet, the truth remained, he had made no error. To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Should Hao Chen choose not to eliminate this man today, both would surely seek vengeance in the future, jeopardizing his mission to investigate the Blood Shadow base and rescue the young boys, potentially placing himself in peril. Thus, he had no reason to show mercy to his adversaries. Speak. Where are those individuals imprisoned? Hao Chen inquired as he approached the trembling, sweat-drenched frail man, placing his right foot directly upon the gaping wound in his leg. I don't know, the frail man stammered in agony. Don't know? Hao Chen retorted with a cold smirk, grinding his foot upon the wound. The relentless pain caused the man to wail in torment, yet Hao Chen felt no flicker of compassion. Such individuals were deserving of death. Thus, he bore no psychological burden and remained unmoved. I'll tell you. They are held within the base. Under Hao Chen's brutal torment, the frail man could no longer endure the inhumane suffering and shouted. Hao Chen ceased his relentless pressure, frowning as he pressed on with his inquiry. Where's the base located? Right ahead, the frail man gasped, struggling to catch his breath. What individuals are present at the base? Hao Chen continued to scrutinize him. There are some from the Western Imperial Tomb of the Northern region, as well as remnants of the Shiha Shishan Dark Guards. All are at the Azure Cloud base. The frail man seemed utterly intimidated by Thong's cruelty, revealing everything without the slightest reluctance. How could the Western Imperial Tomb individuals be at the Azure Cloud base? Hao Chen questioned coldly. I don't know why, but the Blood Shadow base has summoned individuals from the Western Imperial Tomb. The frail man clad in black spoke candidly. Unbeknownst to him, prior to entering the ancient battlefield of Huanha, he had discussed the matter of the blood pool of the Western Imperial Tomb with the ancestor of the Hao family. Hao Tianbei took this matter seriously, bypassing the king of Haozhou to discreetly relay information to the imperial court. As a result of Hao Tianbei's covert maneuvering, the Empire of Illusions successfully eradicated the blood pool of the Western Imperial Tomb. The Qingyun base serves as a comprehensive stronghold. Our shadow guards are solely responsible for its defense and patrol. The frail man in black continued. Upon hearing this, although Hao Chen maintained a facade of tranquility, a weight settled heavily in his heart. After a brief contemplation, Hao Chen inquired once more. Aside from the Blood Shadow base and the personnel of the blood pool of the Western Imperial Tomb, are there any other factions present? In response to Hao Chen's query, the frail man replied, No, there are no other factions here. This is a secluded area designated for our shadow guards. However, occasionally, demon beasts may intrude, and it is our duty to expel them. Taking a breath, the frail man pleaded, "Brother, this is all I know. I beg you spare me. I am merely a lowly errand boy." Hao Chen retorted coldly, "Spare you? So you can continue to harm others?" With that, he placed his right hand on the frail man's head, channeling the soul search technique to extract information. After a lengthy incense stick's worth of time, Hao Chen exhaled deeply. Such a person deserves death. To eliminate the evidence, Hao Chen reluctantly stored the two corpses within the icy confines of the fourth level of the demon suppression tower, intending to deal with them once circumstances settled. He dared not set fire to the scene of the killings, as that would inevitably leave traces of his presence. Gradually exhaling a breath of turbid air, he continued to stealthily advance through the canyon. The information gleaned from his soul search corroborated the frail man's claims. The Qingyun Blood Shadow Base housed certain individuals from the blood pool of the Western Imperial Tomb, all of whom were adept practitioners of blood magic. This place is not only the Blood Shadow Base, but also an essential comprehensive stronghold. The frail black-clad man lacked knowledge of the internal specifics. He was merely an ordinary shadow guard responsible for outer vigilance. Were this not a location of great significance? The demon sect would not have mobilized personnel from other bases to bolster their defenses. Hao Chen speculated that the periphery of the Blood Shadow Base must be heavily guarded. It was evident that they had chosen to establish the Blood Shadow Base within the Qingyun Forest, nestled between two states, and fortified it with formations to conceal their hideout. This clearly indicated their desire to keep this location hidden from the world. Hence, it was implausible that no patrols existed. Hao Chen concealed his presence and disguised himself, proceeding with utmost caution. Should he be discovered, he feared he would have nowhere to hide. In the mysterious canyon, piercing howls echoed incessantly. A shadowy figure darted swiftly through the jungle of the canyon. This figure was none other than Hao Chen. He maneuvered cautiously, arriving at a higher vantage point. Peering down into the canyon, he relied solely on his naked eye for observation. At this moment, he dared not utilize even a fraction of his true essence, let alone extend his spiritual consciousness. Within the enigmatic canyon lay a significant stronghold of the demon sect. In the Blood Shadow secret base, it is inconceivable that there are no formidable beings stationed there. Within the canyon, should an unfamiliar consciousness probe emerge, the powerful guardians of the Blood Shadow base would not turn a blind eye. In that event, Hao Chen would find himself ensnared in an irrevocable abyss. Even with the naked eye, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to discover that this was a space shrouded by formations, far more expansive than he had imagined. Nestled among the intertwining ancient trees at the forest's edge stood a mysterious castle, quietly concealed within. This solitary fortress stood in stillness, its exterior surrounded by towering ancient woods that obscured the sun, yet could not entirely conceal the flickering crimson walls. However, the castle's peculiarities did not end there. A faint fur cloud hovered above, casting a verdant hue over the entire space. Had it not been for Hao Chen's cultivation of the spirit eye technique, granting him extraordinary vision, he might have mistaken this place for a hidden paradise. Departing from his observation point, Hao Chen, relying on the memory of his reconnaissance, swiftly advanced. As he approached the center of the enigmatic castle, he refrained from proceeding recklessly. At that moment, he began to release dark energy, transforming his vitality into the aura of a demon cultivator. Utilizing his consciousness, he extended it gradually to encompass a radius of 100 miles. Inching closer to the castle's core to explore the terrain of this blood-colored fortress. The reason for employing such mental probing was a gamble. He surmised that the powerful beings here would undoubtedly detect the use of consciousness scanning the entirety of the base. Yet, they could only attribute it to a routine inspection by other internal forces. Chapter 245. Infiltrating the interior. Just as Hao Chen released his consciousness, he was promptly discovered. Upon discerning that this consciousness bore the essence of a demon cultivator, the station guardian deemed this intrusion trivial and allowed it to pass without further concern. What he sought to investigate was the topography of this blood-colored fortress. He had no delusions of opposing the entirety of the Blood Shadow base single-handedly. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. To rescue others and eliminate foes, he needed to operate undetected. Thus, he aimed to comprehend every aspect of this castle. During the gradual probing of his consciousness, Hao Chen occasionally stumbled upon numerous traps scattered throughout the vicinity. Most were composed of blood poison projectiles or blood poison nets. Had it not been for his extraordinary perception, he might have already perished within these concealed snares. Nevertheless, This also indicated that he was drawing ever closer to the castle. As the rustling of the grass accompanied the sudden sound, Hao Chen instantly halted his advance and crouched down cautiously. At that moment, not far away, several armored shadow guards appeared within the range of his consciousness, arranged neatly in formation. This group was likely the shadow guards on night patrol, if they were patrolling. What role did the Blood Shadow guards play? It seemed that this truly was the Blood Shadow base, a secret stronghold established by the Blood Shadow demon sect, all connected to the blood magic, especially considering the rapid cultivation speed afforded by the blood pool's body refinement. Exploring the patrol teams of the Shadow Guards reveals that their level of vigilance does not compare to the law enforcement squad of the Yunhai sect, where Hao Chen resides. Although clad in battle armor and arranged in disciplined formation, their patrols lack the meticulousness one might expect. Perhaps the concealment of this location breeds a false sense of security, leading them to lower their guard. Hao Chen concealed himself not far from them, finding refuge in the tall grasses that offered some cover under the cloak of night. With no trees to obstruct his view, a discerning observer might have noticed something amiss, yet he managed to evade detection. Once several patrol members of the Shadow Guards departed, Hao Chen exhaled a breath he had been holding for quite some time. This encounter heightened his caution as he continued to stealthily navigate his surroundings. Having ventured this far, each step must be executed with precision. Simultaneously, he meticulously assessed the guard situation around him. Contrary to his expectations, the defenses here were not composed of several groups patrolling in turn. Instead, only 2 squads alternated their patrols, with an additional 2 on standby, ready to respond to any disturbances from all 4 cardinal directions. Thus, whether infiltrating or exiting, Hao Chen needed to exercise utmost caution and speed. Having grasped the situation outside, he swiftly penetrated deeper, approaching the ancient castle. Fortunately, the castle was not merely a barren structure. It was surrounded by crumbling walls and ancient trees, providing ample opportunities for concealment. The castle was vast, with only a few areas illuminated, while the remainder was shrouded in darkness. Upon nearing the castle, Hao Chen discovered it was protected by a barrier. This barrier posed no challenge for him. Employing his spirit eye technique, he discerned the barrier's intricacies and sought the optimal entry point. During this stealthy endeavor, he refrained from using his divine sense to probe further, fearing detection by the skilled guardians within. Instead, he relied solely on his spirit eye technique for sight and his ears for sound. After a brief contemplation, Hao Chen resolved to gather information first. At this moment, there were no patrols outside the castle, only a few shadow guards stationed intermittently. Cautiously, he circled around and chose a dilapidated wall on the northeastern side of the castle to hide, beginning his observations. This location was selected precisely because it was at the rear of the castle, devoid of entrances, thus presenting a more relaxed defense. The distance between the 2 vigilant shadow guards was considerable, providing Hao Chen with an opportunity to slip through unnoticed. He refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to await the change of shifts. Although he was uncertain of the protocols governing the guards, it was customary for those on duty not to remain in position for extended periods. After a certain interval, they would be replaced to ensure that the guards remained alert. After waiting for a full half-hour, he finally witnessed the arrival of the relief guard. Moreover, he observed that during the handover, the departing guard presented a token to the incoming one before taking their leave. Between the 2 individuals, an utter silence prevailed, devoid of even a fleeting smile, suggesting an unfamiliarity between them. It could be inferred that the token represented their identity as night watchmen, a system upheld by the Shadow Guard, which recognized only the token, not the individual. Once that person departed, he returned directly to the ancient castle. It became evident that the watch was not a matter of alternating shifts. Rather, one individual would stand guard for a duration before being allowed to rest. If action were to be taken now, he merely needed to return to this spot within the most conservative time frame of half an hour, and all would transpire without issue. With this thought, Hao Chen ceased to hesitate, activating the stunning step, his form darting like an arrow as he launched into action. Abruptly appearing beside the recently relieved Shadow Guard, he struck the man's neck with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. After securing the individual within the demon suppression tower, Hao Chen swiftly entered the tower to conduct a soul search. He then quickly donned the attire of the Shadow Guard, imprisoning the unconscious guard within a barrier of the tower. Hao Chen undertook these actions for 2 reasons. Firstly, only a living person could be subjected to a soul search. Secondly, He feared that directly slaying the Shadow Guard might incite unnecessary complications. Should the Shadow Guard's defenses be stringent, with sole control established over each guard, any fatal incident would result in the shattering of their soul token, thereby nullifying all efforts. Hao Chen wished to avoid such a predicament. After eliminating the 2 outer Shadow Guards, he regretted his earlier haste, realizing he had acted somewhat recklessly. Possessing the formidable means of the Demon Suppression Tower, there was no need to rush into violence. Having confined the Shadow Guard within the first level of the tower, he swiftly exited, making his way towards a nearby sentry point on his left. His next objective was to gather intelligence. The information gleaned from the soul search revealed that the guards of the Shadow Guard were not acquainted with one another. Their vigilance during the night watch was not particularly stringent, which undoubtedly presented advantageous circumstances for Hao Chen. To his left lay the rear of the castle, where only one Shadow Guard stood watch. He was a balding middle-aged man, currently seated on the ground, meditating with a demon core in hand. Observing this scene, a fleeting smile graced Hao Chen's lips. "Ah, brother," he thought, as he surveyed the surroundings, feigning a stealthy demeanor while approaching the vigilant Shadow Guard with a friendly smile. Given that it was indeed the time for standing guard, any departure from duty was inherently a clandestine act. To endear himself to the guard, Hao Chen adopted a cheerful demeanor. For as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Chapter 246, Secrets of the Castle, Part 1. The guard looked at Hao Chen with a puzzled expression, glancing around before finally addressing him. "Brother, why aren't you properly keeping watch? Wandering about like this could lead to trouble if the captain finds out." Hao Chen nodded with a smile, sitting down and whispering, "Oh, it's nothing. The captain hardly pays us any heed. By the way, a few days ago, I was fortunate enough to slay a few demon beasts near the corridor, and I happen to have 2 demon cores left. Allow me to gift them to you." With that, he retrieved 2 demon cores from his storage pouch and placed them on the ground, feigning great interest as he observed the guard's reaction. "Brother, it seems you have something to convey." Upon noticing the demon pill lying on the ground, the guard's eyes gleamed, and without hesitation, he collected it into his storage pouch. Hao Chen feigned a simple demeanor, scratching the back of his head as he remarked, "Brother, did you hear? I heard that the rotund Liu has just apprehended a dozen youths and brought them in. He has received commendations from the base and acquired quite a few valuable items." Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, the guard abruptly halted his incessant movements, his expression turning grave. In this moment, Hao Chen found himself enveloped in tranquility. If this individual exhibited even the slightest hint of mischief, he would swiftly subdue the Shadow Guard and cast him into the Demon Suppression Tower. He originally intended to speak of Lord Liu, but those who join the Shadow Guards are typically notorious rogues and bandits, individuals of great infamy. Such people are often exceedingly arrogant and proud, referring to themselves grandiosely. Thus, Hao Chen mentioned the name as a precaution to avoid any potential animosity. However, these were merely his speculations, and he dared not assert their validity. After a few moments of silence, the guard replied, "Indeed, I have heard of this matter as well. It seems one of the captives is the young master of the Ding family." "So it is truly the young master of the Ding family? Humph. I never anticipated that this fellow would meet such a fate. He certainly deserves it." Hao Chen responded with a feigned cold chuckle. The guard turned, perplexed, gazing at Hao Chen with a look of confusion. After a brief silence, Hao Chen sighed deeply, his voice laced with bitterness as he confessed, "Brother, to be honest, I once resided at the Ding family's villa in my youth." His tone shifted to one of indignation as he continued, "I have a younger sister who was targeted by the 4th master of the Ding family and met with misfortune. Alas, my strength was insufficient, and my attempts at vengeance nearly cost me my life. In despair, I abandoned my studies for martial pursuits, all in the hope of one day avenging my sister." Although Hao Chen was not adept at deception, every word he uttered was imbued with sincerity. Upon hearing Hao Chen's anguished account, the guard harbored no further suspicions. After absorbing Hao Chen's narrative, the Shadow Guard sighed and remarked, "Seeking vengeance may be impossible now. Those captured youths are confined on the 3rd level of the ancient castle. Not only can we not enter, but even the captain is barred from entry." Hao Chen nodded in agreement, shaking his head in resignation as he replied, "Indeed. Yet it irks me deeply, which is why I sought someone to confide in. Now that I have spoken of it, I feel somewhat relieved." Although he did not acquire specific information about their whereabouts, learning that they were detained on the 3rd level of the ancient castle brought him some satisfaction. After all, the Shadow Guard was merely a night watchman, aware only of widely known information. Hao Chen understood that such aimless inquiries would yield no precise intelligence. After conversing with the shadow guard for a while longer, he took his leave, mindful that he could not afford to neglect his duties for too long, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. Returning to his post, he waited for half an hour before a fellow shadow guard arrived to relieve him. Hao Chen smiled and produced the token from his pocket, handing it over. As the guard prepared to accept the token, Hao Chen suddenly struck, rendering him unconscious and casting him into the demon suppression tower. At this moment, Hao Chen began to execute the plan he had meticulously devised. The change of guard was estimated to occur in approximately half an hour. He must return within this time frame, lest his actions be exposed. Upon arriving at this location, Hao Chen refrained from utilizing any true essence, fearing that the fluctuations might provoke unnecessary complications. He could only ascend along the wall at the rear of the ancient castle. However, being exceptionally agile, he almost effortlessly climbed to a window on the third floor of the castle. The window stood ajar, and Hao Chen cautiously peered inside, gazing into the ink-black corridor. Confirming that no one was present, he leapt inside. A pungent stench of decay assaulted his senses the moment he entered the corridor, prompting him to cover his nose and furrow his brows, silently questioning, "Why does it reek of death here? Could this be a mortuary?" A mortuary, as the name suggests, is a place for storing corpses. Why would bodies be concealed within a castle inhabited by people? There could only be one explanation. These corpses must serve a peculiar purpose. Hao Chen perceived an air of strangeness enveloping the third floor of the castle. With this thought in mind, he hesitated not, concealing his presence as he cautiously ventured forth. The corridor on the third floor was long and eerily silent. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings, and after traversing several dozen paces, he discovered a slightly ajar door to his right. Carefully pushing it open, he found himself in an expansive room filled with countless corpses. These bodies lay bare, devoid of any visible wounds. However, their faces were ghastly, undoubtedly reflecting immense agony prior to their demise. Judging by the intensity of the stench, these individuals must have perished long ago. Yet, despite the odor, there was no sign of decay, which only deepened Hao Chen's sense of foreboding. Typically, a corpse begins to emit a foul odor and gradually decomposes after exceeding 12 hours of death. However, these bodies appeared utterly intact. There could be but one explanation. Either these corpses had undergone special preservation, or the room was far more complex than it seemed. Oh, these bodies bear a resemblance to the puppet art detailed within the secrets of puppetry, Hao Chen mused. Recalling the jade slip he had obtained after vanquishing the old monster Shao Jiuqing at Xia Shishan, which contained the secrets of puppetry that he had previously studied. Subsequently, employing his divine sense, he discovered that these corpses were, in fact, poison bodies, humans transformed into puppets impervious to fire and water, immune to toxins, capable of absorbing vital energy, and drawing upon the essence of the sun and moon without fatigue. The Blood Shadow base had resorted to such nefarious methods to create their puppets. If memory served him correctly, these were the infamous poison puppets, and upon further investigation, the toxin involved appeared to be blood poison. According to the Tian Yuan anecdotes, it had been recorded that long ago, someone had successfully crafted poison puppets. Hao Chen's deductions were fundamentally accurate. The alchemists and artificers of the Blood Shadow base had utilized blood pools and blood poison to forge these malevolent puppets. Chapter 247, The Secret of the Ancient Castle, Part 2. The term poison puppet refers to a sinister scheme proposed by extremists in the Qianyuan realm, aptly named the Eternal Life Project. It was an era rife with chaos and strife among various factions. This initiative was introduced by a group of the most renowned human alchemists and blacksmiths, aiming to forge beings devoid of the natural cycle of life and death, transforming living individuals into invincible puppets through the alchemical process. The ambition was to cultivate an indomitable army of puppets, enabling humanity to attain a prolonged dominion over the world. The act of refining living beings was a malevolent endeavor, one that defied the principles of nature and was steeped in madness. Consequently, when this plan was unveiled, it was met with vehement rejection. However, the knowledge of this scheme eventually leaked out. The alchemists who proposed it faced relentless pursuit from humanity and ultimately vanished from this world. Later, rumors emerged regarding the Blood Shadow sect, suggesting that they were conducting research into the creation of poison puppets. At that time, suspicions arose that the puppets developed by this so-called sect were, in fact, the offspring of those who had initially conceived the Eternal Life Project. This marked the second instance in the Qianyuan realm where the study of poison puppets was uncovered. The true implications of poison puppets extended beyond mere malevolence and inhumanity. They represented a formidable force that, if produced in large quantities, could potentially dominate the entire Qianyuan realm and eradicate humanity entirely. Hao Chen recalled the accounts detailed in Tianyuan Chronicles, which elucidated the methods for crafting puppets as revealed in the Puppet's Secret Manual, leading to his profound shock. It appeared that the corpses within this chamber were indeed the product of the poison puppet creation process. Still, Hao Chen found it hard to believe his own eyes. He surmised that these corpses were likely failures in the crafting of poison puppets, as they bore no lethal toxins, and each corpse exhibited distinct variations. Some lacked sufficient strength. Others were devoid of deadly toxins, and some appeared incapable of absorbing vital energy. Thus, these remains were indeed the result of unsuccessful attempts at puppet creation. From the condition of these corpses, it seemed that the researchers of poison puppets were perilously close to achieving success. Suddenly, Hao Chen thought of the captured individuals and pondered, why had the Blood Shadow sect chosen to imprison them here? Could it be that they regarded these captives as live specimens for experimentation? It is known that every practitioner possesses extraordinary talents, and their potential for becoming successful poison puppets would naturally surpass that of ordinary humans, much like how the quality of raw materials directly influences the efficacy of alchemical formulations. Lost in his thoughts, Hao Chen began to contemplate how he could thwart this group from pursuing their research unimpeded. Just then, he swiftly concealed himself behind a stone platform nearby. What a stroke of misfortune, summoned in the dead of night. He couldn't even find rest. As footsteps drew nearer, a complaint reached Hao Chen's ears. Enough, don't say such things. If the master hears you, we shall face punishment, one individual admonished another. Well, what can they actually do? Retorted the latter. It was merely a matter of venturing outside to capture a few more individuals, one of the disgruntled voices remarked. Let us hasten our efforts. The stench of decay here is overwhelming, and I have no desire to linger. The admonishing figure replied with a hint of resignation. What manner of youth are those? Why not dispose of them at once? Yet, they are still provided with sustenance. It was indeed peculiar that these individuals, despite enduring the noxious fumes of death for so long, had not yet succumbed to madness. The irritable one, perhaps feeling somewhat calmer, muttered in confusion. Soon after, the two began to select among the tangled mass of corpses. Hidden nearby, Hao Yuan fell into a brief reverie. He speculated that the youths referenced by the man were undoubtedly the dozen or so disciples of their sect captured during their trials outside. In the midst of his contemplation, the two figures departed. Cautiously, Hao Yuan peered out, and in the dim moonlight, he discerned two individuals clad in crimson garments, each dragging a lifeless body. It appeared they were indeed members of the Blood Shadow Guard, and following them might lead him to the location where the captives were held. Hao Yuan pondered this silently and then stealthily trailed after them. After leaving the room, the two Blood Shadow Guards proceeded down the corridor, hauling the cadavers toward its end, with Hao Yuan following cautiously in their wake. It was unclear whether it was the Blood Shadow base's unwavering confidence in the castle's defenses or the sheer prevalence of corpses on the third floor that rendered it devoid of guards. Save for these two disgruntled sentinels, this presented a fortuitous opportunity for Hao Yuan. At the corridor's end, two grand doors shimmered with a dark green luminescence, appearing rather sinister. The Blood Shadow Guards approached the entrance and rudely kicked the door open, unceremoniously tossing the two bodies inside. From his concealed vantage point nearby, Hao Yuan glanced toward the open door. Everything unfolded as he had surmised. Within were imprisoned several youths. However, their expressions were one of utter distress, as if they had been struggling desperately for some time. Surrounding them lay a multitude of corpses, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Yet, under the inexplicable glow, they emanated wafts of dark green gas. This noxious vapor enveloped the captives, gradually seeping into their bodies. Though the dark green mist concealed secrets of its own, Hao Yuan had no time to ponder its implications. The moment to act and rescue them was now. After discarding the bodies into the chamber, the two Blood Shadow Guards entered, casting disdainful glances at the captives and occasionally unleashing their wrath upon them in a fit of rage. Despite the flickering green light, the bruises on the assaulted individuals were clearly visible. Now was the time. Strike swiftly, Hao Yuan resolved internally. He concealed his presence and slipped into the room. opting for a stealthy approach to avoid drawing attention during the ensuing skirmish. Regardless of the means employed, the most effective method to take a life is to do so without the slightest hint of awareness from others. The immediate priority is to eliminate these two Bloodshadow guards. A single strike must suffice, and it should result in the demise of both, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Should any commotion arise, or should they be given the chance to cry out, the ensuing consequences would be beyond the capabilities of Hao Chen to handle. As Hao Chen stealthily entered the room, he refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he bided his time, awaiting the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, one of the Bloodshadow guards sensed an impending danger. Turning sharply to shout, "Who goes there? Now is the moment." Hao Chen swiftly melded into the shadows. Brandishing the demonic soul blade in his left hand and the azure spirit dagger in his right, he darted to the side of the guard. The azure spirit dagger swiftly severed the throat of the complaining guard, sending him to his demise. The demonic soul blade was flung forth, piercing the neck of the other Bloodshadow guard, ending his life in a single blow. The assassination aimed directly at the neck, ensuring they had no chance to utter a sound. In this instance, Hao Chen chose not to incapacitate his victims for transport to the demon suppression tower, but rather to eliminate them outright. He intended to demonstrate to these youths that his presence here was to rescue them. Chapter 248. Rescuing in the Demon Cave. The assassination proceeded seamlessly, with both Bloodshadow guards meeting their end in an instant. Hao Chen quickly collected their storage pouches. He would not overlook any spoils of war. As he exhaled a breath of relief, the weight that had burdened his heart began to lift. The sudden threat of death had awakened all the living souls in the room. Those who had been dulled by the poisonous gas were taken aback upon witnessing a young man slay the Bloodshadow guards, their faces reflecting shock. "Who are you?" a cultivator instinctively inquired. "My name is Hao Chen. I, like you, have inadvertently wandered into this place," Hao Chen replied casually. "You are here to save us?" A man, having regained his composure from the initial shock, queried with uncertainty. Besides the two questioning individuals, there were over 10 other cultivators present, including several youths. There is no time for lengthy explanations. "Those who wish to live, follow me," Hao Chen commanded with an unwavering tone, fixing his gaze upon the crowd. They understood all too well the peril of their surroundings. There was no time to waste. After Hao Chen turned to leave, they hastily followed him from the room. At this moment, their only recourse was to place their trust in the individual before them. Otherwise, they faced certain death. Following the route they had originally taken, Hao Chen led the 20 or so captives cautiously towards a window in the ancient castle. Under his guidance, they leaped from the window one by one. Hao Chen gestured toward the thicket ahead, saying, "Wait for me at the edge of that forest. I have one more matter to attend to." With no alternative but to trust Hao Chen, the group complied with his instructions. The task he needed to accomplish was to await the arrival of the one who would take his place. As the hour approached its end, he knew that only by managing this successor could he secure an additional hour to escape. Otherwise, the guards within the castle would be alerted. However, within Hao Chen's heart, a sense of trepidation lingered. After all, he had already taken the lives of 2 shadow guards, which implied that for 2 whole hours, no one had returned from this post. Although he was unaware of the whereabouts to which these individuals would return, he was acutely aware that this would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to proceed as he had. After a brief interval, the relieving shadow guard finally appeared. Hao Chen employed the same method as before, swiftly incapacitating the guard on duty and unceremoniously casting him into the first level of the demon suppression tower. Subsequently, Hao Chen's figure quietly melded into the surrounding forest. As he infiltrated the base, he had already familiarized himself with the defensive arrangements around it. Hao Chen led the group away from the site with great haste, and fortunately, they encountered no unforeseen incidents along the way. The others observed Hao Chen's confident demeanor, filled with astonishment and deep respect. The individuals who had escaped from the ancient castle ran for a full hour within the confines of the base before finally breaching the perimeter of its defenses. At this moment, the dawn began to break ever so slightly. Having navigated through the forest for an extended duration without discovering an exit, Hao Chen expressed to the group, "I can only assist you in departing from the ancient castle. As for where to go next, I am equally uncertain. This place is quite peculiar, and it seems impossible to find a way out." After a moment of hesitation, he addressed the group directly. "Although this situation is more complex than we anticipated, we must not relinquish our hope for survival. As long as there remains a glimmer of possibility, we must strive forward. He paused momentarily before continuing. Let us first rest and regain our strength before we continue our search for an escape route. When I entered, I came through a strange canyon passage. However, I firmly believe that if we manage to enter, we shall undoubtedly find a way to exit. Hao Chen's words were imbued with sincerity, and the group placed their trust in his assessment, for he was the one who had led them away from the ancient castle. Meanwhile, at the side of the castle, for piercing sounds echoed, and 4 signals, black, red, green, and blue, blazed across the sky, illuminating the night like dazzling fireworks. In the castle's front square, the shadow guards, blood shadow guards, poison shadow guards, and magic shadow guards gathered. A figure clad in a blood-red robe admonished the assembly. What a bunch of inept fools. With so many of you on watch, how could these individuals possibly escape? From this moment onwards, everyone must mobilize. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the earth, we shall uncover every last one of them. Should they resist, they will face no mercy. After issuing his commands, the man in the blood-red robe dispatched the base personnel into several small groups. The shadow guards in black, the blood shadow guards in crimson, the poison shadow guards in dark green, and the magic shadow guards in blue, all set forth under the guidance of their respective leaders to search in every direction, north, south, east, and west. Meanwhile, in the 3rd floor mortuary of the castle, several elders clad in white robes were furrowing their brows, deep in deliberation. One must not allow this group to escape. It is imperative that they are captured, without exception. Should the world discover the location of the ancient castle, the consequences would be unimaginable. A venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, appeared to be the most distinguished among them, gripping his staff with conviction as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. Rest assured, Elder, I have already established a barrier within 100 miles of the base, ensuring no ingress or egress. Even if they manage to flee the castle, they will never escape the confines of our base's barrier, replied a middle-aged man beside the elder with utmost respect. The commotion above the castle was not lost on Hao Chen and his companions. It was evident that this was a signal from the base, and they were acutely aware that their escape had been compromised. After a moment of silence, Hao Chen remarked, when we entered, there was an entrance. Now, we find ourselves unable to locate an exit. Clearly, this place has been ensnared within an illusory array. However, every barrier has its vulnerabilities. With determination, we shall surely find a way out. Regardless, we cannot afford to squander any more time. We must leave this place at once. And the farther we go, the better. With that, Hao Chen propelled himself forward. He understood that the shadow guards, blood shadow guards, poison shadow guards, and magic shadow guards were all adept in the arts of poison and assassination. Engaging them within the confines of the jungle would be an imprudent course of action. Hence, he resolved to advance toward an open area, where, even if they were discovered, they could mount a timely counterattack. At that moment, the group was filled with gratitude towards Hao Chen, and they followed him in haste. They ran swiftly along the stream, traversing a shadowy valley. Chapter 249, The Eerie Land, Part 1. Emerging from the dark valley, the group found themselves before an endless expanse of gravel desert. The climate here was arid, with scant vegetation, rendering it barren and desolate. The fierce winds occasionally whipped up clouds of dust, leaving only coarse gravel on the surface, a sight that evoked a sense of foreboding. This place seemed reminiscent of the legendary ancient battlefield of the desert. At this moment, a man clad in purple garments surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed in astonishment. The ancient battlefield of the desert, with merely a millennium of history, has its every blade of grass and tree recorded. For those living on the Tianyuan continent, it is not surprising to know some history. However, this so-called ancient battlefield of the desert is news to me, Hao Chen admitted. Why is this place an ancient battlefield of the desert? Has something transpired here? Inquired a young man, equally oblivious to this tale. The ancient battlefield of the desert, to put it simply, is a desolate land where one cannot harness vital energy or utilize spiritual awareness. It is a cursed realm, a middle-aged man replied disdainfully. Indeed, this brother speaks the truth. It is, without a doubt, a cursed place, devoid of vital energy and spiritual awareness. The young man in purple confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, a man in blue immediately began to cultivate, absorbing the vital energy from the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the vital energy of the universe coalesced around his body, enveloping him. After absorbing this energy, he effortlessly released the power of true essence. The young man in the green robe expressed his confusion, stating, "It seems one can absorb vital energy and also release energy. Even the consciousness is not restricted. Clearly, one can utilize consciousness and vital energy here." Hao Yuan attempted to circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the vital energy, releasing the true essence from his dantian and extending his consciousness. He found nothing amiss, which only added to his bewilderment. However, the young man in the purple robe appeared serious, not resembling someone who would deceive others. The young man, appearing somewhat helpless, shrugged and explained, "This place is also known as the Cursed Land, filled with formations and restrictions. By day, it resembles a barren stony desert, seemingly no different from any other. Yet at night, both the vital energy and consciousness will be sealed by a mysterious force." He paused before continuing. "During the night, certain formations lose their efficacy, allowing terrifying foreign beings to emerge from their confines and plunder resources from other restrictions. It is said that whether human or other races, anyone who enters this ancient battlefield of the desert and remains here at night will never witness the dawn of the following day. Thus, this place is also referred to as the cursed ancient battlefield, and no one wishes to venture here in search of rare treasures." The middle-aged man who had initially broached the topic added this detail. After hearing these words, the others couldn't help but glance around apprehensively. "Foreign beings, do they truly exist?" exclaimed a dusty-faced woman in shock. Observing her, Hao Yuan surmised that she lacked any means of disguise, thus resorting to such a disheveled appearance. He was not surprised by the mention of foreign beings. Upon entering the Ha River ancient battlefield, the Guardian had warned that different races would be present. Hao Yuan had also encountered peculiar beings at the entrance of the Ha River ancient battlefield. It seemed that this so-called cursed ancient battlefield was indeed an independent space, and a somber expression crossed Hao Yuan's face. Foreign beings, distinct from both humans and demon races, had been witnessed before, yet he knew not the extent of their power. Having never confronted them, Hao Yuan was uncertain whether the claims of the young man in the purple robe were accurate, yet he could not dismiss them lightly. Upon entering this place, he could indeed sense the eerie atmosphere permeating the air, an essence that belonged neither to humanity nor to demonic beasts. Noticing the somber expressions among the group, the young man in purple felt somewhat uncomfortable, for he too was merely relaying what he had heard. He then clarified, "I am only sharing what I have heard. As for the truth, I cannot say for certain." After hearing his explanation, the others, save for Hao Yuan, collectively exhaled with relief. "We have already distanced ourselves from the ancient castle. Let us find a secluded spot ahead to rest momentarily and regain our strength." Hao Chen let out a deep sigh and proposed, "Hao Chen, must we truly hide here?" The young man clad in purple, his face etched with concern, gazed at Hao Chen. In response to the worried youth, Hao Chen remarked, "If this place is indeed, as you say, cursed and inhabited by foreign beings, then the people at the base are undoubtedly aware of it. They would never venture here recklessly, making it a relatively safe refuge." After a brief pause, he continued, "Returning now would surely lead us to encounter the base personnel. Given your current state of cultivation, you would likely face dire consequences. Thus, remaining here is our best option." The young man in purple, after listening to Hao Chen's words, nodded with a sense of resignation, and the group made their way deeper into the stony wasteland. They found a sheltered spot behind a massive rock and paused, each retrieving their essence stones and demonic cores, beginning to meditate to restore their depleted energy. Among the group of youths, only 7 refrained from cultivating, yet they watched enviously as the others began their practices, their longing evident in their eyes. Seeing the 7 boys, Hao Chen felt a pang of compassion. "Come here and rest by my side," he beckoned. Without hesitation, the 7 approached and sat in a circle around him. Observing their compliance, Hao Chen took out several essence stones and distributed 2 to each. "Meditate to regain your strength," he instructed, signaling for silence to the youths. Along with the 2 essence stones, he also included a medicinal pill in each allocation. The boys' eyes glistened with tears as they looked at the stones and pills in their hands, nodding gratefully at Hao Chen. Leaning against a rock, Hao Chen furrowed his brows, extending his consciousness to survey the desolate battlefield meticulously. Despite the young man in purple's description, Hao Chen sensed that this place was far from the tranquil facade it presented. It was evident that hidden within this stony expanse lay secrets unknown to others. Hao Chen speculated that a sophisticated barrier was established here. Since they could use their true energy and consciousness during the day, yet found it sealed at night. This could only indicate the presence of a dark energy-based restriction formation. At the moment night fell, the formation would activate, absorbing the dark energy, whereas during the day, when dark energy was scarce, it would cease operation. Such a remarkable effect could only be achieved through a barrier arranged with dark attributes, as described in the mystical formation text. However, how many possessed dark attributes in this world, and who among them could possibly understand the intricacies of crafting such an extraordinary barrier? Hao Chen's reasoning stemmed from his own dark attribute. Having studied the mystical formation, his mind was filled with a vast array of knowledge. The cursed land leveraged its natural environment to establish a spatial restriction. When one's cultivation reached a certain threshold, such barriers could be set by a powerful practitioner of dark attributes with just a wave of their hand. The barrier is a formation that stores the practitioner's magical power, creating a defensive shield within its confines to repel external attacks. It also refers to a peculiar space formed by supernatural forces. Furthermore, by utilizing talismans, magical instruments, and other aids, one can enhance the diverse effects of the barrier's restrictions. Different barriers can be established based on the geographical context. Presently, in the stony wasteland where they find themselves, a dark barrier has been set up. As Hao Yuan contemplates the origins of the cursed land, he is also summarizing the knowledge regarding barriers, formations, and restrictions inherited from Xiaohao within his consciousness, perhaps due to the relentless torment they endured in the base. Almost everyone fell into a deep slumber after a short while, particularly the youth, who were in a profound sleep. Resting moments are always fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, several hours passed. It was now approaching dusk. Chapter 250, The Eerie Land, Part 2, in the castle square. A middle-aged man clad in blue stood quietly before an elderly man wielding a cane. The elder wore a grave expression, his brows furrowed, and he sighed repeatedly. "Are you saying that no trace of them has been found within the entire barrier?" After a brief silence, the elder spoke softly. The middle-aged man exhaled slowly, nodding in affirmation. "We have scoured the entire barrier. There are no signs of them in the dense forest, valleys, or wastelands. I suspect." As he trailed off, the middle-aged man's flickering gaze conveyed his bold conjecture to the elder. The elderly man, his hair as white as snow, seemed to grasp something as well. Moments later, he waved his hand, and a blue light circle emerged from the castle. This circle hovered in the void for a brief moment before suddenly coming to a halt, transforming into a blue light screen. The elder gradually closed his eyes, murmuring softly as if reciting an incantation. Bang! Moments later, as the elder's eyes flew open, a dull sound echoed, and he executed a series of hand gestures, instantly unleashing a wave of power into the light screen. Accompanied by several hand techniques, he infused energy into the shimmering screen. In midair, the blue light screen revealed an image of the stony wasteland. The elder gazed intently, first shaking his head, then seemingly perceiving a peculiar image, his pupils constricting suddenly. With a swift motion of his right hand, the scene within the blue light screen flickered and transformed, revealing Hao Yuan and his companions prominently displayed. At that moment, Hao Yuan, who had been meditating with his eyes tightly shut in the ancient battlefield of the wasteland, felt an intuitive awareness and instantaneously opened his eyes. They truly are here, utterly oblivious to their peril. Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. The middle-aged man mused, gazing at the screen with intrigue. The elder, observing Hao Yuan's figure, furrowed his brows into a frown, and after a moment of silence, spoke slowly. "At all costs, we must capture this group, especially that young man." The elder raised his cane, pointing directly at Hao Yuan, who appeared troubled, constantly glancing around, as if sensing the peculiarities of his surroundings. At this moment, Hao Chen found himself amidst the desolate expanse of an ancient battlefield strewn with gravel. Oblivious to the events unfolding around him, his consciousness incessantly scoured the space, an unsettling sensation of being watched gnawing at him. Ever since he practiced the secret art of refining the soul and cultivating the mind on the second level of the demon suppression tower, his awareness had ascended to the pinnacle of the fourth level, rendering him acutely perceptive of his surroundings. He was certain that just moments ago, a formidable presence had utilized some form of void-sensing power to probe their whereabouts. Who could it be? Upon reflection, Hao Chen surmised it must either be a powerful figure from the demon sect or one of the rumored foreign entities said to emerge at night in this eerie place. As darkness enveloped the last vestiges of light, all present awoke from their meditative states, sitting back to back, their expressions heavy with trepidation as they scanned their surroundings. For reasons unknown, the words of the man in purple lingered ominously in their ears, instilling in them both curiosity and dread about this place. Finally, night descended upon them. Legends spoke of this ancient battlefield in the desert, where, under the cloak of night, both vitality and consciousness would utterly vanish. At that moment, a middle-aged man endeavored to channel his vitality to ascertain the peculiarities of this locale. However, strange occurrences soon unfolded. When he drew vitality from his dantian, it indeed existed. This brought a slight relief to the middle-aged man, but in the next instant, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the vitality to evaporate instantaneously. Moreover, when he attempted once more to harness his consciousness to release vitality, he discovered that no matter how he tried, the energy within his dantian remained utterly inert. The middle-aged man's countenance froze in shock, and only after a moment did he emerge from his profound astonishment. Fear gripped his pupils as he stammered. It truly cannot absorb vitality, nor can we wield our powers. Upon hearing his proclamation, all were rendered speechless. I knew it. This place is cursed. We should not have come here. Let us leave at once, shouted the young man clad in purple, springing to his feet. Perhaps due to his deeper understanding of this place, his fear was more pronounced. Yet, when the purple-clad youth turned to glance back at the entrance from whence they came, he stood transfixed, his expression one of utter disbelief. While those around him felt some trepidation, none seemed as thoroughly disheartened as he. A middle-aged man beside the purple youth, noticing his immobile state, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Come now, regardless of the circumstances, we are all here together. It is not too late to depart. Let us leave together." However, the purple-clad youth appeared oblivious to the middle-aged man's words, staggering back a few steps as he exclaimed, "It's too late. Too late. We are all cursed." "What do you mean it's too late?" The middle-aged man, clutching his sleeve, inquired with confusion, turning to follow the gaze of the purple-clad youth. The middle-aged man was struck dumb in astonishment. At this moment, the landscape before the eyes of the crowd was not the stony desert they had observed during the day. Instead, it had transformed into an expansive desert. Hao Chen surveyed his surroundings and was astounded to discover that the stony wasteland they occupied had morphed into a desolate realm. The chilling evening wind, accompanied by the wailing of lost souls, intermittently echoed throughout the barren expanse. This bizarre transformation incited a wave of panic among the onlookers. Despite Hao Chen's usual composure, he could not help but rise to his feet. The abruptness and strangeness of the event left them no time to prepare. In this accursed place, there was no spiritual awareness or vital energy, only the presence of foreign entities. A young man in purple, staggering backward as if possessed by vengeful spirits, spoke in a daze. At that moment, eerie sounds reverberated through the isolated island, accompanied by an icy wind that rushed towards them. "What is happening? Why can't we see anything?" a boy exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear. In the next instant, the previously agitated crowd descended into a state of turmoil. The stony desert had transcended the mere darkness of night and had plunged into a realm of the uncanny. Now, all they could hear were the sounds of the wind and the anguished cries, while their vision was consumed by darkness. The transition from being able to perceive the stony landscape to being enveloped in obscurity occurred in mere moments. Such swift and eerie changes were enough to instill terror in anyone. Chapter 251, The Eerie Realm, Part 3. Hao Chen furrowed his brows and stood silently in the stony desert, attempting to absorb vital energy for cultivation. However, like the others, he found himself unable to draw or release any vital energy. His spiritual awareness and clairvoyance could only discern objects within a radius of 3 paces. During this interminable night, in such critical times, he realized that it was prudent to conserve his true essence. After attempting to cultivate, Hao Chen silently contemplated. Nevertheless, he held a trump card. He was aware that the space within his jade pendant and the demon-suppressing tower were not constrained by the barriers of the formation. He attempted to communicate with these 2 treasures through his spiritual awareness, and as he anticipated, it proved successful. Thus, he felt a surge of confidence. If all else failed, he could seek refuge within the demon-suppressing tower or the space of the jade pendant. He wished to ascertain whether the dark attributes would be affected here. The moment he invoked the dark attributes, Everything unfolded as he had surmised. Not only could he absorb the dark energy from the surroundings, but he could also utilize this dark attribute to activate his spiritual awareness and clairvoyance. At this juncture, Hao Chen was certain that this was merely a barrier constructed using dark attributes, and the curse was simply a form of supernatural energy deployment. However, the individuals before him lacked his composure and insight. They did not possess the extraordinary jade pendant space or the treasures of the demon-suppressing tower, nor were they practitioners of dark attributes. As the endless darkness enveloped this space, the crowd initially became restless and then began to run aimlessly in a frenzy. "You few, do not run about recklessly. Gather around me," Hao Chen shouted to those nearby. The younger boys obediently drew closer to him, but the older individuals disregarded his words. And soon the crowd dispersed. A piercing wail of anguish reverberated through the air, akin to the tolling of a death knell. Had someone fallen victim to a heinous act? Upon hearing such a harrowing cry, Hao Chen's immediate thought was that the fabled otherworldly beings had manifested and the slaughter had begun. Though he could not ascertain whether the entities that graced this desolate isle were indeed the rumored otherworldly beings, humans, or perhaps monstrous creatures. The cursed nature of the place and the bizarre occurrences unfolding were sufficient to indicate that this locale was anything but ordinary. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over Hao Chen. This was undeniably not a place for their kind. The night enveloped the rocky wasteland, accompanied by a chilling wind that swept through the dim, desolate expanse. In the impenetrable darkness, Hao Chen stood resolutely in place, steadfastly guarding the few youths beside him, maintaining an eerie calm amid the chaos. It was not that he was devoid of fear, but rather, he incessantly reminded himself to remain composed. To lose one's wits would herald true calamity. In those fleeting moments, the echoes of terror-laden screams and mournful howls, coupled with the occasional gusts of chilling wind, served as grim reminders to Hao Chen that danger was encroaching ever closer. Yet, as the last ear-piercing scream faded into silence, an unsettling stillness descended upon the rocky wasteland. "Damn it! What on earth is happening?" Hao Chen exclaimed, taking a deep breath and growling in frustration. In that instant, he sought to bolster his own courage. After all, he was merely a 19-year-old youth. Though more mature than his peers, the eerie surroundings were enough to instill a sense of dread. "Who knows? I truly have no idea what kind of cursed place this is." The voice of another youth beside Hao Chen broke through the tension. Hearing the presence of others allowed Hao Chen to exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was not alone in this desolation. However, their eyes could not penetrate the surrounding darkness, and an invisible force constrained their senses, rendering them as blind as bats. "Do not panic. I have a fire starter," a girl's voice quivered, tinged with fear. With a sudden flicker, a flame ignited momentarily, but before the group could revel in the light, it was swiftly engulfed by the relentless shadows. A collective gasp escaped their lips, deepening the terror that gripped their hearts. "Everyone, remain still and do not stray. I suspect we have been encircled. Gather around my voice so I can at least ascertain how many of us are still alive," Hao Chen commanded solemnly after a brief silence. In times of crisis, maintaining composure was paramount. "I am Hu Ying. I am still here. I am Wenchang. I am Liu. I am Zhuang Xiao." In this life and death moment, no one harbored grievances against one another. Once each had introduced themselves, they gravitated toward Hao Chen's side. He quickly calculated that only these 7 youths remained in proximity. "Xiaoyan, Wu Yuan, where are you two? Can you hear me?" Hu Ying called out urgently once more. The little cloud she called upon must have been one of the girls who escaped from the Blood Shadow base, aside from Hu Ying. Yet, no matter how fervently Hu Ying called, the darkness yielded no response. The group of youths shouted in unison once more, yet their efforts proved fruitless. Perhaps amidst the prior cacophony of screams, they had been among those lost. Perhaps they had merely strayed away. This uncertainty weighed heavily upon their hearts like a colossal stone. The darkness had only just descended, yet they had already suffered the loss of half their number. At that moment, silence and stillness enveloped them once again. Devoid of vitality, no spells could be cast, their skills were rendered useless. Under normal circumstances, a simple fireball could dispel the encroaching gloom. "I believe we must first devise a means to locate a source of light. Otherwise, navigating through this impenetrable darkness will prove exceedingly arduous. If we encounter a crisis, we will be unable to defend ourselves," Hao Chen solemnly stated after a brief contemplation. Within Hao Chen's jade pendant space lay numerous light sources, moonstone, luminous pearls, and other illuminating materials. There was no necessity for him to provide these resources freely. It would be prudent to first encourage the group to find a solution themselves. Everyone readily concurred, acknowledging that Hao Chen's reasoning was indeed sound. Securing a light source was an urgent priority. Consequently, they began to brainstorm ways to create illumination. However, regardless of their attempts, each endeavor culminated in failure. Whether it was the flicker of a firebrand, the sparks from friction of flint, or even the fire-type talismans they carried, all produced flames, but for a fleeting moment. It became evident that this space could truly be deemed a cursed realm. The relentless darkness was undoubtedly a part of that curse. Just then, a piercing wail of anguish echoed from a distance, thickening the atmosphere with tension. It's Wu Yuan's voice. One of the youths exclaimed in alarm. Through the sound, Hao Chen discerned that the speaker was Wenchang, and the name Wu Yuan had been called out by the group before. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's cry of distress, Wenchang turned, intent on rushing toward the source. Wait, what if it's a trap? Hao Chen interjected, blocking Wenchang's path with urgency. A trap? How could that be? That was clearly Wu Yuan's agonized scream. Wenchang retorted, for he and Wu Yuan shared a deep bond as members of the same sect. This connection fueled his desperate desire to assist. Do not forget where we are. Should you act recklessly, it could cost not only your life, but all of ours. Hao Chen's voice resonated through the darkness, tinged with a hint of impatience. Then what do you propose? Shall we stand idly by and let him suffer? Wenchang's tone was laced with frustration. Yet he hesitated, recognizing the validity in Hao Chen's words. If Wu Yuan had been ambushed, their arrival might come too late to save him. If not for his perseverance in urging us forward, our only chance to save him would be to do so without exposing ourselves. Hao Chen articulated slowly. Very well. Let it be as you say. Even if it leads to death, I must know who it was that brought about his demise, Wenchang replied, exhaling deeply, his tone imbued with solemnity. No sooner had he spoken than he turned, cautiously making his way toward the direction where Wu Yuan had called out. Let us go. Hao Chen promptly followed Wenchang's lead, advancing forward. Furthermore, Hao Chen employed his spiritual vision to survey the surroundings, meticulously noting the terrain, landscape, and objects. At that moment, a faint rustling sound reached Hao Chen's ears, followed shortly by the heavy thuds of approaching footsteps. Everyone, take 2 steps to the left. There's a rock over there for us to hide behind. Hao Chen suddenly instructed, swiftly moving toward the designated rock, where he quickly concealed himself. Despite the enveloping darkness, Hao Chen had already scrutinized the environment with his spiritual vision, rendering him acutely aware of his surroundings. Even if invisible, he could discern every object beside him with clarity. Thanks to his memory, this was precisely why he had been so diligent in keeping track of each step he took. At this moment, upon hearing Hao Chen's command, the group instinctively followed his lead, stepping to the left in unison. Since the moment Hao Chen rescued them from the Blood Shadow base, an unusual sense of trust had blossomed in their hearts toward him. Although they were unaware of his true identity, they felt that this young man possessed the ability to create miracles. Their breaths were hushed, so quiet that even they could scarcely hear them. Crouched behind the rock, they cautiously peered out, listening intently to the increasingly near footsteps. Hao Chen's expression was grave as he remained motionless, fixated on the direction ahead. Reason dictated that the footsteps growing closer were headed toward their hiding place. As anticipated, mere moments later, a flickering shadow approached their previous location. Suddenly, the shimmering shadow emitted several sharp sounds, a piercing and jarring noise. Hao Chen furrowed his brow instantly, letting out a deep sigh. It's the devouring fly. Hu Ying's voice broke through, laced with evident fear. I care not whether it is the devouring fly or the man-eating fly. What matters is that Wu Yuan is in danger, and I cannot wait any longer. Wenchang exclaimed, his voice fraught with anger. At that moment, he was panting heavily, yet unable to unleash even a fraction of his energy, which only heightened his agitation. Wait, Wenchang, look. Hao Chen spoke slowly. After his words, the group lifted their gazes, their faces draining of color. The flickering shadow was unmistakably Wu Yuan, accompanied by a glowing stone, a stone teeming with a multitude of flies. Countless black, demonic flies swarm, their backs stained a vivid crimson. These flies flap their wings rapidly, producing a cacophony of incessant chirping. Despite their diminutive size, akin to that of a fingernail, their numbers are overwhelmingly vast. A youth named Wu Yuan strides forward, besieged by the relentless flurry of flies that dance around him. At this moment, his gaze is vacant. Each step a struggle, his body sways unsteadily, yet he shows no hint of pain. Instead, his expression radiates an unsettling tranquility. However, he exudes no semblance of life. Wu Yuan calmly lowers his gaze to his body, observing the incessant gnawing of the flies that consume him bit by bit. A collective gasp escapes the crowd. Beside Hao Chen, Wenchang gasps for breath, his eyes aflame with anger as he stares ahead, grappling with the surreal scene unfolding before him. Memories of playful banter with Wu Yuan and moments of shared peril within the shadow base flood his mind. Yet now, he witnesses his friend being devoured by these relentless flies, inching ever closer to death. Unable to contain himself any longer, when Chang's fury erupts, he yearns to unleash his wrath and avenge Wu Yuan. In his blind rage, he casts aside all caution and charges forth, bare-handed and unarmed. Although Hao Chen regards Wenchang as neither a true companion nor a dear friend, they have nonetheless shared the crucible of life and death within this darkened realm. In that instant, Hao Chen resolutely chooses to intervene. For him, it is the sole path forward. Should he refrain from acting, he would inevitably confront the onslaught of the voracious demonic flies, as Hu Ying had warned. Wenchang's emergence not only exposed him to the darkness, but also unveiled the presence of all. With such exposure, Hao Chen realizes that his only recourse is to engage in battle. Though he typically refrains from reckless actions, he is, after all, a young man just stepping into adulthood, still bearing the remnants of youthful exuberance and harboring a fervent desire for combat. To be cowed by a swarm of flies would undermine his resolve to cultivate and ascend as a true martial artist. Thus, Wenchang's seemingly impulsive charge reflects Hao Chen's own choice, as well as that of the others. In the wake of nightfall, they have suppressed their fears, bitterness, anger, and impulses for far too long. What they now lack is a catalyst, a motivating force to propel them into battle. Chapter 253, A Release of Resentment. Those who have escaped from the Blood Shadow base have harbored their resentment for too long. They need an outlet. Hao Chen is no exception. He too longs to vent the pent-up frustrations within his heart. The inability to dismantle the secret stronghold of the demonic sect has left him in a state of profound distress. Had it not been for the rescue of those trapped individuals, given Hao Yin's disposition, witnessing so many innocent souls falling victim to the demonic sect's creation of puppet-like entities would have stirred a tempest within him. At this moment, if he continued to cower in fear of both the wolf and the tiger, avoiding confrontation at all costs, it would only foster a lingering emotional turmoil. Thus, eliminating the voracious yuan-devouring flies and unleashing his pent-up fury became the most effective means of relieving his stress. Lacking vitality and unable to cast spells, they would resort to arms, engaging in the most primal form of combat to eradicate this swarm of yuan-devouring flies. Remember, do not damage that radiant stone. As Hao Yin spoke, he swiftly followed Wenxiang and surged to the front. Having undergone the physical refinement of the first layer and the soul tempering of the second layer within the demon suppression tower, Hao Yin had experienced a qualitative leap in his physical prowess, vision, and hearing. In the instant of attack, Hao Yin activated his spiritual eye technique. He focused on a peculiar stone emitting an eerie glow amidst the swarm of yuan-devouring flies. Although he could not discern the exact nature of its strangeness, he instinctively felt that this stone was extraordinary, prompting him to caution his companions. Transforming his body's speed to a dark attribute, Hao Yin retrieved a silver dragon short spear from his jade pendant space, launching it towards the yuan-devouring flies near Wu Yuan with a silvery gleam. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed as Hao Yin unleashed his martial prowess, instantly knocking down the swarm of flies that had lunged at him. The disturbed yuan-devouring flies erupted into chaos, their piercing shrieks filling the air. As the foremost target, Hao Yin found himself besieged by the entire swarm. Upon sweeping his consciousness over the scene, Hao Yin was struck with astonishment as he beheld the true nature of the yuan-devouring flies. Previously, he had believed the flies were consuming Wu Yuan's body, but now he realized he had been mistaken. Wu Yuan's entire form was, in fact, composed of these very flies. As Hao Yin's spear swept through one of the flies, an innumerable horde of yuan-devouring flies surged forth from Wu Yuan's body, intertwining and spiraling in the air, relentlessly attacking Hao Yin. Wu Yuan's form swiftly dissipated into nothingness, and the glowing stone in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, seemingly awakened by the sudden strike. Wenxiang abruptly halted. It dawned on him that, in his moment of excitement, he had failed to draw any weapon. At this juncture, he too began to discern the nature of Wu Yuan's body. Had it not been for Hao Yan's decisive blow, confronting Wu Yuan unarmed would have surely led to his demise at the hands of the countless Yuan-devouring flies. Hao Yan, allow me to lend you a hand. A melodious voice rang out as Hu Ying, who had been trailing Wenxiang, suddenly called out. She leaped forward, joining Hao Yan in battling the overwhelming swarm of flies. I'm coming too, Wenxiang declared, unwilling to lag behind, drawing a curved blade and rushing to join Hao Yan. I shall join as well. If it comes to death, so be it. At this moment, amidst the fierce struggle with the devouring magic fly, Hao Chen, despite the cacophony of its cries and the incessant need to wield his weapon in defense, remained undeterred. He was ensnared in a moment of profound enlightenment. For reasons unknown, while battling the devouring magic fly, he felt his mental prowess ascending incrementally, his perception sharpening with each encounter. This heightened awareness extended beyond mere recognition of the fly's attacks and their demise. He glimpsed phenomena invisible to the ordinary eye. He discerned that within the devouring magic fly lay a peculiar energy, an enigma yet to be fully understood. Hu Ying, does the devouring magic fly possess any unique attributes? Hao Chen inquired gravely, turning to Hu Ying, who was embroiled in the fray. Taken aback by his question, Hu Ying hesitated, clearly privy to information she was reluctant to divulge. Her reticence was not born of malice, but rather a fear that such revelations would only amplify the collective dread. After all, fear has a direct correlation with one's combat efficacy. Hu Ying cast a glance at Hao Chen but refrained from answering his inquiry. However, from her silence, he inferred that his observations were indeed accurate. The devouring magic fly concealed within it a more formidable power. That power was the dark flame of magic. At the moment he witnessed a devouring magic fly approaching him, it bore a wisp of this ominous black flame in its maw. In pursuit of understanding the potency of this black flame, Hao Chen opted to experiment on a solitary devouring magic fly. He did not slay it immediately. Instead, he lured it into attacking him repeatedly. Yet, to his perplexity, the fly never unleashed the black flame, even unto its last breath. This peculiar phenomenon left Hao Chen in a state of bewilderment. The devouring magic fly is a spirit insect capable of emitting a venomous magical flame, which, upon contact, would ensure death within mere moments. After a brief silence, Hu Ying sighed and spoke quietly. Upon hearing her words, Hao Chen nodded, his brow furrowing deeper. While the others were unfamiliar with the habits of the devouring magic fly, they had certainly heard tales of its lethal magical flame. Such extraordinary anecdotes tend to circulate widely, particularly among those of noble lineage or prodigious talents, who are often more versed in such arcane knowledge. Yet their interpretations diverged from Hao Chen's. Why had the devouring magic fly not released the flame at any point, even in its final moments? Through experimentation, it became evident that the fly did not wish to unleash the flame. Rather, it was incapable of doing so. This was the crux of Hao Chen's confusion. In contrast, the others, confronted with this dilemma, were preoccupied with preventing the fly from opening its mouth, for if it managed to latch onto them and release the flame, death would be inevitable. As the battles raged on, Hao Chen's suspicions deepened, compelling him to take further risks, allowing the devouring magic fly to approach him ever closer. Hao Chen pondered. Perhaps the previous experiment had failed due to insufficient distance. The proximity was inadequate for the devouring magic flies to unleash their dark flames. However, upon further experimentation, he discovered his error. Even with a mere half-foot distance separating him from the flies, their mouths agape and the heat palpable, they still refrained from releasing their infernal fire. In this shadowy realm, their vital energies and consciousnesses were cursed, rendering even sources of light useless. It seemed these devouring magic flies, much like themselves, were interlopers, their flames similarly suppressed in this domain. Thus, Hao Chen mused, the true key to the fly's ability to consume Wu Yuan lay in that stone radiating an eerie luminescence. Chapter 254, The Shadows of Alien Beings, Part 1. In the boundless darkness, light becomes the beacon that all life follows. The stone grasped by Wu Yuan, shimmering with brilliance, perhaps did not rightfully belong to him, but was instead unearthed on an isolated island. It was this very stone that had attracted the devouring magic flies. leading to Wu Yuan's tragic demise. Given that in this desolate stony expanse, the flies, like them, were cursed in their magical abilities, if Hao Chen's assumptions were correct, these creatures likely did not originate from the isolated island, but were, like themselves, intruders. Considering the terrifying nature of the devouring magic flies, why not capture them? With a flicker of thought, Hao Chen discreetly summoned the demon suppression tower, activating it to swiftly draw in the swarm of devouring magic flies into the first layer of the tower, temporarily confining them within a barrier for suppression. Just as he contemplated further collection of the flies, a series of intermittent howls echoed in the distance. Remarkably, the remaining devouring magic flies chose not to attack, but instead surged toward the source of the sound. As they watched the swarm depart, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Through the faint glow emitted by the fallen stone, it became apparent that each member bore new scars, their condition quite dire. What had caused that howl? The devouring magic flies would not abandon their pursuit so easily, Hu Ying remarked, turning to Hao Chen with a questioning gaze. Naturally, all eyes turned to Hao Chen, whose aura of mystery, deep sense of loyalty, fearless demeanor, and demonstrated prowess had unwittingly positioned him as their leader. Hao Chen slowly exhaled a breath of anxiety. Gazing at Hu Ying, he nodded and said, "The owner of that howl is likely the one who commands this swarm of devouring magic flies. Hu Ying, I would appreciate it if you could share with us all the information you possess regarding the devouring magic flies." Hu Ying nodded, looking around at everyone before speaking. The devouring magic fly is a type of spirit insect, originally from an island known as the Island of the Wild Demons. These flies prefer to dwell in groups, and it is said that wherever they pass, the sun and moon are obscured, and not a blade of grass survives. The flames within the mouths of the devouring magic flies can instantaneously rot a human's flesh and similarly affect all flesh and blood beings. However, this peculiar breed of devouring flies harbors an affinity not for flesh and blood, but for light. Despite their innate yearning and reverence for illumination, the devouring flies are unable to appear beneath the blazing sun. Otherwise, the infernal flames within them would be unleashed uncontrollably. Thus, light remains their eternal pursuit. Yet they can only exist in dim surroundings. After listening to Hu Ying's fragmented discourse, Hao Chen nodded to himself, as it validated his earlier conjecture that this swarm of devouring flies was not indigenous to the region. Given their origins on the Isle of Desolation, it was improbable that they had arrived here without cause. Could they possibly have been bred at the Bloodshadow base? When Chang seized the opportunity to inquire, Hu Ying shook her head, expressing her helplessness. "I am uncertain, but to date, I have never heard of anyone on the Tianyuan continent breeding devouring flies. Historical accounts of their appearances are typically overwhelming, akin to a hurricane sweeping through, with few capable of confronting them directly. Nonetheless, the number of these devouring flies was indeed quite scant. The limited quantity suggests that these creatures are domesticated spirit insects. As for their breeder, that remains a mystery. We must not rush into pondering this matter. Let us focus on how to address this luminous stone instead. Does anyone know its origins?" At that moment, Hao Chen stepped forward, gesturing towards the glowing stone on the ground, seeking the opinions of the group. His desire to unravel the mystery of the devouring flies was not diminished. Rather, given their current predicament, they lacked the time to contemplate other issues. Understanding the origins of this stone and the nature of its light was paramount. The assembly, acknowledging Hao Chen's rationale, ceased their speculations about the devouring flies, turning their attention to the luminous stone clutched in Wu Yuan's hand before his demise. Hao Chen held the glowing stone, examining it closely, astonished as he thought, "This is not a moonlight stone, but resembles a mirage stone instead." Memories of the lineage pertaining to mirage stones surfaced in his mind. These are unique magical crystals, categorized into water mirage stones, wind mirage stones, fire mirage stones, earth mirage stones, and electric mirage stones, each containing formidable elemental energy. Convinced that this was a fire mirage stone, Hao Chen refrained from voicing his thoughts. The group encircled Hao Chen, admiring the luminous stone he held. This stone was the very one that had fallen to the ground after Wu Yuan's passing. Despite their extensive examination, the group discovered nothing of significance. Even if they devoted more time to it, they feared their efforts would yield no results. With no knowledge of the stone's background, interest began to wane. Yet, just as the group resigned themselves to abandon their inquiry into the glowing stone and prepare for rest, Countless beams of light surged from the distance, gradually drawing nearer to their location. In that moment, an inexplicable dread enveloped them, and a profound sense of unease washed over their minds. Due to the previous battle with the devouring fly, Hao Chen had transformed his body to embrace the dark attribute, regaining a semblance of his consciousness. Although his perception was not as keen as it once was, he could still harness it. Through the power of his consciousness, he observed the illusionary demon stone, which emitted a potent aura. It spread like an intangible wave of light, resembling both a summons and a cry for help. Perhaps the radiant flashes in the distance were responding to the call of the illusionary demon stone, yet what might come forth remained a mystery. However, reason dictated to Hao Chen that whatever approached would not be benign. Suddenly, the group recalled that at the moment darkness engulfed this place. Although the layout of the gravel wasteland remained unchanged, it was no longer connected to the desolate gravel expanse they had originally entered. Instead, it had transformed into a solitary stretch of gravel wasteland, surrounded by an endless desert. Given that it was all desert, these sources of light must have originated from it. This led to the conclusion that they were likely the rumored artifacts of the otherworldly beings. Indeed, they were the otherworldly entities, shimmering with light and shrouded in darkness. They certainly were the otherworldly beings. A young boy cried out in fear. Regardless of the circumstances, everything that has transpired here is exceedingly strange. We must exercise caution. Hao Chen advised those around him. Hao Chen, what do you suggest we do? We will follow your lead. Wen Chong was the first to speak, affirming his stance as he gazed at Hao Chen. I too shall follow you. You saved my life, and I trust your judgment. Hu Ying echoed in agreement. The others also expressed their support for Hao Chen to take the lead. Chapter 255, Shadows of the Otherworldly Beings, Part 2. In this perilous setting, they indeed required a guiding figure, a pillar of strength to make bold and correct decisions. When it came to credibility, Hao Chen was undoubtedly the most suitable choice among those present. With a deep sigh, he met the hopeful gazes of the group, feeling unable to decline their trust. Moreover, throughout this journey, he had essentially been the core of their unity. To retreat would only lead to endless darkness or a slow demise. It is far better to confront this head-on. Even in death, it would be worth it, Hao Chen declared, gazing into the distance at the advancing lights. Then let us fight. Hu Ying was the first to assert. Wu Yuan's death ultimately stemmed from this stone. I must avenge him, Wen Chong proclaimed boldly, standing alongside her without fear. The rest of the group began to roll up their sleeves, a moment of latent potential igniting within them. For these cultivators, there was an inherent desire for battle deep within their hearts. After all, no one wished to live perpetually stifled by darkness. Yet the unfolding events had completely surpassed their expectations. Under Hao Chen's guidance, they took positions around the massive rock, preparing to observe the situation before making their move. Just as the otherworldly beings had yet to approach, a fierce battle seemed to erupt in the distance. The cacophony of battle cries emanated from a nearby location, unmistakably within the desolate expanse of gravel and stone. Aside from Hao Chen and his companions, it was evident that others had ventured into this realm. At this moment, Hao Chen was certain that the swarm of devouring demonic flies belonged to a different group that had entered, perhaps the very people from the Bloodshadow Demon sect, who were in pursuit of them. Now that the conflict had commenced, their meticulous preparations left them momentarily at a loss. What could have sparked such an altercation? Who could it be? Could it possibly be their lost comrades? A young boy murmured to himself. The others began to entertain the notion that the fighters not far off might indeed be their missing companions. Yet, all were acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting thought. If they were truly their lost allies, they would have surely come forward during the previous skirmish. Hao Chen furrowed his brow, gazing intently into the distance, pausing in silence for a few heartbeats. Everyone follow me. Regardless of the circumstances, we must investigate. The enemy of our enemy may well be our ally. Hao Chen spoke with a commanding tone. Without a source of light, the others found it impossible to advance. Holding a glowing stone in his hand, Hao Chen led the group towards the site of the battle. Although he had always perceived this illusionary magic stone as somewhat peculiar, he had no choice but to wield it now. Yet, to his astonishment, as he grasped the stone, he felt the dark energy and consciousness within him begin to operate autonomously. It appeared that the illusionary magic stone not only emitted light, but also facilitated his cultivation. Hao Chen was inwardly astonished. The stone evidently possessed the power to counteract the insidious force pervading this cursed land. To survive here, This illusionary magic stone might indeed be the key. However, he couldn't help but wonder why such an essential item had come to be in Wu Yuan's possession. Although Wu Yuan had been missing for a relatively brief time, he could not have strayed far, suggesting that the stone must have been discovered in the vicinity. Either its original owner had met their demise nearby, or some unknown event had transpired during Wu Yuan's disappearance. Clutching the illusionary magic stone, Hao Chen deliberated briefly before ultimately deciding to conceal the power it bestowed upon him. This was not due to a lack of trust in his companions, but rather a deeply ingrained belief that one should harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant against potential treachery. Moreover, he had not forged a profound bond with these individuals. His willingness to risk his life to rescue them from the Blood Shadow base was already an act of considerable benevolence in Hao Chen's eyes. With that, he held the luminous stone firmly, taking the lead and quickening his pace towards the battleground. After traversing a short distance, the unfolding scene gradually came into clearer view. At that moment, an involuntary gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. An aura of extreme coldness, cruelty, and malevolence enveloped the area, instilling a sense of dread. Could it be an otherworldly race? A shiver ran down Hao Chen's spine, and at that instant, the blue thread magic art within him began to activate, forming a protective barrier around him. The dark attribute energy within the body automatically devours the nearby black mist, transforming it into the dark attribute power of the body. Hao Yuan suspected it might be the blood demon. However, as he carefully sensed the aura carried by the black mist, he shook his head in disagreement. No, this is not the aura of a blood demon. Having dealt with them before in the blood pool of the West Mountain Shadow Guard base, he was exceedingly familiar with their presence. Although the aura of the blood demons is undeniably malevolent and cruel, it lacks a certain coldness and brutality. This is the aura of a demon. It is the true essence of demonic energy. Although Hao Yuan had never truly encountered a demon, he had come into contact with demonic energy and understood that it is a dark attribute cultivation method commonly practiced by demons. Most demons possess dark attribute roots, and he vividly remembered the demonic energy that Qianyu had infused into his body within the hidden realm of Dosan. A term flashed through Hao Yuan's mind: demon. The Tianyuan Anecdotes has recorded this as a peculiar race. The male members of the demon race bear a striking resemblance to humans, only they are more robust and towering, while the female members are exceptionally beautiful and strikingly enchanting. Demon women possess a charm that surpasses even celestial beings, resembling human women in appearance. Most of them cultivate alluring techniques, attracting human male cultivators to absorb their essence and strengthen themselves. The aura of the demon race is one of evil coldness, cruelty, and brutality. Historically, wherever they have appeared, other races have faced annihilation or enslavement. In their eyes, human life is as insignificant as weeds, even less valuable than that of demonic beasts. At this moment, Hao Yuan's consciousness had been restored. Having practiced the Lan Luo demon art, he was impervious to the erosion of such a presence. His awareness expanded in all directions and eventually detected a young man clad in dark green attire, engaged in combat with a demon not far from him. However, beside this young man, several demons were rushing forward, showing no interest in the ongoing battle. Just as Hao Yuan intended to delve deeper with his consciousness, for an unknown reason, those demons began to frantically pursue the young man. The young man continuously waved his arms, emitting fierce shouts, accompanied by beams of dark green light. Any demon that came into contact with the green light instantaneously transformed into a puddle of blood. Chapter 256. A temporary alliance. He is from the Blood Shadow base. I have seen practitioners of this technique at the Blood Shadow base. Wen Chang remarked decisively upon a glance. The blood poison guards of the Blood Shadow base cultivate through a unique blood refining technique. This particular method is the path of cultivation for blood practitioners in the immortal realm. Poison practitioners cultivate poison, while blood practitioners cultivate blood. The blood poison guards refine both, making them cultivators of dual blood and poison. Through this practice, they can not only rapidly enhance their cultivation but also, through continuous refinement, achieve an astonishing state, ascending to the heavens just like other cultivators in the immortal realm. The blood poison guards rely on the blood pool for rapid enhancement, battling with the power of blood poison derived from their refining practices. The young man evading the demon's attacks was enveloped in a dark green glow, the very hue of his toxic powers manifesting. His vital energy radiated in a deep emerald shade, marking him as a poison shadow guardian. a practitioner of the rare blood refinement techniques. While there were many who cultivated blood magic across the land, only the blood shadow guardians possessed mastery over this unique discipline, utilizing the profound art known as the blood demon technique. Hao Chen held within his grasp a secret tome of this very technique, as well as the precious blood demon orb. As a member of the blood shadow base, the enthusiasm to engage in battle among the onlookers swiftly dissipated. Brother Hao Chen, let us depart. The blood shadow base's members can fend for themselves, Wen Chang remarked with a somber tone. The so-called righteous individuals among them would not resort to malicious acts in such circumstances, nor would they offer assistance, were it not for the fear of attracting trouble. I would indeed wish to confront that young man from the blood shadow base, another youth, brimming with combat fervor, expressed. Hao Chen let out a deep sigh and shook his head. No, this young man from the blood shadow base may prove invaluable to us. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, he continued, have you not noticed? The young man in emerald attire is channeling his vital energy. As the crowd remained bewildered, Hao Chen elaborated, in this cursed land, the release of vital energy is forbidden, yet this young man clearly defies that rule. And he does not possess a glowing stone in his hand. Evidently, this young man had mastered a method to unleash vital energy in this accursed domain. Faced with such a multitude of demons, their only hope for survival lay in restoring the combat prowess of everyone present to its peak. Perhaps then they would have a chance to fight. Hao Chen's words ignited realization among the group. In this cursed ancient battlefield, all their vital energies should have been suppressed. Yet, this young man possessed a means to counteract that curse. To be confined to mere physical strength in combat, deprived of their mental acuity and vital energy, was an intolerable plight. If they could access their vital energy, they would regain the ability to contend. This was precisely why Hao Chen chose not to remain a passive observer. This young man might be the sole key to their reclamation of vital and spiritual power, rendering his presence crucial. Hao Chen, what are your intentions regarding this matter? Wen Chang, standing resolutely beside him with clenched fists, gazed ahead, his eyes alight with fervent resolve. In that moment, everyone stepped forward, filled with anticipation. The restoration of their vital energy and spiritual awareness was their beacon of hope for survival in this cursed land. They would rather fight to the death than surrender. Regardless of the circumstances, they must first vanquish this horde of demons. However, when I engage in conversation with the young man, it may be possible to negotiate or even threaten, Hao Chen said slowly, exhaling a deep breath. No one dared to contradict his words. Instead, they fixed their steadfast gazes ahead. You shall decide, they urged. After a prolonged silence, Huing was the first to speak. With a sudden bang, Hao Chen nodded, but before he could take any action, a series of 3 explosive sounds erupted. The young man was but a short distance from their position, and they could faintly see each other. Upon noticing Hao Chen and his companions, the young man from the blood shadow base's eyes sparkled with interest. He executed a high aerial flip to evade an attack from a pursuing demon behind him. And in an instant, he pivoted, unleashing a powerful strike with his right hand. A dark green gas swiftly transformed into a barrier, halting the demon that sought to pursue him. This maneuver appeared deliberate, seemingly intended to buy time for communication with Hao Chen and his group, as if he were already aware of their identities. Having endured numerous life and death trials, Hao Chen's observational and analytical skills surpassed those of the average person. Upon witnessing the young man's actions, he quickly deduced that this individual, being a poisoned shadow guard of the blood shadow base and aware of their identities, was indeed the assassin sent to pursue them. You must be the group that escaped from the castle, the young man remarked, eyeing them with keen interest. Hao Chen frowned, remaining silent, while the gaze of everyone present towards the young man was decidedly unfriendly. Unfazed, the young poisoned shadow guard shrugged nonchalantly and said, you have 2 choices. First, you can join forces with these demons against me, but you will inevitably be slaughtered. Second, we can temporarily unite to fend off the external threat and repel these demons. Why should we assist you? Hao Chen inquired calmly after hearing the young man's proposition. The young man smirked coldly and replied, because aiding me also serves your interests. At the very least, once we repel these demons, I will merely take you back instead of killing you. Of course, you could opt for the first choice. He continued, however, should you fail to kill me, you will meet your demise. My temper, as the blood-poisoned young master Hao Yuanquan, is far less forgiving than those useless individuals from the previous base. An innate confidence permeated his demeanor, accompanied by a palpable disdain for all present, which irked everyone, including Hao Chen. Under normal circumstances, encountering someone from the Blood Shadow base would have warranted immediate action without further conversation. Yet, in their current state, unable to unleash their consciousness or utilize their qi, they could no longer maintain their arrogance. We require items that can temporarily lift the restrictions on our consciousness and qi. Otherwise, any attempt to act would be tantamount to suicide. It would be wiser to escape while we can. Hao Chen sighed deeply after a moment of silence and spoke deliberately. Agreed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zheng Yuan's mouth as he tossed a jade vial. He continued, "The elixir within that vial will enable you to release your consciousness and qi for the next half hour. If you can repel these demons, I will grant each of you another, allowing you to engage me on equal footing." Hao Chen accepted the jade vial thrown by Zheng Yuan, opening it to inhale a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. He then handed the vial to Wenxiang, saying, "This vial contains the Peiyuan pill." Hearing Hao Chen's words, the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan raised his brows slightly, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. "It seems you are not entirely fools. Consume the pill and join the fray. These demonic beings are no trifling adversaries. Even if we all cooperate, our chances of successfully repelling them stand at merely 30%. As his words faded, a dull explosion resonated from behind Zheng Yuan, shattering the dark green gaseous barrier he had conjured. Swiftly, he turned, this time opting not to retreat, but to confront the demons head-on. Chapter 257. A startling retreat against the demons. Witnessing the blood-poisoned young master charge fearlessly into the swarm of demons, Hao Chen followed suit without hesitation, unleashing a powerful punch that sent one of the approaching demons crashing into the desert. As he stood beside Zheng Yuan, Hao Chen felt a surge of emotion. Regardless of their alignment, the people of Tianyuan continent shared a unified resolve against the invading foes. "Who would have thought you possessed such loyalty?" Zheng Yuan remarked. Seeing Hao Chen join him, Hao Chen smiled modestly and then turned his gaze towards the otherworldly beings, inquiring, "Who are these individuals, and why do you fight them?" Zheng Yuan snapped back to the present, his expression turning grave. "These beings are demons from another realm." "What? You mean these are demons from another realm?" Hao Chen gasped in disbelief. Although he had suspected the nature of the adversaries, hearing the confirmation from Zheng Yuan left him astounded. Aren't demons supposed to exist beyond the domains? How could they appear here? Suppressing his shock, Hao Chen recalled what the ancestor of the Hao family had once told him about the catastrophic war between humans and demons a millennium ago, which resulted in significant losses, including the fall of many experts above the nascent soul stage. It was only after sealing the passage to the other realm that the crisis was averted. Sighing, Zheng Yuan's gaze fell upon the desert before him. Following his line of sight, Hao Chen observed countless figures emerging from the sands. "The demons you see now did not enter this place from another realm," Zheng Yuan explained with a heavy heart. "They originated from this very desert." "What? They came from this desert?" Hao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Zheng Yuan continued. "What you do not know is that deep within the ancient battlefield of the desert, some demons are sealed. The intention was for them to perish within their confinement. Since that catastrophic war between humans and demons, a millennium has passed. Over the course of 1,000 years, the energy sustaining the desert's barrier has waned. The demons emerged from the vulnerabilities of the barrier, unwilling to remain eternally sealed within the desert. This marked their 7th eruption from the sands." Upon hearing this, Hao Chen's heart trembled with disquietude. He pondered the unsettling reality that demons lurked within the desert, having broken free from their confines for the 7th time. Was this not indicative that the guardians of the Qianyuan realm had mobilized humanity to engage in 7 fierce contests against these fiends? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hao Chen recalled accounts from ancient texts that depicted the horrors wrought by demons wherever they roamed. Scorched earth and untold suffering spread across vast territories. "Is there a method to reinforce the seals?" he inquired earnestly. "There are records in Tianyuan Isha regarding the sealing of foreign entities in the desert," replied the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan. "Humanity did not eradicate the invading demons entirely. Instead, they confined the elderly, women, and children within the desolate battlegrounds of the desert's oases. Now, these demons have breached their confines, and Hao Chen was resolute in not remaining passive. "There is a way," Zheng Yuan began, but hesitated. "However, it requires the combined efforts of martial practitioners and cultivators. Moreover, Their cultivation must reach at least the martial emperor and integration realms to establish the barrier. Humph, who dares to injure me? At that moment, the demon whom Hao Chen had struck into the desert resurfaced, standing not far off, its murderous intent directed at him. Silence. With his words, a colossal hand of demon slaying descended from the heavens, emanating an aura of unparalleled terror, crashing down upon the demon and reducing it to a mere puddle of flesh. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Hao Chen's overwhelming display of power left all present, including those who had escaped from the Blood Shadow base, Zheng Yuan, and the demon, in a state of shock. In that moment, the demon halted, its confidence shattered. With just a single strike, Hao Chen had dispatched the demon master, a testament to the sheer ferocity of his might. The expressions of those present began to shift, their gazes filled with profound reverence. Zheng Yuan, too, felt a chill creep down his spine as he regarded Hao Chen, internally musing, "This lad is truly a monster." It was noteworthy that this demon had previously engaged Zheng Yuan in a fierce struggle, one where he had felt somewhat outmatched. Yet, with Hao Chen's emergence, the demon was reduced to nothing more than a feeble opponent. Did this imply that he, too, could be dispatched with a mere flick of Hao Chen's wrist? Thankfully, he had refrained from attempting to capture this young man earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Unbeknownst to Hao Chen, those he had rescued from the Blood Shadow base had yet to witness the full extent of his prowess. At that moment, with the intent to instill fear in the demons, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted from the remaining populace, their utterances not of human language, leaving the gathered audience bewildered. In a moment of sheer terror, the fearsome demons scattered in all directions. At that instant, when they cast their gaze upon Hao Yin, their fear surpassed even that of encountering a devil. Blood-poisoned Prince Zheng Yuan, witnessing their intent to flee, let out a cold snort, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Blood-poison veil. With a resounding shout, he moved his hands in intricate gestures, conjuring a disquieting barrier that enveloped the realm, sealing it off completely. Hao Yin, observing this, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he sensed the extraordinary nature of the barrier. Its emergence flooded him with an overwhelming power, and the toxic miasma emanating from it had the capacity to annihilate all life, instilling a sense of dread even within him. The demons found themselves entrapped within the confines of this barrier, with no hope of escape. Kill. As those who had fled from the Blood Shadow base attempted to rush towards the barrier, Hao Yin swiftly intervened, halting their advance. Zheng Yuan boldly entered the fray, wielding his magical prowess to unleash the lethal blood poison upon the demons. Hao Yin, however, harbored concerns for these youths, not only due to their lack of cultivation but also regarding blood-poisoned Prince Zheng Yuan himself. What if he seized the opportunity to eliminate them? As the leading demon fell to Hao Yin's strike, the morale of the remaining demons plummeted, their combat effectiveness severely diminished, leading them to exhibit signs of despair. The outcome of this battle was devoid of any suspense. Within a mere incense stick's duration, all demons trapped within the barrier were vanquished by Zheng Yuan's poison. Yet, Hao Yin remained motionless, determined to safeguard the escapees from the Blood Shadow base. Chapter 258. Evading the Brilliance, Observing the Retreating Demons. Hao Yin engaged in conversation with blood-poisoned Prince Zheng Yuan. "How might we depart from this stony wasteland?" he inquired directly. Zheng Yuan, not concealing the truth, acknowledged his own need to leave this place. He explained, "The stony wasteland we inhabit is a barrier space within the ancient battlefield of the desert. A cursed illusionary formation has been activated within this barrier, rendering our escape impossible for the time being." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "However, the stony wasteland serves as a sealing ground for a demon of the Demon King realm. Restrictions are in place, preventing demons from approaching this area." "Demon King realm?" Hao Yin queried, looking at Zheng Yuan with curiosity. The Demon King represents a tier within demon practitioners. The classification of blood demons is fundamentally akin to that of immortal cultivators. The distinction lies in the fact that immortal cultivators absorb the pure essence of heaven and earth, while demon practitioners harness the ferocious and dark energies. Upon reaching the Demon King realm, every drop of blood can resurrect its life, achieving an immortal state. Therefore, after slaying a Demon King, one must also seal them. When they revive, they should be slain while they are still weak. This cycle must be repeated thrice to utterly disperse their soul. All of this falls under the jurisdiction of the overseers, who are responsible for the management and timely reinforcement of the seals. Strangely, the cursed ceiling of the ancient battlefield has not been fortified. Hao Yuan, possessing some understanding of this information, reflected on his own cultivation of the blue thread demon art. Why was the cursed ceiling of the ancient battlefield failing to reinforce its barriers? In his heart, Hao Chen speculated that perhaps there was a scarcity of practitioners adept in the dark arts. Regarding the demon of the Demon King realm, Hao Chen merely inquired casually. Seeking to forge a closer bond with the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, through conversation. Observing Hao Chen's earnest demeanor, Zheng Yuan began to showcase his extensive knowledge, continuing. From the aura emitted by a demon practitioner, one can discern their cultivation level. The hierarchy of demon practitioners, from lowest to highest, is categorized as follows: demon, refining demon, demon essence, demon core, demon infant, demon sovereign, demon saint, demon king, demon emperor, and demon sovereign. The grading of demon practitioners corresponds entirely with that of human cultivators. An ordinary demon is roughly equivalent to a human gathering essence or martial apprentice in terms of cultivation. Refining demon corresponds to the refining chi stage. Demon essence aligns with the foundation establishment stage, demon core with the nascent soul stage, demon infant with the nascent infant stage, demon sovereign with the transformation stage, demon saint with the division stage, demon king with the integration stage, demon emperor with the tribulation stage, and demon sovereign with the great completion stage. Oh, I see. I wish to know, where is it that demons cannot approach? Hao Chen casually inquired. I only know that the array's focal point lies deep within the gravel desert, but I am uncertain of its exact location within the desert. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen rose, gazing earnestly at those around him, and declared, the previous demons were merely a small fraction. It is highly likely that a multitude of demons will soon swarm in. We cannot face such an overwhelming number. We must devise a means to evade this calamity. The demons are surging forth from the depths of the desert. Thus, the gravel desert we inhabit is but a separate space of the barrier. The power of this barrier has weakened. If we reinforce it, we might be able to delay them for a time. Furthermore, if we set up additional barriers to stall the demons, we might be able to hold out until dawn, ensuring our safety. Now, everyone, retreat with all your might and await me in the depths of the isolated island. I shall cover our rear. After uttering these words, the group was momentarily taken aback. Then one by one rose to voice their sentiments. Hao Chen, you have done enough. We cannot abandon you. Indeed, we are willing to advance and retreat alongside you. Hao Chen felt a sense of gratitude towards their declarations, yet he understood that this was not the time for impulsive emotions. Moreover, if a more formidable demon were to arrive, although he could not defeat them, he was confident in his ability to elude pursuers. Should they all remain, they would face certain annihilation. Venturing into the depths of the gravel desert, I possess a method to ensure everyone's survival. If you still trust me as a friend, heed my words. Hao Chen spoke with utmost seriousness, and all could perceive his unwavering conviction. After a brief silence, it was Wen Chang who first spoke up. We will retreat. Hao Chen, please take care of yourself. You all need only to flee. I have a way to locate you. Remember, do not look back and move swiftly. With that, he tossed a glowing stone to Wen Chang, while he kept the illusion demon stone for himself. Just then, shadows of demons appeared once more in the distance. Seeing the demons approaching again, Hao Chen did not hesitate, springing into action with alacrity. Suddenly, the nameless sword emerged, and the phantom sword technique was unleashed, enveloping the entire battlefield ahead. In that instant, Hao Chen's true essence was completely released. Abruptly, he swiftly arrived beside the blood-poisoned prince, Zheng Yuan, joining the fierce battle against the demon clan's second assault. The youths behind him began to retreat hastily, and within a few breaths, they vanished into the endless darkness of the gravel desert. With a resounding thud, Hao Chen's sudden appearance, coupled with the ferocious demon-slaying hand, caused a demon at the demon pill cultivation level to momentarily falter, unable to react, and he staggered back several steps. The blood-poisoned prince, Zheng Yuan, also took a brief breath, gazing with interest at Hao Chen's figure. He then smiled and remarked, You truly are the most magnanimous person I have ever encountered. What is this? Aspiring to be a savior? Sacrificing one to allow the others to flee? Ignoring Zheng Yuan's mockery, Hao Chen solemnly replied, Are we enemies or allies at this moment? His tone was grave, and Zheng Yuan could see he was not jesting. After a brief glance at the demon, Zheng Yuan fell silent for a few seconds. then nodded and said, "From this moment forth, during your recovery of magical power, we shall be allies." After a pause, he continued, "However, once you have evaded this calamity, I will not shy away from pursuing you. Even if I cannot overpower you, I shall still do so, for it is my mission." Zheng Yuan's words were quite clear. He was willing to cooperate temporarily, forming a fleeting alliance. Yet, once the situation concluded, he would not let them off the hook. This was precisely the objective of Hao Chen's commitment. He sighed deeply and nodded. As he gazed at the approaching demons once more, he softly advised Zheng Yuan, "Do not linger in battle. Seek an opportunity to retreat into the depths of the gravel desert." Before his words had fully settled, Hao Chen once again concentrated the demon-slaying hand and struck at the demon of demon pill cultivation. His immediate task was to provide as much time as possible for those who had escaped the blood shadow base to distance themselves from the demons. Witnessing Hao Chen's unmatched combat prowess, Zheng Yuan, after a moment of surprise, acted without hesitation to slay the demon, and the fierce battle commenced. With all his might, after slaying the leading demon, the remaining demons found their strength significantly diminished. Having lower cultivation levels, they were ultimately all vanquished by the two. The second assault by the demons had failed. Chapter 259, Avoiding the Sharp Edge, Part 2. The youths who departed from Hao Chen hurriedly raced towards the depths of the gravel desert. With only a single luminous stone in their possession, they managed to advance swiftly by harnessing its light. Despite the chilling winds of the dark night instilling a sense of fear, fortunately, no crises emerged along the way, although the depths of the gravel desert were eerily silent. As if foreboding the coming storm, "Let us wait for Hao Chen here." After advancing a considerable distance, Wen Chang glanced around and spoke softly. The others did not object. Settling onto the gravel desert floor, enveloped in a moment of profound silence. The inky darkness of the night enveloped them, exuding an eerie ambience. The depths of the gravel desert and its periphery were two entirely distinct realms. Here, a rugged landscape of jagged rocks and sheer cliffs bore countless scars from blades and weapons, attesting to the fact that this place had once been a site of slaughter. Moreover, the stark cliffs and scattered stones exceeded their wildest imaginations. Even a solitary crag concealed lethal threats within each stone. As they ventured into this exposed rocky expanse, they felt like a group of powerless frail beings. This sensation indeed instilled a sense of unease within them, prompting their decision to halt. It was impossible to claim that fear did not lurk in the depths of their hearts. Thus, they chose to wait for Hao Chen's arrival. Yet, in such a heavy atmosphere, time seemed to crawl at an agonizing pace. As night deepened, with no sight of Hao Chen, murmurs began to ripple among the group. "Why hasn't Hao Chen arrived yet?" One of the youths seated beside Wen Chang sighed deeply, hesitating to voice his concerns. Wen Chang exhaled slowly, shaking his head with unwavering confidence. "I trust that Hao Chen will be fine. Since he urged us to leave first, he must possess the means to evade the demon." Although Wen Chang believed in Hao Chen's strength, a twinge of worry lingered in his heart. They had all felt the formidable power of those demons, no matter how powerful Hao Chen was. A lone tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Leaving him behind to delay the demons showcased a spirit of remarkable bravery. However, facing numerous demons alone, especially with the merciless blood-poisoned young master by his side, was undeniably perilous. How could he not be concerned? Yet, as these thoughts surfaced, Wen Chang resolutely shook his head. At that moment, silence descended upon the group once more. Even a gentle breeze felt like a struggle against the oppressive atmosphere. After a brief interval, restlessness began to take hold. In this shroud of darkness, they sensed that a life-and-death crisis could emerge at any moment. Suddenly, as doubts about Hao Chen deepened, a figure darted into view not far away. The group furrowed their brows, fists clenched, ready to confront any impending threat. Then, Hao Chen's silhouette appeared, covered in dust, with fresh wounds and dried blood adorning his arms. Trailing behind him was the disheveled blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan. Upon their arrival, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Indeed, it was not an exaggeration to say that Hao Chen had become their pillar of strength. Quickly, the demons are closing in. Hao Chen paused for but a second before dashing deeper into the island. The distant, thunderous shouts resonated across the desolate battlefield and the gravel desert. Without a moment's hesitation, the group followed Hao Chen's lead, sprinting deeper into the gravel desert. Mere moments after their departure, the demon army arrived, relentlessly pursuing them forward. The distance between the two parties was not extensive, Thus the group dared not pause for even a moment along their journey. Previously, after parting ways with the others, Hao Chen had joined forces with the blood-poison prince, Hao Yuanquan, to confront the demonic beings. Their cooperation was remarkably harmonious, focused solely on delaying the demons without any inclination for prolonged combat. After running a considerable distance, Hao Chen urged the others to proceed ahead while he and Hao Yuanquan remained behind to await the pursuers. They allowed a small contingent of trackers to pass, preparing to ambush the larger group of demons as they entered the trap they had set. Both unleashed their most formidable spells in unison, annihilating the demons with their combined might. Additionally, Hao Chen summoned all his true essence, surrounding himself and Hao Yuanquan with explosive thunderbolts. Once the demonic army ventured into the range of the thunderous traps, Hao Chen activated his fire techniques, igniting the explosives and unleashing a devastating force of destruction. However, he refrained from utilizing the demon suppression tower, as its conspicuous nature made it too eye-catching. He suspected that if he unleashed the fire barrier attack from the tower, the demons would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The two then swiftly pursued and eliminated the initial small group of trackers. Along the way, Hao Yuanquan set traps using blood-poison magic bullets, creating obstacles that hindered the advance of the demonic army. It was through their collaborative efforts that they managed to distance themselves significantly from the pursuing demons, allowing them a temporary respite from being tracked. Upon reuniting with the others, they did not linger and continued deeper into the gravel desert. At that moment, Hao Chen revealed no signs of concealment, unleashing his spiritual power to its utmost capacity. The effects of the spirit-enhancing pills gifted by Hao Yuanquan had completely dissipated. Logically, everyone except for Hao Yuanquan, including Hao Chen, should have been unable to release any spiritual or vital energy. Nonetheless, the group harbored no suspicions regarding Hao Chen's ability to harness spiritual power at that moment. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, they did not dwell on such matters. Some speculated that Hao Chen had consumed another spirit-enhancing pill during his earlier confrontation with Hao Yuanquan. However, Hao Yuanquan's gaze towards Hao Chen was filled with astonishment. Even individuals at the nascent soul stage would require the energy from spirit-enhancing pills to release their vital energy and spiritual consciousness within this cursed barrier, yet Hao Chen appeared unaffected. Hao Yuanquan was certain that the effects of the spirit-enhancing pill had worn off, and Hao Chen's ability to wield spiritual power was entirely due to his own capabilities. This was utterly astonishing and left Hao Yuanquan in a state of shock, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that even if he did, Hao Chen would remain tight-lipped. As Hao Chen sprinted forward, enveloping the surroundings with his spiritual power, he did not require any pills to gather his vital energy. The group wandered through the depths of the gravel desert for most of the night without discovering a single path to escape the desolate terrain. Hao Yuanquan possesses a dark attribute, rendering the restrictions of the gravel desert's barrier ineffective against him. Moreover, he can voraciously absorb the dark essence, thereby accelerating his cultivation of the blue thread magic art. However, the physical stamina of others is limited, and without the manipulation of essence, their energy expenditure is considerable. Chapter 260. A narrow escape in a brief moment. The group began to feel breathless. Unable to resist the urge to glance back, they noticed the demons drawing ever nearer. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, these fiends would catch up to them. Time was of the essence. It was imperative that someone engage the demons in combat to buy time. Otherwise, they would all perish. Young Master Shuedwa, Hao Yuanquan, exclaimed loudly. Eureka! At that moment, Hao Yuanquan employed the spirit eye technique, piercing through an illusionary formation ahead and shouted. Before them lay a rugged terrain, strewn with jagged stones. Hao Yuanquan identified the node of the illusion and shattered a stone barrier, revealing a passage for the others to traverse swiftly. Without hesitation, the group dashed through the node of the illusion and entered the passage. Once everyone had successfully navigated through the passage, Hao Yuanquan unleashed a surge of energy to prolong the recovery time of the illusion's node. He then remained behind, channeling the full extent of his dark power, his palms weaving intricate gestures, releasing a terrifying aura of destruction. With a decisive thrust, he cast the reincarnation seal and demon slayer hand spells, both hands striking towards the demons who were perilously close. The chilling aura surged past him as Hao Yuanquan seized the opportunity to plunge into the passage of the illusion's node. Being the last to enter, he faced the most perilous moment. The frenzied demons in the distance were instantly obliterated. At that moment, Silence enveloped the area beyond the barrier. The group, now within the barrier, gradually exhaled in relief. Indeed, Zheng Yuan was correct. There existed a sanctuary beyond the reach of the demons. After their harrowing escape from death, they had finally arrived here. However, the oppressive atmosphere here was suffocating, indicating that this barrier was devoid of life. Hao Yuan surmised that this place was the seal of the Demon King and that they could not linger. He promptly employed the spirit eye technique once more to locate another barrier node, breaking open a passage for the group to exit this space swiftly. Hao Yuan was once again the last to leave the sealed area, but this time, as the others departed, he quietly unleashed dozens of dark energy and true essence forces, intending to reinforce the energy supply of the barrier from within the sealed space. Although Hao Yuan's cultivation was relatively low, he was adept in both magic and martial arts, endowed with a dark attribute, making his barrier no less formidable than those established by stronger beings. Only those possessing a trifecta of martial, immortal, and demonic cultivation could breach the seal Hao Yuan had erected. As the node's passage began to restore, Hao Yuan swiftly exited the sealed realm. It was indeed unfortunate for the sealed Demon King. Had he not encountered the prodigious Hao Yuan, he likely would have escaped the seal in no time at all. The seal laid down by Hao Chen not only reinforced the original barrier of the sealing ground, but also established a trinity seal within that barrier. As the group departed from the Demon King's sealing ground, they reflected on the harrowing moments of life and death they had just experienced. Had they not entered the sealing ground for that fleeting instant, they might have been engaged in a fierce battle for survival against the demon. At this moment, although he had secretly ingested the recovery purple pill, Hao Chen still feigned exhaustion, gasping for breath, endeavoring to mirror the expressions of shock and relief that adorned the faces of those around him, before gradually regaining his composure. With the Demon King's sealing ground as a barrier, Hao Chen and his companions fled at great speed once more. Did we succeed? Haha, we succeeded. After breaking through yet another barrier, a young man glanced back to confirm that the demon had not followed, and, overwhelmed with excitement, shouted out, "Haha, we are alive! We are alive!" Another cultivator exclaimed. At that moment, smiles broke out among the crowd, their previous dread of imminent collapse forgotten. Observing the expressions of relief on their faces, Hao Chen allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Though he was not a savior, it was indeed he who had saved their lives, and his efforts filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Following the exhilaration, the crowd turned to Hao Chen, bowing deeply to express their heartfelt gratitude. However, the next words from Wenchang evoked both excitement and resignation. "I fear we may have exited the desolate ancient battlefield only to enter the valley of immortal grief." Wenchang sighed. The group turned to gaze at Wenchang, who sat on the ground, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation before pointing ahead. Following his gesture, they beheld a half-human-high remnant stone. The character for immortal had vanished, leaving only the haunting words "valley of grief" before their eyes. Upon seeing these words, Hao Chen felt a mix of surprise and resignation. The Valley of Immortal Grief was a perilous area within the Qiyun Forest, a legendary site of the ancient battlefield between immortals and demons. Valley of Immortal Grief, where immortals and demons fell. Is survival possible upon entry? However, the group felt some relief, for they had indeed escaped the desolate ancient battlefield and evaded the demon-esque pursuit. Although they now found themselves at the entrance of the Valley of Immortal Grief, their hearts lightened somewhat. Gazing into the valley, shrouded in dense black mist and obscured within mere feet, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura in the night, Hao Chen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was said that those who entered the Valley of Immortal Grief faced demise. 9 out of 10 perished. Very few emerged alive. Legends spoke of numerous treasures left behind from the battle between immortals and demons, and acquiring even a single item could be invaluable. Such temptation was immensely alluring to those with high cultivation and extraordinary talents. Obtaining a divine artifact would be akin to gaining wings. 300 years ago, when the Valley of Immortal Grief was discovered, countless cultivators poured in, yet none returned. Some barely ventured inside before becoming mere piles of bones. However, temptation outweighed reason, and an increasing number of proud warriors surged into the Valley of Immortal Sorrow, yet none had ever emerged. Months passed, and the influx of entrants grew, given that only a select few managed to return. After all, life held greater value than mere cultivation, and this place, feared by many, was regarded as a forbidden land. In the early morning, The valley was shrouded in heavy mist, creating an atmosphere both eerie and hallucinatory. The haunting essence of the ancient battlefield was no longer felt, replaced by an unsettling tranquility. At this moment, the travelers longed for home, particularly the youth among them. After days of harrowing trials between life and death, they could endure no further tribulations. "What shall we do now, Hao Yuan?" A young boy finally broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. Hao Yuan swallowed hard, hesitating to respond. Truth be told, he was as uncertain as the rest. "Are you toying with us, Hao Yuan? Did you not assure us of our safety here?" The boy named Zhuang Xiao rose indignantly. "Those cursed demons must still be assailing this barrier. How long can it hold? Now we find ourselves in a place destined for demise." Wen Chong and Hu Ying remained silent, their expressions mirroring discontent. Hao Yuan chose not to engage with Zhuang Xiao, recognizing the futility of such disputes, yet he too felt a heavy weight upon his heart. Chapter 261. Diverging Paths. In stark contrast, the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, bore no resentment, merely snorting disdainfully. He rose to address them. "You self-proclaimed righteous ones are truly laughable. Were it not for him, would you be worthy of sitting here at all? He is your savior, and yet you dare to reproach him in such a tone. People like you are unworthy of life." At Zheng Yuan's scornful remarks, the crowd flushed with embarrassment, unable to refute his words. After delivering his cutting critique, Zheng Yuan disdainfully strode deeper into the valley of immortal sorrow. Indeed, his words rang true. Hao Yuan had risked everything to rescue them, tirelessly restraining the demons. Had it not been for him, they would have long since met their end. Yet, now, faced with unforeseen circumstances, they began to question and even blame him. This was undeniably an act of profound immorality, and thus, the group felt nothing but shame in response to Zheng Yuan's biting sarcasm. Hao Tian sighed deeply, slowly rising to his feet and bowing respectfully to the others. With a heavy heart, he spoke, "I apologize. I never anticipated events would unfold to this extent. However, there is no turning back now." Gazing at them, he continued, "Given the force of the demon's assaults, none can predict how long the barrier will endure. I can only assist you one last time. Thereafter, fate will dictate our separate paths." Unfazed by the specter of death, he had fought valiantly to aid others, only to find himself misunderstood in the end. Hao Chen felt somewhat disheartened, yet he proceeded to activate the spirit eye technique, surveying the spatial barrier before him, only to discover that it was, in fact, an illusionary formation. Such a formation posed no challenge to Hao Chen. During his time in East Star Town, aside from alchemy, he had devoted himself to the study of formations. Now, armed with a wealth of information inherited from Xiao Hao, which included extensive knowledge of formations, he found this barrier particularly intriguing. It was shaped like a T, with their current positions situated at the intersection. A slight deviation from this point would lead them into the Qingyun forest. However, that minuscule divergence traversed horizontally through the barrier, leading into the valley of immortal sorrow. It appeared that the Qingyun forest allowed access to two perilous locations. Recognizing it as an illusionary barrier, Hao Chen was not in haste to dismantle it. He settled down on the ground and gradually infused his spirit eye technique into every corner of the barrier, beginning his search for a point of entry. Indeed, he discerned aspects that he had not learned during his previous attempts to set up illusions back in East Star Town. The intricately designed barrier of the Valley of Immortal Sorrow revealed, through the probing of his spirit eye technique, several flaws. Those fissures invisible to the naked eye and the gaps between the nodes manifested clearly before Hao Chen. He could even grasp some of the subtleties inherent to the formations of the Valley of Immortal Sorrow. This time, Hao Chen observed meticulously. If he could comprehend the fundamental principles governing the arrangement of such formations, perhaps he could himself establish a similar barrier. Ambition stirred within him as he delved into the study of this formation. Being a natural talent in the realm of formations, he had previously deduced the principles behind the Gathering Yuan formation, Sound Isolation formation, Concealment formation, and the Minor Immortal Entrapment formation, all based on his understanding of formation outlines and the profound intricacies of formations. He was familiar with thousands of complex mental techniques, orientations, and variations in hand movements. Although he had never encountered the Valley of Immortal Sorrow's formation before, the path of formations ultimately converges. There must be similarities. Moreover, the vast knowledge contained within the inheritance from Xiao Hao encompassed a significant amount of information regarding formation barriers. After approximately an hour had passed, Hao Chen suddenly experienced an unprecedented dizziness, fatigue overwhelming him to the utmost degree, a clear sign of excessive consumption of his spiritual consciousness. The images before his eyes began to blur, and a sharp pain pierced his forehead. With a sigh, he recognized that he must cease his efforts. Even with his spiritual consciousness having reached the late stage of the 4th level, comparable to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he could only sustain this exertion for about an hour. Were it an ordinary individual, they would likely have been unable to endure it all. Secretly ingesting a resurrection pill, he remained seated, employing the soul cultivation and spirit nurturing technique to recuperate his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, it was a high-level formation barrier set by predecessors, nearly akin to the power of regulation, far beyond the formations documented in the profound formation secret tome. Hao Chen had not been able to glimpse the true profundities of the Valley of Immortal Sorrow's barrier. He could only claim to have gleaned a fraction of its essence. The prospect of replicating the valley's barrier was, without a doubt, exceedingly improbable. What about it? Hao Chen, can you unravel the barrier before you? Wen Chong inquired eagerly as he saw Hao Chen open his eyes and rise. Let me give it a try, Hao Chen nodded. Recalling the entry points he had observed in the formation, Hao Chen concentrated his bodily energy, and as he summoned a sphere of radiant energy in his hand, he suddenly hurled it forcefully toward the barrier. He exerted 7 parts of his strength, for he did not wish to dismantle the barrier single-handedly. Exhausting his true essence in the endeavor could render him powerless in the event of unforeseen circumstances. The once tranquil node of the void barrier rippled violently upon the impact of the energy sphere, trembling and flickering with erratic light. Alas, after flickering 4 or 5 times, the barrier reverted to its original state. Observing this, Hao Chen remarked to those around him that it was evident his solitary strength was insufficient to breach the barrier. To overcome it, they must unite their efforts and concentrate their energies to strike the very node he had just targeted. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, his companions nodded in agreement. Through experimentation, Hao Chen surmised that it would be more efficient to breach a single point rather than attempting to dismantle the entire barrier. Thus, he urged everyone to combine their energies and collectively assault the barrier node. Under Hao Chen's guidance, the energies released by the group converged upon the barrier node. With a muffled thud, the node emitted a sound as it flickered, and the barrier parted like water, revealing a circular opening. At last, the barrier had been breached. And upon seeing the newly formed opening, the group surged forward, each person eager to traverse the threshold without regard for one another. Quickly, we can only hold this for a brief moment. Once the barrier restores, breaching it again will be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Hao Chen paid no mind to the chaotic rush of his companions, focusing instead on urging the others to pass through the opening. As the last individual crossed the threshold, the barrier swiftly returned to its original state. No one took notice of Hao Chen's absence, as if everything that had transpired was merely an expected occurrence. Hao Chen shook his head helplessly, resigning himself to a seated position to recuperate his expended energy. Even the presence of the blood-poisoned young master, Hao Yuanquan, instilled a profound fear among all, for the Valley of Immortal Sorrow was a nightmarish existence. In a mere fortnight, from the ancient battlefield of the Huanhe River to the lush jungles of Qingyun, Hao Chen had experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of life. Chapter 262, Flights of Fancy. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Hao Chen was reluctant to delve deeper into the Valley of Immortal Sorrow at this moment. Alone in this place, he felt unrestrained. With a mere thought, he vanished into the space of his jade pendant. At that moment, the pendant's realm thrived with vitality. The golden yuan fruit he had previously planted flourished abundantly, and the spiritual herbs and medicines harvested from the Huanhe River battlefield were meticulously categorized and cultivated in the medicinal garden by Linger. Upon sensing Hao Chen's presence, Linger and the little green bird, Xiaotsue, joined him. Xiaotsue, as per her usual antics, perched herself on Hao Chen's shoulder, occasionally pecking affectionately at his cheek. Hao Chen understood that Xiaotsue, the little glutton, was contemplating delectable treats once more. Standing by the pond in the pendant space, he gently caressed Xiaotsue's beautiful feathers and communicated with his mind. We have now arrived at the southern region of the Tianyuan continent. If possible, I shall venture southward to seek your family. As I surveyed the myriad of spiritual herbs and elixirs in the medicinal garden, my thoughts drifted. Only the blood essence grass was lacking. I pondered whether my expedition to the Valley of Immortal Sorrows would yield this elusive herb. Additionally, I required transformation pills for Xiao Chui, which necessitated the transformation grass and the 10,000 beasts fruit. Accompanied by Linger and Xiao Chui, I made my way to the storage room of the cooling pavilion. I began rummaging through the storage bags of the shadow guards I had slain recently at the Blood Shadow base, eager to uncover any treasures within. As the seals on these bags were lifted, a cacophony of mundane items spilled forth, none of which piqued my interest. My enthusiasm waned, but Xiao Chui, in contrast, delightedly sifted through the contents, searching for delectable treats. However, the low-tier elixirs found within were unworthy of her attention, as she had grown accustomed to more potent varieties. Noticing Xiao Chui's disappointment, I retrieved some restoration pills from my storage ring and placed them in a jade box specifically prepared for her, as she was currently unable to access spatial storage. Although our search yielded no remarkable finds, Xiao Chui did uncover several tracking sensors that still flickered with light, which intrigued me amidst the heap of ordinary items. Perhaps these would prove useful. I casually tossed the sensors into my storage ring. After playing in the jade pendant space with Linger and Xiao Chui for a while, I exited the pendant and promptly entered the demon suppression tower. My mind lingered on the matter of the devouring yuan flies. If I could cultivate thousands of them, I would possess an invaluable safeguard for my journey into the Valley of Immortal Sorrows. The group of devouring yuan flies I had collected had settled quietly within the barrier space, and I contemplated how to tame them for my own purposes. I began to search through the inheritance information of Xiaohao for the technique of insect control. The devouring yuan flies exhibited a unique preference for the aura of cultivators, with the blood essence of more powerful practitioners proving to be particularly alluring. The stronger the blood consumed, the more robust the flies would become, thus elevating their rank. Like other insects, the devouring yuan flies were drawn to light. Taking advantage of this trait, I retrieved a fist-sized moonstone from my storage bag, made a small cut on my arm to draw blood, and coated the moonstone with my essence before casting it into the barrier containing the flies. I aimed to cultivate the strongest devouring yuan fly king using this blood-coated moonstone, intending to later establish my mastery over it through a blood oath. As the blood-coated moonstone was thrown into the swarm of devouring yuan flies, chaos ensued. From a multitude of thousands, only a few hundred remained, encircling the moonstone, which was just about the size of a fist. At that moment, a novel idea struck me. Perhaps the alluring demon powder, cherished by demon beasts, could also entice the devouring yuan flies, accelerating their fierce competition and thus fostering a new generation of them. I took a goose egg-sized moonstone from my storage bag, coated it with blood essence and alluring demon powder, and cast it into the barrier. The devouring yuan flies, having just consumed blood essence, were now ensnared by the enticing aroma of the powder. Hundreds of them once again vied for dominance over the moonstone, now transformed into an irresistible prize. Within the veins of Hao Chen flows the precious blood of the Xiaohao lineage, imbued with formidable power, representing the purest and most coveted bloodline of the Hao family. The devouring yuan insect, which feeds on Hao Chen's essence, grows increasingly powerful. Upon witnessing the transformation of the yuan insect as it consumes his blood, Hao Chen feels a surge of joy within. During this period, he sits cross-legged, diligently practicing the Kanli Sanxian Ju technique to restore his lost essence. As time flows in concert with the evolution of the yuan insect, his fanciful thoughts yield remarkable results. After mating and laying eggs, the remaining fierce yuan insects perish. The newly emerged yuan insects are more formidable than their predecessors. This cycle of evolution repeats 3 times. Following the third evolution, these yuan insects engage in brutal combat, devouring one another until only 7 remain, resembling formidable horseflies. When Hao Chen awakens from his meditation, he surveys the yuan insects within the barrier and is left astounded, speechless for a significant time. One particular yuan insect, shimmering with golden hues, measures nearly an inch in size, while the other 6 resemble horseflies. This golden yuan insect has evolved into a second-tier spirit insect, evidently having become the king of yuan insects, while the others have attained the status of first-tier demon spirit insects. This outcome was beyond Hao Yuan's expectations, affirming the unique insights of the inherited knowledge and the profound significance of the Xiaohao bloodline. At this moment, Hao Yuan, guided by the methods recorded in the Xiaohao inheritance regarding insect mastery, begins to subdue the spirit insect king. The yuan insects, having consumed Hao Yuan's essence, now share a bond of familiarity with him. Employing the strategy of capturing the king first, he draws the Yuan insect king close, pricking his left middle finger to extract a drop of pure essence, which he delicately introduces into the creature's head using the secret techniques of insect mastery. At the moment the pure essence enters the head of the Yuan insect, the void resonates as if echoing a Zen chant, followed by a barely discernible wave of light that connects Hao Yuan with the Yuan insect king. Hao Yuan's consciousness conveys a singular thought: Master. He successfully tames the Yuan insect king. And under its coercion, the remaining 6 Yuan insects are effortlessly subdued one by one. When communicating telepathically with the 7 insects, he discovers that all possess feminine voices, revealing their nature as female spirit insects. With the 7 Yuan insects under his control, Hao Yuan eagerly makes his way to the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower, wishing to share the joyful news with Zijiang and Hao Ying. However, upon arriving at their training quarters, he finds both women deeply engrossed in their cultivation. Faced with this scene, Hao Yuan lets out a resigned sigh, reflecting to himself, "Indeed, people are vastly different. While I struggle and fight for survival outside, they enjoy a carefree existence in tranquil cultivation." Shaking his head, he settles down alone, savoring the thrill of having tamed the Yuan insects. As he revels in the relatively smooth taming of the Yuan insects, a burgeoning desire to refine the Demon Suppression Tower stirs within him. Consequently, he swiftly ascends to the 5th level, prepared to thoroughly refine the tower. However, upon entering the 5th level, he discovers that it eerily resembles the chaotic edge of the Jade Pendant space. Although he harbored ambitious aspirations to refine the Demon Suppression Tower, he soon discovered his inability to penetrate the chaotic barrier of the 5th layer. The chaotic energy residing within Hao Chen's dantian was insufficient to transmute the chaotic space of the 5th layer. To refine chaotic space necessitated an abundance of chaotic energy. Yet the primordial essence of chaos in the world was exceedingly sparse. While it was conceivable to utilize the chaotic energy within the Jade Pendant space to refine the 5th layer of the Demon Suppression Tower, Linger would never acquiesce. Who could guarantee that refining the Demon Suppression Tower would not disrupt the ecological balance of the Jade Pendant's realm? With a resigned sigh, Hao Chen relinquished his desire to refine the chaotic space. Unable to refine the 5th layer meant he could not access the 6th or 7th layers. Chapter 263, Perilous Steps, Part 1. The Valley of Immortal Sorrow is a place fraught with treachery and extreme danger. The perils within are traps set by an adept who harnessed the power of the terrain and the heavens to construct formidable restrictions. Those unversed in the intricacies of formations and barriers are doomed. Even the most formidable of cultivators cannot escape unscathed. The nature of the dangers lurking within the Valley of Immortal Sorrow remains shrouded in mystery. Few who have ventured inside have emerged, and those fortunate enough to escape seldom speak of their experiences. Hao Chen pondered his own strength, contemplating, "Do I not possess the Jade Pendant space and the Demon Suppression Tower? What is there to fear? If the blood-poisoned young master Hao Yuan can enter, why should I not?" With determination, he stepped into the dark, narrow passageway. Reminiscent of the ancient battlefield in the desert, where the use of primordial energy was rendered futile and even light refused to shine. Perhaps the architect of the barrier here was the same as that of the desolate battlefield, intent on safeguarding the rest of the souls who had perished in combat, or to caution newcomers to remain vigilant. As he treaded carefully, his curiosity about this enigmatic realm only intensified. The passage showed no signs of deviation or descent, and after a duration comparable to the burning of incense, a faint, grayish light emerged ahead, casting a hazy glow into the otherwise dark corridor. With the passage illuminated, Hao Chen felt a surge of joy. He knew he had reached the terminus of the passage and was on the brink of stepping into the true Valley of Immortal Sorrow. The moment he traversed the passage into the valley, he sensed a familiar obstruction, akin to the circumstances he had faced in the ancient desert battlefield, where he could neither employ his spirit sense nor primordial energy. However, this posed no insurmountable challenge for Hao Chen. He began to convert his elemental energy, experimenting with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, only to find that the attributes of wind, thunder, and dark electricity were still accessible. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Chen summoned the Cloud Shatter armor, transforming his elemental energy into the wind attribute, and conjured a wind armor to envelop the Cloud Shatter armor. In such a strange and perilous locale, Hao Chen exercised utmost caution. sparing no time to observe his surroundings before cloaking himself in protective armor. Although this place was ensconced within a barrier of peculiar attributes, Hao Chen surmised that the Valley of Immortal Sorrow was undoubtedly an improvement over the desolate and cursed ancient battlefield. At the very least, it would not possess the same desolation and malevolence as the barren expanse he had previously encountered. Upon gazing upon the desolation of the Xianshang Valley, Hao Chen was immediately struck with astonishment. The entire expanse appeared barren, suffused with a faint, unsettling scent of blood that permeated the air. Scattered across the landscape were a few jagged mountains, adorned with grotesque and malformed trees, while the rest was an expanse of gravelly wasteland. After a brief moment of contemplation, he approached a sizable pit, his brow furrowing slightly in surprise. With a deft motion, he summoned the power of the wind, conjuring a dragon's palm. "Go," he commanded softly. As the manifestation transformed into a wind dragon that danced across the ground, unleashing a tempestuous force that stirred the gravel, revealing a layer of hard clay beneath. "What is this?" he pondered, descending into the pit, his fingers morphing into claws. Yet, as he gently grasped the earth, he found not a single crack in the soil. Through rigorous physical training, his body had been tempered to an unyielding strength. With the claws he had conjured, he could easily mark iron or stone, yet here, the soil remained impervious to his might. A moment of reflection crossed his face, revealing a hint of dread. This pit bore the unmistakable signs of having been formed by a colossal fireball, its temperature fearsome enough to render the surface soil into a crystalline state. Even the flames he could conjure would scarcely achieve such formidable crystallization. What transpired here in antiquity to yield such a landscape, riddled with formidable restrictions? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Hao Chen exhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. With only the scant information before him, deciphering the events of the ancient era seemed an exercise in futility. To truly uncover the truth, he would need to traverse the entirety of Xianshang Valley, piecing together the remnants left behind to glean any accurate information. Hao Chen leapt from the pit, seeking a towering rock to ascend and survey his surroundings. The environment matched his expectations almost precisely. His spiritual awareness could only extend a few dozen yards, revealing a landscape marred by countless pits, reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by conflict. As his gaze traversed the sky, he noted the overcast, gray expanse intermittently shimmering with iridescent lights. This spectacle did not surprise him. He had anticipated such an occurrence. The vibrant lights were the result of numerous restrictions woven throughout the area, manifesting as the energy of the barrier. A barrier is a special space crafted through supernatural power, established by formidable practitioners. It operates in a formation, harnessing the cultivator's mana to create a protective shield within its confines. Although restrictions are among the weakest entities within barriers and formations, they serve crucial roles in blocking, warning, and triggering the operations of various lethal formations, be it killing arrays, illusionary arrays, or confinement arrays. The barrier of Xianshang Valley, with its myriad of prohibitions, poses a formidable challenge for even the most skilled practitioners, making high-altitude flight exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, Hao Chen felt a surge of determination and summoned his true energy to manifest the wings of wind. Gradually, he ascended while maintaining a vigilant gaze towards the anti-flight restrictions that loomed above. As the term suggests, the anti-flight restrictions prohibit aerial movement. Before delving deeper into Xianshang Valley, Hao Chen needed to ascertain the altitude of these aerial restrictions. Otherwise, he would face peril should an unexpected event occur and these barriers impede his escape. No disturbances arose at lower altitudes, but upon ascending to 30 zhang, a prohibition flared to life in the sky, unleashing a pale blue lightning bolt straight towards him. Witnessing this spectacle, Hao Chen halted his ascent, yet instead of evading, he remained suspended in the air, motionless. The lightning appeared unremarkable, yet its true potency remained unknown. Thus, emboldened by his exceptional skill, Hao Chen resolved to experience it firsthand. With a soft crack, the lightning struck the wind armor enveloping his body. In that instant, the electrical force shattered the protective shield. Clearly, the pale blue lightning wielded considerable power, startling Hao Chen, who promptly plummeted towards the ground at great speed. Chapter 264. Peril at Every Step, Part 2. The blue lightning instilled in Hao Chen a profound respect for its formidable strength. Moreover, he had merely triggered one of the prohibitions. It was difficult to fathom the catastrophic power that would ensue if all surrounding restrictions were activated. It was no wonder that practitioners at the Yuanying and Huashan realms dared not traverse Xianshang Valley recklessly. Such prohibitions were not to be underestimated. However, this experiment provided Hao Chen with clarity. The restrictions within this barrier had been crafted by practitioners of lightning attributes, designed to trigger a lethal formation. After careful observation, he deduced that the flight altitude within Xianshang Valley must not exceed 30 zhang. The examination of the anti-flight restrictions ignited within him a curiosity about the electric attribute. He gazed at the clouds above for a while, pondering how he might harvest some electrical energy. With a thought, the demon suppression tower materialized in his palm. Ascending once more to the height of the anti-flight prohibition, Hao Chen deliberately activated the electrical restriction. In an instant, the pale blue lightning surged towards him, and he positioned the demon suppression tower above his head, where the lightning struck the tower's body directly. In that moment, the demon suppression tower radiated with brilliance, shimmering as if bathed in light. The majority of the lightning's energy was absorbed by the tower, while a smaller portion coursed through Hao Chen's arm into his body, flowing towards his wind-thunder dark electric dantian. The influx of electric essence caused a range of sensations within him, from pain in his meridians to trembling throughout his body, culminating in a tingling that eventually transformed into a soothing sensation. This cycle continued, and Hao Chen sensed that the demon suppression tower had reached its saturation point. With a soft sigh, he gradually descended to the ground. Regrettably, the electric energy stored within the tower had reached its limit, rendering it incapable of further absorption. And his own body's capacity for electric essence had also been maximized. With the magical tower concealed, Hao Chen's consciousness extended outward, seeking to survey the other restrictions within the barrier. However, whether due to the ancient restrictions or other reasons, his awareness could only reach approximately 70 zhang before it was impeded. This limitation left him feeling quite vexed. Unbeknownst to him, ordinary cultivators venturing into the Valley of Immortal Sorrows could only extend their consciousness to over 100 zhang if they possessed the spirit division level. Those below this level could only reach a few dozen zhang, while those in the core formation stage could barely extend their awareness to a mere few zhang. After meticulously scanning his surroundings with his consciousness, Hao Chen decided to traverse the mountainous terrain. He deemed that wandering through the unfamiliar peaks of the Valley of Immortal Sorrows was relatively safer, at least affording him some cover from the mountains, which would help conceal his presence. With a target in mind, Hao Chen summoned the wings of wind and soared into the air, transforming into a fleeting azure silhouette that glided steadily toward the distant peaks. Throughout his journey, he refrained from flying at full speed, as the area was rife with restrictions, each possessing formidable power. Triggering even one of these restrictions would require considerable effort for him to extricate himself. Moreover, the Valley of Immortal Sorrows was notorious for the occasional emergence of spatial rifts. If he were to fly too swiftly and inadvertently plunge into one of these rifts, it would be akin to courting death. Having previously encountered the perils of spatial rifts, Hao Chen was keenly aware of their dangers and had no desire to repeat such a harrowing adventure. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, flying slowly for nearly half a day. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he extended his consciousness forward at full speed, only to be met with a shocking sight that caused his expression to shift dramatically, prompting him to halt abruptly. Yet, despite the apparent emptiness of the void ahead, upon his arrival, a dazzling flash revealed the emergence of a five-colored rainbow. This vibrant spectacle extended across dozens of zhang, with Hao Chen landing squarely within its radiant embrace. As he found himself on the brink of being engulfed by the five-colored rainbow, Hao Chen hastily concentrated his magical energy, causing a layer of true essence armor to materialize around him. He simultaneously increased the influx of energy into the wings of wind, preparing to propel himself backward. Just then, an overwhelming force of suction emanated from the restriction, catching the unsuspecting Hao Chen and drawing him in. As he braced himself to struggle, the terrifying pull inexplicably vanished. Suspended in the void, he discovered himself surrounded by countless five-colored rainbows, having inadvertently collided with the restriction. This particular restriction was ingeniously arranged, and its lack of any discernible essence fluctuations had led Hao Chen to overlook its presence. With a wry smile, he summoned the magical tower back into his hand. "Behold," he exclaimed softly, as his hands executed a series of intricate incantations. The dark tower materialized above him, silently radiating a spectrum of colors, rapidly absorbing the 5-colored rainbows within the restriction. A series of resounding booms echoed through the air as the vibrant hues began to fade from the sky above. As Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with wonder, he gazed intently at the resplendent rainbow beside him, his heart brimming with anticipation and hope. Yet, the thunderous roar emanating from the colorful arc abruptly ceased, and a colossal fire cloud, ominously manifesting in the void, began to descend slowly towards him. The surrounding air momentarily stilled, as an overwhelming wave of heat engulfed the vicinity. Hao Chen's expression shifted slightly. His hands swiftly executed a series of incantations, which vanished in an instant into the magic suppression tower above him. A luminous barrier emerged from the tower, enveloping him within its protective embrace. At that moment, the fire cloud descended rapidly, submerging Hao Chen entirely. The searing mass, akin to red-hot iron, scorched his body. Despite the protection offered by the true essence armor and the barrier of the magic suppression tower, he found the heat nearly unbearable. With no alternatives, Hao Chen consumed a recovery pill, replenishing his energy while continuously channeling true essence into the tower. Through his efforts, the tower's magical power surged. However, the barrier, crackling ominously, began to dim, its once radiant glow appearing on the verge of shattering. Witnessing this, Hao Chen remained composed. He gently exhaled towards the tower, releasing a surge of true essence intertwined with a drop of his blood. The tower absorbed this essence as if it were a sponge soaking up water. In an instant, the tower's brilliance flickered and returned to its original form, becoming impervious once more. Sensing the alteration in the barrier, the fire cloud writhed violently, compressing into a sphere of flame, significantly smaller in diameter, yet exponentially more potent. The deep crimson hue of the fireball radiated an intensified heat, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. With the fire cloud's power escalated, the barrier of the magic suppression tower faltered again, dimming considerably. And even Hao Chen felt the oppressive heat. Chapter 265, United Again, Part 1. The rising thermal energy from the fireball overwhelmed Hao Chen. Humph. He furrowed his brow slightly and let out a cold snort. With a single hand, he concentrated his incantation, and as he altered his gestures, the magic suppression tower began to spin vigorously. His expression grew solemn as he pointed his right hand decisively. The tower voraciously absorbed the energy from the fire cloud, which seemingly possessed a semblance of intelligence, suddenly splitting into dozens of smaller clouds that scattered in all directions. As the tower reveled in its feast, Hao Chen would not allow them to escape. He intensified the flow of true essence, causing the tower to spin even faster, its dark surface gleaming like polished lacquer. A tremendous pulling force emerged abruptly, swiftly catching up to the dispersed, deep red fire clouds. Instantly, each of these fiery masses appeared to be ensnared by an invisible hand, gradually being drawn back towards the magic suppression tower. Soon, the fiery clouds were drawn to the periphery of the demon suppression tower, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding flames were completely devoured. After consuming the fire clouds, the tower gracefully circled around Hao Chen, as if hinting that the process was not yet complete. It ascended above his head, paused for a brief moment, and then vanished into his body. Having absorbed such an abundance of fire clouds, the tower's fiery domain needed to digest the energy properly, transforming the essence into its own power to enhance its might. Instinctively, Hao Chen's consciousness probed the third layer of the demon suppression tower, and he was astonished to discover that the flames within had undergone a transformation, shifting from a deep crimson to a cerulean hue. With a sudden change in expression, he lifted his gaze towards the multicolored rainbow in the sky, his countenance reflecting profound displeasure. The ancient restrictions in this area were unexpectedly formidable. Not only could they not be easily shattered, but they also generated elemental forces in response to attacks, retaliating against the aggressor. Consequently, those ensnared within would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the constraints. Haha. My brother, are you contemplating an escape? A booming voice suddenly rang out. Hao Chen quickly turned to investigate, only to see the blood-poisoned prince, Zheng Yuan, emerging from the dense mist, appearing before him on his left. It's you? Hao Chen was taken aback, hastily forming a protective incantation as the wind armor enveloped him. Retreating several paces with a wary expression, eyeing the unexpected appearance of Zheng Yuan. Should the blood-poisoned prince launch an attack, even if Hao Chen could withstand it, he would likely sustain grave injuries. Thus, He prepared all defensive measures without hesitation. There's no need to be anxious, Hao Chen, though I would relish a duel. It is not the time for that, Zheng Yuan remarked with a smile, noticing Hao Chen's defensive posture. What brings you to this place? As Zheng Yuan halted, Hao Chen's tension eased slightly, though his tone remained stiff. In this ancient restriction of the immortals' grief valley, anyone encountering such an individual would likely harbor mistrust. Especially since Zheng Yuan belonged to the Blood Shadow base, one could only wonder about his true intentions. I find myself here for a reason akin to yours. It appears we have both inadvertently stumbled into this ancient restriction, Zheng Yuan replied with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed by Hao Chen's demeanor. If you have no business here, please feel free to go about your way. I have matters to attend to and cannot engage in idle chatter, Hao Chen responded, shaking his head with a hint of coldness. Without waiting for Zheng Yuan's reply, he turned to plunge into the vast sea of mist. Realizing he could not invoke any spells in the presence of another, should the other party choose to strike unexpectedly, it would spell disaster. Hao Chen, please wait, Zheng Yuan exclaimed urgently, raising his voice. What is it? Please speak directly. Hao Chen paused, letting out a resigned sigh before turning back to face Zheng Yuan. Seeing your hurried demeanor, it appears you have stumbled upon some treasure here, prompting your swift departure. Am I correct in my assumption? The blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, immediately ceased his smile and spoke with a serious expression. Indeed, those who venture into the valley of immortal sorrow are all eager to discover a few treasures to enhance their prowess, replied Hao Chen with a slight nod. Have you discovered a path for our escape? Zheng Yuan inquired further. A path for escape? One could simply use their magical power to break through, could they not? Hao Chen responded, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zheng Yuan in astonishment. If you were at the tribulation stage, you could indeed use your power to break through. But considering your cultivation is akin to mine, merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, achieving such a feat would be rather challenging. Did you not attempt it earlier? Zheng Yuan remarked with a gentle shake of his head and a smile. My previous attempt merely provoked the attack of the restriction, preventing me from launching another assault. Hao Chen casually stated upon hearing Zheng Yuan's analysis. No, Hao Chen. The primary reason this ancient restriction cannot be breached by magical force is that it absorbs the energy from any attack and retaliates against the caster. Thus, regardless of the depth of your magical power, unless you possess cultivation above the transformation stage, you cannot break through this restriction and leave, Zheng Yuan said, a grave expression crossing his face. What? Is that truly the case? Hao Chen's expression shifted, tinged with confusion. If what Zheng Yuan asserts is accurate, we are in dire straits. If this ancient restriction cannot be breached, I shall be unable to exit this place. If you doubt me, you may certainly cast another spell to ascertain whether the previous incident was merely coincidence, Zheng Yuan suggested with a slight smile. Hao Chen's face shifted through several expressions before he slowly lifted his gaze towards the multicolored rainbow in the sky. After a moment, he regained his composure, gathering his magical energy in both hands, and directed a strike at the heavens with his Demon Slayer hand. The power of the Demon Slayer hand flickered in the void, vanishing like a cow sinking into the sea, merging into the multicolored rainbow above. Suddenly, the rainbow shimmered, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, startlingly emerged from it, descending with astonishing speed. Boom! The lightning struck directly upon Hao Chen, who had not attempted to evade it. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, currents of electricity coursing through his limbs, granting him an unexpected feeling of comfort. Ever since refining the demon suppression tower and practicing the lesser yang technique, his body had become increasingly resilient to the power of lightning. The last time he underwent electric body tempering, most of the energy was absorbed by the tower. Although the residual lightning power within Hao Chen was but a fraction, it had gradually allowed his body to develop an immunity to electricity. Indeed, a casual strike inadvertently provoked the ancient restriction's retaliation. It seems you were correct. Hao Chen's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. He had entered the valley of immortal sorrow with utmost caution, yet now, without having accomplished anything, he had inadvertently stepped into an ancient restriction. It appears that escaping from this place will prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 266, Joining Forces Again, Part 2. Hao Chen. There is no need for despair. There are indeed ways to depart from this place. Noticing the expression on Hao Chen's face, the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, briefly revealed a smirk of cunning triumph, though he quickly masked it. You have a method? Hao Chen asked, momentarily taken aback before a flicker of hope danced across his features. Indeed, upon entering the Valley of Immortal Sorrow, I found myself ensnared here, and I have been tirelessly exploring various means to escape. After countless failures, I have finally discovered a way out, Zheng Yuan affirmed with a nod and a subtle smile. Then why have you not yet departed? Hao Chen inquired, regarding Zheng Yuan with a curious gaze. Although I have found a way to leave, regrettably, I lack the requisite strength to do so, Zheng Yuan sighed, a note of resignation in his tone. Oh, I would very much like to hear the details, Hao Chen exclaimed, astonishment flitting across his face. Zheng Yuan explained, these ancient restrictions absorb the energy from attacks to retaliate, yet they weaken periodically. If we time our assault during their moment of vulnerability, we should be able to breach these ancient defenses. He paused before continuing. Moreover, I have identified a particularly frail point in the ancient restrictions. If we join forces, we should succeed in dismantling them and thus escape. Oh, how long does this moment of weakness last? Hao Chen pressed further. Approximately a quarter of an hour. Once that time elapses, the ancient restrictions will regain their former potency, Zheng Yuan replied after a moment of contemplation. A quarter of an hour? That should suffice for our escape, Hao Chen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this is our sole avenue of escape, Zheng Yuan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Hao Chen, we must once more unite our efforts. Only through cooperation can we successfully depart from this place. What are your thoughts on this? Cooperation poses no issue. But once we leave, I hope to explore the Valley of Immortal Sorrow on my own, Hao Chen stated after a moment of introspection. That is certainly agreeable. I have lingered away from the Blood Shadow base for too long and have no intention of remaining in the Valley of Immortal Sorrow. Your desire aligns perfectly with my own, Zheng Yuan replied without hesitation. Very well, then, let us collaborate once more. With these words, Hao Chen acquiesced. Hao Chen, follow me. Zheng Yuan's face brightened as he gestured for Hao Chen to accompany him, then turned and soared back the way they had come, with Hao Chen closely in tow. After traversing through the dense fog for a while, Zheng Yuan suddenly halted his luminous escape. Hao Chen naturally stopped beside him. This is the place. The ancient restrictions here are at their weakest. Once they begin to wane, we can initiate our assault. The Blood Poison Prince, Zheng Yuan, pointed excitedly at the void above him. During this period, he had longed for someone to arrive and rescue him. Although the newcomer was once his adversary, the prospect of hope was too compelling for him to remain calm. How much longer must he wait? Hao Chen nodded and then inquired. How long do we still have to wait? It will likely take some time. The last period of weakness has passed quite a while ago. When the time of weakness arrives, I will inform you, and we can take a moment to rest, Zheng Yuan replied, closing his eyes to calculate before reopening them with a smile. A short wait? Thankfully, it isn't too long. Hao Chen smiled subtly and leaped onto a nearby rock, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. As time slowly passed, several hours later, Zheng Yuan, who had been gazing at the sky, suddenly displayed a flicker of joy on his face. Hao Chen, it has begun. Oh, it has begun? Upon hearing this, Hao Chen opened his eyes, stood up, and looked towards the sky. Indeed, he noticed the five-colored rainbow gradually dimming, as though the primordial energy was slowly depleting. Excellent. A hint of delight flashed across Hao Chen's face. Hao Chen, when I give the signal, we will simultaneously attack the nodes of the barrier. Let us hope to breach this ancient restriction and swiftly depart from this dreadful place, Zheng Yuan said with a serious tone. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to cooperate, Hao Chen replied, nodding with a spark of excitement in his eyes. Zheng Yuan focused intently on the weakened nodes in the sky. And after a moment, he raised his hand and cast a spell towards the heavens. A beam of azure light shot forth, embedding itself into the weak point of the barrier. Hao Chen, let us strike the azure light together. Zheng Yuan turned to indicate the azure glow in the sky. Understood. Hao Chen nodded. With a thought, the 5-foot silver dragon spear materialized. He preferred not to use the demon-suppressing tower, understanding the adage that a man is innocent but may suffer for possessing a jewel. Under Hao Chen's mental control, the 5-foot silver dragon spear transformed into a 10-foot silver dragon, shimmering with radiant silver light and exuding a terrifying aura. Zheng Yuan, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of trepidation. He swiftly conjured a long, pitch-black spear, its surface gleaming ominously, and under the impetus of true energy, it radiated numerous eerie black spear lights. Let us begin. 3, 2, 1. With Zheng Yuan's countdown, a powerful shout erupted from him. His arms bulged with muscle, thick veins coiling like serpents around them, emanating an aura of formidable strength. As the spear light coalesced, Zheng Yuan thrust the long spear forcefully. It transformed into a streak of black light, racing towards the sky with the swiftness of lightning, its terrifying might causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Zheng Yuan, a peak foundation establishment expert, showcased remarkable prowess with his initial strike. Meanwhile, the silver dragon spear in Hao Chen's grasp radiated a brilliant light, manifesting as a silver dragon, robust as an arm, that surged forward to confront the black spear wielded by the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan. The silver dragon entwined the black dragon, their opposing forces merging in an explosive transformation into a bizarre, silver-black giant dragon. The fused spears struck precisely upon the five-colored rainbow node embedded with azure brilliance. Chapter 267. Escaping the predicament, the restrictive node trembled lightly, and the five-colored rainbow was completely dissolved. Subsequently, the merged attack of the two spears gracefully ascended, targeting another cluster of five-colored rainbows. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged forth, and the restrictive barrier in the sky shimmered, giving rise to a torrent of flames that enveloped the merged spear attack, effectively thwarting it. Zheng Yuan, did you not claim that attacks at this moment would not be assimilated by the ancient restrictions, nor would they rebound? Hao Chen's expression shifted, a hint of indignation evident as he addressed Zheng Yuan. The scene before them clearly showed that the ancient restrictions, under assault, began to absorb the energies of the dual spears, conjuring forth raging flames to counter their onslaught. Consequently, no matter how formidable their strikes were, their efficacy diminished significantly, falling short of breaching the barriers. What could have gone awry? I am uncertain of the specifics, Zheng Yuan remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. However, since we have commenced our assault, we ought to press on with unwavering resolve. With a grave countenance, Zheng Yuan observed the situation for a moment, then shook his head in bewilderment, though a flash of brilliant light sparked in his eyes as he spoke. Very well. Hao Chen's expression fluctuated several times, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind before he nodded in agreement. At this juncture, to halt their efforts would mean relinquishing their chance to break the barriers. The next opportunity to do so might be far off. Seeing Hao Chen acquiesce, a flicker of joy crossed Zheng Yuan's face as he once more summoned forth a surge of azure vitality. The enigmatic azure energy swirled wildly around Zheng Yuan, transforming him into a figure akin to a blazing azure sun. In that moment, Hao Chen realized that he had underestimated the blood-poisoned young master. The aura emanating from Zheng Yuan was that of a mid-stage core formation, indicating that he had concealed his true cultivation level. As Hao Chen gazed in astonishment at Zheng Yuan's spellcasting, he beheld the azure radiance coalesce, only to witness a multitude of azure beams erupt from Zheng Yuan's hands, rapidly converging in the sky. In mere moments, they formed a silhouette of an azure figure, towering over 10 feet high. This figure, composed entirely of azure light, possessed well-defined features and, upon its manifestation, tilted its head, casting a cold gaze towards the ancient restrictions above. The azure figure appeared almost lifelike, its eyes swiftly scanning the restrictive barrier before it leapt forward, extending its arm to grasp the merged silver-black spears and fiercely thrusting them towards the sky's constraints. The speed was astonishing, almost breathtaking. In the brief span of a few breaths, the azure giant unleashed dozens of thrusts, each one resounding heavily against the barrier, causing it to emit a series of ominous vibrations. Upon witnessing this scene, Hao Chen's eyes brightened. He immediately raised his arm, and with a flicker of intent, a massive demonic palm imprint swiftly expanded. Go! As Hao Chen's command echoed, an enormous palm imprint, radiating a terrifying aura, descended upon the barrier. It subsequently erupted with a thunderous blast, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that surged outward. The barrier, already on the brink of collapse from the giant spear attacks, was now overwhelmed by this dread assault, surpassing the ancient barrier's capacity to endure. With a soft crack, the ancient barrier shimmered before dissipating on its own, revealing a passage wide enough for a person to traverse. Let us go. Zheng Yuan, the blood-poisoned young master, scanned the surroundings with his consciousness, a flicker of joy crossing his face. He then shouted excitedly, retracting his spear and darting towards the passage with blinding speed, instantly vanishing within. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chen withdrew his silver dragon short spear without a moment's hesitation, his own body enveloped in a streak of light as he charged towards the passage with equal ferocity. The two of them entered the passage one after the other, and in a flash of brilliance, they completely escaped the confines of the ancient barrier, emerging above a vast forest. As they materialized, they had yet to take stock of their surroundings when they simultaneously gathered their vital energy to shield their bodies. Two distinct auras of protective light slowly manifested around them. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment, both Zheng Yuan and Hao Chen were exceedingly cautious. Their apprehension was understandable, having just narrowly escaped a perilous ordeal from the ancient barrier. Furthermore, they found themselves in the renowned Valley of Immortal Sorrow within the Qian Yuan realm, a place notorious for the countless lives lost, even among beings of the divine mind realm, let alone cultivators beneath the core formation stage like themselves. Nonetheless, they were prepared for defense, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any other presence or movement. Observing this, Hao Chen let out a soft sigh, easing the tension that had gripped his heart. "Ha, we truly succeeded. We have escaped from the ancient barrier," Zheng Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration. "Indeed," Hao Chen replied, a hint of excitement gracing his features. "Now that we have freed ourselves, I shall take my leave." Before his words had fully settled, he bowed slightly to Zheng Yuan, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment, Hao Chen," Zheng Yuan called out, his expression shifting with urgency. "Is there something else, Zheng Yuan?" Hao Chen halted, turning back to regard him. Having emerged from their predicament, Hao Chen was reluctant to stir further conflict. However, he was not one to shy away should Zheng Yuan harbor intentions against him. Although vanquishing a mid-core formation cultivator posed a challenge, Hao Chen remained confident in his ability to defeat Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan nodded slightly, retrieving a jade slip from his hand and gently tossing it towards Hao Chen. Startled for a moment, Hao Chen extended his arm, enveloping the jade slip with his true energy and drawing it back, gazing at the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan with a hint of confusion. This jade slip contained a map, detailing a mysterious location rumored to harbor rare materials, which, in truth, held no benefit for my cultivation. Now, I intend to depart from the immortal Morning Valley. Thus, this jade slip holds little significance for me. So I shall gift it to you as a memento, Zheng Yuan explained with a faint smile. "Oh, a mysterious place?" Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Zheng Yuan would generously present him with such a precious gift. "Indeed, during our time together, I have come to realize that since it serves me no purpose, why not bestow it upon someone I trust? Making a friend ensures that this jade slip does not go to waste. If you doubt my intentions, feel free to dispose of it as you wish." Zheng Yuan sighed gently. "Then, I thank you, fellow cultivator." Hao Chen nodded appreciatively, deftly stowing the jade slip away. Observing this exchange, a barely perceptible smile graced Zheng Yuan's lips. However, his subsequent words reignited Hao Chen's fighting spirit. Chapter 268, The Challenge, Part 1. Having concluded personal matters, I must escort you back to the base, to the ancient fortress. This is my mission. Only if you can defeat me may you leave this place to seek the mysterious realm, Zheng Yuan declared solemnly to Hao Chen. In truth, the desire to challenge Hao Chen had ignited in Zheng Yuan the moment Hao Chen showcased his formidable strength during the battle against the demon. Every cultivator possesses an extraordinary yearning for combat against an equally matched opponent. However, those who can kindle such a desire for battle are far from ordinary. In the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, only encounters with young, supreme beings can evoke such impulses to engage in combat. Zheng Yuan's intention to duel Hao Chen is undoubtedly the highest form of affirmation for him. Yet, he is not the sole individual harboring such ambitions. The desire to validate one's skills and the urge to challenge are intrinsic to the nature of powerful beings. Hao Chen is no less formidable than Zheng Yuan. In fact, his eagerness to engage in challenges may even surpass it. He yearns to confront anyone stronger than himself, especially those who can push him to the brink of life and death. From the very first moment, he laid eyes on Zheng Yuan and sensed his strength. The urge to battle had taken root within him, particularly after learning of Zheng Yuan's identity and witnessing the formidable power of the dark spear he wielded. This impulse intensified significantly. Now that Zheng Yuan has initiated the challenge, how could Hao Chen possibly find a reason to decline? Having never before competed with anyone from the Blood Shadow base, especially not with the renowned genius, the blood-poisoned young master. Slowly, Hao Chen retrieved what appeared to be an ordinary silver dragon short spear from his storage bag, speaking calmly and unperturbed, without a trace of fear. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been paralyzed by fear, trembling, and trepidation. Even the most gifted individuals from the Tianyuan continent would falter when a cultivator of the late foundation establishment stage faced one of the mid-core formation stage. The battle would hardly commence before the aura of defeat had already enveloped them. However, such a scenario evidently did not unfold for Hao Chen. What Zheng Yuan admired and valued seemed to lie in Hao Chen's indomitable fighting spirit, unyielding in the face of formidable opponents. At this moment, the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan slowly raised his right hand, revealing a pitch-black spear. He gazed at Hao Chen, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a deliberate slowness. I hope you will give your all in this battle. Come, let us engage. Allow me to witness the true strength of the blood-poisoned young master. With a resounding shout, Hao Chen refrained from unnecessary words. He tightened his grip on the silver dragon spear, allowing his formidable true essence to surge forth, enveloping his entire being and culminating in a brilliant silver light that soared into the sky. In an instant, Hao Chen moved, akin to a furious silver dragon, charging towards Zheng Yuan with unrelenting speed. Bang! An explosive clash erupted as two incredibly powerful forces collided, releasing an aura of destruction that spread relentlessly into the surroundings. The encounter between the silver dragon and the black dragon produced a cascade of devastating sparks, scattering across the sky. The impact of Hao Chen's silver dragon spear against Zheng Yuan's black dragon spear generated a fierce gale, followed by the violent explosion of power, forcing Hao Chen to involuntarily retreat at an alarming speed. Having undergone the tempering of thunder and lightning, Hao Chen's physique was tremendously stronger than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, as a dual cultivator of both martial and magical arts, practicing the divine power technique, he possessed 16-fold strength. Thus, for anyone among his peers to be able to repel him in a single strike was indeed a rarity, highlighting the sheer might of Zheng Yuan. The initial confrontation between the two was not merely a clash of brute strength. Having engaged in battles against demonic entities prior, they possessed some understanding of each other's combat abilities and styles, thus omitting the need for exploratory warm-up skirmishes. Following their initial clash, Hao Chen tightened his grip on the silver dragon spear and thrust it into the ground, utilizing the powerful rebound to halt his momentum and prevent further retreat. Turning his gaze towards Zheng Yuan, Hao Chen furrowed his brows, astonishment evident in his eyes. From the recent collision, he could clearly sense that the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan's fierce combat prowess was not solely derived from the Black Dragon Spear's magical capabilities. Zheng Yuan's raw physical strength was an exceedingly formidable force. Even Hao Chen, wielding the 16-fold might of the divine power technique, found it challenging to gain any advantage against such power, especially considering that his body had been refined by lightning. It appeared that the formidable strength possessed by a practitioner like Zheng Yuan, affiliated with the demonic sect, was closely tied to his cultivation of the blood demon divine art. After repelling Hao Chen with a single strike, a confident smile emerged on Zheng Yuan's lips. He examined the black dragon spear in his hand, looking at Hao Chen with keen interest as he remarked, "Are you not astonished? Your most cherished physical strength has been bested by me." Through Hao Chen's gaze, Zheng Yuan seemed to perceive his innermost thoughts. Although Zheng Yuan's understanding of Hao Chen was limited, the formidable prowess displayed in their previous battle against the demon revealed Hao Chen's genuine and formidable potential. Hao Chen possessed two unique abilities, the first being the long spear in his grasp, which, when combined with the lightning elemental energy, unleashed a staggering combat power alongside the execution of the Demon Slayer technique. The second was his physical refinement, as Hao Chen's body was comparable to that of a Yuan Dan cultivator. At this moment, Hao Chen regarded Zheng Yuan in silence, his expression remaining serene. He had never been one for excessive words, especially during the heat of battle. In contrast, Zheng Yuan appeared to be invigorated, continuing to prattle on. Although I am unaware of how your body has been tempered to such an impressive degree, few, even among the so-called geniuses of the Tianyuan continent, could match you in sheer physical confrontation. After a brief pause, he continued, "Nonetheless, regardless of your past experiences, you are but an insignificant weakling compared to me. My body underwent 7 days and nights of intense burning and refinement while assimilating the Black Dragon Spear." With a hint of boastfulness, he added, "This level of torment, akin to being utterly melted, is a suffering that those of your so-called righteous sects cannot endure." Upon concluding his remarks, a triumphant expression was evident on Jing Yuan's face. Hao Chen discerned that beneath his words of pride lay a simmering resentment, perhaps indicative of the world's inequities. As a member of the demon sect, no matter how hard he strove, he would forever be regarded as a sinister figure in the eyes of society. Individuals like him were not acknowledged by the world, forced to conceal their identities. Chapter 269, Challenge, Part 2. I am not interested in your affairs, Hao Chen replied coldly. Then once again channeled his true essence into the silver dragon spear. With a resonant hum, the spear emitted a sharp, piercing sound, followed by a brilliant silver light soaring skyward. This time, Hao Chen took the initiative, launching the first attack. Humph. I merely wish for you to comprehend the extent of your opponent's training. Should you fall to me, it would be an honor, Jing Yuan declared with a confident sneer. With that, his right hand glided over the black dragon spear that floated before him, ready to engage Hao Chen's silver dragon spear. In an instant, the black dragon spear erupted with a dazzling emerald light. Enveloped in this glow, Hao Chen could distinctly sense his true essence draining away. Moreover, his speed and strength began to diminish steadily. The arena appeared to transform into Jing Yuan's exclusive domain, as he seemed to command the spatial field beneath the spear's radiance. Hao Chen had heard of such power before, yet had never experienced it firsthand. Now, facing Jing Yuan in battle, he found himself not only unaccustomed, but also caught off guard. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed as a dark green figure flashed forth, moving at an astonishing speed. Bang! Jing Yuan feigned an attack, discarding his weapon, yet suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. A dull thud resonated, leaving Hao Chen with scarcely any time to react, sending him hurtling through the air. Hao Chen's initial strike, meant to take the initiative, never even grazed Jing Yuan before he was decisively defeated. He crashed heavily to the ground, the impact echoing through the air. The blood-poisoned young master, Jing Yuan, chose not to pursue his advantage, instead observing Hao Chen with an amused expression. In his eyes, Hao Chen resembled a mere prey, and he reveled in the thrill of the hunt. This sensation of being toyed with was profoundly distasteful to Hao Chen, bordering on loathing. Nevertheless, the disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable, far beyond what a single move could rectify. At that moment, Hao Chen truly recognized the formidable strength of Jing Yuan, understanding that engaging such a master required unconventional strategies. Victory could only be attained through extraordinary means. Have you devised a plan to confront me? Jing Yuan inquired, his confidence palpable. It seemed he could read Hao Chen's thoughts, which only served to heighten Hao Chen's aversion. Yet, he was not one to retreat. Aware of the lurking danger, he marched forward. No matter how powerful Jing Yuan might be, he would not allow his indomitable spirit to be crushed. Hao Chen rose once more, his tiger-like physique vibrating with energy as the lightning attributes surged forth, enveloping him entirely. He unleashed the formidable energy of the Shaoyang technique, channeling the power of thunder into his being. At that moment, every corner of his body, even his pores, brimmed with an overwhelming force of electricity. With a resounding clang, he swiftly withdrew his long spear from the ground, the sound reverberating like a battle cry. The spear seemed to sense his fierce fighting spirit, trembling even more vigorously. Boom! Before he even struck, the roar of thunder erupted, the electrical energy swirling around the silver dragon spear flickering ominously, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its vicinity. This time, the energy infused into the spear was not merely of the lightning attribute, but the potent force drawn from the thunder within his wind thunder dark electric dantian. Whoosh! Instead of charging forward as before, Hao Chen abruptly raised his hand and hurled the silver dragon spear towards Jing Yuan. The silver light intertwined with the electric energy, enveloping the spear amidst a whirlwind of tearing winds. Hao Chen harnessed the dual cultivation power, executing the stunning swan step, a technique he had grasped, akin to a brief teleportation. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of Jing Yuan. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Jing Yuan staggered back, wielding the black dragon spear to counter the force of the incoming strike. However, upon lifting his gaze once more, he found Hao Chen had vanished again. Damn it! Jing Yuan instinctively cursed as he felt a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Yet, before he could react, Hao Chen had already delivered a decisive palm strike to his back. In that moment, he thought to himself, "You, Jing Yuan, discarded your weapon and launched a sneak attack. I shall repay you in kind." In the earlier great battle, He had already begun to integrate the stunning technique of the silver dragon spear with the agile steps of the swift phoenix, achieving a fleeting mastery over the art of traversing the void. At that time, his mental prowess was not particularly formidable, which limited both the duration and distance of his void traversal. However, after undergoing the tempering of spatial lightning in the first level of the demon suppression tower, the soul refining and divine cultivation in the second level, the body forging with golden fire in the third level, and the ice melting in the fourth level, Hao Yin experienced a qualitative transformation in both physical capabilities and mental acuity. While one could not claim that his physical strength rivaled that of cultivators in the spirit-severing realm, it was certainly comparable to those in the transformation realm. Previously, the strands of mental energy he had refined in his sea of consciousness numbered in the hundreds. Now, they had swelled to the thousands. These imperceptible strands, when released beyond his body, transformed into an intangible force of mental energy. At that moment, Hao Yin wielded thousands of strands of mental power, enabling him to traverse the void with the swift phoenix steps, significantly enhancing both time and distance. With a resounding crash, Hao Yin's strike shattered the force unleashed by Zheng Yuan, causing the black dragon spear to be forced back by the silver dragon spear. The two forces of destruction collided instantaneously, and the rolling power of lightning surged forth like a tempest, engulfing everything in their vicinity. Boom! Hao Yin remained eerily calm as he retreated a few steps, then raised his right hand, deftly executing a series of precise finger strikes, culminating in a sharp command. The sound of explosions echoed in succession as Hao Yin, through his mental prowess, ignited the latent power of lightning he had summoned. In that fleeting moment, anything caught within the range of the lightning was obliterated, reduced to ashes. Hao Yin's speed of attack was astonishingly swift, affording Zheng Yuan no opportunity to escape. As the destructive aura of the explosions gradually dissipated, the surrounding dust settled, revealing the ground where Zheng Yuan had stood, now deeply cratered. Cough! Zheng Yuan emerged from the haze, his face smeared with dirt and blood, multiple wounds adorning his body. Anger flickered in his eyes as he glared at Hao Yin, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze venomous. Despite not being gravely injured by Hao Yin's ferocious assault, he appeared quite disheveled. Yet, Hao Yin's expression was far from serene. The continuous barrage of his attacks had failed to achieve the results he had anticipated. Zheng Yuan had merely acquired a few superficial wounds, which were trivial in the grand scheme of things for the blood-poisoned young master. This individual not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also exhibited an astonishing level of defense. Hao Qian exhaled a deep breath, observing Zheng Yuan emerging from the dust with a newfound resolve. Curse that fellow, I never expected you to master the art of traversing the void. This truly exceeds all my expectations, Zheng Yuan remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted in fury. There are countless matters you have yet to comprehend, Hao Yin replied calmly. With that, he surged forward, fists clenched tightly, gathering a fierce power once more to strike at Zheng Yuan. Chapter 270, Challenge, Part 3. Hao Chen gathered the dark attributes of his energy, coalescing into a fearsome demon-slaying hand, poised to strike at Zheng Yuan. He would not afford Zheng Yuan a single opportunity for retaliation. After all, the disparity between the two was not trivial, whether in combat prowess or cultivation level. Yet, what does it matter? In the face of absolute power, all techniques and unexpected maneuvers become futile. Originally, I had considered allowing you to survive a while longer, but your lack of awareness is quite disappointing. Since it has come to this, sharpen your eyes and behold the vast chasm that separates us. Suddenly, Zheng Yuan let out a resounding shout, and his entire being erupted in a blinding radiance. The black dragon spear, which should have encircled him, exploded in an instant. The shattered remnants of the spear transformed into two emerald green ribbons, entwining around Zheng Yuan's form. Furthermore, at that moment, Zheng Yuan fully unleashed his energy. Hao Chen, who was advancing towards Zheng Yuan, abruptly halted his assault, for the aura emanating from Zheng Yuan was overwhelmingly powerful. The released energy was that of mid-stage nascent soul fire attributes, swirling like a tempest, spreading in all directions. In the next heartbeat, Zheng Yuan clenched his right fist tightly, and a flash of emerald fire ignited at his knuckles. Whoosh! In a blur, Zheng Yuan's figure approached Hao Chen. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated as Zheng Yuan, grinning menacingly, unleashed a punch. Hao Chen found himself unable to respond adequately. forced to retreat repeatedly before the display of Zheng Yuan's formidable strength. The more powerful Zheng Yuan appeared, the slimmer Hao Chen's chances of victory became. Yet, paradoxically, Zheng Yuan's overwhelming display only served to heighten his trepidation regarding Hao Chen's combat capabilities. Moreover, Zheng Yuan's impatience to unleash his ferocious magic in an attempt to defeat Hao Chen in one fell swoop revealed his inner turmoil. In true combat, losing one's composure is the gravest sin for a cultivator. Thus, while this was the moment of Zheng Yuan's greatest offensive strength, it also rendered him most susceptible to defeat. With this thought in mind, Hao Chen abruptly ceased his retreat, and with his left hand poised for the demon-slaying hand, he seized Zheng Yuan's incoming right fist. In an instant, the emerald flames roiled violently, resembling a gaping maw intent on engulfing Hao Chen entirely. Undeterred, Hao Chen withstood the searing pain from the flames on his left hand, and with his right hand, he unleashed the demon explosion fist, striking fiercely at Zheng Yuan's chest. This blow landed unimpeded, directly impacting Zheng Yuan. Hao Chen's display of strength and ferocity left Zheng Yuan wide-eyed and incredulous. Fueled by rage, his impatience grew, and his arrogance compelled him to seek an absolute advantage to vanquish his opponent. However, Zheng Yuan overlooked a crucial point. Relentlessly cornering an opponent can lead them to a desperate choice of mutual destruction, which presents a significant opportunity to inflict severe damage upon the adversary. Such a confrontational approach can easily provoke a self-destructive reaction from the opponent, rendering it an ill-advised strategy. Much like how Hao Chen currently operates, fearlessly enduring the entirety of his opponent's assault while firmly grasping their fist, it becomes impossible for Zheng Yuan to evade. Subsequently, Hao Chen unleashed a barrage of punches to Zheng Yuan's chest. Like a single-handed assault on a sandbag, each blow was ferociously executed with his devastating demon explosion fist, releasing a shattering force that relentlessly battered Zheng Yuan's torso. Each strike reverberated with a powerful shockwave. However, due to Zheng Yuan's right hand being tightly restrained by Hao Chen's left, his body could not be propelled away. Consequently, he could do nothing but endure Hao Chen's relentless onslaught. The tempestuous punches rained down upon Zheng Yuan's chest until Hao Chen could no longer withstand the searing onslaught of Zheng Yuan's fire attribute energy, at which point he abruptly released his grip, sending his opponent flying. With a splatter of blood erupting into the air, Zheng Yuan was hurled backward, truly sustaining grievous injuries this time. Nonetheless, Hao Chen was not unscathed either. His entire left hand had been scorched to a charred black, rendering it immobile for the time being. Despite sacrificing his left hand, the outcome of severely wounding Zheng Yuan justified the exchange. Moreover, Hao Chen understood that Zheng Yuan's body was now infused with the demon explosion power he had incessantly injected, leaving him temporarily incapacitated and unable to continue fighting. In stark contrast, Hao Chen remained composed. Although his left hand was incapacitated, he could still perform other spells and techniques with just his right hand. In an instant, Hao Chen's right hand shot open, and with a sharp crack of gunfire, the silver dragon shotgun, not far away, trembled before returning to his grasp of its own accord. The bond between him and the silver dragon shotgun was forged through countless life and death battles, cultivating an unspoken understanding between them. I acknowledge your strength. The disparity in our cultivation levels is considerable. However, in a true battle for survival, it is not merely the gap in cultivation that dictates the outcome. I believe you are well aware of this. Even with victory seemingly within reach, Hao Chen maintained an unwavering calm. He understood that one could not relax until the final moment, before his words could fully dissipate. The thunderous roar of explosions erupted as all the lightning attribute energy within his dantian surged forth, merging into the silver dragon shotgun. At that moment, the space of the immortal Morning Valley was illuminated with brilliant bursts of light, and streaks of lightning threatened to tear through reality, culminating in a resounding explosion. Hao Chen's right hand wielded the silver dragon shotgun, now enveloped in a tempest of lightning, manifesting the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon reigns over the galaxy. Without hesitation, Hao Chen unleashed his most formidable martial technique, his resolve to kill now unwavering. He recognized that he and Zheng Yuan, as well as the group he sought to protect, belonged to two irreconcilable worlds. Their previous restraint from slaughtering one another was solely due to the presence of the demon. At this moment, neither of them had any reason to spare the other's life. To show mercy towards an enemy is to inflict the greatest cruelty upon oneself. a truth that Hao Chen understood all too well. Yet, as the thunderous dragon he conjured unleashed a barrage upon Zheng Yuan, the black dragon spear, transformed into a verdant python, began to twist and writhe wildly, emanating a blinding radiance. In an instant, it enveloped Zheng Yuan's entire form, akin to a silkworm cocoon. This peculiar behavior caused Hao Chen to furrow his brow in confusion. Zheng Yuan faced the thunderous dragon without a trace of fear, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. I never imagined that I, Zheng Yuan, would be defeated by an obscure practitioner such as yourself. It is truly a disgrace of my lifetime. However, do you really believe that your magical prowess can extinguish my life? Today, due to my underestimation, I may falter, but you will not enjoy such fortune again. Despite the derisive laughter that echoed from Zheng Yuan, Hao Chen felt a surge of fury, yet he maintained his composure. After all, Zheng Yuan was a prodigy of the demonic sect. How could he lack a means of escape? The power of lightning continued to devour everything around, an aura of destruction spreading relentlessly. Hao Chen, still gripping the silver dragon's short spear, stood there in disarray, his complexion pale, gasping for breath. The silver dragon spear's ultimate technique, Thunder Dragon Aoyun, was one of Hao Chen's most formidable martial attacks, demanding an immense amount of true essence to coalesce. With his current strength, executing such a strike exhausted all the lightning attribute essence from his dantians, leaving even the energies of the other two dantians depleted. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Yet, despite the formidable blow, it failed to vanquish Zheng Yuan. As the emerald light dissipated, Zheng Yuan mysteriously vanished from sight, leaving behind only echoes of his presence. Chapter 271. Exploring the ancient cave dwelling before a hillside in the Valley of Immortal Sorrow. Hao Chen sat quietly in a meditative posture upon a block of green stone, recovering the true essence expended during his battle with Zheng Yuan. He had already perused the jade slip that Zheng Yuan had given him, with no particular objective in entering the Valley of Immortal Sorrow. Hao Chen now intended to investigate the treasure location mentioned in the slip, eager to discover the nature of the so-called rare materials. With a serene smile, he reached a decision. Subsequently, Hao Chen once more delved into the jade slip, meticulously committing the recorded map to memory. As a practitioner in the late foundation establishment stage, his memory was remarkable, capable of retaining even the most intricate details. Although the map contained a wealth of information, it took him 3 incense sticks worth of time to memorize all the routes thoroughly. He then stored the jade slip within his spatial ring and invoked the wind wings spell. At the moment the wings manifested, Hao Chen soared into the sky, proceeding steadily towards the direction of the treasure he had memorized. Having learned from his previous experience, Hao Chen this time not only flew at a more measured pace, but also extended his divine consciousness to its utmost limits. Simultaneously, he unleashed the full potential of his spiritual eye technique. Consequently, Hao Chen successfully navigated past a dozen concealed ancient prohibitions and arrived, without incident, at a mountain peak. After observing the surroundings for a brief moment and finding no immediate dangers, he gently descended to the ground and sat down cross-legged, silently recovering his magical energy. After a period of meditative adjustment, his body was restored to its optimal condition, according to the geographical coordinates provided by the jade slip. Hao Chen once again scanned the area and discovered a peculiar mountain mist not far off. He then activated his wind wings and soared towards this strange locale, moving with a swiftness nearly indistinguishable from his pace in the outside world. This stretch of terrain had been thoroughly examined by Hao Chen previously, and he had found no ancient prohibitions or spatial rifts, which is why he felt so at ease during his journey. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the location marked on the jade slip's map. At that moment, an imperceptible wave of consciousness manifested unexpectedly, launching a direct assault on Hao Chen's mind, causing a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Simultaneously, a faint sound wave infiltrated his ears. With a suppressed grunt, Hao Chen instinctively cupped his hands over his ears. Yet, the sound wave seemed to penetrate his palms, allowing him to hear it distinctly despite his efforts to block it. Moreover, the pain in his head intensified with each passing moment. In a reflexive response, he summoned the demon suppression tower, which began to rotate above him. A golden spatial barrier materialized instantaneously, enveloping his entire being within its protective embrace. The sound wave's assault vanished entirely, and the pain in his head dissipated as well. Hao Chen exhaled softly, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face as he expanded his divine consciousness wildly, striving to uncover the source of the attack. However, after scouring the vicinity for nearly half an hour, having examined almost every inch of the surrounding space, he found nothing. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up in Hao Chen's eyes as he turned his gaze towards a valley. There, he beheld a peak resembling a moon gate, with gusts of wind howling around it, producing faint sounds that matched the auditory assault he had just experienced. Soundwave attack. A moment of clarity washed over him, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly in understanding. The earlier attack was not the work of a rogue cultivator or beast, but rather a phenomenon caused by the unique topography of the moon gate, which generated sound waves that assailed him. Although practitioners specializing in sound wave attacks were relatively rare, Hao Chen had encountered descriptions of such techniques in literature, allowing him to swiftly uncover the moon gate's secret. Recognizing it as a natural occurrence, he decided to disregard it. After all, this degree of sound wave assault would only pose a threat to him when he was completely unprepared. Once he was on guard, even if the intensity multiplied several times, it would be of little consequence to him. With a flash of determination, Hao Chen descended like a meteor towards the central area beneath the moon gate, landing gracefully on the ground. After taking a moment to survey the surrounding environment, he began to advance step by step towards the precipice. Having traversed a distance of 100 zhang, one is met with the skeletal remains of cultivators and demonic beasts, all rendered brittle and decayed by countless years of exposure to the elements. Hao Yuan paid no heed to these remnants. Instead, he focused intently as he advanced, eventually arriving at a sheer cliff that shone with a mirror-like brilliance. The cliff face appeared to have been cleaved by a razor's edge. A mere sweep of his consciousness revealed a layer of protective restrictions adorning its surface. Without hesitation, Hao Yuan invoked the spirit eye technique to penetrate the mysteries contained therein. Following the instructions of the jade slip, he executed a series of incantations to unveil the secret entrance, casting a spell upon the stone wall. With a resounding rumble, the spell vanished into the cliff, causing the protective barrier to shimmer momentarily. Subsequently, a thunderous roar erupted, and a shadowy passage gradually materialized before him. A glance revealed a descending corridor, complete with a staircase crafted entirely from lustrous black crystal. Black crystal? Hao Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. This enigmatic stone, imbued with a bizarre dark power, was a material suitable for the forging of high-grade spirit artifacts, and in the current cultivation world, it was regarded as a rare and precious resource. Who would have imagined that ancient cultivators could procure such an abundance of black crystal, lavishly crafting it into a staircase? There's no rush to collect the black crystals. They cannot escape my grasp if they are rightfully mine. Let me first investigate what lies within, Hao Yuan mused, a glimmer of excitement dancing across his features. The sheer scale of the staircase suggested that the true treasures within the cave would be even more extraordinary. It appears I have come to the right place, he thought, barely able to contain his exhilaration. Raising the demon-suppressing tower above him for protection and channeling his true essence to form armor, he prepared all necessary safeguards before stepping into the passageway. As he entered, the radiant barrier at the cliff's entrance flickered and gradually vanished. Noticing the closure of the exit, Hao Yuan felt no shock. Rather, he remained unfazed as he circulated his true essence, focusing his spirit eye technique to peer into the depths of the corridor. In this profound darkness, Hao Yuan could only discern a distance of several zhang. Beyond that lay an impenetrable black void. Upon entering the passage, he sensed an overwhelming constraint that limited his consciousness to just a few zhang. Given such close quarters, the spirit eye technique proved impractical, prompting him to withdraw his consciousness entirely. Drawing a deep breath, Hao Yuan began his cautious descent along the staircase fashioned from black crystal. Chapter 272. The human-shaped puppet. With utmost care, Hao Yuan continued his descent down the stone steps, every footfall deliberate. The true essence within him surged with fervor, ever prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As for the floating demon suppression tower above, it persistently emanated a gentle golden glow, which enveloped him in a protective aura. Within the ancient cultivator's cave, Hao Chen dared not let his guard down in the slightest. Thus, he cautiously descended nearly 1,000 feet, when suddenly, the path opened into a spacious hall, approximately 10 yards wide, at the end of which stood 2 ominous black stone doors. Flanking the doors were not stone lions, but rather 2 formidable men guarding the entrance. The sight of these sentinels startled Hao Chen momentarily. He instinctively raised his hand, ready to unleash a demon-slaying strike. But upon closer inspection, he halted in bewilderment. These two towering figures appeared remarkably lifelike, with flawless hair and skin. However, their eyes lacked any glimmer of life, resembling mere inanimate objects. A careful examination confirmed that they emitted not a hint of vitality. How peculiar! Hao Chen could not help but smile wryly at his own overreaction. He shook his head slightly, realizing that his heightened tension had rendered him akin to a startled bird, mistaking everything for a living being. Resolutely, he continued toward the ominous stone doors. As Hao Chen approached swiftly, the eyes of the two colossal figures suddenly flickered with an eerie light, revealing a hint of awareness. They simultaneously issued a deep roar, mouths agape, unleashing two beams of white light that converged upon him, forming an intersecting point. Although their attack took Hao Chen by surprise, his reflexes were even quicker. He swiftly retreated several yards, casting a puzzled glance back at the two sentinels. With a resounding crash, the two beams of light vanished in an instant, colliding where Hao Chen had stood moments before, producing a crisp sound before dissipating. Had he remained stationary, he would have been struck by their assault. What transpired? How could these lifeless entities suddenly spring to life and launch an attack? Such thoughts raced through Hao Chen's mind. Simultaneously, he scanned the two guardians with his consciousness, only to find the same result. They bore no trace of life. Their bodies crafted from a material resembling gold and jade. At first glance, this substance appeared almost indistinguishable from human skin, with remarkable elasticity. Could this be a puppet? The notion sprang to mind instinctively, for Hao Chen possessed a tome titled The Secret Art of Puppetry, which he had studied diligently. Moreover, he had witnessed failed experiments of blood poison puppets at the blood poison base. In ancient times, cultivators could utilize rare materials to forge puppets resembling beasts or even cultivators themselves. Yet, such art of puppetry had long since been lost to the annals of time. The materials required for the crafting of puppets are exceedingly rare, making it difficult to procure sufficient quantities even during ancient times. Consequently, practitioners of puppet technique are few and far between. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Hao Chen possesses a treasured tome, the secret compendium of puppetry. Since acquiring this compendium, his fascination with the study of puppets has only intensified. After enduring a long period without tangible references, he has now stumbled upon two pristine puppets, albeit they have turned aggressive. A glimmer of excitement graces Hao Chen's countenance. However, despite his elation, the lack of crafting materials leaves him in despair. How he yearns for a few metal-crafted puppets. The secret compendium of puppetry delineates two methods for puppet creation, one for metal puppets and the other for humanoid puppets. The latter can be further divided into lifelike humanoid puppets and those crafted from human bodies. Lifelike puppets are made from special materials that are now exceedingly rare on the Tianyuan continent. The creation of humanoid puppets from human bodies can be categorized into two types: living body crafting and corpse crafting. The former contravenes natural law, while the latter employs insidious methods. Regardless of whether they are humanoid or metal puppets, all are imbued with basic directives to obey their master's commands, enabling them to engage in combat or perform designated actions. Both types necessitate mental control. Hence, apart from living beings, all puppets are artificially equipped with a humanoid central system. The presence of puppets guarding this ancient cave indicates that its former inhabitant was knowledgeable in the art of puppetry, and it is possible that within the cave lies another tome on puppet crafting. Even if such a tome is absent, it matters not. By capturing these two puppets, Hao Chen could conduct thorough research, perhaps uncovering traces that would unveil the secrets of puppet creation. Though myriad thoughts flit through Hao Chen's mind, they are but fleeting moments. The two burly puppets, having missed their initial strike, suddenly ascended and charged toward him, unleashing two beams of white light from their mouths. This time, Hao Chen did not evade. Instead, he stood his ground, allowing the beams to collide with the faint golden barrier formed by the demon suppression tower. With a muffled thud, the two beams struck the barrier, causing it to tremble momentarily before dissipating, while the faint golden light shimmered slightly. Remarkable. A hint of amazement crossed Hao Chen's face. Judging by the fluctuations of those attacks, the strength of these two burly puppets must exceed the foundational stage of cultivation. For otherwise, the demon suppression tower would not have quivered. After all, Hao Chen is currently comparable to a practitioner at the core formation stage. And with the activation of the demon suppression tower, his overall strength rivals that of a high-grade spiritual weapon. It is not easily achievable to make the tower tremble. With Hao Chen's current capabilities, he can only activate the tower to this limited extent. If his strength were greater, enabling the tower to withstand the puppet's onslaught would present an entirely different scenario. Two puppets are challenging to manage together, so let us first deal with one. Up until now, Hao Chen has yet to employ the suppression feature of the demon suppression tower against cultivators of the Yuandan level or higher. Thus, he decided to experiment with the two puppets. With this thought, he executed the stunning step, darting about to lure the two puppets into separate actions. Before long, the two puppets were bewildered by Hao Chen's swift movements. When Hao Chen unleashed the demon-slaying hand, striking towards the left puppet at the grand door, the right puppet surged towards him, while the left puppet prepared to engage him with full force. However, Hao Chen feigned an attack, withholding his strike, causing a mere show of thunder without rain. After several such ruses, the right puppet no longer offered assistance. At that moment, as Hao Chen raised his right hand to strike the left puppet again, the right puppet remained still. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly summoned his palm strength to strike down, simultaneously directing the demon suppression tower towards the left puppet. A flash of golden light ensued, and the left puppet vanished from sight. Chapter 273. Fortuitous luck. Beaming down, Hao Chen successfully captured a humanoid puppet, utilizing gravitational restraints to confine it within the demon suppression tower, rendering it unable to move. The remaining puppet piqued Hao Chen's interest, as he desired to utilize it to practice his martial techniques and assess the disparity between himself and the puppet. With focused intent, Hao Chen activated the Cloud Rift armor and donned the Cloud Rift gauntlets, his form flashing as he charged towards the brawny puppet, delivering a powerful punch to its chest. Bang! A crisp collision resonated as Hao Chen's fist struck the robust puppet with the speed of lightning, sending it crashing back against the wall of the Grand Hall. To his astonishment, Hao Chen felt a tingling sensation in his fist from the recoil. It was evident that the materials used in crafting the puppets were remarkably resilient. Presently, Hao Chen's physical strength rivaled that of a formidable cultivator in the later stages of the divine transformation realm, rendering him impervious to harm from ordinary artifacts. Yet even so, he still felt the numbing effect of the backlash, underscoring the extraordinary hardness of the material used in the puppet's creation. After a fierce exchange, the puppet succumbed to several of Hao Chen's heavy strikes, ultimately collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. Nevertheless, its eyes still sparkled with a semblance of consciousness, revealing that it had not lost its spirit. Observing this scene, Hao Chen couldn't help but marvel, growing increasingly intrigued by the ancient puppetry techniques of bygone cultivators. These two robust puppets had guarded this place since ancient times, and despite the passage of eons, they maintained their vitality. This demonstrated the extraordinary nature of puppetry. Once one masters the art of puppetry, one could forge a multitude of puppets. In times of peril, even if faced with formidable opponents, one could deploy a legion of puppets. Even if they could not vanquish the adversary, they could sufficiently entangle them, allowing for a timely escape. With this thought, he stored the puppet within the first level of the demon suppression tower. Hao Chen then eagerly approached the ominous dark stone door, reaching out to push it open. It did not budge. Hao Chen was taken aback by the immense weight of the stone door. He exerted all his strength to push it, yet to no avail. He began to examine the mechanisms surrounding the door, discovering no clues. However, he noticed a knife-shaped groove etched into the stone door, a clear indication that this ancient seal had been inscribed by a long-gone practitioner. To successfully open this door, two methods presented themselves. First, to locate the knife-shaped key. Second, to unleash a formidable attack to shatter the seal upon the door's surface. A feat impossible without sufficient power. The knife-shaped groove seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, a light flickered in Hao Chen's eyes, and a relaxed smile graced his lips. He remembered that Wang Xiyu, a formidable opponent, possessed a somewhat eerie flying dagger within her storage bag, which he had placed in the jade pendant's storage room when he switched to a storage ring earlier. Thus, Hao Chen entered the space of the jade pendant and rummaged through the storage room for a while until he finally retrieved the flying dagger he had discovered in Wang Xiyu's bag. Upon exiting the pendant's space, he inserted the dagger into the stone door's groove, and with a flash of light, the seal dissipated, causing the obsidian door to slowly rise. Immediately, Hao Chen summoned the flying dagger back. He did not wish to be trapped inside should the door descend once more without the dagger in hand. At that moment, the dark stone door opened fully. Hao Chen glanced within, revealing a passage approximately a foot wide, its walls adorned with peculiar murals depicting various beasts he had never seen and some oddly featured humans. Yet, what astonished Hao Chen the most was the thick, misty gas that enveloped the passage. This fog resembled primordial energy, saturating the corridor so that anyone who stepped inside would inevitably be engulfed by it. Could this be the essence of chaos? Hao Chen gazed intently at the nebulous chaos energy, reveling in his fortuitous encounter. In a moment of ecstatic realization, he recalled a passage from the book Tian Yuan Yi Shi. The essence of chaos is the breath of the Creator, manifesting only at the dawn of the universe. Such fortune was not bestowed upon everyone. The essence of chaos could aid one's cultivation, increasing speed by at least threefold while stabilizing their spiritual prowess against the risk of madness. Those who possessed this essence were deemed worthy of becoming creators themselves. Inadvertently acquiring the supreme chaos energy of the mortal realm, Hao Chen was indeed favored by the heavens, worthy of such a gift. Only he could truly benefit from the chaos energy. The Jade Pendant and the Demon Suppression Tower required this essence for transformation to become realms of their own. Was this not an inescapable blessing, an undeniable stroke of fortune? At this moment, Hao Chen's spirit soared with joy. The chaos energy entering his body would bolster his attributes and enhance his energy attack power. Even more precious was its ability to refine the cultivator's physique, purging all impurities and unlocking their maximum potential. Naturally, Hao Chen would not let such an opportunity slip away, yet he remained mindful of safety. Upon the walls within the stone door, there exists a distinct groove. As Hao Yuan inserts the flying dagger, accompanied by a series of clicks, the stone door descends gradually. He retracts the essence of his true energy that had been mobilizing the Demon Suppression Tower, opting not to absorb it into his consciousness, but rather to place the tower beside him for future needs. During the refinement of the 5 layers of the Demon Suppression Tower, due to an insufficiency of chaotic energy within him, he was unable to fully refine the 5th layer. Now, with the providence of heaven, he allows the tower to gradually replenish its energy in this location. Having prepared meticulously, he commences the cultivation of the Xiaohao inheritance, the Xiao Yang Ju technique, which possesses the ability to engulf the heavens, devour the earth, and consume all within space. Hao Yuan considers these factors and employs the Xiao Yang Ju to absorb chaotic energy. As he practices this technique, the influx of chaotic energy fills his being, inducing a delightful sensation that elevates his spirits immensely. However, he does not lose himself in the pleasure. He must control the chaotic energy, cultivating outward before delving inward. The body serves as a grand vessel, while the dantian is a smaller container. Should the chaotic energy directly enter the dantian, the larger vessel, the body, would struggle to endure the true energy released from the dantian. Only by fortifying this grand vessel can it withstand the energy emanating from the dantian. Hao Yuan meticulously directs the chaotic energy to refine every meridian and cell within his body. The chaotic energy acts as a craftsman, enhancing and perfecting every component of his body. Aside from the dantian, after the passage of 3 incense sticks, the chaotic energy has impeccably transformed Hao Yuan's physique, elevating his physical prowess to a level rivaling that of cultivators at the tribulation stage. It is only then that he directs the chaotic energy to achieve his final goal, to transform the dantian and ascend to the Yuan Dan realm. Rather than sequentially refining the dantian, he adopts a simultaneous approach. Each meridian and cell has reached saturation, ensuring no conflict for chaotic energy with the dantian. At the moment Hao Yuan ceases to control the chaotic energy deliberately, the 3 dantians voraciously absorb the chaotic energy. Within the passage, the chaotic energy surges into his body at a visible pace. In an instant, Hao Yuan senses his 3 dantians swelling rapidly, hinting at an impending breakthrough in cultivation. Just as Hao Yuan anticipated, he breaks through, now reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. With one more breakthrough, he shall elevate to the Yuan Dan realm. At this juncture, Hao Yuan revels in the exhilarating sensation of his cultivation ascension, continuously absorbing chaotic energy into his body, feeling the repeated swell within his dantian. Could it be that I am truly on the verge of breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm? Hao Yuan eagerly anticipates the arrival of that moment. Chapter 274. The peculiar Yuan Dan faced with the unexpected joy, Hao Yuan feels as though he is in a dream, yet it is a tangible reality. He has lingered in the later stages of foundation establishment for quite some time, entering the ancient battlefield of Huhin in search of opportunities and materials to refine the golden core. Regrettably, he has yet to find the blood essence herb, rendering him unable to forge the golden core. Without the golden core, Hao Yuan has been hesitant to hastily advance to the Yuan Dan realm. Now, he can fully utilize the chaotic energy to form the core, thus progressing to the Yuan Dan realm. After being infused with chaotic energy, Hao Chen discovered that he seemed to have touched the threshold of advancing to the Yuan Dan realm. He retrieved the medicinal pills prepared for this breakthrough from the jade pendant space, laying out the treasures of heaven and earth before him. He then swiftly arranged a gathering formation, surrounding it with a considerable number of mid-grade yuan stones. If the chaotic energy present was insufficient for his ascension, he would activate the gathering formation. With all preparations complete, Hao Chen sat cross-legged within the formation and slowly closed his eyes. As time flowed, at the moment he felt a sharp pain in his dantian, he suddenly sensed a shift. The previously still 3 dantians became restless, each was agitated, with the true essence within colliding and chasing the incoming chaotic energy, rapidly swirling in a singular direction. Hao Chen gradually felt the depletion of true essence within him, while the chaotic energy's rotation also began to wane. At this juncture, Hao Chen willed the gathering formation into action, and the yuan energy surged violently into his body, revitalizing the 3 dantians as they began to whirl rapidly once more. It was time to condense the dan. This unexpected revelation filled Hao Chen with both joy and anxiety. As the yuan energy gathered by the formation began to dwindle, he activated the jade pendant space to release a vast amount of yuan energy. The energy emanating from the pendant surged forth as if it had found a new resting place, rushing violently into Hao Chen's body. The yuan energy released from the jade pendant possessed a unique attribute, mingled with chaotic energy. With this new, special yuan energy to support him, failure to successfully condense the dan in a short span of time would render all efforts futile. Although the demon-suppressing tower could provide some support when the jade pendant's capacity was exhausted, it would not last long. The next opportunity for condensing the dan would be a distant prospect. Hao Chen drew in a deep breath, tensing his entire being as he controlled the output of the yuan energy from the jade pendant while simultaneously consuming drops of millennium spirit liquid and 1,000-year stone milk. As more and more yuan energy accumulated, it rapidly replenished the essence within him. His dantian resembled a dan furnace, refining the immense true essence contained within. As the chaotic energy from the chaotic dantian, the elemental energy from the 5-element dantian, and the unique energy from the wind and thunder dantian rotated at incredible speeds, the gaseous attributes within the dantians gradually vaporized, transitioned into a liquid state, and ultimately solidified. Hao Chen felt as though every pore in his body had instantaneously opened. The elemental yuan energy of the world, mingling with the chaotic energy within the passage, surged into his body like wild stallions breaking free. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. As day turned to night and stars flickered in and out of existence, Hao Chen remained steadfast, cultivating within this chaotic energy-filled passage for a full 7 days and nights. If any other cultivators had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been left in awe. When a cultivator condenses the yuan dan within absorbs the elemental force of heaven and earth. The amount of elemental force absorbed determines the quality of the yuan dan, which also signifies the potential achievements one may attain in the future. After 7 days and nights of relentless cultivation, Hao Chen successfully formed his core, depleting the surrounding spiritual energy within a vast radius. Even the nearby demon suppression tower was not spared, as some of its vitality was absorbed by him. Unbeknownst to Hao Chen, who was engulfed in this voracious process, both Hao Ying and Zizhuan, who were cultivating in the 2nd level of the tower, sensed the rapid depletion of spiritual energy in the space. They promptly ceased their practices. The spiritual energy within the jade pendant was also diminishing at an alarming rate due to Hao Chen's fervent absorption, resulting in various spiritual herbs and medicines exhibiting signs of withering. At this moment, Linger could only wipe away her tears as she shared a mental connection with Hao Chen. While he was breaking through to core formation, she could only persist in assisting him with his advancement. In a haze, Hao Chen was awakened by Linger's consciousness. Knowing that Hao Chen had successfully formed his core, She wished for him to enter the jade pendant space to save the wilting herbs and medicines. Upon awakening, Hao Chen immediately examined his 3 dantians, and this inspection almost caused him to leap from the ground in astonishment. What in the world was inside his dantians? Indeed, Hao Chen had successfully formed his core. But unlike other cultivators whose cores differed only in size, his 3 cores were not only remarkably large, but also distinctly unique. Generally, during core formation, the cores absorb the malevolent energy of the heavens and earth, resulting in a black color, while those formed from pure spiritual energy are golden. However, the core that Hao Chen spent 7 days and nights to cultivate was a bizarre golden-white core, rather than the expected black and white. The white and gold were evenly divided, taking on a round shape. Could this be the legendary chaotic core mentioned in ancient texts? The core within his 5 elements dantian was an exquisitely beautiful core interspersed with 7 colors, while the core within his wind, thunder, and dark electric dantian appeared as a phantasmagoric core, emanating a greenish hue with lightning colors. By inadvertently practicing the techniques of the Xiaohou inheritance, the Xiaoyang method, Hao Chen had transformed the cores within his dantians. Unlike others who could not cultivate 3 dantians, Hao Chen had successfully developed 3 peculiar cores, making him the only individual aside from the ancient ancestor Xiaohou to possess 3 mutated dantians. He had also become a rare cultivator of the chaotic core, a phenomenon not seen in a millennium. Hao Chen was left wondering how these 3 unique cores would manifest upon his breakthrough to the Yuaning stage. Would he emerge with 3 distinct forms, one golden white, another with a colorful visage, and yet another dark-skinned? Frustrated yet resolute, Hao Chen mused that regardless of their future appearances, the essential achievement was the successful formation of his core. Just as he believed he had completed this milestone and was about to rise, 3 streams of chaotic energy surged once more into his 3 dantians. Excitedly, he awaited another enhancement of his cultivation. As he had hoped, with the influx of these chaotic energies, his cultivation swiftly ascended, reaching the peak of the mid-stage of Yuan Dan, while his martial prowess soared to the mid-stage pinnacle as well. In this harmonious dual cultivation of law and martial arts, Hao Chen finally achieved a balance in his dual cultivation body for the first time. Meanwhile, his consciousness advanced to the mid-stage of the 5th level, with threads of awareness numbering in the tens of thousands, rivaling the strength of a deity's comprehension. This elevation in realm was akin to a chariot drawn by 3 steeds racing together, swifter than a flying shuttle. Having just celebrated his 19th birthday, one might ponder how many alchemists of such youth exist in the world. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Hao Chen did not hasten to rise. He understood that solidifying one's cultivation after a breakthrough was of utmost importance. There still lingered some chaotic energy in the air. What to do? Hao Chen was reluctant to let this priceless chaotic energy go to waste. Chapter 275. Shared Fortune's chaotic energy is indeed a priceless treasure, an opportunity not granted to everyone. He desired to allow those within the Jade Pendant space and the Demon-suppressing Tower space to partake in this invaluable resource. Should he first summon Xiao Chui or allow Hao Ying and Zi1 to emerge? Hao Chen found himself in a quandary. Since Hao Ying and Zi1 were already his women, they would eventually learn of the Jade Pendant space's existence. So he decided to bring them out together to seize this opportunity. With a thought, Hao Ying, Zi1, Xiao Chui, and linger appeared from their respective spaces. The 3 women and 1 bird finally met. They had resided in the Jade Pendant space and the Demon-suppressing Tower space, and upon their emergence, only linger was unfazed. For she was the spirit of the artifact, connected to her master's mind. The 2 women turned their astonished gazes toward Hao Chen, their eyes wide with disbelief. You have formed your core," Zi1 exclaimed in shock. "Yes, it was here that I achieved it," Hao Chen replied casually. The 2 women, just stepping into the passage, found the atmosphere somewhat suffocating, struggling to breathe without daring to take deep breaths. Upon hearing that Hao Chen had successfully formed his core, they were so astonished that they could not close their mouths for a long time, their faces flushing crimson. Hao Chen glanced at the 2, amused by their bewildered expressions. Over by Xiao Chui, she seemed to have discovered a delectable drink, her small beak wide open as she eagerly inhaled the chaotic energy. Each time Xiao Chui encountered Hao Chen, she would affectionately perch on his shoulder. This time, however, she showed no interest in him at all, absorbed in the chaotic energy as if savoring a delightful cup of milk tea. Hao Ying and Zi1, witnessing a little girl and a small bird, felt their emotions shift. Who is this little girl? Where did that bird come from? Many questions swirled in their minds. Ahem. You two. Stop staring at each other like that. I'll explain their situations later. For now, let us discuss how you feel being here. Time is precious. Noticing the two women still in a daze, Hao Chen quickly urged them. It's just hard to breathe. Z1 finally managed to articulate her feelings. Hao Ying nodded in agreement, echoing Z1's sentiments. The air here is a priceless treasure. It is chaotic energy. Before Hao Chen's words could settle, Z1 shrieked in excitement. What? It's chaotic energy? Then what are we waiting for? Z1 exclaimed, pulling Hao Ying down to sit on the ground. As women, they needed to take out cushions or similar items from their storage bags to sit upon and meditate for their cultivation. Two women sat in meditation, struggling to withstand the residual chaotic energy surrounding them. Hao Chen placed several bottles of elixirs before them and set aside a jade box filled with pills next to Xiao Chui, signaling her to indulge at her leisure. Observing the sealed passageway, which currently posed no imminent danger, Hao Chen seized the opportunity presented by the abundant chaotic energy in the vicinity to begin refining the chaotic space of the 5th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Previously, he had entered this space but was unable to refine the chaotic barrier due to an insufficient amount of chaotic energy within his dantian, forcing him to abandon the endeavor. However, with the rich chaotic energy available now, he effortlessly refined the chaotic space of the 5th level. Once the refinement was complete, Hao Chen proceeded directly into the 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. The 6th level was characterized by spatial attributes. Refining such spatial properties was not a task to be undertaken lightly. It required time and deep comprehension. Domains, teleportation, and spatial construction all fell within the realm of spatial attributes. Hao Chen's mastery over the jade pendant space stemmed from his own spatial affinity. Time and space attributes complemented each other, allowing for further refinement and study when time permitted. Currently, however, he had no time to delve into the spatial properties of the 6th level, so he familiarized himself with the methods of refining spatial attributes and then exited the 6th level. Xiao Chui, Z1, and Hao Ying were diligently engaged in their cultivation. Linger, being a tool spirit, was unable to absorb the essence of the world on her own, relying instead on the jade pendant space to draw in that energy. Thus, Hao Chen stored the Demon Suppression Tower and led Linger deeper into the passageway. After a short while, having traversed nearly 1/3 of the passage, Hao Chen suddenly halted, a look of surprise crossing his face as he turned to examine the nearby rock wall. This particular wall bore no carvings, merely presenting a smooth surface. What perplexed Hao Chen the most was the significantly higher concentration of chaotic energy here compared to other areas. Could this be a source of chaotic energy? A flicker of doubt crossed Hao Chen's face as he hesitated in place. Linger, demonstrating her intent, swung her fist at the rock wall as if to suggest breaking through it. Following her cue, Hao Chen approached the smooth wall and struck it forcefully with his fist. A resounding boom echoed as cracks appeared in the wall and fragments of stone tumbled down, revealing a dark opening resembling a basin-sized cavity. Instantly, Hao Chen activated his spiritual eye technique, his gaze shimmering with ethereal light as he employed his spiritual vision to inspect the situation within the opening. There, he beheld a gray-white sphere, approximately the size of a small ball, floating on a platform, spinning and emanating wisps of chaotic energy. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. A hint of joy flashed across Hao Chen's face as he reached out to grasp the sphere. However, as he did, a radiant barrier unexpectedly manifested within the cave, preventing his hand from entering. Taken aback, Hao Chen paused momentarily, his expression turning serious as he began to contemplate the implications of this strange occurrence. It is evident that this barrier is designed to protect the spherical object, and its formidable power is something that Hao Yin has never encountered before. With a resounding thud, Hao Yin clenched his fist, a layer of platinum radiance mysteriously manifesting upon it. He struck the barrier with all his might, yet the barrier merely flashed with a white light, effortlessly absorbing the impact of his blow without even a ripple. Witnessing this, Hao Yin could not help but gasp in astonishment. The punch he had just thrown was nearly the full extent of his chaotic energy, yet it failed to budge the barrier in the slightest, illustrating just how formidable this protection truly is. Unable to retrieve the grayish-white sphere, he pondered whether he could at least collect the chaotic energy in this vicinity. He instructed Linger to return to the jade pendant space to absorb the chaotic energy. With a thought, He extracted the pendant from his consciousness at that moment. Under Linger's control, it began to draw in the energy like a dragon drinking from a stream. About half an hour later, the pendant ceased its absorption of chaotic energy. Hao Yuan, perplexed, wondered why it had stopped. With a flicker of thought, he entered the jade pendant's space to seek clarification. Once inside, he discovered that Linger had exerted herself to the utmost. The pendant space had become saturated with chaotic energy and could not absorb any more without risking damage to the environment. Could chaotic energy also enhance the spatial quality? As Hao Yuan stepped into the pendant's realm, he noted that it had expanded significantly, and the once withered flora began to revive. Nonetheless, he performed the rain of spirit technique, nourishing the entire space, and upon witnessing the flowers and trees bloom with vitality, he reluctantly exited the pendant's realm. After contemplating the changes within, he swiftly departed the space. Retrieving the pendant back into his consciousness, he then summoned the demon suppression tower once more to collect the chaotic energy in the area. Another half-hour passed, and the tower too reached saturation. Yet, the barrier protecting the spherical object remained unyielding. Sighing softly, Hao Yuan resigned himself to the fact that if it could not be obtained now, he would return to claim it once he had ascended to the nascent soul realm. With lingering regret, he cast one last glance at the sphere radiating chaotic energy before turning and continuing onward. Chapter 276. Setting a trap. As he pressed forward, Hao Yuan soon arrived at the end of the passage, entering a stone chamber measuring several feet in width. This chamber contained only a platform. Upon the platform sat a mummified figure clad in a blue robe, the garment still shimmering with ethereal light. Beneath the platform stood two armored humanoid puppets, each wielding a silver spear, their vacant eyes fixed in a lifeless stare. Observing this scene, Hao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, then extended his consciousness to probe every corner of the stone chamber. His investigation revealed no anomalies elsewhere in the chamber, but the two humanoid puppets struck him as particularly strange. Though they remained utterly still, he could distinctly sense the menacing aura emanating from them. Undoubtedly, it is significantly more formidable than the two puppets he previously encountered. A conservative estimation suggests it could be at least a late-stage puppet of the Yuan Dan realm, or perhaps even one of the Yuaning realm. Confronting a puppet of such remarkable strength is far from a trivial endeavor. To ensnare it within the demon suppression tower or the jade pendant space, one's spiritual awareness and cultivation must surpass that of the adversary. Moreover, Hao Chen remains oblivious to whether there are other mechanisms or traps concealed within this chamber. Should he inadvertently trigger one of these devices during the battle with the puppet, it would spell considerable trouble. What to do? Hao Chen furrowed his brow, his expression shifting continuously, as a flurry of strategies flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one after another. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He swiftly turned to the passage behind him, where his gaze fell upon two women and a bird. Instantly, a bold and audacious idea surged forth in his mind. Drawing a deep breath, he mentally rehearsed the concept, confirming there was no superior alternative before hastening back to the stone door. Upon his return, the two women and the bird awaited him at the stone door. Having refrained from engaging in profound meditation to absorb the chaotic energy, given the inherent dangers of this ancient dwelling, Hao Chen recounted his encounter with the gleaming armored silver spear puppet, along with the strategy of luring it away and confronting them one by one, ensuring the two women and the bird were prepared for any eventuality. He then turned back, channeling his magical energy, his form shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. As he stepped into the throng range of the platform, the two puppets' eyes gleamed with intensity, and a ferocious aura emanated from them. In unison, they raised their hands, their dual spears hurtling toward Hao Chen with a piercing whistle. Hao Chen's expression shifted slightly. He halted abruptly, retreating several zhang in a swift, graceful maneuver. A dull thud reverberated as the two silver spear beams struck the ground where he had just stood, dissipating into shimmering motes of silver light that vanished into the air. Undeterred by their missed strike, the two humanoid puppets advanced toward Hao Chen with deliberate strides, perhaps due to their prolonged inactivity. Their movements were accompanied by a series of creaks that echoed unpleasantly. This is troublesome. I am faced with two late-stage Yuaning puppets. Hao Chen's countenance darkened. Judging by the power of their previous attacks, the strength of these humanoid puppets undoubtedly reached the late stage of Yuaning. Even a single puppet of such caliber would pose a significant challenge for him, let alone two. Fortunately, He had previously devised a plan with the two women and the bird. Should both puppets act simultaneously, they would be responsible for detaining one. Hao Chen strategically positioned the demon suppression tower in the spacious corridor, setting a trap with an illusion array that misled the puppets into believing the tower's entrance was merely a branching pathway. As the puppets approached the demon suppression tower, Hao Chen would devise a means to draw them into its first layer for confinement. Whoosh! With the tip of his toes barely grazing the ground, Hao Chen swiftly entered the demon suppression tower. The two humanoid puppets momentarily halted their advance, scanning their surroundings with a look of bewilderment before gradually returning to their original positions, their eyes dimming into stillness once more. Unable to lure the puppets into the tower, Hao Chen emerged from its confines, standing beside the entrance. His expression grave as he scrutinized the two figures, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. These humanoid puppets were indeed unlike ordinary constructs. They appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, showing no inclination to follow Hao Chen or to fall for his diversionary tactics. After a moment of thought, a spark ignited in his eyes as he smiled subtly and began to drift gracefully to the right, moving in a gentle arc around the platform. Although his previous attempt had not succeeded, it had revealed the activation range of the puppets to be approximately 3 zhang. Now, standing at a distance of 5 or 6 zhang from the platform, he felt no apprehension regarding triggering their activation. Once he reached the right side, Hao Chen steadied himself and began to glide towards the platform. Just as he stepped within the 3 zhang range, the right puppet's eyes sparkled with sudden intensity, its arms shooting up silently, the silver spear thrusting fiercely towards him. Meanwhile, the other puppet remained utterly motionless, as if it had not perceived Hao Chen's presence at all. Indeed, it appeared that without entering the designated area, they would remain dormant. A flicker of delight crossed his face as he deftly evaded the silver spear's strike, retreating a full zhang. The humanoid puppet, however, paid no heed to his movements, pivoting sharply and striding towards him with heavy footfalls that left deep imprints in the ground. Despite the weight of its steps, the puppet's speed was not diminished. In a flash, it stood before Hao Chen, the silver spear sweeping horizontally towards his waist. Maintaining an air of calm, Hao Chen leaned back just as the spear brushed past the tip of his nose, the force of the wind it generated causing a faint sting against his face. With a swift push against the ground, he propelled himself upwards, channeling the dark energy of the demon slaughtering palm towards the puppet's chest. The puppet emitted a shrill laugh, seemingly unfazed by Hao Chen's attack, showing no inclination to evade as he struck it with force. Just as his palm made contact, and he was about to unleash his inner potential, a strange radiance emanated from the puppet's armor, abruptly thwarting his assault. Chapter 277. Breaking them down one by one. Hao Chen's palm seemed to strike a mound of cotton upon contact with the puppet's body. As he registered his surprise, an eerie force surged from within the puppet, ensnaring his hand in an unusual grip. Meanwhile, a formidable force struck Hao Chen's body like a colossal hammer, sending him soaring through the air as though he were a mere straw man. Caught completely off guard, he found himself ambushed by a humanoid puppet. At that moment, his expression was one of utter dismay. Little did he expect that the hunter would become the hunted. Should this incident come to light, he would surely have no face to show in public. The armor adorning the humanoid puppet possessed an astonishing power, capable of propelling him away merely through its rebound. This implied that if he could successfully subdue the puppet, he would not only gain a formidable ally, but also acquire a piece of dual-purpose armor for defense. As Hao Chen pondered this, a sense of secret delight welled up within him. The puppet's prowess was utterly beyond his expectations. It not only boasted the strength of the nascent soul realm, but wielded an eerily potent set of armor. Flee. No longer entangled with the humanoid puppet, Hao Chen utilized the momentum from his backward flight to swiftly escape the stone chamber. Employing the swift step technique, he dodged left and right, engaging in a frantic dance with the puppet, feigning a degree of panic. Against a puppet of the nascent soul realm, he had little confidence in his ability to destroy it. Moreover, these two humanoid puppets were clad in a bizarre set of armor. Nevertheless, although Hao Chen's speed was not particularly swift, he consciously maintained a safe distance from the puppet. The puppet, like a bolt of lightning, quickly closed the gap, brandishing its silver spear and delivering a heavy strike towards Hao Chen. In an instant, a towering spear shadow erupted, its descent accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that bore down on Hao Chen, rendering him nearly immobile. His expression shifted slightly as he swiftly activated the divine power technique. causing his body to tremble violently as divine energy surged forth, allowing him to shatter the oppressive force and propel himself towards the demon suppression tower. Boom! The silver spear struck the ground where he had been standing, sending dust swirling and creating a crater over half a foot deep. Had he not advanced to the nascent pill realm and cultivated the divine power technique, which amplified his strength 40-fold, it would have been impossible for him to evade the spear. Such a blow would have surely inflicted grave injuries. With its first strike missing, the humanoid puppet retracted its spear and continued its relentless pursuit of Hao Chen. Having tasted blood, the puppet was unyielding, driven by an instinctual urge to eliminate this audacious human who had disturbed its master's south resting place. At that moment, Hao Chen reached the front of the demon suppression tower, but abruptly turned to face the pursuing puppet. The puppet, witnessing its prey cornered with nowhere to flee, displayed a sinister grin and surged forward with even greater speed. At this moment, the silver gleam on its spear swirled ominously, indicating that the puppet had amassed a formidable surge of energy, poised to deliver a devastating blow to this audacious intruder who had disturbed its master's slumber. Faced with the puppet's overwhelming presence, Hao Chen remained remarkably composed, devoid of any trace of panic. As he blinked, the humanoid puppet had already materialized before him, its silver spear thrusting forward with tremendous force. The aura of the spear radiated a formidable presence, emerging from the silver weapon, while a silvery brilliance enveloped Hao Yuan, leaving him with no means of evasion. With a swift thrust, the silver spear in the humanoid puppet's grasp pierced through Hao Yuan's chest without reservation. Strangely, a serene smile lingered on Hao Yuan's face, and astonishingly, no blood flowed from the wound. His figure gradually began to dissipate. It was merely an afterimage, an illusion conjured by his true essence. At that moment, a ripple emerged behind the humanoid puppet, and a shadowy figure of azure hue materialized from the void, delivering a fierce kick to the puppet's back. Go! With a light command, Hao Yuan exerted force with his foot, propelling himself forward with the puppet's momentum, forcefully kicking it into the first layer of the demon suppression tower. The puppet, already leaning forward, was propelled into the tower due to Hao Yuan's kick. Simultaneously, upon entering the tower, the humanoid puppet became ensnared by a gravity restriction multiplied several times by Hao Yuan's intent. With a sigh of relief, Hao Yuan felt his tense heart begin to relax, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his face. This audacious and reckless idea had indeed proven effective. Yet, a hint of trepidation lingered. What if the demon suppression tower failed to contain the puppet? Lightning could subdue it, but could it truly destroy the puppet? That would be most unfortunate. Following the same strategy, Hao Yuan lured another humanoid puppet to the forefront of the demon suppression tower, cunningly trapping it within the tower's confines. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the tower, approaching the recently ensnared puppet, his eyes beginning to scrutinize it closely. After a moment, as if struck by an epiphany, he nodded slightly. It turned out that there was a mechanism on the puppet's back. Upon activating it, he discovered a chamber housing exquisite elemental stones as energy sources. The same was true for the other puppet. Now, within the demon suppression tower, there were 4 intact humanoid puppets. With proper refinement and control, they could undoubtedly unleash the power of the nascent soul. Moreover, these puppets possessed no concept of life or death in battle, enabling them to attack their adversaries without restraint, all while clad in bizarrely defensive armor. Defeating them would require considerable effort, even from those at the late nascent soul stage. With the assistance of these 4 humanoid puppets, Hao Yuan's strength would surpass his previous capabilities by several folds, becoming his most formidable trump card. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to provide energy for them. After completing this endeavor, he departed from the demon suppression tower, remaining vigilant and not daring to let his guard down for a moment. With a thought, he once again levitated the tower above him before making his way towards the platform. During this time, the 2 women and the bird observed as if witnessing a performance, watching in astonishment as Hao Yuan sequentially collected the humanoid puppets, leaving them utterly speechless. With a husband like this, what more could a wife desire? Hao Yuan mused inwardly. Such a mesmerizing being. I truly have not misjudged. Within her heart, Ziwan felt a tumultuous wave of emotions. Since the day she met Hao Chen, she has harbored an unusual sense of intimacy towards this peer. It was not in vain that she had procured a protective talisman from her grandfather. The alliance token she gifted to Hao Chen was indeed extraordinary. Ah, yes. Accompanying this elder brother, I shall indulge in delightful feasts. I shall not part from you. Xiao Chui mused, relishing the thought of daily delicacies. Where else could she find such a benefactor aside from Hao Chen? Chapter 278. Plucking feathers. As the wild goose passes while the two girls and a bird were still reflecting, Hao Chen had already approached the platform. It was at this moment he discovered that the surface of the platform was intricately etched with a series of both complex and orderly mysterious patterns, while a skeletal remains sat cross-legged at its center. Furrowing his brow, Hao Chen scrutinized the enigmatic designs, yet after a considerable time, he could discern nothing. With a wry smile, he shook his head and stepped onto the platform, reaching out to grasp the skeletal remains. An inexplicable force of attraction emerged, causing a blue robe to soar into his palm. With a soft sound, the exposed skeleton, now bereft of its blue garment, crumbled into fragments. Time had worn away the blue-clad figure, and upon encountering external interference, it shattered into dust. Hao Chen was not overly astonished by this scene. Instead, his attention shifted to the blue robe. After a meticulous examination, he deftly rolled his wrist, storing it within his spatial ring. And then his gaze fell once more upon the ashes where the blue-clad figure had once been. In one corner of the ashes, a black, ancient storage ring revealed a portion of itself, strikingly distinct and greatly captivating Hao Chen's attention. The stone chamber was modest in size, and it was evident that no other treasures lay hidden. Thus, the forsaken storage ring might harbor something of value. Immediately, Hao Chen approached, cautiously retrieving the ring. A droplet of essence blood fell onto its surface with a soft plop, and almost simultaneously, he sensed a newfound connection between himself and the ring. With a mere thought, Hao Chen infused his consciousness into the ring, discovering it to be entirely empty, save for a single jade slip. His expression shifted slightly. With a flick of his wrist, he extracted the jade slip and began to read. As he delved deeper into its contents, his expression transitioned from disappointment to surprise, then to confusion, and finally to exhilaration. Clearly, the information inscribed within the jade slip was exceedingly rich. Otherwise, with Hao Chen's prodigious memory, he would not require such an extended period to comprehend it. After the passage of an hour, Hao Chen finally withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, his demeanor grave as he carefully stored it within his spatial ring. Subsequently, he cast the ancient black storage ring into the space of his jade pendant, placing it among the other storage bags and rings for safekeeping. From the information gleaned from the jade slip, Hao Chen learned that the original owner of this cave was a man who referred to himself as Qian Jizi, who had initially amassed a plethora of rare materials. However, before his demise, Qian Jizi had utilized all those rare materials to forge puppets. The puppets forged were strategically placed both inside and outside the cave, serving to fend off intruders and safeguard this enigmatic sanctuary. The outcome was predictable. Those stationed beyond the cave's confines were utterly annihilated by the cultivators and beasts, leaving only 4 humanoid puppets surviving within, though the rare materials had been lost. The jade slip contained the methodology for puppet creation. Provided one has the requisite materials, even puppets comparable to those of the Mahayana stage could be crafted. However, the materials required for such high-level puppets were unknown to Hao Yin, perhaps long extinct in the Qianyuan realm. Nonetheless, he discovered that the materials necessary for crafting puppets below the integration stage could still be gathered within the Qianyuan realm. This revelation ignited an inexplicable excitement within him. If he could indeed forge a puppet of the integration stage, it would be tantamount to acquiring an eternal guardian, one that could persistently engage in battle as long as it was supplied with sufficient energy. Yet, this energy was not to be found in common sources. According to the jade slip, only the finest essence stones and a select few exquisite crystals were suitable for puppet use. It is worth noting that even beings of the integration stage seldom squandered precious essence stones during their cultivation, making it likely that Hao Yin would find it difficult to part with such resources, let alone acquire them in abundance. The illusion demon stone he had previously obtained on the desolate battlefield was one such crystal energy source he could utilize. Once the initial thrill subsided, Hao Yin retrieved a ceramic jar for wine from his storage pouch, gathering the scattered ashes on the platform and placing them within the jar, which he set aside. With a flick of his sleeve, he meticulously cleared the platform. He then resumed his examination of the intricate and orderly mystical patterns etched into the surface. After considerable study yielded no clarity, he decided to imprint the enigmatic designs for future analysis. Upon completing the imprint, Hao Yuan chose not to erase the mystical patterns, but instead placed the jar containing the ashes at the position where the blue-clad figure had transcended, inscribing the name of Qianjizi upon it. After thoroughly scanning the stone chamber with his spiritual sense and confirming there were no other suspicious elements, he returned to the location of the two women and the bird. Without exchanging unnecessary words, he gathered them all into the second layer of the demon suppression tower. Casting a final glance at the platform, Hao Chen transformed into a white streak, racing toward the passage and arriving before the stone door. Although he sensed the lingering chaotic energy in the space, both the Jade Pendant's realm and the demon suppression tower had already been sufficiently replenished. With a resigned shake of his head, he retrieved the dagger-shaped key to unlock the stone door. However, he had no intention of lingering. After removing the key, he swiftly passed through the stone door, sealing it behind him. Following the black crystal steps, he rolled up the curtain like black crystals, akin to a miserly scavenger plucking feathers from a passing goose, reminiscent of the old man he had encountered in the ancient city of the Hunyuan battlefield. Upon collecting the dark crystal, Hao Chen felt no lingering attachment to the place and swiftly soared towards the cave entrance. Just as he had upon entering, he cast a series of incantations against the stone wall. The spells shimmered as they penetrated the wall, causing a flash of light before a resounding roar erupted, revealing an opening before him. He soon traversed through the smooth, reflective stone portal. As he was about to depart, a sharp sound pierced the sky, and a shadow darted down with astonishing speed, exuding a force that seemed capable of tearing through the void. Startled, Hao Chen instinctively summoned the demon suppression tower, which expanded overhead and released a curtain of dark light. Concurrently, he swiftly formed a demon-slaying hand with his right hand and struck upward, sending an imprint toward the descending shadow. The clash between the hand imprint and the shadow produced a thunderous sound, momentarily halting its descent before it erupted with brilliance, piercing through the imprint. Chapter 279. Encountering a robber, Hao Chen executed a hand imprint of the demon-slaying hand to intercept the sudden attack from the shadow. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a sleek black spear, glimmering ominously with swirling dark energy, emanating an astonishing aura. With a slight frown, he swiftly leaped aside, evading the spear's lethal trajectory. "Zheng Yuan, come out." Hao Chen retracted the demon suppression tower, scanning the sky with his consciousness, and shouted with a clear, authoritative voice. The black spear unmistakably belonged to Zheng Yuan, the blood-poisoned young master, who had previously claimed to have departed from the Valley of Immortality. Hao Chen recognized the spear's aura all too well. "Haha, your vigilance is indeed commendable. I believed I had concealed myself quite well, and yet I still failed to catch you off guard." A figure gradually materialized in the void, laughing heartily. Hao Chen's gaze fell upon the figure, recognizing Zheng Yuan, and his brow furrowed in anger. "Zheng Yuan, last time I spared you. Why do you still dare to ambush me? You did not kill me last time, so I have no intention of taking your life now. Merely hand over your spoils from this venture, and I shall allow you to leave. What say you?" Zheng Yuan replied with a subtle smile. "Oh, no wonder you handed me the treasure map to the mysterious cave. You sought to reap the rewards without effort. You intend to rob me after I fight for my life within the cave, don't you?" Hao Chen's expression turned icy as he spoke in a frigid tone. "Haha, I have invested immense effort to obtain that jade slip treasure map. How could I so easily relinquish it? You have two paths before you. Either relinquish your acquired treasures or perish here." Zheng Yuan's face contorted with a sinister smile. "Regrettably, I have no intention of choosing either of your propositions." Hao Chen shook his head slightly, responding with indifference. "Neither option is for you to decide." The blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, let out a cold smile, tinged with a hint of disdain, and remarked, "Since you are so obstinately stubborn, I shall assist you in your choice." No sooner had his words faded than Zheng Yuan swept his long spear, unleashing a black arc of light from its tip, shooting forth like a crescent moon, racing towards Hao Chen. Before the spear's radiance could truly close in, Hao Chen felt a chilling gust of wind rush towards him. "Huh!" Hao Chen's expression hardened as he let out a thunderous roar, of vast power surging from within him, clenching his fist tightly. The black glow of the Lair Yun Chen Tao, cracking cloud gauntlet, flared to life, and the gauntlet materialized in an otherworldly manner, meeting the black arc of light with a fierce punch. Bang! The collision of Hao Chen's Rinchen and the black arc produced a resounding impact, shattering the arc and sending forth waves of terrifying energy that radiated outward. Anything that came into contact with it was reduced to dust, disappearing entirely. Even beneath Hao Chen's feet, a deep pit over a yard in depth formed. Stumbling back a distance, he finally steadied himself, blood streaking his knuckles. What Zheng Yuan did not realize was that Hao Chen had intentionally feigned weakness to mislead his opponent. It seems your cultivation has ascended to another level. Quite impressive, Zheng Yuan sneered. However, battling me at the late foundation establishment stage, no matter how formidable your divine abilities, is ultimately futile. The chasm in our realms cannot be bridged by mere techniques. With a cold chuckle, Zheng Yuan's figure flickered. His black spear thrusting forward with a swift motion, its tip spinning as if it were a whirlpool, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Little did Zheng Yuan know, Hao Chen had already attained mid-Yuan Dan cultivation. He had merely grown accustomed to concealing his prowess while in public, engaging in the ruse of a pig playing the tiger. After emerging from the stone door and collecting the black crystal, he had quietly suppressed his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. With a cold smile, Hao Chen unleashed another punch, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, as the lynching spun with black radiance, seemingly traversing time and space, instantaneously appearing before the black spear. Boom! The sound of the collision echoed like thunder, and Hao Chen, akin to a shooting star, was sent flying backward, crashing violently against the smooth, reflective stone wall behind him. Blood poured from his arm, and even the Lei Yunchen Tao was shattered by the spear's thrust. Witnessing this, the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan burst into laughter, a triumphant smile gracing his face. The previous strike had seen Hao Chen holding back, rendering the magical force he unleashed utterly insignificant. He had not even managed to disturb Zheng Yuan's stance, let alone inflict any real harm. Hao Chen, how about it? I can offer you another chance. If you obediently surrender the treasures you possess, I shall turn and leave, ensuring your life is spared and your actions remain unimpeded. Zheng Yuan proclaimed, reveling in his arrogance. Is that so? Hao Chen replied with a calm smile, a flash of white light illuminating his arm, the radiance condensing, restoring his arm to its former state. The shattered Lei Yunchen Tao gradually melded into his skin. With the chaotic energy coursing through him, healing his wounds was an inevitability. Hao Chen, opportunities are fleeting. If you fail to seize this moment, I shall unleash my full wrath in my next assault and bring about your demise. Zheng Yuan's expression hardened, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Who shall kill whom remains uncertain? Hao Chen laughed heartily, and the demon suppression tower materialized once more, swiftly rising to half his height, spinning with an enigmatic grace, suspended above his head. Simultaneously, Hao Chen invoked his magic, clandestinely gathering the demon slayer hand seals. Noticing Hao Chen's swift preparations for defense, a flicker of irritation crossed Zheng Yuan's face. Very well, since you refuse my goodwill, I shall dispense with pleasantries, he declared. As soon as the words left his lips, Zheng Yuan hurled the black spear he held upwards, channeling his power as he unleashed a series of incantations, which flowed seamlessly into the spear suspended in the sky. Buzz! The black spear trembled slightly, seemingly imbued with newfound sentience, twisting in the void before splitting into two, then four, multiplying before Hao Chen's astonished eyes. In an instant, the sky appeared shrouded by the shadows cast by the multitude of spears. Hao Chen furrowed his brow, his consciousness rapidly expanding to sweep over the countless black spear phantoms, causing his expression to shift. These shadowy spears bore an uncanny resemblance to the genuine article. Not only did they mimic their appearance, but their aura was indistinguishable, rendering it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. With a flick of his toe against the ground, Hao Chen leapt gracefully into the air, standing suspended. Concurrently, he executed a series of incantations, unleashing a radiant display as his palms conjured thousands of demon slayer hand seals. Chapter 280, The Battle Begins. At that moment, Zheng Yuan let out a furious roar. Extending a finger towards Hao Chen, he gently pointed, and the multitude of spear phantoms hovering above him surged towards Hao Chen in unison. A grave expression crossed Hao Chen's face as he swung his right hand with vigor, transforming the demon slayer hand seals into a myriad of forms that met the oncoming spear shadows with an earth-shattering resonance. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon spear shadows, now resembling a torrential downpour, descended upon him like a tempest. The myriad of demon slayer hand seals Hao Chen conjured boldly faced the barrage of spears. Zheng Yuan's spear, manipulated with lethal precision, shot forth like a meteor shower, accompanied by a cacophony of howls, targeting Hao Chen with unrelenting ferocity. The hand seals appeared to transform into a conspicuous target, drawing the countless spear shadows towards them. As the spear shadows collided with the hand seals, a colossal roar erupted, unleashing powerful gusts of wind. The hand seals swiftly obliterated the spear shadows, rendering them utterly non-existent. Following a series of explosive detonations, the sky was engulfed in billowing clouds of dust, nearly obliterating the surrounding space and intensifying the surrounding mist. Zheng Yuan, your spear is hardly impressive, Hao Chen remarked, observing the scene before him, and suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice resonating like thunder. Faced with the mockery of Hao Chen, the blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He could hardly fathom that after only a few days apart, he would be so utterly outmatched. Unable to contend with his adversary. Gritting his teeth, the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes gently closing as he rapidly performed a series of intricate hand seals. In an instant, he executed hundreds of them. Before long, a towering silhouette, over 10 feet tall, materialized behind Zheng Yuan. This ethereal figure was composed entirely of azure light. The apparition, appearing behind Zheng Yuan, was exceedingly vague, its features indistinct. Yet its form bore a striking resemblance to Zheng Yuan, merely magnified several times. Suddenly, Zheng Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which, enveloped in his vital energy, was completely absorbed into the azure figure. As the figure absorbed the essence blood, its features sharpened, revealing a visage identical to that of the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan, even with eyes similarly closed. Kill, Zheng Yuan uttered softly, his eyes snapping open to reveal two beams of azure light that shot forth, lingering in the air. The azure figure, too, opened its eyes in fury, casting a slight glance at Hao Chen, causing a terrifying pressure to descend upon him. A chill ran down Hao Chen's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable beast, leaving him feeling utterly unsettled. The vitality phantom. Hao Chen's expression shifted slightly. He had witnessed Zheng Yuan's azure figure when they had previously collaborated to break the fire cloud restriction. However, this time, the manifestation was exponentially more powerful. When a practitioner reaches a certain level of mastery, they can utilize their inner true essence to conjure a phantom akin to the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator. Although it cannot compare to the true nascent soul, it can be employed for offensive maneuvers. Hao Chen could also conjure a phantom with his true essence, but it paled in comparison to the sophistication of Zheng Yuan's manifestation. Seeing Zheng Yuan unleash this ability once again, a thought of retreat flickered in Hao Chen's mind. Yet, with both parties engaged in fierce combat, even if he wished to flee, his presence had already been detected, making evasion impossible. Reluctantly, he braced himself for battle. You are quite right. This is the vitality phantom, a technique of my own creation. However, its power can rival that of a nascent soul's manifestation. Zheng Yuan laughed heartily. With that, he concentrated his energy, performing several hand gestures, causing the azure figure behind him to solidify significantly. Suddenly, the figure's expression twisted into a menacing grin. Raising its right hand, it unleashed a colossal punch towards Hao Chen. At first glance, the punch appeared unremarkable, even moving at a sluggish pace. Yet, in Hao Chen's eyes, it seemed to flash with brilliance, descending upon him with immense pressure, threatening to crush him into a pulp with a single blow. As a manifestation of vitality, Hao Chen need not worry excessively. With a mere thought, the demon suppression tower unleashed the energy of its golden barrier, transforming into a radiant beam that struck the silhouette of the Qing Su. Yet, no matter how formidable Zheng Yuan's punch was, it could not rival the might of the demon suppression tower. The fist of the Qing Su, momentarily stunned, seemed to shatter like fragile glass. Almost soundlessly, under Zheng Yuan's astonished gaze, the entire figure of Qing Su dissolved into nothingness. Connected to the Qing Su's consciousness, Zheng Yuan felt as if he had been dealt a heavy blow to the chest, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? When did you become so powerful? Zheng Yuan stammered, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Hao Chen. The moment the Qing Su's figure was shattered by the demon suppression tower, the thought of fleeing surged within Zheng Yuan. However, he was acutely aware that with Hao Chen's current strength, escape was nearly impossible. A cold smile graced Hao Chen's lips as he regarded Zheng Yuan with indifference. Very well. Speak. How shall I deal with you? Hao Chen glanced disdainfully at Zheng Yuan, waving his hand with palpable impatience. I will no longer take you back to the base. Let us part ways henceforth. Zheng Yuan replied coolly. Fine, then depart. Hao Chen closed his eyes, and in remembrance of their past alliance against the demon, he waved his hand. Before his words could fade, Zheng Yuan's figure blurred and vanished from sight. After the blood-poisoned prince, Zheng Yuan fled. Hao Chen also departed from the location. He chose a safe and secluded spot to refine a humanoid puppet, adding another means of self-preservation in the perilous Xianshang Valley. A mere 1,000 feet from a mysterious cave, at a low cliff's edge, Hao Chen paused to survey his surroundings, his consciousness sweeping across the area, which was eerily quiet. With a thought, he commanded the demon suppression tower to transform into an ordinary rock. Then, he slipped inside, shrinking it with his intent. Standing beside a humanoid puppet, he absorbed the information from the jade slip in his hand while conducting his research. Soon, Hao Chen grasped the intricacies involved. His hand gestures flowed seamlessly as a strand of his consciousness extended outward, mingling with countless hues, primarily green and black. Tendrils of consciousness, guided by his incantations, imprinted themselves into the body of the humanoid puppet. Finally, after half a day's effort, as the last strand of consciousness entered the puppet's form, Hao Chen established a mental connection with it, successfully refining the humanoid puppet. Time passed swiftly. In addition to refining for humanoid puppets, Hao Chen meticulously studied the bodies of Zi Wan and Hao Ying. At this juncture, their forms, transformed by the chaotic essence, could be deemed flawless, free from all ailments. Their alabaster skin radiated an enticing luster, and both experienced a remarkable surge in cultivation, advancing to the latter stages of foundation establishment. During the intervals of refining humanoid puppets, Hao Chen examined the growth of the devouring Yuan demon flies. The 7 flies he had tamed had already bred into 7 swarms. How could they begin reproducing so swiftly? It has only been a few days. A few days ago, I tamed 7 soul-eating magic flies, their voices resembling that of a young girl, which left Hao Yan astonished by the prolific nature of these spiritual insects. From the information inherited from Xiaohao, he learned that if these insects advanced during their juvenile stage, they would remain unchanged in form until their transformation phase, always retaining the voice of a young girl. Observing the resilience of the soul-eating magic flies thriving even in the harsh environment of the first level of the demon suppression tower filled Hao Yan's heart with immense joy. To expedite the breeding of these magical creatures, he relocated the 7 clusters of soul-eating magic flies to the second level of the demon suppression tower and established a comprehensive spatial barrier encompassing the 3 realms of water, wood, and earth, creating a new habitat for them. Within this spatial barrier, he introduced beast-attracting powder and elixirs to enhance their vitality, accelerating their growth and evolution. Chapter 281, A Silent Departure. Several days later, in the celestial morning valley's narrow passage, a young man clad in a blue robe entered the passageway. This individual was Hao Yan, who had ventured into the celestial morning valley for exploration and was now returning with familiarity to the narrow passage at the entrance. This location served as a nexus between the celestial morning valley, the ancient desert battlefield, and the Qingyan jungle. Not long ago, Hao Yan had inadvertently entered the ancient desert battlefield while attempting to rescue those captured by the Blood Shadow base. In the cursed lands of the battlefield, he encountered demons confined there. After a fierce battle, he managed to escape with the remaining personnel and inadvertently stumbled back into the celestial morning valley. Previously, at this barrier's nexus, Hao Yan had opened the celestial morning valley's barrier to help those he rescued find refuge in the Qingyan jungle. Arriving at the celestial morning valley, he found no reason not to embark on another adventure. The expedition in the celestial morning valley did not disappoint Hao Yan, as he returned laden with immense fortune. However, he understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. Venturing alone into the unknown was perilous. Although there were still 4 individuals in the Jade Pendant space and the Demon Suppression Tower, Hao Yan perceived them as unable to offer any assistance. Not only could they not help, but he also had to constantly consider their safety. While he could endure misfortune himself, he could not allow any harm to befall those he cherished. Thus, he broke through the barrier of the celestial morning valley once more, leaving behind a perilous place. Outside the celestial morning valley, the expansive jungle appeared boundless. turning back for one last glance at the place that had tested him so severely. Hao Yuan felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the celestial morning valley had left him with many cherished memories. His journey through the valley marked a significant turning point in his life, as he successfully entered the Yuandan realm. Not only did he ascend to this stage, but he also reached the pinnacle of the mid-Yuandan realm. With a dual cultivation in both martial and mystical arts, he advanced to the mid-peak of the Grand Martial Master level, achieving a rare balance for the first time. Moreover, his consciousness had been cultivated to a formidable 5th level, comparable to the divine sense of transformation. Entering the Yuandan realm truly signified his status as a cultivator. Perhaps from this point forward, he would gradually evolve into a formidable force in the world. After nearly a month spent in the Valley of Immortal Sorrow, Hao Chen not only attained the Golden Core, but also absorbed the essence of chaos, acquired 4 puppets at the nascent soul level, and refined the chaotic space of the 5th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. His journey in the valley proved to be immensely rewarding. As he aimlessly wandered through the verdant woods, a sense of ennui swept over him. Just as he considered summoning the 2 women and the bird to appreciate the lush world alongside him, he suddenly caught the sounds of a struggle nearby. Cautiously, he approached, concealing himself behind a tree for a better vantage point. Before him, a young girl was locked in combat with a fiery red bird. The creature was enormous, its feathers a brilliant crimson, with a single wing spanning over 10 feet. It seemed to emanate flames, leaving trails of shimmering light in its wake. At that moment, the great red bird unleashed its fury, spewing flames towards the girl engaged in battle. The girl's face turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together. Yet her hands continued to form seals with unwavering determination to fend off the inferno. The bird cawed incessantly, almost mocking the girl for her apparent weakness. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a fierce whirlwind that sent the girl hurtling through the air. Tragically, her trajectory led her directly towards Hao Chen's hiding place. Without a second thought, he dashed forward to catch the girl as she lost her balance, cradling her safely in his arms. Upon closer inspection, he beheld her exquisite beauty, a visage marked by a delicate innocence and a charming blush that seemed ready to spill over. Hao Chen found himself entranced, oblivious to the girl's panic and the words he ought to speak. The flames raged around them, yet they remained unscathed within their fiery embrace. The girl clung tightly to Hao Chen, while he appeared lost in a reverie. As the flames began to dissipate, the fiery bird looked down at the two with confusion. It was well aware of the intense heat. At such temperatures, they should have turned to ash, yet they remained unharmed. Sensing a formidable presence emanating from Hao Chen, the firebird flapped its wings with urgency, preparing to flee. However, Hao Chen had no intention of allowing the troublesome creature to escape. With a mere thought, Xiao Chui soared towards the firebird. The girl, slightly opening her eyes, mischievously glanced around, bewildered by the sight of another bird returning just as the first had departed. Oh no, she thought, her heart racing as she clung to Hao Chen, unwilling to release her grip, fearful of being scorched again. Amidst her trepidation, she suddenly realized she was embracing a man who was, rather conspicuously, without clothing. In shock, she exclaimed and pushed away from him, retreating from his embrace. "Why are you not wearing any clothes?" she asked, turning her back in embarrassment while scolding him softly. "Why yes, I'm sorry," Hao Chen stammered, finally regaining his composure as he looked down at himself, feeling a wave of shyness wash over him. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Gulia. What is yours?" she inquired, still hesitant to turn around but filled with gratitude. I am Hao Chen," he replied, equally hesitant to speak further, concerned that it might lead to further awkwardness. At that moment, a distant voice called urgently, "Miss, where are you?" "Over here," Gulia responded joyfully, spotting a figure in green garments rushing towards them through the sky. The young woman in green descended gracefully, urgently grasping Gulia's hand, meticulously inspecting her while inquiring, "Miss, have you sustained any injuries?" Gulia turned playfully, responding with a light-hearted tone, "Look at me. I'm as lively as can be. Do I seem to be in trouble? It's all thanks to this big brother behind me who saved me." The memory of their embrace made her cheeks flush, and she lowered her gaze shyly. "Miss, there's no one around here, is there? Are you imagining things?" Xiao Shui questioned, puzzled. When Gulia turned to look, she too found no trace of Hao Chen and softly murmured, "Why did you leave without a word?" "Miss, we should return home. If it gets late, the city lord will scold me again," Xiao Shui urged, pulling the hesitant Gu Lia along in haste. Observing Xiao Shui pursuing the firebird, Hao Chen felt a pang of unease. Spotting a figure in green racing towards him, he swiftly followed after Xiao Shui. This firebird was indeed a level 5 demon beast. Yet they typically moved in flocks. Possessing a natural affinity for flames, these creatures excelled in fiery breath. The thought of dozens of firebirds unleashing flames together was a daunting one. How had this firebird become separated from its group? Hao Chen gazed into the sky, where Xiao Shui and the firebird were locked in combat. It seemed that Xiao Shui had developed a grudge against the creature. The two birds appeared to be consumed by rage. As the firebird noticed Hao Chen approaching, it unleashed its fiery powers to attack Xiao Shui, while simultaneously shedding feathers that hurtled toward him like shooting stars. The fallen feathers exploded upon contact with the ground. At this moment, Xiao Shui had transformed into a brilliantly colored blue bird, her size comparable to that of the firebird. Watching Xiao Shui struggle, Hao Chen felt a twinge of sympathy as he noticed her beautiful feathers stained with blood. Seeing her grow increasingly fierce while the firebird became more aggressive, he could not restrain himself any longer and decided to subdue the firebird. Hao Chen understood that fire-type demon beasts detest rain, and he surmised that the firebird would be no different. As a level 5 demon beast, it was comparable to an accomplished cultivator, and he knew he must not underestimate it. Selecting a lush tree, he levitated the demon suppression tower nearby, preparing to ensnare the firebird. With a focused thought, he activated the rain technique of the greenwood skill, signaling Xiao Shui to feign retreat. As Xiao Shui moved, Hao Chen leaped into the air, unleashing the rain he had already gathered, which poured down in torrents, stunning the firebird momentarily. Chapter 282. Unmatched Foundation. Despite being a level 5 demon beast, the firebird's intelligence was limited. Feeling the torrential rain, it abandoned its pursuit of the enemy and instinctively soared towards the shelter of a thick tree, seeking refuge from the downpour. At that moment, Hao Chen had already positioned himself atop the chosen tree, preparing to ambush the firebird. As the firebird dove towards the dense foliage below, Hao Chen activated the demon suppression tower, channeling a powerful suction force that drew the creature into the first level of the tower's space. At this moment, Xiao Shui transformed back into her delicate and tender form. Perching on Hao Chen's shoulder, "Brother Hao Chen, you must let me venture into the demon suppression tower to deal with that detestable wretched bird. Look at how she has sullied my clothes." Xiao Shui communicated her grievances telepathically to Hao Chen. The duo, a human and a bird, arrived at the first level of the demon suppression tower. At this juncture, the firebird, under the oppressive force of the spatial restrictions, could only obediently lie on the ground. Upon noticing the arrival of the pair, the firebird's round eyes widened in fury, its feathers rustling as it struggled against its confinement. Helpless under the restraints, it could only tremble in indignation. Of course, as Xiao Shui entered this space, Hao Chen exerted no pressure on her. You bully me, and I shall kick you to death," Xiao Shui proclaimed, relentlessly enacting her bird-like punishment on the firebird. She kicked and pecked, soon exhausting herself and retreating to catch her breath. Seeing that Xiao Shui had vented her anger, Hao Chen approached the firebird. He employed the taming techniques he had learned from Yuan, combining them with the secrets of the beast taming art. He bit his middle finger, drew blood, and punctured the firebird's forehead, subtly infusing his essence into it. Additionally, he embedded a barely perceptible strand of his consciousness into the firebird's head. After completing these tasks, Hao Chen appeared somewhat pale and quickly consumed a resurrection pill. The beast taming art was a technique that consumed consciousness. When the consciousness of the beast exceeded that of the tamer would face a backlash. Thus, many beast tamers would first subdue their targets before employing the art. Although the constrained firebird struggled against Hao Chen's mastery, its efforts were in vain. Firstly, Hao Chen's consciousness was comparable to that of a divine transformation, making it effortless to tame a 5th-level beast. Secondly, the firebird, being bound, could not muster its strength and was left at the mercy of its captor. At the moment Hao Chen flawlessly executed the beast taming art, golden light flickered in the firebird's eyes. Within mere moments, he sensed a profound feeling of dependence emanating from the firebird, flowing into his consciousness. Even more astonishingly, Hao Chen discovered he possessed dual perspectives, enabling him to observe the surroundings through the firebird's eyes. Before he could ponder this further, a gentle and timid voice resonated in his mind. "Master." Hao Chen paused for a moment, scratching his head, uncertain of how to communicate with the Firebird. "Hello, Firebird." After some time, the Firebird returned the sentiment with a similar wave of energy. He then produced a healing pill from his hand and offered it to the Firebird, mending its wounds while simultaneously lifting the constraints placed upon it. Throughout this process, Hao Chui had been watching Hao Chen cast his spell. Upon witnessing the taming of the Firebird, her heart tightened with unease, secretly wondering, could it be that brother Hao Chen would employ this method on me as well? Sensing Hao Chui's unusual demeanor, Hao Chen quickly reassured her through thought. "Hao Chui, rest assured, I shall never apply this method on you. We are friends, are we not?" Only then did Hao Chui joyfully leap upon Hao Chen's shoulder, pecking affectionately at his cheek with her tiny beak. Having tamed the Firebird, Hao Yan placed it in the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon his arrival there with Hao Cui and the Firebird, they were greeted by a dazzling array of colorful flames, prompting the two birds to dance with delight. Fiery clusters of crimson flames, wisps of azure fire, blossoms of white flame, and swathes of dark, demonic fire swirled around them, leaving the two birds in a state of blissful drooling. Hao Cui promptly resolved to cultivate in this mesmerizing space. After settling the two birds, Hao Yan ventured to the 2nd level of the tower, where he discovered a remarkable transformation. Under the influence of chaotic energy, the spatial barriers of the Demon Suppression Tower resembled the dawn of creation, teeming with life. The 2nd level's barrier had expanded significantly, and in the area designated for the two women's cultivation, a large pond had emerged, rivaling the original jade pendant space. As Hao Yan stood at the entrance of the 2nd level, marveling at the changes, he found himself momentarily entranced. "Hee, look at Hao Yan, he seems dazed," Hao Ying remarked as she approached him, playfully tapping his shoulder. "Ahem, how could this be?" Hao Qian murmured, lost in the grandeur of the transformed space. "Hey, you two. Would you like to accompany me outside for a stroll?" Wei Ve returned to the Qingyun forest, he finally suggested, shaking off his astonishment. "I don't want to go," Hao Ying retorted, unwilling to revisit those days of fear and trepidation. "Where did you take Hao Cui?" Ziju asked casually. "Oh, I brought her to the 3rd level to cultivate. By the way, Hao Cui and I caught a Firebird in the Qingyun forest, which I tamed and placed in the 3rd level of the Firegold space." With both women being his companions, Hao Yan felt no need for secrecy. He then recounted the tale of how he acquired the jade pendant space and inadvertently brought Hao Cui into it, captivating the two women with his story. Though they had not requested to see the jade pendant space, Hao Yan, without hesitation, led them inside. Upon entering, Linger, assuming the role of hostess, welcomed Hao Ying and Ziju. The sight before them left the two women in awe, their hands covering their chins in disbelief, fearing they might drop their jaws in astonishment. The space was adorned with ethereal pavilions and an abundance of spiritual herbs. The 4 spiritual trees nearby left them utterly entranced. Rare celestial fruits and precious materials abounded in this realm, a testament to Hao Yan's extraordinary resources. At this moment, the two women gazed at Hao Yan, speechless in their admiration. "You chat with Linger while I attend to some matters. I shall return shortly." Hao Yan, though astonished, found solace in the comparative stability of the Demon Suppression Tower. With a thought, he transformed his presence, swiftly covering a distance of 1,000 miles in mere moments. However, a dense fog, thick and impenetrable, obstructed his path. Nurtured by chaotic energy, the jade pendant space had formed its own realm. Gazing at the luminous horizon, Hao Yan was filled with profound reflections. Chapter 283. A quiet farewell upon departing from the jade pendant space and returning to the Qingyun forest. Hao Chen swiftly made his way away from the battlefield of the two birds. At that moment, he recalled the youths he had encountered, pondering their safety and whether they had successfully exited the Qingyun forest and returned home. Rather than hastily leaving the forest, Hao Chen instinctively chose to search within it. Despite their lack of gratitude for his rescue, he remained concerned for their well-being. Hao Chen had spent 2 days scouring the Qingyun forest, yet he had not caught sight of the youths. Nevertheless, during these 2 days, he had managed to gather several hundred spirit herbs and even stumbled upon some rare treasures of heaven and earth. As the sun reached its zenith, while Hao Chen was in the midst of harvesting a spirit herb, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of fierce beast roars and the shouts of a woman nearby. Responding to the commotion, Hao Chen rushed towards the source of the disturbance. Upon arrival, he beheld a winged leopard engaged in combat with a woman. Despite his enhanced abilities, he remained vigilant. Recognizing the formidable fifth-tier magical beast, the winged leopard, he understood that such flying creatures were among the most challenging adversaries, primarily due to their remarkable flight capabilities. The forest bore the scars of the skirmish between human and beast, leaving it in a state of disarray. As Hao Chen's consciousness surveyed the conflict, he was astonished to discover that the woman was none other than Hu Ying, the girl he had rescued from the Blood Shadow base not long ago. At that moment, Hu Ying's once radiant visage was marred. Her cheeks were streaked with sweat and dirt, and a hint of panic clouded her expression. Noticing Hao Chen's arrival, the winged leopard diverted its attention from Hu Ying and lunged at the newcomer. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chen utilized the cover of the trees to engage in a guerrilla battle with the beast. After several exchanges, neither side had gained the upper hand. Suddenly, the winged leopard transformed into a streak of light, launching an attack towards Hao Chen. Anticipating this, Hao Chen deftly dodged and prepared to unleash a strike on the beast. However, to his dismay, the winged leopard abruptly changed direction, a perilous maneuver. Realizing the danger, Hao Chen leaped into action, intent on intercepting the creature. The agile body of the winged leopard charged directly towards Hu Ying. With nascent intelligence, the beast executed a feint, creating a blood-chilling pressure that enveloped Hu Ying. At that moment, Hu Ying felt the weight of the beast's presence suffocating her. She stumbled backward until her back collided with a tree, finally regaining her footing. In her retreat, she channeled her mana into her sword. As the winged leopard approached within mere feet, Hu Ying seized her chance. The sword's energy transformed into a radiant beam, striking towards the beast. The winged leopard momentarily halted, taken aback by the girl's unexpected bravery, though it deemed her cultivation insufficient. With a ferocious roar, the leopard unleashed an inaudible shockwave that rippled through the air, dispersing the sword's energy. Hu Ying initially displayed a flicker of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. Once again, she gathered her mystical energy, condensing the dissipated sword aura into a formidable phantom of a sword, which descended upon her with a fierce strike. In the face of this overwhelming force, the winged leopard did not flinch. Instead, it spread its wings wide, unleashing a violent gust of wind. The phantom sword, buffeted by this gale, veered off course, scattering in all directions. Such strength! Hu Ying was acutely aware that she was no match for the level 5 beast, the winged leopard. Yet she summoned every ounce of her strength to execute a defensive sword technique. Just as the sword energy dissipated, the beast lunged like a blade, its claws landing squarely on Hu Ying's shoulder with a force of no less than 1,000 pounds. She was sent sprawling like a rag doll, collapsing onto the ground, her body battered and broken, having lost all will to fight. Nevertheless, she managed to prop herself up with her sword, struggling to rise once more. However, upon catching sight of a figure flashing into view, a bitter smile crossed her face, and at that moment, she could no longer maintain her stance. The winged leopard raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, its gaping maw aimed directly at Hu Ying's head. Silence! With this command, a demon-slaying handprint struck toward the body of the winged leopard. In this critical moment, Hao Chen finally arrived. With a roar, the winged leopard evaded the demon-slaying strike, arching its neck high and emitting an enraged bellow. As it roared, its two fleshy wings flapped furiously, challenging Hao Chen. Hu Ying, already barely standing, lost her balance from the combined force of the demon-slaying hand and the winged leopard's aura, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a searing hand caught her slender waist, steadying her upright once more. Startled, Hu Ying turned her head, her starry eyes locking onto the man who had embraced her waist. Hao Chen, however, paid no heed to her gaze. His complete focus was on the now frantic winged leopard before him. The beast quickly registered the two figures before it, its fury finding a new outlet. With a shriek, the winged leopard lunged at Hao Chen, intent on reducing this human, who dared to obstruct its hunt, to mere pulp. In that moment, Hao Chen had already gathered a piercing consciousness, striking precisely at the beast's mind. Simultaneously, the dark light of the demon suppression tower flashed, and the winged leopard vanished without a trace. Just like that, in a bizarre twist of fate, the once mighty winged leopard was defeated in the blink of an eye. After rescuing Hu Ying, Hao Chen sought a secluded spot to tend to her wounds. Once Hu Ying had fully recovered, the two made their way toward the edge of the Qingyun forest. Along the way, Hu Ying recounted her experiences since parting from Hao Chen in fragmented sentences. Upon exiting the barrier and returning to the group in the Qingyun forest, they found themselves adrift, lacking the anchor that was Hao Chen. The remaining members did not depart immediately. Compassion held them back. Those who stayed vigil at the barrier's exit for 3 days and nights ultimately saw no sign of Hao Chen and were left with no choice but to leave the entrance of the Xinjiang Valley behind. The few who remained distanced themselves from the heart of the Qingyun forest, foraging for spiritual herbs and medicinal plants along their path. The crowd gradually lowered their guard, perceiving the outskirts of the Qingyun forest as a relatively safe domain, as they dispersed in search of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. Huing soon encountered numerous varieties of both after separating from her companions. However, they also faced relentless disturbances from waves of ferocious beasts. Engaged in conversation while traversing the terrain, Hao Chen suddenly sensed a movement in his consciousness, detecting the sound of rushing water nearby. Huing, there's the sound of flowing stream not far off. Let us investigate, he suggested with excitement. Following the direction of the water, we may find a way out of the Qingyun forest. All right, I trust your judgment, Huing replied softly with a nod. They pursued the source of the water, racing several dozen miles along its course. Along the way, they encountered a few oblivious low-level beasts, which Huing effortlessly dealt with, as Hao Chen refrained from intervening. Is this the end of the path? Hao Chen inquired, gazing at Huing with curiosity. Before them lay a sheer cliff, where the torrent of the stream cascaded down the steep rock face, forming a magnificent waterfall. With no alternative, they were compelled to retrace their steps and randomly selected a route to traverse out of the Qingyun forest, plunging forward without a clear plan. After traversing several miles, Hao Chen's eyes brightened suddenly. A short distance away, he discerned several indistinct figures flickering within his consciousness. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were the very individuals he had rescued from the Blood Shadow base. Without uttering a word, he urged Huing to hasten toward the group. When they approached within mere dozens of yards, he gestured for Huing to greet them. Without hesitation, she waved and ran toward the few individuals nestled within the woods. Seeing the group safe and sound, Hao Chen let out a long sigh of relief before quietly slipping away, vanishing from sight.